fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. If you are indeed up with us to go to work and you're in your car, drive safe. It's a holiday today for most of you. Appreciate you tuning in. We're with you till 10 a.m. We are here. The store is open today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How are you, my friend? You have a nice weekend?
I'm good. I apologize. I was just tidying up an email chain from this weekend that I had. It was a good weekend except for this one email chain. But other than that, I stand before you today, somebody distraught over the state of the NBA All-Star game.
Okay.
I'm told I'm supposed to be very, very seriously disturbed by this meaningless game rendered more meaningless than it once was meaningless.
Yeah.
Sam Amick deplores the breaking of a meaningless game record by the Eastern Conference, who decided, let's score a bunch of points at halftime. That's the big headline I'm reading on Sam Amick, wherever he writes. Like, it's even worse than this. Listen to this. I'm like, oh, wow, there must be some kind of conspiracy. He said there was a plan to do this. And I thought, wow, did the East and West just get together and say, like, hey, let's let the winner score 200? Like, no. At halftime, the Eastern players all said, hey, let's go for 200. We're already at 100.
Yeah.
Let's score 200. And so the bigger scandal, I would assume, is that neither side tried to play defense at all.
No.
That's the part that people should be upset about.
Yeah. When you told me this before the show, I thought you meant at halftime the two sides got together and wanted to score 200 points in the second half. Combined.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, well, that does sound like a conspiracy. But it was that one of the sides, who was it the one, the East, wanted to go over 200 as a team. I got you. Okay.
Not even Larry Bird telling these 22-year-olds that it would be nice if they tried a little bit harder. Not even Larry Bird could. This is where you know, like, man, between the old and the new, there is a big schism right now in the NBA. The fact that you got people like Sam Amick saying, not even Larry Bird could tell these 23-year-olds to play harder.
Like half the guys are probably like, who's this guy that's telling us to try harder?
The only thing dumber was when they thought that
ugly hick that's trying to get us to try harder.
The dumbest thing ever in All-Star game, like chidings, was Peyton Manning telling the guys on his team they had to play harder. Well, meanwhile, quarterbacks are like untouched in the program. You got the guy that never gets touched at all saying, "Come on, guys, you got to win this one for the Gipper and the Pipper, whatever Peyton's name. Does Peyton have a nickname? Oh, the sheriff."
Oh, jeez.
Come on, fellas. Let's win this one for the sheriff.
It's just what, like, I'm, driving in, I usually listen to the national stuff. I flip around, and they're all sitting here talking. Like, it must feel nice. You got your topic all dialed in for the Monday after the All-Star game, and you just repurpose it every year. But how do we fix the NBA All-Star game? I'm like, God, I'm so glad I don't care about fixing the NBA All-Star game.
I don't know if anybody really does, do they? I
don't know. The national hosts do. That's what I get. That's where I get humor out of the whole
No,
thing.
that's where I wonder, though, too, if it's kind of one of these topics that just like steroids and baseball and everything else, where the sports media cares about it way more than the average sports fan. Yeah. Not that the average sports fan didn't care at all about steroids and baseball, but it was like, I think they got sick of hearing about it 24/7 for like what was like 18 months back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm. So anyways, there were a lot of points scored last night in the All-Star game. The Astros reported to camp this weekend, Seth. The regulars did. A lot of the regulars.
All of them.
I think tomorrow was like the drop dead date to report, and the big names are all there, man. They're ready to go. They're there early, working out and hanging out with the fellas. Let's hear how
Myers was the first non-pitcher catcher to report.
Good.
Yeah.
Did he go straight to a batting cage? I hope.
I don't know.
I hope so.
McCormick, McCormick and Myers are getting along just fine. Whatever you're worried about with maybe Presley having some issues or what have you, McCormick's saying, hey, Myers should be the center fielder. All the they're those guys. I think that McCormick, now now that whatever level of acrimony there was between him and Dusty, like whatever that was or was not or was trumped up to be or whatever, I guess he doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
No, I think Chaz is going to get his fair share of at-bats. They'll just have that rotation going with him and left field and center field, and Jordan will be in there a little bit, and Jordan will mostly DH. It'll be all good. All right, how's everybody doing getting back? This is like the first day of school. Hey, Jose Altuve, how do you feel?
The fact that I didn't play a full season last year, I feel like I'm more rested now. I spent the whole offseason working out, like I said, preparing for spring training, and now just the last touch for opening day. So it feels really good.
This is the new silver lining approach to injuries, Seth, especially injuries that wipe guys out for multiple weeks. In the case of Altuve, multiple months last year. Is that the rest of their body gets to heal. That's the silver lining and all. You heard him right there. He's like, because I didn't play a full season. And meanwhile, I'm like, I really wish you'd played a full season last year, Jose. But because I didn't play a full season, I actually feel really good right now.
Well, and they also have that added challenge of being a team that plays an extra month or so every single year and then comes back. And then last year especially, you played all of that extra time in the postseason and then go roll right into the World Baseball Classic. And I'm glad that we had talked to Roger Clemens about that, who, like you, I think that you and Roger Clemens might be on the committee to abolish the World Baseball Classic.
Yes.
You might be the leaders or the chairs of that.
I will stand with
Co-chairs.
Clemens, yes.
But, just him describing exactly what it means for the pitchers specifically, but all the players. Like, spring training is a time where, especially the veteran players, just slowly ramp their way up. To where all of a sudden, no, you're not slowly ramping up anything. You got to start everything. You got to start slowly ramping up a month in advance because you're going to be pitching and playing competitive baseball in the World Baseball Classic. That, I feel a lot better about Altuve this year. Especially he's starting to get up there in years, and hopefully he never plays in another World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I hope not either. I hope not either. Jeremy Peña, big offseason for Peña, man. And a big upcoming season for Peña. How was your winter, Jeremy Peña?
Offseason was good. I split time between Houston and the Dominican Republic. I spent a lot of time out there with my family. And the focus was, keep improving, keep working on some hidden things. That was the biggest focus. And, I'm excited.
Peña's a big X factor, Seth, because the Astros, look, they came back to the pack last year a little bit here, and there's still a lot of questions in the pitching staff, and they didn't do really anything to improve the everyday lineup. It's already a good everyday lineup. It didn't need a ton of improving or anything like that. But if they're going to get back to being, 95 to 100 win Astros, or maybe even 100-plus wins, a lot of that improvement is going to have to come from within probably, as opposed to being imported from the outside. And Peña, at least offensively, and he wasn't as good defensively last year as he was the Gold Glove year, but he was still really, really good. He's still a way-plus player defensively. Jeremy Peña improving offensively, and I'm not saying he's got to be 2022 postseason Peña.
Yeah.
I mean, that's A-Rod type of stuff for a full season. But I think Jeremy Peña, if you're looking at all the facets of the team and the everyday lineup that are going to be out there on a day-to-day basis, I think Yainer offensively versus Maldonado is a huge one over 162 games. And I think the potential for Peña to begin to realize his potential on a 162-game basis, not just a one-month basis, is a big one.
The thing with Peña, too, is this is where sometimes the nerds can be your friend if you allow them to be. You just go ahead and invite them to sit down at the lunch table.
Yeah.
Maybe instead of just Sean always just throwing, tripping them as they walk by your lunch table, maybe just actually invite them to sit down.
I stopped doing that. I let them sit down from time to time now, yeah.
The nerds are much more bullish on Peña than I think that we who get distraught over his fallen off production are. And I think they tend to look at the upside that he's already shown and forecast much better than it feels like he should be. And that's where, I think that he's it's a matter of just fixing a couple of things up and getting him back on track, and hopefully he'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's almost like you know what he is? He's a rich kid's J.D. Martinez. Where J.D. Martinez just hadn't done anything, all of a sudden fixed his swing, but it was too late, and they traded him, and they got rid of him. With Peña, he's already shown the promise and the upside, and it's just a matter of riding it out until he gets back to where he was.
Boy, if he could turn into
it'd be nice if it was now.
Yeah, if he could get back to what he was looking like before, that would be great.
He said he spent a lot of time in the Dominican Republic in the offseason.
Yeah.
I wonder because he grew up in Rhode Island. So I wonder if he after he got a little bit of his money, just got a place in Dominican Republic.
Yeah, or maybe his parents moved back there or something like that when he was done with high school and college. They moved back to
That's true. Yeah, his dad might have just stayed in America for to raise the kids and everything.
Yeah.
And then went back afterwards.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, something to ask Jeremy Peña when we see him.
Rhode Island or Dominican Republic?
Dude, I've never been. I've been to Rhode Island plenty of times. I've heard the DR is nice.
Everything I know about from Rhode Island is from the first 15 minutes of Dumb and Dumber.
Yes.
Other than that, I have zero clue.
Totally accurate.
Zero clue.
Here's
that into his Manute Bowles' first spot in the in professional basketball.
Here is Alex Bregman, who had a great winter in Arizona.
Best off season I've ever had. I feel incredible getting here. Was able to spend a ton of time with my wife and son, and we trained at Exo, so it's great. My body feels in incredible shape. Swing feels better than ever, and looking forward to a great, healthy season.
Okay, so I have very little optimism. We'll hear more from Bregman a little later in the show. The Astros have yet to make him an offer. They're going to make him an offer, according to Dana Brown, for a contract extension. My anticipation is that offer will probably not meet what Alex Bregman and Scott Boras are looking for. That's just my hunch.
Yeah.
The good news is we've been through this before, sort of I don't want to call it a lame duck season because I think there's a chance Alex Bregman stays. I think there's a better chance he stays than Correa or Springer were going to stay, or Garrett Cole. Just because of the tie to the team, and I think maybe the franchise. He's younger. The franchise feels a little younger than Springer, at least. I feel a little more optimistic than those. The good news is we've been down this road before, Seth. We know how to handle a lame duck season with a guy who's looking for a big contract extension. We've got experience doing this.
How is that handled?
Just you got to put your head down and go to work and not worry about the fact that he might not be with us anymore. Just not think about it.
You don't think about it.
Yeah.
You just you enjoy this one last summer romance, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah. The thing about him too is because he did that, that restructure of his contract very early in his career, far before arbitration. That was kind of the contract that would give him the full bore financial security that the second go around he can just say nope, I'm going to push it to the limit.
They
baby.
Weaponized him, yes.
Yeah,
they gave him a weapon.
He's already got that generational wealth, and now he can. Now you could say that because he has that generational wealth, maybe he's more apt to take a hometown discount, not want to move the kids and whatnot. Who knows? But it's also possible, his agent being Scott Boras as well, that he's just going to try to get the max.
Yeah, I feel like we're really playing with fire here if we think Scott Boras is going to allow two of his Astro clients to do hometown deals. Okay,
well, remember, Alau's got nothing to do with it.
They work for, I get it, he works for them. I know. Yeah. I got it.
I don't like it. I don't like this notion of agents leading athletes around. They do lead some of the athletes around by the nose, but yeah, at the end of the day, he works for you.
He does for sure. All right, CJ Stroud had a hell of a weekend. MVP of a celebrity All-Star game, 32 in a celebrity MVP of a celebrity softball game, 32 in a celebrity All-Star game, and neither of those things came close to scratching the surface on how the internet blew up on CJ Stroud on Friday. We will discuss next.
Bayway Chevrolet. It's been a busy offseason already for the aforementioned fella. So Bayway Chevrolet.
and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday.
I've got my head is alive with ideas, Sean, after having watched all of this manufactured hype for All-Star games and everything. I've got ideas, including me being the first NFL head coach who will live tweet a football game.
Yes.
Like standing on the sideline with my phone in hand. I took the ball in overtime. Deal with it.
That would be great.
I want to have the third possession.
Live reaction. Well, you're bringing this up because Shannon Sharpe was literally holding a cell phone while he was coaching the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game. Do we know, was he tweeting while he was sitting on the bench? Was he?
I don't know. I actually looked at it again just before we came back, and it might be like an actual a camera. They still make those for citizens.
Okay.
Yeah, for non-sports journalists.
Okay.
Yeah, or sports photojournalists.
So C.J. Stroud had a hell of a 48 hours, man. Like he played in Travis Scott's Celebrity All-Star Game, won the MVP.
Yeah.
I hadn't realized he won the MVP of that till after you and I got off the air on Friday. I don't think we mentioned that. You know what, Ben?
I think we did, but whatever.
Yeah, I know I didn't mention him being the MVP. If you did, I apologize. I was just going to acknowledge him real quick for that, Ben. A late acknowledgement for C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me!
Winning MVP of the Travis Scott Cactus Jack Celebrity All-Star Game. He then flew to Indianapolis, where he scored 32 points in the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game.
Yeah.
On 8 of 23 shooting and 0 for 9 from 3.
He wasn't the MVP of that, though.
As an homage to Jaylen Green, C.J. Stroud went up to Indianapolis and shot 0 for 9 from three-point range while putting up 30. Good job.
Were people on social media saying, I told you he was the guy for the Rockets. Right. I told you so.
It's so annoying.
Everybody needs somebody who shows up once every 4 games.
That's
what
it.
Everybody wants.
That's it. CJ's team lost, by the way, in that Celebrity All-Star game.
No!
Because Micah Parsons on the other side was treating it like it was Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Micah Parsons was out of control. It was so stupid. He was really, really out. At first I thought, okay, well, he's just doing this as a gimmick, like a WWE type thing or something. Like, no, he's really serious about this. Like Cowboys fans that are listening right now, I know we have a few of you for whatever reason that listen to this show, but you gotta be, it's gotta rub you the wrong way that one of the leaders of a defense that just completely fell apart in the playoffs yet again, is now treating the All-Star game like this is what matters, and he's lowering his shoulder down so he can bulldoze 127-pound YouTubers.
Yes,
in his way to an MVP game, MVP in the All-Star game.
Yeah,
that's got to drive you insane.
He's backing Jennifer Hudson down in the low post and shooting over her. Yeah,
just said I was going to come downhill, be a force to be reckoned with. They said don't treat it like it's football, but I don't believe that, man.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my aggression to the court, and I'm taking home this trophy. Well, that's how you know he didn't treat it like it was football, because if it was a meaningful game, then he
right. No, his biggest win for the Cowboys in 25 years. Good job, Cowboys.
True.
Yeah.
Bring that back. He's going to be able to bring that back to Dallas.
Yeah.
They can hang it in the rafters.
No, they're going to welcome him with a parade out at Jerry World there. They're going to have a rally where he holds the Celebrity All-Star Game trophy up over his head, and they cheer. And they cheer and cheer. So, CJ, MVP of the Celebrity All-Star softball game, 32 points. An inefficient 32, nevertheless, it was 32 in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. Gets back to Houston in time for a Saturday noon game courtside between the Cougs and the Longhorns. Shout out to the Cougs. Big win. 21-point win over the Longhorns. That was nice to see. Big game against Iowa State tonight, by the way, too. Big battle of top 10 teams tonight out at the Fertitta Center. So CJ had a big 48 hours, and yet, Seth, you take all the reaction to the three of those things combined. Mm-hmm. The MVP of the softball game, playing in the basketball game, being courtside at the Cougs, bundle up all the reaction to that and multiply it times 1,000, and that would probably get close to what the reaction was to a short video that surfaced on Friday late morning, definitely after we got off the air, because I don't think you and I reacted to this on the show, of C.J. Stroud leaving Minute Maid Park on Thursday night with rapper, noted significant other of several celebrities, some of the whack job variety, Amber Rose. And
also 18 years older than Amber Rose.
40-year-old Amber Rose, 22-year-old C.J. Stroud, leaving the stadium. That was it. Just leaving the stadium. That was all.
She was getting into his car, and he was driving her.
Yeah.
And then for the next 12 hours or so,
we all speculated.
People hand wringing.
Yeah.
CJ, this nice young, godly young man, this paragon of virtue. What was he doing with Amber Rose, a woman who's been with a lot of experienced dudes? I'm not into shaming her individually or anything, but she leads a lifestyle that doesn't quite seem like it fits in with a lot of the stuff that CJ talks about.
Well, that talks about, more importantly, a lifestyle that would not necessarily fit into. Let me put it this way: a lifestyle that would not optimize the chances of success for an NFL quarterback, right? I mean, some might be.
I don't know. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe some NFL quarterbacks, just not necessarily this NFL quarterback.
That's what I'm. Yeah.
We feel like people feel like, hey, CJ's got a good thing going.
Yeah.
Just like I am with weight loss, gain and loss. Like I don't like if a guy's playing well. Why are you messing with your weight?
Sure.
A lot of times you're exactly the weight you need to be.
Yeah.
But CJ, okay. Whatever your private life / spiritual life and everything else is, it's working for you.
Yeah.
There's no need to throw anything into. You don't need to start trying to mix in different paint here. You know?
You tell me. Does CJ when you hear CJ Stroud, do the names Kanye West, Wiz Khalifa, Machine Gun Kelly, James Harden? Do those align with C.J. Stroud? Does it feel like if you put C.J. Stroud in a lineup with them, would you go one of these things is not like the other?
Well, I'd say that Kanye was certainly doing a lot better back when he was with
2008 or so.
Amber Rose.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah.
He wasn't at least at least so publicly.
That's a good way to put it.
Hateful about various people and things.
Yeah.
Wiz Khalifa was he does fine, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, she has a kid with Wiz Khalifa.
She has a kid with it.
Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly was not my kind of guy from the get-go. So I don't know if I'm not going to blame Amber Rose for ruining the way Machine Gun Kelly was when he was 6.
Right.
You know?
Right. And I think James Harden is just somebody we feel a certain kind of way about here in Houston. Now for all the hand wringing.
Plus Harden, I don't think, but Harden played well in the year that he was with Amber Rose. I think.
Did he?
Yeah, it was. Okay. It was when he was with Chloe that he kind of had a down year.
Yeah, that's right. It was the Kardashian effect. So man, I'm not exaggerating when I say there were a lot of people, some very smart people, who were like, "This is bad. Oh, this is bad." And as it turns out, and I tweeted this as soon as I saw it. As soon as I saw the video, I retweeted. I said, I think it's nice of C.J. Stroud to give her a ride home. That's all. I think that's all he was doing.
Well, it is true. I mean, it is true. That is what you saw. It was like, oh, he's giving her a ride home.
Yeah.
I think your mind sees it, and people's the imaginations run wild.
You think?
Like, oh, yeah, they're off to,
Yeah, all kinds of imagination running wild.
You're going to be driving on the beach in Galveston doing 360s like in All the Right Stuff.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. So as it turns out, Amber Rose posts on her social media after seeing an article that says, new couple alert, ? Amber Rose spotted leaving a celebrity softball game with 22-year-old NFL star C.J. Stroud. She captioned it on Instagram and said, we literally don't know each other and only met yesterday at a softball game. The sprinter left me. The sprinter, not Usain Bolt. Yeah, the Mercedes Sprinter that was there for transportation for the celebrities back to the hotel. Said the sprinter left me, and he was nice enough to give me a ride to my hotel. Thanks again, at C.J. Stroud. Prayer hands, H-Town hands. And it was corroborated on Twitter by Kimberly Stroud, the mother of C.J. Stroud. So just gave the 100 emoji over top of that. So C.J. obviously told his mom the truth. C.J. said, I was just giving her a ride home, Mom. And she said, I believe you, C.J. You were just giving her a ride back to the hotel.
What's your natural knee-jerk skepticism on whether or not she missed the bus, the Sprinter bus?
Massive skepticism.
Yeah,
massive skepticism that it could and I don't know that she missed it necessarily to target C.J. Stroud, but I feel like there's a really good chance she was like, I'll get a ride home from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I also feel like nothing happened. I feel like C.J. did drop her off at the hotel, and that was it. I
remember when Deshaun Watson was with Mia Khalifa.
Yes,
except there was a little like doorstop basketball hoop set up in what looked like a hotel room, wasn't it?
It was an apartment. And you know how I know this?
Because
that video surfaced again this weekend after this story.
Oh, did it? Yeah, I guess that makes it.
A lot, yeah.
I'm not the first genius to make that connection.
Yeah. So that video popped up this weekend. It was somebody's apartment, and there was a third party in the apartment filming the two of them playing Nerf basketball together. Among other things,
I will not
maybe.
have you impugn the nature of Mia Khalifa, who is famous for like jumping into dudes' DMs and then acting like, "Hey, look who's in my DMs." Yeah, let me shame this guy.
It's a good tactic.
I wonder. The one I thought of immediately was that the nice kid in Bull Durham, that the nice
Jimmy?
young religious kid,
Jimmy, yeah.
that ends up with the
town whore.
What would we call her?
She was like the Durham Bulls groupie, like the junior groupie. So Susan Sarandon was the senior groupie. She was the junior groupie.
We had a guy like that on one of the teams I was on once. I don't want to out him, but he was very devout, and it stunk because like one day I was talking to him. Me and my friend were talking to him at the cafeteria, and he had met a young woman at an FCA meeting. Like he had gone to speak at an FCA thing, and he just mentioned this girl whose like name my friend happened to know. And he was like, yeah, she just seems really nice. We talked about this and that for like 2 hours and everything. And I'm going out with her. And this girl was, I'll just say she's not what she had presented herself as. By a factor of 12 or 13 at least. Guys on the team. Yeah. It was, so my friend was, my friend that knew about her had to kind of, he actually sat on it for a while because he didn't want to be a jerk. And, you know, people can change or what have you, but then he eventually had to be like, well, you know, she might not be telling you the whole truth about, like, how she lives her life.
Did he tell her, did your friend who knew the story about this woman tell your devout friend before he went on a date with her or after he went on a date?
No, he had already been on a date with her.
Oh, okay.
And it was one of those things where, like, my friend that knew and I talked about it, I was like, who knows? Like, I don't know. Maybe she just went through something and she changed or whatever. And, like, it became very clear within a couple weeks that she certainly had not changed.
Okay. I was going to say, did this have a Bull Durham ending?
Yeah. Well, plus she was lying. She was already lying to the devout teammate already about like kind of what she did with her time and everything. Like she was presenting herself as somebody who never drank or anything. And so it was you know how it is when you want to step in on somebody's relationship. It never ends well. Usually the guy that steps in is the one that gets treated like he's the jerk or something. But it got to a point where we couldn't watch him be treated like this.
We're getting a lot of reaction to the C.J. Stroud story of the video that surfaced of him leaving the softball game with Amber Rose. Someone points out on the text page, Kanye recorded his best album while dating Amber Rose. Okay. Well, then, you know what? Point in Amber Rose's favor. Maybe this is how C.J. Stroud gets to be the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're not, according to both parties, I don't know if C.J. said anything about it, but according to Amber Rose and C.J. Stroud's mom, there's nothing going on here. Okay, this one I'm not buying here. Come on, guys. You can clearly tell from the video that was not her first time going to his vehicle. She didn't even ask, is this your car or where's your car? Yep. She knew exactly where the car was.
Yeah, this, okay, a couple things here. One, I really have to question the intelligence of the person that texted that. I'm surprised that you actually spelled everything correctly. Like, yeah, when there's a row of cars and, like, one's backed up and a dude is walking towards the driver's side, most people, by process of elimination, can figure out where they should be getting into the car.
She popped the hatchback to it while they were walking.
Yeah, he popped it already, and he's walking towards
halfway to the car. He popped the hatchback. What are you talking about? Oh, my God.
Okay, though, but at the same time, I kind of enjoy the way this guy's thinking. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, maybe this is a long-standing illicit relationship they've had. I ran into Amber Rose once. Okay. It was at the Whole Foods on Waugh. I think it's on Waugh there. And this is right when she was going out with James Harden. And it was at the produce section at Whole Foods. So she's going through, caressing the cantaloupes and whatnot. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Amber Rose. And I also wanted to look at the cantaloupes. But this was immediately after it had been divulged just what James Harden was into. And I was kind of like, I don't want to touch those cantaloupes. Not after what I just read about what James Harden is into. Who's the real victim here in all of this? Me. I went without cantaloupes that day.
Did you at least get a good look at the cantaloupes?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I stayed the hell away. I don't. That E. coli can travel, man.
It's true.
Yeah.
There were so many people doing the Zapruder treatment on that video on Friday. I'm surprised it took as long as it did to surface. Someone asked that, like, hey, who recorded the video someone's asking who recorded the video of Deshaun and Mia. I thought they were asking about CJ. I was surprised like something like that took until Friday afternoon to pop up on the internet. And this I agree with, too. Nothing happened, but Amber Rose's mission was to cause a media stir and put her back in the cameras. I don't know if that was her mission, but if you're asking me who had more to gain just from a pure media buzz standpoint in that, Amber Rose or CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
Clearly Amber Rose, right? Yeah.
That's where I think like this has nothing to do with male, female, anything else like this. This is like, okay, social media star, like how do they get clout? Yeah, that's an easy way to do it.
Yep.
Is to just conspicuously throw yourself into that situation.
Yep.
And, the real winner in all of this was Texans Bill, the _ Reliant, who put out a picture of CJ from his appearance on the Athletic Football Podcast. It's him breaking down film on an All-22, like looking at Nate Tice. So you just see him with a little pen on the iPad, and he's Texans Bill said, Amber Rose, you have protection? CJ Stroud pulls up the All-22. Watch Laramie here.
That was good. That was really funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines. Astros are they're all reported. Everybody's in camp, ready to go. We had an All-Star game that was the annual abomination that it is in the NBA. And there's one big name you can cross off right now for the Houston Texans in free agency. We got all that coming up in headlines, but first I want to get you guys who are not sleeping so well. I thought about that waking up this morning. I had one of my best nights of sleep last night for some reason. And every night now I get really good sleep. But, man, like all the way through straight, 9 hours, woke up feeling great, didn't get up once, that whole thing. And that's thanks to Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. And my sleep has been incredible for years now, thanks to him. It used to be I was getting up every 45 minutes, and I'd wonder why. And it's because I had sleep apnea, really, really bad. And that affected my energy level. It affected my health, my quality of life. If that's you, if I'm describing you right now, someone who snores or you stop breathing at various times throughout the night, that's what sleep apnea is. I mean, you're literally killing yourself right now by not fixing it. Go see my sleep doctor, Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. He's going to help you. He's going to fix it. He's going to make life a whole lot better for you. You just got to make the appointment. You or a loved one, sinus issues, allergy issues, anything, he can fix it. I'm telling you, Dr. Ben Salento. You can go to his website, drbensalento.com, or just call today. Write the number down. When the office opens today, give him a call. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313, or online at drbensalento.com.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is a problem. Are there any pitchers in the Astros rotation right now that don't come with some degree of angst when you talk about them?
Look, I'll read down the names of the starting pitchers. There's not a single one that you can't talk yourself into, but there's not a single one that you can't also terrify yourself.
Right, then I could see the wheels falling off on.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Uniquely different. Like our effortless buying process, you'll never feel uncomfortable during your purchase experience. Over 1,000 vehicles available, including certified pre-owned Lincolns. Find one that fits your budget today at West Point Lincoln on the Katy Freeway and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway.
It is Heart Health Month. That means it's time to take care of your heart with more cardio exercise and better rest from the fitness experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness stores. Seth Payne here, and you can get major President's Day savings for your home gym, like treadmills starting at $699, massage chairs starting at just $999. Johnson Fitness and Wellness has 17 Texas locations. There's one near you. Find out which one it is at johnsonfitness.com. That's johnsonfitness.com.
Every little thing, I remember every little thing.
Houston, let's rodeo with Carly Pierce, Wednesday.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Today's headlines. The Astros, and it's here. Spring training. Report date for everybody is tomorrow. Pitchers and catchers have been in camp for about a week or so, but everybody's showing up. Everybody's showing up this weekend. Here, the big story kind of hanging over spring training, among a few of them, is Alex Bregman's contract extension. Bregman met with the media yesterday, had a good offseason. He's ready to go, feels better than he has coming into a season maybe ever in his career. But we want to know, Alex, are you going to be an Astro for life? How the contract extension negotiations going?
We're listening to everything that the team has to say, and just letting Scott and the Astros do that together and handle that for me, so that way I could be fully focused on baseball, my teammates, winning, and the things that I love to do, playing ball for this great city.
Ooh, that's good PR right there.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott Boras, my dirty agent's handling all that stuff. All I'm focused on is playing the game I love for the people I love the most.
That's part of the purpose an agent serves when it's a negotiation like this one, that he is the lightning rod for all this. Just defer. This one's going to be...
That's what I do when I sue people relentlessly.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it's just my lawyer. Hey, man, sorry about the lawsuit, but I'll enjoy your wedding while I'm here.
Talk to that guy. Yeah. Jose Altuve, understandably, hopes that the Astros get a Bregman contract extension done.
We haven't talked about it, but I really hope he finishes his career here. One of our best players, not only right now, but in Astros history. He's a franchise player, so I really hope that we make something happen for him good, that he can stay for the long term.
The thing about Bregman is, okay, whether or not he'll receive an 8 to 10 year deal somewhere else.
Yeah.
And if he does, it's really hard to compete with. You remember, these baseball contracts are guaranteed, and the Astros can give him a record-breaking 5-year contract. But when you take that 10 years guaranteed of whatever it is, I don't care how rich you are, it's hard to walk away from an extra $50, $60, $70 million. It
is. I guess here's my question, just my general question, and this is not at all to diminish what Alex Bregman has meant to the Astros and what he's done for the Astros as a player. But when we're talking 8 to 10 year contracts, generally speaking, we're talking players who are tippy-top great at their positions or within the game of baseball. Is Alex Bregman a player who is tippy-top great even at third base, let alone within the game of Major League Baseball?
I think the thing is, he's in that same conversation as, Lindor. I mean, Correa is the second highest paid shortstop. He doesn't have that long-term deal.
He did twice until they looked at his
right.
Index,
until that, right.
Bregman's
so
healthy.
I'm just looking at shortstops. Because like the shortstop's one that obviously, there's a whole lot of cachet wrapped up into it.
Yep.
But what I was telling somebody the other day is, like, don't think of, Alex Bregman's not that MVP player that he was in 2017. Those guys, perennial MVPs, A, don't generally exist, but B, like those guys who are the highest paid third basemen and infielders in Major League Baseball, they're not overwhelmingly Hall of Fame caliber dudes, and Bregman is up there with them.
So we'll see what happens with old Breggy. That'll be a story throughout spring training for sure. NBA All-Star game was last night. If you missed it, 211 to 186. The East beat the West last night. I tried, man. I really did. Amy and I sat down. Okay, here's part of the problem. This is going to be me complaining about the NBA All-Star game. You've been warned. If you say the game's going to start at 7 o'clock Central Time, I can live with 7:05. I can live with 7:10. I can even live with 7:15. The game didn't start till 7:40 because of all the gaga they had going on before the game. It's just you're not Madonna. Like, Madonna historically shows up like 2 hours late for her concerts. Yes, yes, it's the worst. So start the game on time. 2, I was done about midway through the second quarter. I'm like, okay, this is just a bunch of guys chunking up 3-pointers. Like, that's all this is.
And nobody just giving a damn about playing defense
at all.
The East sets a record, winning 211 to 186.
Yeah.
So, it's I guess more than anything, I guess maybe leaning into just as much minor league baseball hoopla as possible is the way to go continuing forward. I mean, the problem, like the dunk, look, listen, The dunk contest is never going to be what you remembered it in your youth, mostly because they've already done the things that are like physically possible to do that are amazing.
Maxed out.
You go back and watch some of the old dunk competition stuff, and I know in your mind you've built it up into whatever, but it's kind of like when you go back and watch gymnastics from the 1980s. You're like, that's a 10? Like, oh, she did a somersault on the ball on the beam. Unbelievable. Wow. They must be roiding up in the Soviet Union. How did she jump up and land on the beam?
Show Jordan's dunk where he takes off from the free throw line in 1987 to anybody under the age of 27, and they're like,
Like, so he jumped and dunked the basketball. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I realize you guys just invented
when you slow it down,
here.
When you slow it down and you set it to Berlin, Take My Breath Away in 1986.
And all
it's
you
really
have
amazing.
is like, you've got that and another VHS copy of Top Gun to watch after school. It takes on more. When you've got nothing but the NBA highlight collection on VHS, it takes on a larger significance in your brain.
I wore out the VHS of the NBA slam dunk contest back in the day, over and over again. Here's the thing, like as I look at Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, promising more effort in the All-Star game this weekend, and the league making him look like an even bigger boob than he already does, and then Adam Silver trying to fix the regular season. It's crazy that you have a commissioner, and the main problem he's trying to fix in a basketball league is the desire of his players to try at the game of basketball, to want to play the game of basketball. Like he's having to put in rules, like the minimum number of games played so they can get an award.
But don't put it all on the feet of the players, though, either. It's the teams themselves also that want to load manage guys. Yes. It's not like the players are sitting there saying, like, I don't feel like playing tonight. It's that they've all realized, okay, we get the most bang for our buck if he only plays so many games per week, per month, etc.
Yeah, there's blame to be spread around. There's no question about it. I think it's one of those things, like the money has now reached a point where it's like there's no incentive that you can give guys monetarily that really matters anymore, because they're making on average like $15 million on average, like into 8 figures, and the good ones are making like 50.
No, and again, when it comes to load management, like the players and the teams themselves are already at a point where you're sitting out regular season, or you're managing minutes, trying not to conspicuously sit out regular season games anymore. That you think that any of them are going to go like, all right, I'm off to now. I'm really going to grind in the All-Star game.
Yeah. Got a text earlier like, that's why MLB, the All-Star game in MLB is so good. Guys try, guys care, the tradition. And I understand that. Look, it's a way less physically taxing sport, so there's that. And I'll give the football players a pass on the Pro Bowl. Like I'm not lumping the Pro Bowl in with the NBA All-Star game.
It's done at the end of the season.
Player safety and everything like that. I'm not going to lump that in. As far as other things going on around the All-Star game over the weekend, Mac McClung won the slam dunk contest for the second year in a row. 6'2" little white dude who plays in the G League. So they imported a G Leaguer who's not even on an NBA roster to win the dunk contest. That's where the dunk contest is.
Being short is an advantage. Like visually, it's more impressive.
Yeah.
It's And
he dunked over Shaq.
Like it's the porn star dynamic there. Like it's all relative, Like it's better to be the smaller you are, the bigger everything else looks. Yeah.
Forest for the trees. Yeah. 3-point shooting. Damian Lillard. The Steph Curry 3-point shooting contest with Sabrina Ionescu got a lot of attention. She almost beat Steph Curry in a 3-point shooting contest. So that's your NBA All-Star recap. As far as the NFL goes, tomorrow is a big day. In fact, let's take this into the next segment. Tomorrow is a big day. It's the beginning of the window where teams can apply the franchise tag to guys. Now, as far as news goes, Kansas City exercised their option on Chris Jones, defensive tackle, which means they can use the franchise tag on him. So him becoming anything other than a Kansas City Chief just became a high improbability yesterday. But there's other names out there. A little bit of a guide to the franchise tag window here. Who are the names that Texan fans are going to be keeping an eye on to see if their teams use the franchise tag and effectively take them off of the market for the Texans? We'll run through that coming up next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We will acknowledge at 7:23 today. We'll do a little acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. This is a tough weekend, man. Were you cool, Seth? First weekend of no NFL football or football of any variety since like August. Did you?
I think the only thing I texted you about this weekend was how much I hated Davidson. So no, I was not cool. I was watching St. Bonaventure play Davidson in the Atlantic 10.
That's the Atlantic 10. It's the only text I got from you on Saturday.
And I'm like, I hate Davidson.
My text back to Seth was, no show in town is going to give you better insight on the Atlantic 10 tournament.
These guys
Payne and
are
Pendergast
stumbling around underneath the basket, just drawing fouls with cheap flops and what have you. I don't even know who won that game. Bonaventure won that game in overtime, did they not? I couldn't watch. I couldn't finish it.
That was funny. Yeah, man.
But I hate Davidson.
It's good. That's what sports is all about, moving you emotionally.
If they make it to the tournament, I'm going to flip the hell out.
It's good to have a team to root against in the tournament. Davidson. So tomorrow's a big day on the NFL calendar. Franchise tag window opens. It's nice to be back with a team where the franchise tag, whether it's targeting other guys on other teams or maybe even a player on your own team, being a franchise tag recipient is a thing. And the Texans are just that. The Texans are a relevant NFL team on the free agency landscape in no small part because they got a ton of money to spend as compared to the rest of the league. So how can the next 2 weeks, starting tomorrow, affect the Texans' shopping? And I've got a list here, Seth, of about, 8 or 9 guys that are maybe the prime candidates to be franchise tagged for their teams. Yeah. So we'll treat this like a bit of a guide to the franchise tag for Texan fans. These are names that I think we could see go off the board the next 2 weeks.
And if you should you A, get excited about them in the first place, and B, maybe still try not to get excited because they're going to be back on their own teams.
Yep. Let's start with, I think, a big one here, given some of the local ties, given the season that he had, given the position need for the Texans. Justin Madubuike of the Baltimore Ravens.
Madubuike, I know that you guys who have listened to the show know that I'm a little bit conflicted about Madubuike because I really, really like him. He plays his butt off, plays really, really hard. He's also on a defense that does a really good job of just getting guys singled up. So he doesn't, as good as Madubuike is, he did not get double-teamed hardly much at all compared to other defensive tackles this year. So I don't think you should expect him to have the same production necessarily if he comes to this defense where they don't blitz a lot. Guys got to earn everything they can get. But I would still, if the Texans sign him knowing that they shouldn't expect to get the same sack production every single year, he's still going to be disruptive, he's still going to be a presence in the interior, then I'd be all for it. But this is one, man, Ravens fans keep telling me that, nope, it's all hemmed up. They got a deal already. It's just a formality at this point, and that he's going to sign an extension. But meanwhile, that hasn't actually been reported anywhere. So I don't know if it's just Ravens fans being delusional or whether he's definitely sticking around. It feels like the Ravens don't typically use the franchise tag, but it feels like this might be an instance where they do because he's very much like he is cut from the Ravens cloth in a big way.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess my question to those Raven fans would be, okay, why haven't they done it yet? They can do it. They can sign him to a deal. Like, why? If it's done, why not go do it? Some of these, I think, are higher on the radar than others. I jotted this one down. I just kind of went team by team, Seth. Brian Burns, defensive end in Carolina, where it feels like a talk of an extension for him has been a thing for 2 years now with the Panthers. But now they're at a crossroads where if they want to, and he's their best player, period. Yeah. Do they franchise tag him? Do they sign him long term, or do they let him walk?
Yeah, and they they've turned down trade offers. That could have been
trade
honestly
offers.
If they had I can't remember if he was one of the ones that if it could have been him instead of Michael Moore up to the Bears.
Rams. It was the Rams offered 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns last year.
Yeah. No, but I also don't know if maybe there were discussions about Burns going up to Chicago
with DJ Moore. Yeah,
DJ Moore. What did I say?
Michael Moore. I didn't know who that
Moore.
was. Yeah,
the filmmaker.
Yeah, no. I thought you said Micah.
I didn't know the Panthers had the rights to Michael Moore.
it's a Bowling with Columbine.
A documentarian.
Yeah.
So sorry, everybody. Not great against the run, but still a very, 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 very effective pass rusher. I'm guessing they're going to franchise him just because they've seemed very, very married to having him on their roster.
Yeah.
If not, though, I think even though he's not so great against the run, I'd like the Texans to definitely kick the tires on him.
Yep. Jacksonville, Josh Allen, defensive end, big franchise tag candidate.
I think they should. I don't know if they will or not. I would love for him to be, depending on what. I would love Josh Allen to play for the Texans.
Would he be a good splurge for them? You're saying, like if
I think he'd be a good splurge. Yeah. I feel a lot better. It's weird. I feel a lot better about edge rushers as a splurge than I do about defensive tackles. Like with Chris Jones, I'm defensive tackles who cruise hurt you more than defensive ends who cruise. When a defensive end cruises, he can kind of just still anchor and set the edge and do all those things. When a defensive tackle cruises, like when he doesn't give 100% in the first 3 quarters of a game, you get gashed against the run. It hurts you more. And it's also a position, it's tougher, it's more brutally physical. So if you're a guy that's just kind of waiting to collect your big check, it's different. You can't just get by on natural ability on the inside there.
Yeah, we're going through franchise tag candidates around the league who could be on the radar for the Texans. As long as we're talking about Jones, we should mention the Kansas City Chiefs exercised an option to allow them to franchise tag him. Now, here's the thing about Chris Jones. He's not going to if they franchise tag him, he's not getting the normal tag that the league comes up with for all these players. It can either be the normal number that they come up with by position or 20% over what your cap figure was last year, whichever is greater. His cap figure was greater last year, and so his tag number is going to be like $34 million for them to franchise tag him.
That's where they paid about $4 million that they didn't have to pay to get to retain the right to franchise tag him.
Yes.
So they're committed at least a little bit already. I mean, that might have been a hedge. I think the Chiefs might look at Chris Jones kind of like the way some gentlemen's club owners view paying their workers, which is if I pay them in cash, they'll spend all the cash, and then they'll want to come back and work more.
I see.
I feel like Chris Jones, whose best years have been in his contract year and in his franchise tag year, it might be one of those things where he's awesome when he's motivated when he's got that carrot dangling right in front of his face.
Yeah, maybe.
And we just need to be sure that we, take advantage of that as much as possible.
Maybe. We'll hear from Chris Jones in just a minute or two here. As far as other players that I think Texan fans, Seth, are at the very least curious about, if not excited about, potentially in free agency, running backs.
Yeah.
I think Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley are the only 2 running backs who I think have a chance of getting franchise tagged right now.
Mm-hmm.
And even that would be pretty pricey. Like that's $12 million, probably a little more for them because I think they each made $12 million last year. So for them, it's probably closer to 14 or 15 for their franchise tag. But I do think those are 2 names that Texan fans are very excited about, that they're hoping 2 weeks from now are both on the market and available to the Houston Texans.
Of those 2, Josh Jacobs is the guy that if I were a GM, I'd want to franchise just because he seems to be the right kind of dude. He seems like he's a genuinely tough guy. I don't know if Saquon Barkley is a genuinely tough guy. Like Josh Jacobs is not afraid of getting into a fracas. Mm-hmm. Whereas Saquon Barkley, it's okay. If everything's perfect, then I'll just go ahead and run 80 yards for a touchdown. But if not, just a little bit of that. Just go take a nap here.
Josh Jacobs, Alabama guy also.
Yeah.
They love their Alabama guys, the Texans.
They do.
So
if I had to choose between those 2, I like the every down head smashing of Josh Jacobs.
Probably pricier.
As far as whether Vegas or the Giants are going to franchise tag either of these 2 individuals, I think the Giants almost. It feels like the Giants painted themselves into a corner with Daniel Jones, where I almost feel like organizationally they look like a team that's, hey, we'll pay this big question mark, but we don't want to pay the guy that the guys on the team probably actually really like and get excited about. You almost got to retain Saquon Barkley just to retain credibility as a franchise in the eyes of your own players.
I think with running backs, you got to ask where you are in the life cycle of your team. And I don't think the Giants or the Raiders are at a point where they're remotely close to winning a Super Bowl. I don't think either of them have a quarterback.
It's not the cherry on top.
Yeah. Whereas I'm not saying the Texans are one of the 3 or 4 top candidates to win the Super Bowl, but I think they're entering a Super Bowl window. The Texans
I think once you have your quarterback, I think like in the modern NFL, once you have your quarterback, if you feel like he's elite, then go ahead and spend a late first-round pick on a running back or spend something. I'm very, 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 very skeptical and cautious of signing any guy to a second contract as a running back because it's so it's got such a low hit rate.
Yeah.
And these guys just notoriously all of a sudden end up with career-ending arthritis 6 months into their new deal.
Last two. Miami with Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle. That would sure fill a need for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and like Wilkins might end up being the kind of not extreme budget signing, but I don't think he's in the 1A tier of a Chris Jones or a Madubuike. But he's a complete player. I think D'Amico would really like the way that Wilkins plays the run, and he's one of those guys that looks like he kind of overachieves as a pass rusher. But it's effective. Like he plays above his athleticism as a pass rusher.
He's on a team with major cap issues too.
He had a $51 million over the cap.
Dolphins are $51 million over the cap, and mind you, when you give somebody a franchise tag, like there's no spreading that money out. Like that's a 1-year deal. It's a 1-year guaranteed deal.
So when you franchise tag him, all of a sudden by the time free agency starts, you've got to get. If that guy hasn't agreed to a new deal, which they hardly ever do immediately once they're franchise tagged, you've got to cut more people or restructure more people than maybe you want to by franchise tagging that one guy.
Yep. Last one, I think, is a pretty short conversation here. Chase Young, defensive end for the San Francisco 49ers. I think there's an F. The Niners may franchise tag him, but if they do, a salute. Good for you.
I feel like Chase Young is the almost like he's a triple-sized Kadarius Toney to the Chiefs, where I think the Chiefs knew that Kadarius Toney had some issues, but like, hey, bring him in for half a year, see what you can get in the playoffs, and it worked really well for them last year. This year, they realized what it meant to have Kadarius Toney on the roster for an entire season. I've seen enough of Chase Young just kind of standing around when he could be tackling people that I'm very skeptical of paying him big-time money.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder what the 49ers think of him. Yeah, would they franchise tag him? I don't know. I think he was just their little luxury splurge to try to put them over the top for the Super Bowl.
I agree with that. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. So Chris Jones, I'm gonna let you set this up, Seth, because you know where the audio came from. But Chris Jones, I know he's a great player. I long remember Chris Jones though from his days of being an aspiring NFL player and being at the Combine and having something very unfortunate happen with him.
Yeah, and a lot of people might not have linked the two because they knew about it at the time, but maybe they weren't following the draft that closely. But they knew that as this one prospect, who is Chris Jones, was running down the track at the Combine, his member fell out of his shorts. So Travis Kelce asked him about this and how exactly that happened.
Let's talk about it, big guy. How'd that 40-yard dash go for you?
I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I was so big on being different from everyone. Everybody was wearing the long tights. I was like, you know what? I am not going out there and copying everybody. I'm going to wear the short tights. I didn't realize they was boxers, bro.
Oh, my gosh. Well, it made you faster, man. So fast, you tripped over your feet. Oh, my goodness.
Tripped over that third leg.
Tripped over and just jumped out, man. That is so funny, man.
It was there, man.
I believe you said it right there in quotes like my fell out.
Bro, it's exactly what I said. I didn't even believe it. I was running. I'm looking at the 40, and all of a sudden I feel it. I feel it touch my leg, and I'm like, oh, I'm trying to cuff it and take the dive. You know what I mean? Because I know little kids watching. Oh, my God.
Put your away, Chris.
I got to say, how blessed you are to even be able to describe it as though your fell out.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't even think I could describe that adjective for mine. I don't think it could fall anywhere. Like that.
I'll tell you what, honestly, I feel like it's a plus in the character column for Chris Jones that he A, thought about the kids watching, and B, didn't just think about the kids watching. He cupped it and like dove.
Yeah.
Like he dove down onto the ground on turf.
Yeah.
To cup it. And there was nothing for him to be embarrassed about. It was as far like what those guys were saying. Like, oh yeah, oh of course. You know, most of us are listening like, oh, certainly you can't run a 40 in boxer shorts. Like, I'm like, what? What does a boxer short have to do with it?
Yeah.
Because if you can imagine that that's a consideration you have in life. They're like, well, I need a certain heftiness of fabric to restrain what I've got down there from falling out with any kind of physical activity.
Dude, I'm picturing like two scouts standing next to each other with their clipboards out, and they're just chatting up about Chris Jones as he's getting in the starters blocks for the 40. And they're like, what's your grade? I'm like, I got him as a third rounder. What do you have, a third rounder? And then that thing starts, and that thing falls out, and they're like, late first. Upgrade. Chris Jones. By the way, he went 37th overall in that draft. Second round pick.
That's a rough one, man. Yeah. I wonder, though, too, okay, if we're going to let's get into draft mode, and let's figure out whether Chris Jones is going to be a good NFL player or not. Okay. Who was the guy back in the day, the anonymous scout guy that everybody hated so much? Remember, he basically got blackballed.
Nolan Naraki.
Nolan Naraki.
Yeah,
we're Nolan Naraki.
The guy who destroyed Cam Newton.
Okay, so I was playing the part of Daniel Jeremiah just now, saying, "Hey, look, he cared about the kids. He just in decency. Right. He dove to the ground to cover up his anything that might be perceived as indecent."
Right.
Nolan Naraki would have hyper fixated on that part about him saying he wanted to set himself apart, and that he's going to wonder everybody else is wearing those tights. He wanted to wear shorts. How come? What is he, Cam Newton? Well, he needs to be a star. Wants to be an icon. What's this all about?
Did he fall down in the middle of the 40-yard dash when he did that?
I think it was towards the end. I can't remember what I don't think he finished it though. Are you going to say that if you're hyper committed, you would have finished?
He would have finished. He would have played through the whistle. Yes. He does not play through the whistle. He's selfish. He's selfish and easily embarrassed and doesn't play through the whistle. That's what I would have said.
If I were a Nolan Naraki anonymous scout, I'd also question whether it wasn't intentional. Say, well, yeah, he's trying to create a buzz. Yeah. I guess he created a buzz all right.
Right. You talk
undraftable. Undraftable.
If you talk to the staff at Mississippi State, he was very much a me guy, and that played itself out during the 40-yard dash.
It's one of the thoughts I have sometimes when I'm watching old school NBA, Sean, is like, look, I've been in locker rooms. I don't understand how it worked with those shorts. I don't get it. This is what I want to interview somebody. This is what I want to start a podcast about.
His Wikipedia, I know, right? This is good stuff. Wikipedia page says, while running the 40-yard dash, Chris Jones had a wardrobe malfunction that exposed his genitalia before falling to the ground to fix the issue. This went viral on social media. He attended Mississippi State's pro day, but decided he was satisfied with his combine performance and only performed positional drills. Can you imagine, like, hey, do you want to do the 40-yard dash again? I'm like, why should I? Did you see it the first time? Like swinging like a lasso or something like that?
I wonder, it must have been his second. I wonder if that was his second one. Like, would they have given him I bet they gave him the opportunity to run it over, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
It said he ran it. Oh, my God. It was a 4.57.
Really?
So if that was his second one and he ran a 4.57 the first time, I would say, all right.
Whoa, where are you seeing that?
Oh, wait, no, that's not possible. Okay, never mind. That's cornerback Chris Jones.
His Wikipedia says 5.03.
That's bad it's bad for like what he became. I'm guessing he would have been capable of running like a 4.8.
Dude, I feel like we saw the exact excuse as to why he was running a 5.03 when the whole thing happened. Like, look at that, like a 5.03 carrying that thing around? Yeah, it's pretty good. Degree of difficulty.
These 40 times feel like they're getting more and more bogus. I like some of these defensive tackles that have been running 4.7s and 4.6s. It just doesn't compute.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Let's acknowledge me. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. A weekend that was pretty sparse in sports, but enough to acknowledge. We will get to that coming up next.
Bayway Ram on two. No, you did. I didn't know if you were done or not. You just didn't really. You didn't sound as excited as you usually do.
10. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. Let's acknowledge Acknowledge Me. We do it every Monday at 7:25. Acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. We are off into the part of the calendar where there is no more NFL football. So we will dig deep and find plenty of people to acknowledge still. And we'll start, even though there was no NFL football, it does not mean that C.J. Stroud was not active throughout the weekend. So C.J. Stroud,
acknowledge me.
We acknowledge you for a few things here. C.J. had a big weekend. Pretty good 48 hours for our QB1, Seth. He wins MVP of a celebrity softball game at Minute Maid Park. Travis Scott's celebrity softball game. And there were some big names at that thing, man. He had a lot of stars out at that deal. CJ scores 32 points, albeit in a highly inefficient fashion, but 32 nonetheless in the celebrity NBA All-Star game. Yeah. He was courtside at the Cougs game on Saturday, the big win over Texas. We'll acknowledge the Cougs here in just a second. Most of all, by no intent of his own, I think, set the internet ablaze by merely giving Amber Rose, basically being a glorified Uber for Amber Rose back to her hotel from the celebrity softball game.
Amber Rose, who, for those of you who don't know her, it's not obviously no sin that you don't know her. She's most notable for being a girlfriend to some various famous people.
Various, yeah.
Yeah, very right. But it's not. She's not necessarily known for her. She's listed as a rapper.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's more known.
What's your favorite Amber Rose song? I think her third one was my favorite one.
I think the duet she did with Kanye when they were together called. I'm just saying it like it is. It's a
good one. It's a good choice.
Yeah. But it would either be I'm saying it is or I'm not racist, but whatever a Kanye lyric might be.
Yeah. So she's got a long list of former significant others.
Yeah.
There was, I don't know, do I want to say understandable concern? I feel like that's a little insulting to Amber Rose. They're two adults leaving an event together, and by all accounts, all he did, C.J. Stroud, was give her a ride back to the hotel and dropped her off, presumably. But a busy weekend.
It does. You know what? It is interesting. It's where people's minds and imaginations run wild. It is what's a young, nice guy like C.J. to do when somebody needs a ride home? Is he supposed to just say, no hose allowed or something? He's supposed to be one of those old school, hypocritical 1950s, Lutheran churchgoers that's going to, look down their nose at you instead of washing your feet? Yeah. That's not CJ. CJ probably washed Amber Rose's feet.
Probably.
In a non-sexual fashion.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. No, merely to get the grime and filth of the softball game off of them. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. He's a servant leader. That's what servant leaders do. They give people a ride home from celebrity softball games. By the way,
wash people's feet.
And wash people's feet. If you put in Amber Rose, C.J. Stroud into the Google machine, TMZ, Us Weekly, Complex, the Daily Caller, all the People magazine.
It's a crossover hit.
Amber Rose denies dating Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, Amber Rose leave charity softball game together. Spark rumors. Amber Rose denies C.J. Stroud dating rumors.
Honestly, every now and then, somebody will DM me a picture of a notable Houston person out at lunch, not even dinner, lunch with a female, and they're like, "Hey, what do you think of this?" And I'm like, I feel like that he's having lunch with somebody. It could be his manager, it could be a friend of his from high school. I know it's not his wife. I'm guessing that if he was having an affair with her, then he wouldn't be necessarily having lunch at noon out in public, whatever. Yeah. It's people, men and women can be around each other.
Hey, they can. They're allowed to. Yeah. They're allowed to. Let's acknowledge Mac McClung.
Acknowledge me.
Second straight year he wins the NBA Slam Dunk Contest. It's amazing. Mac McClung managed to win an NBA All-Star Weekend contest while not actually being an NBA player. How close are we to just inviting celebrities to perform in the Slam Dunk Contest? That's amazing. That's the one thing no star player wants to do is the Slam Dunk Contest. They've had such a hard time getting star power into that thing over the course of the last several years, except for rare occasions. I remember Dwight Howard doing it several years back, and Blake Griffin did it early in his career. Blake Griffin wrote it to some pretty good endorsements and things like that.
What they do now is that at least they make guys like Shaq a prop. Yeah. So Mac McClung won it on. I'll be honest with you. I thought I'm usually not impressed with the jumping over people stuff because usually they they'll use their hand to prop themselves up. He didn't use any propping up. He just vaulted over Shaq, grabbed the ball off his head, and dunked it. That was impressive to me.
Really
that was
good,
one of the few things where I've genuinely said, like, oh, okay, that was better than I expected.
Yeah.
Usually it's kind of like, it's gotten to the point where some of the spin dunks and everything, it's almost gotten to the point like it is in Olympic diving where you can't even tell that what they just did was so much harder than, like, everything else, because if you don't have the eye for it. Like, oh, he had an extra 10 degrees of twirl on his spin dunk. Okay, cool. Whatever.
Yeah. I'm just not. I'm not that into it anymore. The dunk contest, but Mac McClung winning it by not being an NBA player for the second year in a row. By the way, they're just going to bring him back like a circus act every year. I think even when he's done playing basketball, they're just going to bring him back for the dunk contest. Which brings me to my next acknowledgement. Every major sport commissioner not named Adam Silver. I'm going to acknowledge you for not being Adam Silver. I think Roger Goodell is doing a fine job as the NFL commissioner. I think Rob Manfred, who we talked about a little bit last week, you can get your balance sheet out with Rob Manfred, but I think the rules changes with baseball last year were a big success. I think they're both kind of, if not riding a wave, they're at least in a nice neutral mode with their fan bases. The NBA is kind of a disaster right now with just forget about just fixing the All-Star weekend. There's players now that they're mad about the 65-game minimum for the awards. Like that was the rule they made last year. We got to play 65 games to get named All-NBA. And part of that is that for some of them, their compensation is tied to it. You can't get the Supermax unless you're voted All-NBA, but you can't get voted All-NBA unless you play 65 games.
It's honestly, it's one of those sneaky, sly things that might have had a more damaging effect than you would even want to acknowledge because it's so stupid. But it's always been dumb that the NBA bases their awards on per game averages. I've never it's weird. It's weird. Now I know baseball's like that to a certain degree with the
batting average,
the batting champion and all that. But it just it's like the fact that 65 is too high a minimum to receive those awards. Yeah, that rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, he's overseeing a sport where the main issue right now is getting people to play basketball. And as you pointed out earlier, Seth, it's not all on the players. Some of it is, but some of it's on the teams too, and they're wanting to conserve them for the postseason and whatnot. I don't know what the solution is. I kind of crossed over the point where I don't really care what the solution is. But it's tough. The game's not gotten better on Adam Silver's watch.
How are we feeling about the midseason tournament?
Well,
nobody really quite knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah, I think it's dumb. I think it's stupid. That was another thing to try to get guys to try harder, and then like the people who have a real vested interest in the NBA trying to tell me how amazing the in-season tournament is. I'm like, okay, I didn't understand how it worked, and I didn't really care about it. And okay,
I kind of liked the lit up court for the Celebrity All-Star game.
Do you think? Okay,
did that save basketball?
Do you think that becomes a regular thing, like these?
Well, and plus it wasn't very well lit either. It was like you're in a dance nightclub the entire time.
Yeah.
I didn't like that part of it.
Yeah.
No, I don't think the lit up floor does anything for anybody.
Yeah, we'll see. Quick acknowledgement of the Cougs.
Acknowledge me.
They beat Texas on Saturday, so they sent Texas a nice little going away present from the Big 12 with a 20-plus point win. Big one tonight at Fertitta Center. Though I couldn't believe this when I saw this. Only the second time the Cougs have had a home game involving two top 10 teams in the history of their program.
In the same season?
Like two top 10 teams facing each other in a home game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was last year, or was it last year?
Really?
2 years? Yeah, I was surprised. Many,
not just Fertitta Center, but in the history of.
No, because they mentioned the big UCLA U of H game. They're like, no, that doesn't count as a home game because it was at the Astrodome back in 1968 or whatever it was. So big one tonight.
Thanks a lot, Astrodome. You screwed us again.
Iowa State, the revenge game for the Cougs tonight, by the way. Iowa State beat them earlier this season. So should be a fun one tonight over at the Fertitta Center. One final acknowledgement, Travis Kelce.
Acknowledge me.
I mean, I know everybody hates Travis Kelce, but, man, he is executing this gravy train with Taylor Swift to the nth degree. I know they may be in love, actual love with each other. But a part of his
close to celebrity love as you can get.
Right. I mean, if it's not, they're pulling it off amazingly in public. But if indeed this is part of Travis Kelce's plan to cross over into pop culture at some point, He is well on his way. He won the People's Choice Award for Athlete of the Year last night at the People's Choice Awards, Seth.
What is the People's Choice Awards?
He won it at the People's Choice Awards. I don't know. They're just the People's Choice Awards. They do them every year. It's yet another.
You added a link to your Gmail, and I don't have the password.
Oh, sorry
to your
about
Gmail,
that.
So I haven't seen the actual.
My bad. Had you not heard of the People's Choice Awards before?
I've heard of them, but I've never really paid attention, so I don't know what they are.
I feel like you're asking
People
me,
Magazine?
I feel like you're asking me. Oh, it is People Magazine, yeah, because
Okay.
Adam Sandler did a Adam Sandler won the People's Choice Icon or something like that.
Yeah,
and he did a speech in which he said he thought he was winning People's Sexiest Man Alive, which is pretty good.
I've just seen a picture of Billie Eilish dressed up like Linus from Peanuts.
Okay. Well, that's what happens.
She accepted some kind of award or something.
Yeah.
I like Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish has that look about her where she's trying so hard to look like she's not trying that it's kind of hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, man, she is not trying really, really hard. And I think that about her.
Is hot.
Yes. Yes.
By the way, Travis Kelce's girlfriend, Taylor Swift, quadrupled him in the number of awards. She won 4 of them. So cool, you won Athlete of the Year, but she won 4. Barbie, a big winner, too. The Barbie movie, big winner.
I've listened to probably like 19 times more Taylor Swift this year, just kind of by happenstance because of the Travis Kelce stuff. Where I'm reading something and I click on a link and I'm like, oh, it's a Taylor Swift. I was listening to Mean yesterday while I was riding my stationary bike. Listened to it like 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
And?
I like it.
Okay.
Is that considered country? Is Mean sound considered country?
Is that she kind of crosses back and forth, right?
She almost like slips into a little bit of like a Nashville accent on it too.
Yeah,
like a Nashville plus teeth accent.
Yeah. She kind of bounces back and forth. All right, that's Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances. Admittedly, a light sports schedule over the weekend.
It's a banjo-led country and bluegrass track.
There you go.
It incorporates hand claps, fiddles. Probably the fiddles that got me.
Did you have your best performance on the Peloton in a long, long time by listening to me?
Oh, no, I don't keep track of that anymore. I don't need to go down that road.
All right. The Trenches podcast involving current Colts, Zaire Franklin, E.J. Speed, they had T.Y. Hilton on, and we played some of that from last week. T.Y. Hilton, though, said something that if Colts fans had just done something differently, the AFC South might look a little different. Let's play a little what if in the next segment and how the Texans and where they're at now might have been affected by the Indianapolis Colts and Andrew Luck. That is next.
Hey, you think of February, what do you think of? You think Professional.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will do our 8 at 8. 8 stories, get your day going. If you're up and around on a President's Day, hanging out with us, we appreciate that. Hey, quick reminder, you can stream us on the Odyssey app. Download the app. You can bring us with you wherever you go. You can rewind. Hit that subscribe button on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. Join the thousands and thousands and thousands that do that every day. Odyssey app, a great way to bring the show with you wherever you go. You and I played some of this Trenches podcast from Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed, the two current Indianapolis Colts. We played some of it last week where T.Y. Hilton was the guest, and he was giving major props to C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell as a duo. He was comparing them to himself, T.Y. Hilton, and Andrew Luck. Nice compliment, I suppose. I went back and watched some of it on YouTube, Seth. I was intrigued by some of it. Zaire Franklin has a good podcast energy to him, in my opinion. Yeah. I like him on there.
I don't think you were here the week that I was going off on them. Yeah, it was when Sean was in. We had played the episode from a few weeks ago, and Zaire Franklin's really, really good.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot.
He's excellent. Yeah. They had T.Y. Hilton on, and T.Y., in addition to talking about C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell, talked about Andrew Luck and his contention, and he sounds like someone who's got inside knowledge of this. We remember the night that Andrew Luck's retirement leaked. I don't want to say the night he announced his retirement because it seemed to leak during a preseason game. Seth, I was with you and Clint up here watching the Texans and the Cowboys play a preseason game, and we're getting push notifications on our phone from Adam Schefter saying Andrew Luck's retiring. It's like a Saturday night. And it happened, that news broke during a Colts preseason game in the first half. And as Andrew Luck was walking into the locker room, clearly most of the Colts crowd had gotten wind of that on their phones, and a lot of them were booing him as he was walking into the locker room pretty loudly. And T.Y. Hilton said, man, bad choice, Colts fans, bad choice to boo Andrew Luck.
What was it just like to see him get that send-off?
It hurt, bro. It hurt, and I know it hurt him, like, because we had talks, but it wasn't right. Indy shouldn't have did that, you feel me? And I'm just going to be honest, bro.
Please be.
If they wouldn't have did that, you probably would have had a Luck sighting. And that's what's going to hurt him even more.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Hold on, T.Y. I'm just saying, if you didn't send him off that way, we had talks. You might have got another Luck sighting. I'm just gonna tell you that.
We had talks. All right, so the implication there is that if they hadn't now this paints Andrew Luck in a really vindictive light right here.
Well, it also paints him as like, well, I'm going to retire, but maybe not. Like, is that any better? Like, I was retiring at the beginning of the season. You might have gotten a sighting. All right, yeah, I'm sure that would have stuck. I think it was very, very. Sean, I've done this myself in life before. It's very convenient when you've got a scapegoat to blame it on that and say, well, like, it was at that moment that I realized that the love that I thought I'd once had. If you've gotten to that age and you don't realize that the love for an athlete is fickle, then that's your own fault. Go die. That's what I say. Yeah, go die. Don't give me a sight of your career in a casket. Damn it.
It's interesting. I'm skeptical that Andrew Luck would have wanted to come back. Period. Let alone the fact that he would let the reaction of the fans that night impact a decision that's that big, like that big a commitment.
Yeah, and I'm guessing it was like maybe 10% of fans, if that. There.
Booing?
Yeah. You know how that goes.
Of course.
It doesn't take many people to actually make it sound like a chorus of boos.
It does make me think back like how crazy that was. Like you had a guy, Andrew Luck, when he was healthy, was one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And he played he was in the league for 6 seasons, but he didn't even play 6 seasons because he missed the entire 2017 season. And then he came back and had a really good 2018 season. You know, they made it to the second round of the playoffs. They started 1-5 that year and finished 10-6. They beat the Texans here in a playoff game that year. And I just got to thinking, like, man, what if like if Andrew Luck hadn't retired that night in 2019, then how does the Texans like future change? Because you remember he retired, and then a week later is when Bill O'Brien started making all those all-in moves. Like the Laramie Tunsil trade happened like a week after that Andrew Luck game, and I think they were working on that for a long time.
Yeah,
but it probably looks like the opportunity to seize the division probably. I have to imagine that came up in those rooms, right?
Yeah.
So
maybe we don't need Jadeveon Clowney anyway.
Yeah. Like it's right. We can ship Clowney out of here. Let's make this big move for Laramie Tunsil. Like all those things. Like it's I almost swore. The stuff started getting really crazy. Really crazy. I mean, the fact that Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby themselves were atop the operation to begin with was weird. But we know that they wanted Nick Caserio, right? They had tampered to try to get Nick Caserio. So you know that wasn't the plan. It was just what we were left with. But it started getting stupid crazy after the Andrew Luck retirement. I don't know that we're acknowledging just how significant that was for how stupid things got with the Texans and how close Bill O'Brien might have thought they were.
So we can blame Andrew Luck for that part of it, too.
Am I being crazy about that? Like,
no, I don't know. I guess the big question is just, what exactly would have the Colts have been that year? I mean, they won 10 games the year before, and they were favored to win the division.
Yeah.
Did they, if Andrew Luck had stuck around, you think that Bill O'Brien would or wouldn't have done what? Like, I guess they maybe wouldn't have traded for. I mean, they were not going to have a good year that year, no matter what. Like, I mean, they actually bolstered everything and had a bad year, you know.
Well, no. But in 19, they went 10-6 and won the division. The Texans did. In 19, you're thinking of 2020 when they went 4-12. Yeah, the first year they had Laramie, they made the playoffs. Yeah. I guess the question to me, the question becomes they probably still make the Laramie Tunsil trade. Hell, Andrew Luck sticking around may have fortified Bill O'Brien even more to make the Laramie Tunsil trade. Who knows?
Yeah.
Here's where I'm going with it. Like if Andrew Luck sticks around, then there's a decent chance the Texans don't win the division that year because the Colts are still pretty. I mean, the Colts finished 7-9. They started off really strong and faded in the end with Jacoby Brissett. If the Colts win the division, then there's a question as to whether the 2019 Texans, having made a bunch of moves, even win the division or let alone make the playoffs. And is that enough to get O'Brien out of power before he really turns into the Mad King, before he starts trading DeAndre Hopkins and giving out bad contracts to people, before they let him handle a year of free agency, which was a disaster? You know, was Andrew Luck leaving? Did that open the door for the Texans to be just good enough to keep Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby atop the operation for another year?
At which point the Texans, with Deshaun Watson as their quarterback, might have had a chance to hire. Boy, 2020 was, all right, Mike McCarthy, Ron Rivera. It'd be the 2020 coach again. Ron Rivera, Matt Rule, Kevin Stefanski, or Joe Judge. Those are the big hires in 2020. Wow, Bill O'Brien had gotten fired.
Okay.
So, I mean, would the Texans have been smarter than anybody except, I guess, potentially Mike McCarthy? Deshaun might have been really interesting in a Mike McCarthy offense. I mean, he did great things for Dak Prescott this year.
Yeah.
When he finally took over play calling.
Sure.
But it took 3 years for him to decide to take over play calling.
Yeah, and those are the 5 that
4
got
years.
hired. There's obviously plenty of other candidates out there. Yeah. Would it have been any better moving forward? I say all this to say that I think it's just fun to look back at it and wonder what could have been if Andrew Luck stayed and what the impact on the Texans would have been. I'm completely cool with where the Texans are now. And even to the point where I'm like, okay, if 2020 through 2022 is what we had to endure to get this guy at quarterback and to get this guy as the head coach, then so be it. Here we are.
Well, good job, Colts fans. Yeah. Good job, Colts fans, booing Andrew Luck.
Alienating Andrew Luck, yeah.
Good job booing him the same way you probably boo your own children if they lose a wrestling match or something. You're disgusting.
You're a bunch
Colts
of helicopter
fans.
Parents.
Yeah, helicopter parenting your way out of I never knew him anyway.
That's right.
No, Jerry, you're Fritz von Erich is what you are. Stupid Colts fans.
Yep.
So which of those 5, who do you think, of those 5 coaching hires in 2020, who do you think the Texans would have hired? Obviously, there were other options other than these.
Sure.
But Mike McCarthy, Ron Rivera, Matt Rule, Kevin Stefanski, or former Patriots coach Joe Judge.
Joe Judge would be at the bottom of the list.
But I don't know, though. Would he have? Would they have Jack Easterby's in the building?
Okay.
They might have hired Joe Judge.
Maybe. Matt Rule would have been a fun hire at the time. Matt Rule, like his star had risen at that point at Baylor. He was viewed as a future NFL coaching star by a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, people forget there's a reason why the Panthers gave him all that money. Nobody was saying the Panthers were stupid for giving Matt Rule that big contract. He was viewed as a rising star.
No, I thought Matt Rule would have been a fine one. Mike McCarthy would have been the one I would have been most skeptical of, and honestly, I would have wanted him calling plays if he came in, and he might have done really good things for Deshaun Watson. I mean, just giving him a West Coast system, something that he could really just latch onto and learn how to execute an actual system instead of like the Tom Brady wannabe system that takes years and years to figure out. Yeah, it might have been really good for him.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Here's a little bit of audio before we get into the 8 at 8 here. Kyle Long, who of the two Long brothers, Kyle Long and Chris Long, I would say probably the less likable of the two, Seth, when they're on that little podcast there, the two of them that Chris Long has.
Kyle Long feels like his older brother has kind of pressured him into doing it or something.
Yeah.
Kyle Long doesn't seem all that interested in being there.
Yeah, Kyle Long recounted on their most recent episode of the Long Brothers podcast a Super Bowl incident from about 10 years ago in which Kyle Long, who at the time was an offensive lineman for the Bears, went up to Stephen A. Smith, who had been very critical at that time of Jay Cutler, Kyle Long's quarterback. Here's Kyle Long recounting and apologizing for this situation.
One of my biggest regrets in life involves Stephen A. Smith. And it's something that I think about often. It's one of those things where you'll be laying in bed and you're reminded of something you did that was embarrassing, and you're like, is this a bad dream? I was at the ESPN party at the end of the year. I think it was at the Super Bowl. And obviously I wasn't playing. And I was hammered. I was young. And like you said, Stephen A. Smith, tremendous at his job. He got me going one year because of some things he said about Cutler. But I was like, I have to white knight for my quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's my
I was 12 beers deep at the ESPN party.
Oh, God.
And I saw him and I walked up and I put my paw on his shoulder.
So he could feel
was
you?
mid-conversation with somebody.
Oh, my God.
And I walked up. No, not violently, but I was like, hey, Jay Cutler says hello or something.
Yeah.
Something smart. And I thought I was so slick in the moment. And he gave me that look like, you are a f***ing idiot. And since that day,
you've been wanting to reconcile.
I've been like, I hope I get an opportunity.
Look into the camera and apologize to Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen A., I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know. Why does that need an apology, Kyle Long? I would say, I bet he, you know why? I think Kyle Long feels responsible for his, you know what? I was mixing up my Nepo babies. I was thinking of Mike Golick Jr. Like Kyle Long somehow got Mike Golick Sr. fired or something. But obviously that's not the case.
The thing that I would feel most I would need to apologize about if Kyle Long is recounting that accurately, interrupting a conversation to do it.
Yeah.
Like if Stephen A. is talking to somebody and you walk over to give him the what for about his, by the way, his takes, which were in retrospect probably accurate about Jay Cutler. That's probably why Kyle Long 9 years later or whatever it is feels bad about it. It's like, God, I was taking up for Jay Cutler. What was I thinking?
No, you know what it is though too. Even though he said it wasn't a violent hand on the shoulder, you get the sense that he was trying to intimidate him.
Oh yeah, because he called it a paw. When you call it a paw, I put my big paw on his shoulder.
And he's a big dude. He's at full playing weight. And Kyle Long's a taller guy, right? He's probably 6'7", 330 at that point. And he was trying to intimidate Stephen A. Smith. That's the part that he feels bad about.
Okay.
Not that he stood up for Jay Cutler or anything. But you're right. It makes it a lot easier that Jay Cutler didn't end up, draping himself in glory with the Bears.
That's the part I would feel silly about. I'm like, what was I doing? Taking up for this guy. Jay Cutler. I'm going to Super Bowl parties and interrupting conversations of prominent media personalities to go, Jay Cutler says hi.
Yeah, and it's not like a great burn or anything.
Right.
It just says, hey, Jay Cutler says hi. That's the part where it just feels like an intimidation.
That's the part.
That's something a mob, like somebody goes up to somebody and says, hey, Tony Soprano says hi.
Yeah. I feel like the part, if you were to have done that you would have felt worse about is you didn't come up with a better line than Jay Cutler says hi.
Right.
You would have felt more remorse over the C- comedy in the whole thing. than interrupting a Stephen A. conversation.
I would have said something about him, carrying Skip Bayless's jock or something at that point.
Yeah, see, that's good stuff.
Together, right?
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, you pick up Skip Bayless's dry cleaning. Yes, I like that. Yeah, I mean, we all have friends, I guess, we took up for, where you're like, I can't believe I vouched for this guy.
Well, like Dwight Howard,
Yeah.
Or James Harden.
Rocket
I can't believe I defended James Harden.
That's a great
all those
one.
Years.
That's a great one. I think there's a lot of Rocket fans that when James Harden sat down at that podium in early 2021 and said, we're just not good enough. Like big, fat, chunky James Harden sat down and said, we're just not good enough. They're like, I stuck up for your ass for 7 years. I was on Twitter defending your travel step back for the last 5 years.
Your gather step. It's a gather step, and it's perfectly legal. Let me break it down on film for you for 15 minutes to show you exactly how it's legal.
Seth, that's the perfect analogy. This is how we're all Kyle Long is what this is. We're all Kyle Long.
Yeah, I don't people would claim – sometimes people like to have this retroactive claim that people defended Osweiler. I honestly don't know if there were more than a handful of people in the entire city of Houston who really believed in Brock Osweiler. For the most part, it was a whole lot of like, hey, you just don't know for sure. He might be the guy. Let's go see what we have in him. All right. We're in this together at this point.
His biggest thing,
point of no return.
His biggest thing he had going for him is he was not Brian Hoyer. That was Brock Osweiler's biggest thing he had going for him. All right.
I think there were more true Ryan Mallett fans than there were ever Brock Osweiler fans.
Oh yeah. Well, Mallett had a vibe to him, man. Like
there were a lot of plus Mallett was one of those ones where when he did make a good throw, it was really impressive because he could fire a football through the side of a barn as long as you had a bunch of barns set up next to each other. Like it was there was an accuracy issue, but it was impressive when things were good. It was impressive.
There were 7 barns he could for sure throw through the side of a barn. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's do the 8 at 8, the Ocho.
1.
Astros spring training is here. Alex Bregman's contract is a big topic. Everybody's there. Everybody's ready to go. The window is open still for a World Series championship. Alex Bregman's contract extension, though, is going to be a big topic, and we're still waiting for the first offer, reportedly, from the Astros to Bregman. But Bregman says he and Scott Boras, his agent, they are listening.
We're listening to everything that the team has to say, and just letting Scott and the Astros do that together and handle that for me, so that way I could be fully focused on baseball, my teammates, winning, and the things that I love to do, playing ball for this great city.
All right, so that's Bregman. Now, Jose Altuve, the other Astro OG that's in spring training right now, says he hopes they get an extension done with Breggy.
We haven't talked about it, but I really hope he finishes his career here. One of our best players, not only right now, but in Astros history. He's a franchise player, so I really hope that we make something happen for him good, that he can stay for the long term.
That'll be another, like if it does so happen this is Alex Bregman's last year with the Astros, I don't even feel like entertaining it at this point, but at that point it's pretty much Altuve. Altuve is almost like Tom Brady at that point, Seth, where if the Astros go on to win another World Series, say in the next, like after Bregman leaves, Brady won a few with this group at the beginning, and he won a few with this group at the end. Altuve basically becomes the Tom Brady of baseball. He won one with this group in 2017, won one with almost a brand new group in 2022. Yeah. And if they win one in, say, 26 or 27, that's a third whole group right there.
Sorry, I got confused because with Brady, he went on to another franchise and won 1-2. So
strictly Patriot Brady, right?
Right. Yeah, he's the one common denominator.
Yep.
I also think the dicey thing with Bregman is if another team is out there willing to give him 8+ years, and we know the Astros won't do that. It's very, very unlikely that they do that. But let's say they did. Like I don't want to paint ourselves into some corner several years down the line where all of a sudden you've got this nice, huge couple of gold retirement watches weighing you down, drowning you, and you don't want to turn a good thing into a bad thing where Altuve and Bregman are the two guys on the roster where you're like, all right, I mean, guys, this is enough. All right, we need to move on. That's what I worry about way too far in advance with Bregman getting a long deal.
Yeah, I would not do a 10-year deal with Alex Bregman. Let me be very clear about that. I would not do a 10-year deal with Alex Bregman. All All right, number 2, the NBA All-Star game was this weekend. For me, the highlight of the All-Star weekend was watching the Celebrity All-Star game and praying that C.J. Stroud doesn't get hurt for the entire 40 minutes or 48 minutes or whatever it was for. Did you watch any of C.J. in that All-Star game?
I watched some of the highlights. I watched him mic'd up. I watched him drive once, and it was driving too fast for my comfort.
Yeah.
I hope he didn't drive that young lady Amber Rose as fast as he was driving to the hoop.
Right.
And that one where he got fouled. He got an and one.
Mm-hmm.
On his throw. Hey, anytime you get an and one, that's or get fouled at all for the most part, that's also on your football throwing arm, man.
Yes.
We don't need that nonsense from some little TikToker who's trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah.
Hey, if I tear C.J. Stroud's rotator cuff, I'll probably get an extra couple 100,000 followers.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. The play you're talking about, too, was in the fourth quarter when they're down by 10 with a minute and a half to go. I'm like, dude, you don't need to be absorbing contact on the way to the rim from some dude, you know?
Well, not to mention Micah Parsons is out there being the ultimate D-bag, lowering his shoulder into people in a celebrity all-star exhibition game. One of those would be C.J. Stroud. If C.J. had decided to really D up Micah Parsons, he was going to have to take a charge.
I'll tell you the thing, forget about the contact, forget about the Micah Parsons rolling around like a bowling ball. At about 4 minutes to go in the game, one of the dudes on one of the teams is dribbling up the floor and his leg just slips out from underneath him.
Yeah.
Clearly a sweat spot on the floor or something like that. I'm like, all right, get him out of it. Get CJ out of there. That's the one thing that even if you're just staying away from all the BS going on in the lane, if you're just staying away from Micah Parsons, who's causing most of the BS in the lane. But if you're running down the floor and your leg slips out from under you, you can tear an ACL like that.
I don't. Yeah,
I didn't like it.
The Cowboys fans must not like that Micah Parsons was seemingly taking this All-Star game more seriously than the Cowboys took the playoffs, right? I'm not even trying to troll here or anything. I'm putting myself in the shoes of Cowboys fans. And Micah Parsons, he's good for a few kind of odd things that he says that might stir up a fan base, like him just openly talking about how he might leave alongside Dan Quinn or what have you. I feel like after just being so thoroughly embarrassed and throttled in the playoffs, from what should have been, was a good defense in games that didn't matter. Now all of a sudden you've got Micah Parsons acting really tough in a game that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whereas they just completely disappeared in a game that did matter.
Yep.
3.
Quickly, the All-Star weekend things, not including C.J. Stroud. The East wins the game last night, 211-186, the most points ever scored, 397 in an NBA All-Star game. The over-under was 358. They sailed past that. 211-186. I guess some of the players on the East made surpassing 200 points total in this game a big deal at halftime, Seth, according to Sam Amick of The Athletic.
Well, they said, they wanted to break the record for just Scott. Yeah, I don't know. Sam Amick is upset. I thought he was selling some kind of conspiracy between the East and the West, but it was just the East saying, let's score over 200. I don't know. People, the olds, people my age and older, are really, really just in extreme hand-wringing mode over the fact that nobody seems to be taking the All-Star game seriously anymore.
No, Adam Silver is too. At least he's paying lip service to it. He's like, well, this is something we got to fix. They made him look dumb, Adam Silver, because he'd been talking all weekend long. Because they went away from that format where guys pick sides. I thought that had been kind of working, where you had the two captains picking teams like a playground. The effort looked like it had gone up a little bit in previous years, where you had Team LeBron versus Team Giannis, and you remember nobody wanted to pick James Harden and all that stuff, the draft. That was kind of fun. I like that. They went back to the East-West format this year, and if effort is your thing, it was a huge failure. I'm not big on it one way or the other, but they've, we'll see what the ratings are for it. That'll ultimately be how the thing's measured. Are people watching it? If people are watching it, then I don't know that the NBA's got this huge problem, but we shall see.
4.
All right, Kansas City, the Chiefs, have exercised the option in Chris Jones's contract that allows them to franchise tag him here. The franchise tag window begins tomorrow, runs for 2 weeks. We went through earlier in the show a list of guys that Texan fans probably have their eye on that may get hit with franchise tags starting tomorrow. Chris Jones, I think, is on the list of guys that will get hit with a franchise tag. I don't know if he should be on the board for the Texans. That's a $30 million a year guy probably. His franchise tag is going to be over $30 million a year for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It seems like all signs point to Chris Jones remaining a Kansas City Chief.
So, yeah, they paid $4 million or so for the right to give him the franchise tag. So, like, you can say, well, that's nothing or what have you. Like, it's $4 million just to have the right to franchise tag him. So, at the very least, it gives them motivation in negotiations. And the Chiefs are not, they did a lot of the painful stuff already when it came to clearing salary from their board, like trading Tyreek Hill. They're $15 million under the cap right now, and they might be doing something with Mahomes' contract to clear even more space. So I think I suspect Chris Jones is going to be a Chief for at least another couple of years.
5.
This is interesting, and this is something that is probably sparked by C.J. Stroud, I would imagine. We all recall the S2 cognition test last year that C.J. Stroud reportedly scored in the 18th percentile on. C.J. Stroud, of course, he is a client of Athletes First. David Mulugeta, his agency. Athletes First, Seth, is directing its prospects in this year's NFL draft not to participate in any cognitive testing in the pre-draft evaluation process. Athletes First emailed NFL teams last month to notify them of the decision. 3 executives for 2 different NFL clubs confirmed that to The Athletic, that they did receive an email from Athletes First. And the email read, after much internal discussion, the agents at Athletes First have directed our draft prospects to respectfully pass on participating in any cognitive or psychological testing during the pre-draft process. And they list a couple different types of tests, including the S2 test there. So C.J. Stroud, trailblazer, his 18th percentile score spurred what looks to be change in the cognitive testing area.
I think part of the problem here, too, is that it's I wonder, it's not even maybe as much about the S2 test itself, because every single test that there is in the combine, has its flaws. And anytime anybody tries to sell it as like, oh, this is the be-all, end-all, and this will tell you whether a guy can be a good quarterback or a good defensive end or what have you, like it's never 100%. You can find any great Hall of Fame player who had a horrible 40 or had a horrible 3-cone drill or what have you. So I think the biggest issue is the actual leaking and then publication of these test scores, because they get framed as IQ tests, even though they're not. Like that was the problem with the Wonderlic. Now with this S2 cognition test, it's got the word cognition in it, so people look at it like it's an intelligence test. Even people who are criticizing it as a bad test are inaccurately also calling it an intelligence test. So it ends up like it ends up skewing people's perception of your player like he's a dummy or something. And I think that's probably I don't know what you do about it, because it's not like the S2 test itself are the people that are putting the scores out there. There's all kinds of, I was talking to somebody the other day whose conspiracy theory was that the Texans leaked it so that CJ would fall to them. That's impossible, because the Panthers subscribe to the test, the Texans do not. So, that doesn't make any sense that they
fall to them at 2?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I need these people. I need to know who these people are. That's it's mathematically the dumbest thing. They're picking second. Fall to them. What the hell? Well, maybe they would have thought that somehow he'd plummet even further. And they trade down? Okay, whatever.
So,
Galaxy brain.
And then another thing that I've seen people say about Athletes First directing their clients this time around to not submit to the S2, they'll point out that Athletes First in this draft doesn't have any of the marquee quarterbacks. They do have Tunga Vailoa's little brother.
Okay.
I would argue that it's actually a little bit more dicey for a guy who's not a slam dunk first rounder to skip one of the tests at the combine.
For sure.
Because then people are more likely to be like, oh, wait a second, this guy's a 4th rounder and he's a diva or what have you. So, I'm with them, man. Like, if they're gonna, look, Athletes First didn't shy away from any of the adulation that people were heaping on their test when people were talking about it last year. And likewise, look, if these scores are going to get leaked, then screw it. I don't want my kid getting his name out there like that.
6.
Antonio Brown took to social media to say something interesting this weekend, and I have not checked to see if J.J. Watt has replied to it. But Dov Kleiman, aggregator, tweeted out, random fact, at J.J. Watt, at AB84, that's J.J. Watt and Antonio Brown, played on the same offense together at Central Michigan in 2007. Watt played tight end. And he has a picture of young J.J. Watt on Central Michigan and young Antonio Brown on Central Michigan. I mean, J.J. looks like He looks like a frightened junior in high school in this picture. So that was the little fact that Dove Kleiman tweeted out there, that they were teammates in 2007. And then Antonio Brown retweets it and says, before bro went steroid crazy, talking about J.J. Watt. So basically, Antonio Brown went on Twitter this weekend and accused J.J. Watt of gassing up on steroids.
I thought it was, I think it's like kind of a pretty good indicator of where Antonio Brown is right now, like in the public esteem. That I didn't see a single response.
No
it was
attention.
Like, really?
Yes.
Like,
I thought the same thing.
It was almost just not a single person that I saw. And I scrolled for a while, really thought like, oh, yeah, AB makes a good point here. Yeah. He's completely gone off the rails.
He's loco.
The stuff he's like, he's made comments about Brady's wife or ex-wife and just like stuff you don't do, you know? Just stuff you don't do.
Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, man, you could fill in the name of almost any former J.J. Watt teammate, and if they said this, it would at least get a little bit of attention.
Right.
This is the most attention it's getting, is right now.
Yeah, like if Dwayne Brown or somebody like that did it or something, like, there's going to be a discussion about it.
Or somebody in Wisconsin that played with him, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
You know, like anybody.
Yeah. But Antonio Brown says it's like he's just so clearly he has zero credibility anymore, you know?
Yeah, if anything, that's what you – like if J.J. Watt actually took steroids, this would be a positive development for him. Antonio Brown saying he took steroids, like, this will throw people off the scent. Antonio Brown claiming it's true.
And in this picture at Central Michigan when JJ was a freshman, he looks like somebody that they would cast in a movie to show, like, the green recruit in a war movie. Like the kid that's totally like, man, this kid's not ready for this.
He looks terrified.
I just saw All Quiet on the Western Front, the latest edition of it, like, from a couple years ago. And there's a kid that looked almost exactly like JJ in there. Like, oh, boy, this kid's not going to make it.
Not going to end well for this kid.
There's no way in hell this kid's going to make it through World War I and or become a perennial All-Pro in the NFL.
Oh, my God. That's funny.
7.
Russell Wilson's Denver mansion is for sale. Remember that big deal was made out of that? Like, this was, when he bought this, Seth, $25 million. It was the biggest real estate transaction, biggest residential real estate transaction in the history of the greater Denver area when he bought that house.
People were oddly fixated also on the number of bathrooms.
12 bathrooms. I was just going to say it, man. 12 bathrooms. I was the first. I know I'm fixated on it. 12 bathrooms in that house.
How many of those were half baths, though? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
It's just, once you get up into that stratosphere, you don't know. If you see like 2.5 baths, you know they're like, oh, okay, there's 2 full bathrooms and 1 half.
Right.
Once you get up into the double digits, how many half baths to full baths there?
That's true. How many toilets? How many actual toilets in the house? Yeah. Because when you take half baths, do you add them? Do you add them together? Like, are 2 half baths equal to 1? Or
it's not like they're not going to say, well, there's 8 full baths plus.
I think you do say it that way,
plus
probably.
6 half baths?
I think that's what you should do. Yeah, I guess. That means they have no half baths.
This is a real pain in my ass when it comes to buying $25 million houses.
Screw you, Russell
Wilson.
Wilson.
Like I have to call up the realtor and be like, okay, realistically, I have my assistant call up the realtor and say, okay, of that total bathroom count, how many are half baths?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I love the way this was framed in one of the articles I read, that Russell Wilson and Sierra are giving tours, providing tours of their house in an effort to sell it. And I picture Russell, like, greeting people at the door, like, as him as the tour guide. Like, he's doing
like welcoming him in, like, at a Christmas party.
Yeah.
Like it's got to be, there's a, And
he's walking backwards like tour guides do when they're giving a tour of things. Like, and now here, as we stop right here, here is my office that I have to use a whole lot more now because they took away my office at the Broncos facility.
I just want to see where all the magic happens.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, Russell Wilson, if you guys are in the market for a $25 million plus mansion in Denver, good news. There's one available.
If just people start walking through like the Griswolds or something, you know, like somebody that's clearly not in the $25 million house.
I thought about that.
Bargain.
Don't they have some way of like?
They're definitely vetting these guys.
Yeah, I think so, especially for a celebrity.
I don't think you usually have the open house for the $25 million.
That'd be awesome if you did. And they're giving away like, little cookies and things like that.
I saw an article in the Chronicle a couple of weeks ago about how home sales of, I can't remember what the cutoff value was, but it was like maybe over $10 million or something, like a pretty high number. Like they've kind of really started ratcheting up in Houston to the point where they're building like $15 million spec homes.
Jeez.
Which I didn't even think I didn't even realize that was a thing.
Life is good, man, I guess. If you like, that's, woo.
Dude, I'll tell you that's a ballsy move by a contractor.
Oh, yeah.
Building a spec home for over $10 million.
That caters to 0.011% of the market. It's crazy.
8.
All right, last one here. Hey, quick shout-out. Cougs tonight, Iowa State at the Fertitta Center. Battle of 2 top 10 teams. Cougs coming off a win over Texas. This is a battle for the top of the Big 12 Conference. These 2 teams tied right now. 9-3. Revenge game for the Cougs tonight. Go Cougs over at Fertitta Center. That's your 8 at 8. 8 stories to get your day going. I want to circle back to these long-term contracts for the Astros and where you're at with Alex Bregman, an 8 to 10-year deal, because so far the decisions on these by the Astros have been pretty good. Seth, warning label for Brandy. She may not like this next segment.
Uh-oh.
It involves her favorite player.
You're going to Springer smear? You're going to smear Springer?
I'm just bringing news.
Oh,
That's all I'm doing. I'm just bringing Springer news that may show Jim Crane knows what the hell he's doing. That is next. You know who else knows what they're doing? The folks at the Men's Tea Clinic, and I can vouch firsthand. Men's Tea Clinic.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We haven't talked about it, but I really hope he finishes his career here. One of our best players, not only right now, but in Astros history. He's a franchise player, so I really hope that we make something happen for him good, that he can stay for the long term.
All right, that's Jose Altuve talking about Alex Bregman and the potential for a Bregman contract extension. Bregman has come into camp. He's feeling good, had a good offseason in Arizona, and said he feels as good as he's felt going into a season as he ever has. Now, he also said that Scott Boras and he are listening to contract extension offers. Well, they haven't got an offer yet, but they're listening to the Astros. There'll be an offer eventually. I am not super confident it's going to meet what the expectations are for Scott Boras and Alex Bregman, because we've been down this road before with free agents who are hitting their second contract, looking for X amount, and the Astros saying, we're just not in that business. It was I would say George Springer was probably the first one that fits this category. If we want to include Garrett Cole, sure. I don't think Garrett Cole was ever remaining a Houston Astro, but after 2019, Cole left, and the Astros are never going to give an 8-year deal to Garrett Cole at $36 million a year. They just weren't. But I think that Bregman, Seth, fits more like the George Springer, Carlos Correa mold, because they're like OG rebuilding era Astros. Yeah. They're Springer was drafted by the Astros, came up through the system. Correa, drafted by the Astros, came up through the system. Bregman, drafted by the Astros, came up through the system. And they were the linchpins of the very first championship in 2017. George Springer was a 31-year-old outfielder. While he was an all-star, he had major injury issues. And the Astros were never going to pay 6 years, $150 million, which the Blue Jays did pay. And are now at a point, 3 years into that Springer contract, where it's become like the way they're treating Springer is sort of the warning label on contracts like this. Here was the Blue Jays manager, Schneider, on how they're looking to handle George Springer, who was signed as an all-star center fielder 3 years ago, how they're looking to handle Springer this upcoming season.
George Springer, what do you see as the ideal distribution of starts for him, either at DH or in the outfield?
Yeah, Georgie, getting a little bit older. We joke with him a little bit. Majority of it in right field, definitely cycling him, in and out of the DH here and there. But looking back at last year, I kind of, take a little bit of blame at Georgie breaking down. I ran him out there quite a bit because we were playing in so many close games. Perfect world, he's definitely getting his days off too. I think, us playing on turf, the way he plays so hard every single night, that takes a toll on him. And we've communicated with him already. It's, we're going to be pretty deliberate with how we build you up. And then being smart early in the year if he needs to blow here and there and, not add on those extra 50 or 75 plate appearances like we did last year. But can't speak enough about how he transitioned to right field full time. He was awesome out there. And looking for more of the same from him.
Yeah, so now he's a right fielder, not a center fielder. Now he needs to DH a little bit. He needs rest. We're joking about how he's getting older. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, if you're cool about paying him, $22, $25 million a year for his age 35 through 37 seasons and load managing him, then awesome. But I imagine Jim Crane hears a quote like that, Seth, and he's like, See? I know you Astro fans. I know you want to keep him, Brandy. But
I guess the biggest thing with Springer is that Springer was old, Springer was very, he was already up there in years, whereas with Bregman's 24 years old.
No. Bregman's not.
What's that?
Bregman's not right now?
Or sorry. When Bregman signed his last contract, he was 24 years old. Sorry. But how old is he now? He's 20.
He's 30, I think. Yeah.
Is he 30 already?
Yeah, I'll look.
Jeez. Okay. So, yeah.
29. He turns 30 this season.
The fact that I'm just there's all kinds of reasons not to give him a 10-year contract. I think everybody agrees with that. Everybody believes that. I think the biggest thing that people wonder or worry about is whether somebody else is going to be out there giving him the competition to sign an 8 to 10 year deal. I mean, he still is. He's very much considered a top 5 third baseman in baseball. And like Nolan Arenado or Rafael Devers, like those guys have an 8-year contract, a 10-year contract, and he's right there in that class of third baseman. So like there's going to be competition for him out there on a $30+ million per year contract, because he's in that class.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, all right, if it's more than 5 years, are the Astros even going to be in the conversation?
Yeah, I don't think they will be, and I think it's things like Springer and Correa, who he's done 2 years now, whatever it is, with Minnesota.
Yeah.
And statistically, it hasn't gone great. Hell, yeah, 2 teams punt on him before he even became a member of their team because there were X-ray, things showing up in his X-ray. I'll give Bregman credit for this. He's done everything he can do to put himself in position to get this deal from the Astros, because he had he had injury issues for those couple of years. The COVID post his 2019 season was his biggest season. 2019 is when he was runner-up for the MVP of the American League. He had 40-something home runs, and it looked like Alex Bregman was off to the races. And then the COVID year hit, and he was injured. And then in 2021, he was injured. He has been a rock the last 2 years. Like, he has been, you can put him in ink every day in the lineup. So his only real question was durability, and he's answered that in spades with whatever he's done with his routine in the offseason. So he's done everything he can do, I think, to get the contract from the Astros. I also think Bregman, I'm going to take up for him here too, whereas his stats are not like eye-popping. You don't look at his numbers and go, boy, like his offensive numbers, and go, boy, there's a 10-year, $300 million guy. I think he's one of those guys, Seth, that the bigger the game gets, the bigger the situation gets, the more nuanced the situation gets in the postseason. Bregman is a guy you at least know you can count on for quality at-bats in the postseason. Like, he's not a 40-home run guy anymore, but he's probably not going to strike out in a big situation. He's probably going to work 8 pitches from a guy and draw a walk. His on-base percentage is still really, really good. He's a guy who I think is way more valuable on a good team than he is on a bad team.
I think, honestly, Manny Machado is the scary one there, because he was 30 years old when he signed his contract. And it was an 11-year contract for $31 million, 31 per year. $350 million contract. And like Bregman and Machado, I think there are a lot of teams that would rather have Bregman on their team than Machado. So like that's like I know exactly, because I get the responses every time I talk about this. People talk about there's no way in hell because that's dumb. There's not a difference. What will happen and what is dumb are two separate things, that Manny Machado contract is stupid. And yet somebody offered it. It's out there. So like to think that there's no way in hell Bregman will get a 10-year contract, then that the Astros won't have to compete with that. I think you're wearing blinders. So like at some point, I think most Astros fans would feel like, okay, you can't pay him $350 million over 10 years. I
almost feel like any of those contracts, though, that were done by the Padres don't count.
Yeah.
Like half the guys who have those deals, Fernando Tatis, Xander Bogaerts, who they're moving to second base now, Manny Machado. They couldn't keep Juan Soto because they only had so many 10-year contracts they can give out with San Diego. But your point is a good one, which is, the contract exists at that position.
I guess Rendon would be the other one that, he signed it when he was 29 years old.
And that's a horrible contract.
Right, exactly. Right, so he was 29 when he signed that. It was a 7-year contract.
Yeah.
So, that's getting more into the range of, okay, all right. I think a lot of people realistically would say, I could see a team giving Bregman a 7-year contract.
Yes.
And, a lot of teams would rather have Bregman than Rendon right now.
Yeah.
So where, that's what... Would the Astros pony up $35 million per year for 7 years like they did for Anthony Rendon?
Yeah. Well, and with 7 years, to this point, extensions that have extended into somebody's mid-30s, the most they've done is 5 years. Just this Jose Altuve deal. So I bring all those contracts up just to show that
I'm not optimistic that Bregman's going to be here next year, because I think as long as he has a solid season, there's going to be teams out there that, especially with his playoff experience and everything else, are going to give him that Rendon money at least.
And yet there's still huge names sitting out there on the free agent market, and it's February 19th. Like Blake Snell is still sitting out there. Jordan Montgomery's still sitting out there. Unless one of them signed over the weekend, I didn't see it. Matt Chapman, Cody Bell. Matt Chapman, who Bregman said he worked out with this offseason in Arizona, he's still sitting out there. Bregman's a great player, but the way free agency is working in baseball, guys are still sitting around in February and March waiting for offers. It's weird. It's weird. So hopefully something happens. Boy, that Rendon, I'm glad you brought up that Rendon one. Maybe that's the one that scares the market into dialing it back a little bit on some of these guys.
See, this is exactly okay, I love Breggy, but he's just been a barely above average third baseman, definitely not a 30 a year guy. Sorry. You don't feel like he's worth paying 30 a year for 7 or 8 years. He's a top 5 third baseman. Whether it's not what you want or expect out of him as a third baseman or what have you. He's a top 5, pretty much objectively, as objective as such metrics can be. He's very, very, very well regarded around the league.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going to look at home runs and RBIs and you go, okay, he's above average, he's pretty good. He's an elite defensive player who was really good defensively last year. Really good. And I think he's a player whose style of play fits the postseason perfectly. Disciplined hitter. Yeah. Draws walks. You plunk him down there in the 3 or 4. Well, probably. I think the Astros had him in the 3-hole, 4-hole, wherever. You feel like, okay, he's not some grenade you're putting in the middle of your lineup that's just an empty spot. If he's not getting hits, he's gonna find a way to make some things happen. Good clubhouse guy.
It's really his discipline. It's a combination of his fielding plus his discipline at the plate. Especially his discipline at the plate and his consistency. Not to mention his power for what he has and everything. It's the total blend of everything. But without the eye-popping stats, I think that's where people feel like people don't recognize just how good he is because he doesn't have the eye-popping numbers.
Well, and I think too, he's a guy that I don't think you have to worry about how's he gonna play after you give him a bunch of money. Yeah. And I'm not saying that because he's already been given a bunch of money by the Astros. I'm saying that because I think the dude is probably the biggest baseball junkie that there is on the team. I don't know how to compare him to guys on other teams, but I know for the Astros, if I had to pick one guy who's in the batting cage at 1 a.m, it's probably Alex Bregman. I think he's hyper competitive, and I think he just loves playing baseball. Yeah,
and that's why and honestly, that's why with a lot of this stuff, I go to the lists just to check where the baseball heads have everything,
Top
just
5.
to be objective about it, because I love Bregman, and I don't want to be biased about it. And I feel like he needs to be higher than a lot of people regard him. And that's where, if I go and look for people outside the city of Houston that are smart baseball people, they similarly have a very, very high regard for Bregman. He's gonna get paid somewhere.
Oh yeah.
But I also agree with people if they don't think that it shouldn't be the Astros doing it for 7 or 8 or 9 years. Certainly.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday, President's Day. Hope you had a great weekend. C.J. Stroud, learned a few things about him over the last couple weeks. One of them that you're about to hear, fiercely loyal. Not just loyal, fiercely loyal. You will hear that from C.J. Stroud coming up next. West Point Lincoln. We are fiercely loyal to West Point Lincoln in our house.
regular price.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This was pretty funny. The Pivot podcast with Fred Taylor, Ryan Clark, and Channing Crowder. We should point out, Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder, both alums of the University of Florida. That's relevant here in a couple minutes. And Ryan Clark, an alum of LSU, also relevant because they sat down with C.J. Stroud last week. And it's a good podcast. But they got into a topic where, at least the clip I saw, Seth, Fred Taylor had been kind of, and you're going to hear it here in just a second, kind of going in on how Ohio State had not made the most of its talent over the last few years.
And to be clear, I watched the entire episode. He wasn't really going at CJ.
Okay.
He was more just Fred, I think, was trying real hard to, in my opinion, Fred was trying to frame it as like, hey, you guys do have a lot of talent. Like, what do you think has kept you from winning a national championship?
Yeah. CJ did not take it that way. I think CJ felt like it was a shot at Ohio State because he went into the where did you go to school thing with Fred Taylor. Really the three of them, but it started with Fred Taylor. Here's the first snippet from that.
The program do less with more.
You're trying to say like we don't be winning.
Nah, you guys win, but you don't win the big ones.
Okay, let me. I can talk about it.
They produce some players. It's crazy.
Sometimes, and y'all know this. I've been on teams where we were the best team. Like every time I've been on Ohio State, we were the best team in the world. Sometimes the best teams don't win the game. Sometimes you lay and don't get me wrong, college is 3 to 4 years for most guys. 5 years if you're lucky.
Right.
That's not a lot of time to win a lot. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making excuses, but it's tough to look back and be like, man, we should have won it all. No duh, but sometimes it just doesn't shake like that, So, where did you go?
I went to Florida.
Come on, man, what is we talking about?
I mean, but I won that. But CJ,
I'm thinking he went to Bama or something.
Look, and you heard Fred there say, hey, I won, and I don't think they ever got. I don't know if they just. I think they edited this a little bit because, Fred won a national championship his junior year. He wasn't the starting running back his junior year, I don't think, but he was he played he played the entire season. So yeah, I mean Fred did win a national championship. I saw a lot of people acting like CJ won this one. I don't know about that, man. Fred's sitting there with a national championship.
Yeah. I thought Fred kind of held back a little bit. Here's a little bit more. Here's CJ with a little bit more disgust with Fred Taylor.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about the recency.
In the last 8 years.
What have y'all done? Nothing. So
it's hard to fight.
LSU is maybe one of the only teams. They only did one good year.
Look, I'm gonna lay down when I have to.
Yeah, come on. I'm thinking you went to Bama or something. What are you talking about?
Nah.
Oh no.
But it was really me praising you.
I appreciate that you trying to come at the Buckeyes. Come on now.
I mean, it was a shot. It was a subtle shot. I didn't expect you to kind of,
No, I'm gonna ride for my Buckeyes now.
He did, CJ. I thought he did look kind of genuinely mad.
Fiercely loyal, 100%. Yes. No, the best part.
He wasn't looking at Fred. He wouldn't look at Fred. He was I'm gonna hold my conversation with Ryan and Jim.
And I'll tell you the second he stopped looking at Fred. Okay, Ben, cue up that. I'll cue you down, but play that last one.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about the recency.
In the last 8 years.
What have y'all done? Nothing. So
it's hard to fight.
Yeah, there it was right there. Nothing. So He went like this. He thrust both his arms at Fred and was like, nothing. So, I'm going to talk to these two guys over here. He was so disgusted with Fred Taylor.
It is, you know what it made me think of, though, too, is all this discussion over maybe Kyle Shanahan or the 49ers just can't win the big game. And Kyle Shanahan addressed it in his press conference, and there's almost – there's nothing you can stand and say that's gonna shut haters up or anything.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, to get to the Super Bowl, you have to win a lot of big games. And then they played the Chiefs to overtime this year. And I don't feel like that should be some condemnation of Kyle Shanahan just doesn't have the DNA in him to win a championship or something. If it's anybody other, Pat Mahomes, who, by the way, when he's got a final drive to either tie or go ahead, in the postseason, he is astoundingly effective.
Yeah, he's really good.
It's really that's the stat that they needed to take into account when they made their decision.
That's the one that I should take into account when I keep sticking up for Shanahan.
Yeah. No, there is because there is that element to it. Like, all right, let's remember it's Pat Mahomes over there.
Yeah,
I do. I think that's a time where you override whatever their analysts said. You almost got to override it with like, but they got Pat Mahomes over there.
Yeah,
I don't care what he's been like during the rest of the game or rest of the season, whatever. I think so. As far as those Ohio State teams, like in the Peach Bowl in CJ's final year, is that an indication that they couldn't win it all or anything just because they couldn't kick a field goal?
No, of course not. Of course not. If the guy makes the field goal, then we're talking about it like it was not one of the biggest upsets ever, but a pretty big upset. You know?
You look at if Tom Brady had a bad field goal kicker in New England for just about half of their Super Bowl runs, including if you include the run up to the Super Bowl, who knows how many he actually wins. It defines so many things about a person, and you forget all of the stupid and bad things that the Chiefs did in that game, in that Super Bowl game. And you focus on all the dumb things that the 49ers did in that game just because of that one final drive.
I watched the first 2 episodes of Dynasty, The Dynasty.
It's on Apple TV.
It's on Apple TV, yeah.
I signed up for Apple TV this morning when I saw that you had watched.
Oh,
this,
really?
So
Okay.
I'll catch up on it.
Yeah, it was good. I would say that Patriot fans, at least early on here, are going to like it better than your average NFL fans will. I had forgotten how serious Drew Bledsoe's injury was that he sustained that led to Brady coming into the game and becoming the starter. Like it was a fun review of just how the whole Brady thing started and how improbable it was and what a big decision it was for Belichick to keep Brady in there ahead of Bledsoe. Like it was
because it wasn't like there was like a justifiable reason, right? Like it's not like Brady was lighting it up.
No, and it's not like the team had gone on a run yet either. Like Bledsoe came back and they were a 500 football team, but there was something about the way Brady ran the offense. There was something about his energy, although it seemed like most of the guys thought it was super corny energy at first.
You said that. Yeah, they were like, he came into the huddle and it was all rah-rah.
Hey, Joe, rah-rah. And Ted Johnson has said that too. Like there were a lot of side eyes going on with Brady early on when he was there.
Yeah.
But eventually you could see like he was very capable. But the game where Bledsoe became available again to them was against St. Louis in the regular season, which they ended up being the team they played in the Super Bowl that year. And Belichick kept Brady in as the starter. Like, he started in that week, and Brady threw 2 picks in that game, and they lost the game. It was a bad game for Brady, and he continued to stick with him. And it was like Bledsoe made no bones about the fact about how pissed he was. Like, he got back.
In his interviews?
In his interview. Dude, there was an interview they showed of him standing next to his locker, his first time back in the locker room after he found out he wasn't starting. And he was so surly with the media, and Brady's sitting right there. Like this chair right next to me, and
was he actually there? Like,
yes, he's sitting in a chair.
You could see him?
and Bledsoe is saying to the media, "I hope to get a chance to compete for my job."
Well, there's all these stories too that, in hindsight, people are painting them like, "Oh, Tommy's just so competitive." But I remember like these stories about Tom Brady going into that season when he was a backup, like in training camp. Just openly talking shit, like while they were out for beers.
Whoa.
Dang it.
What's the matter with you? Yeah, you didn't even pause.
So
he would have kept going.
Tom Brady, at least people on the stream will get to hear.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Story. So there are these stories that, like, that year in training camp, when they were out for beers, Tom Brady just openly talking smack about how he was going to take Drew Bledsoe's job and everything.
The Brady that was painted in the first 2 episodes of this thing, keep in mind, was young Tom Brady, who he and a young player named Nugent from Purdue, who is a fellow classmate, not Ted. Yeah. Brady bought Ty Law's condo from him his second year in the league.
Yeah.
And the two of them lived there together, so Brady split the cost with Nugent. And Ty Law left all of the stuff in the condo for Brady, like all of the AV stuff, the pool table, really? The furniture, everything. It was Ty Law is hysterical in this thing because he's like, man, now that I think about it, Brady owed me $150,000. And Brady's like contesting it. They cut to Brady. Brady's like, what did he say? No, he fleeced me on that condo. It was really funny. But point being, they show clips of Brady, and if you're a young kid who just knows like Giselle Brady and on, you look at Brady in this and you think you're watching a different person. He's boozing with the offensive linemen. He's getting drunk playing pool at his condo. He's talking bleep.
It was like Howard Stern before and after he married his current wife.
Yeah, a little bit.
It was like
Very
Howard
different.
Stern used to be like the raunchiest dude alive, and then he married this wife, and now all of a sudden he's a genteel 3-hour interview dude.
Yeah, it's very Patriot-centric, obviously. Like, when I say Patriot-centric, I mean it paints the Patriots in a light that if you hate the Patriots, there will be a level of frustration watching it. But there was no point in watching the first 2 episodes where I'm like, all right, when's this over? Like, it was good.
Yeah.
It was well done. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Let's circle back to the Texans. Bucky Brooks just dropped something on NFL.com that, as a Texan fan, I do take some umbrage with. Looking at the league,
big time.
Biggest Super Bowl windows in the NFL. Where are they? We'll talk about it next. But first, the Yellow Rose Distillery. Was it Yellow Rose last Friday for the release of the new Mezcal?
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think Texan fans feel like we are in a window where the ultimate is possible here, right, Seth?
I think we're on the brink of a golden age.
I think eventually it's going to happen. You know what? I think we were right there, man. We were right there. I don't want to rehash the past.
We were at the brink. I was correct whenever I said that we were on the brink of a golden age in Houston sports because we very much were on the brink. I had said we were a franchise quarterback away from being in a golden age of Houston sports. That's where I was wrong because the Texans got Deshaun Watson after that, and it was you won a World Series championship, you made it to multiple conference finals with the Rockets.
Yeah.
And then it was the franchise quarterback part that looked like they might have been on the right path. But without at least making it to a conference championship, I don't think you can include that as part of like a golden age.
I think and this is not the purpose of this segment, but as long as we're talking about it here real quick, I think there's a lot of cities that would have traded our 2017 through 2019 for theirs, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good.
Cleveland.
It was really good. Yeah, like several. Like Detroit or what, you got a World Series championship. You had a football team that had an exciting young quarterback and won a bunch of games. And you had a basketball team that was one of the 4 or 5 best that just ran into a buzzsaw every year with Golden State. So,
of course, with Cleveland, when they win the championship, 2016? 16. Yep. So they would still have had the afterglow of that, I suppose.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'd still rather be Houston. So the reason we bring this up, I think the Texans, especially if they get this offseason right, big key, they are on the cusp of putting themselves in the Super Bowl window conversation as a team that is very, very primed to win with a young quarterback on a rookie contract. Beyond that quarterback, a draft class that was rated number 1 on several power rankings that we've seen. It wasn't just CJ. They drafted a bunch of other good guys, and they have over the last few years. A head coach that is the envy of many teams around, or many fan bases around the league.
They could very well be, depending on how the draft and free agency goes for them, they could be right where Detroit was at the start of this past season.
Amen. Yes.
And then if a Jahmyr Gibbs or somebody like that emerges, then all of a sudden you're in business.
Sam Laporta,
there's a couple that's right. Some of those young guys can just flip it completely, and then with one well-spent free agency acquisition or so, it's very, very possible.
They're right there. So if you were to ask me just blindly, do you feel like the Texans have one of the 8 biggest Super Bowl windows right now? Window of time where let's just call it 5 years. Do you feel their chances of winning a Super Bowl in the next 5 years compared to the rest of the league? I'd put it right up there against most of the league and put a few teams ahead of them probably. Bucky Brooks, who former NFL player, writes for NFL.com, has the 8 biggest Super Bowl windows right now. And I think there's a few of them on here where I go, okay. I could see where you'd feel a little more confident in this team, maybe significantly more confident than the Texans, because one of them is the Chiefs, whose window will be open as long as Patrick Mahomes has 2 legs and a working right arm probably, right? But some of these teams, man, and I'm going to start from the bottom and work up, Seth. The Texans did not make the cut. Let me just say that. The Texans are not on here as one of the 8. So when I saw they were not on here, I'm like, okay. The New York Jets at number 8. I know they've got a lot of key pieces on defense. It's a good defense. They've got Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall on offense. They had all those guys on the team this past year. Quinnen Williams, Sauce Gardner, Quincy Williams. They had bad quarterback play and went 7-10. You're getting Aaron Rodgers back, presumably, but A, you don't know how long he's back for. A, you don't know how good he's going to be, for one thing. And B, there's no way that Aaron Rodgers, if the quarterback is the key to a window, your window is 2 years max, right? With Aaron Rodgers?
I guess if you're using the word window, that doesn't mean just right now, hey, your chance to win. That's a window of multiple years.
Yes.
And I don't see how, there's multiple teams that should look at that and think, well, no, there's no way in hell you're putting me in front of the Jets or putting the Jets in front of us if we're talking windows here. Because I think that even if Aaron Rodgers comes and balls out and he's an MVP this year and the Jets are great, I don't know how once you have an Achilles tendon at that age, an Achilles tendon tear, it feels like, okay, that's not just a flukish Achilles tendon tear. Like D'Amico Ryan's tore his Achilles tendon, but he was in his upper 20s. That's kind of a flukish whatever. He ended up playing several more years after that. when you start tearing tendons in your upper 30s, that's the stuff that happens when you're in your upper 30s.
Yep.
So maybe it's a biceps tendon, maybe it's something else after that. But you can't include the Jets in anything beyond just this next year.
Yeah. I think I would ask Jet fans, would you rather swap your franchise for our franchise? We'll take everybody in Texans gear and put them in Jets gear and vice versa. And I think they would say, yes. We got to win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years? Yeah, we'll take C.J. Stroud and the
It's tough because it's like if it's just winning one Super Bowl this year, then the Jets defense is it's better right now. There's more studs, there's more potential there. Before the draft and before free agency, we'll see what happens. But if it's a window of 5 years, then of competitiveness.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Bucky says. Biggest windows.
I guess I'm gonna say if you think about. You got to throw ration out the window when you say, okay, what would Jets fans want? Because if I'm a Jets fan up there, I'm thinking, hell yeah, Aaron Rodgers is coming back. I know it in my bones. Of course he's coming back.
You've talked yourself into plenty of stuff.
He'll be good for the next 3 years, damn it.
Maybe.
You idiot?
Maybe.
No, I don't want that stank team.
Okay, now one that might be a little bit more apples to apples here is number 7 on this list, counting up, the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay Packers who snuck into the postseason last year and had a huge win over the Cowboys in the divisional round. Gave the 49ers everything they could handle. Win over the Cowboys in the wild card round. Gave the Niners everything they could handle in the divisional round. Late turnover did them in. Young quarterback who played really well the second half of the season, Jordan Love. Young quarterback who they're going to have to pay because even though he was in his first year as a starter, he was in his 4th year in the league. Bunch of no-namers on offense. Wide receiver, like a young wide receiving core that played well this past year. New defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you feel better, if you're a Packer fan, do you feel better about your chances of winning a Super Bowl the next 5 years than the Texans should?
The whole thing I worry about with the Packers, and I wonder, is that, remember one of the things that Aaron Rodgers would get angry about, Sean, was, not only did they not give him any offensive skill weapons, they didn't draft any skill players from the time Aaron Rodgers was a starter until they drafted Jordan Love
replacement
in the first round. That was the first time they had drafted a skill player in the first round. And yet, the Packers very rarely had a competitive defense. Last year, the Packers ended with a 27th ranked DVOA defense. They're still, and it's with the same management crew that Aaron Rodgers was angry about and hated. That's the whole hard thing about the whole Aaron Rodgers dynamic, is that he had valid reason to be frustrated with the management of the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
So I actually feel better about the Texans in that regard. I think that C.J. Stroud, look, if there's one thing that they're still worried about with Jordan Love, it's some of these curious decisions he makes in crunch time. And some of these, he'll try to throw off the back of his foot across his body and throw an interception in a big leverage situation. I think C.J. Stroud has showed the exact opposite. He's very, very smart with his decision-making in crunch time. The only blemish we saw this year was the interception he threw against the Bengals, and then they came back and won that game anyway.
Yep.
So I would say that I don't worry about them just as I don't worry about them.
Yeah, I think the Texans have a nicer window and a bigger window than the Green Bay Packers do. I feel strongly about that. Number 6 on this list is the Cleveland Browns, and this might be the one I feel strongest about. I think Bucky Brooks is completely ignoring the fact that the Browns are a veteran team with major cap issues potentially moving forward. We don't know if Deshaun Watson is good at football still. He's coming off a shoulder injury. We don't know what that's going to look like if you're the Browns. And, by the way, the Texans beat the Browns by 30 in a playoff game. They just beat them in the postseason, which last I checked is the avenue to get to the Super Bowl, the postseason.
It was a disgusting play, a disgusting display of incompetence and a letdown to Browns fans whom I have sympathy for and who I believe deserve better. Unfortunately, they will not have that opportunity to see better for at least a few more years.
Yeah. Feel better. I'd rather be a Texan fan than a Brown fan right now, for sure.
It's been fully, how many years now? 3 full years since you saw a really competent Deshaun Watson?
End of 2020, right? The last game of the 2020 season, so January of 2021.
Yeah, where he actually put together a good string of passing performances.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. And you're counting on this guy hasn't played good football. I mean, he had a few games I know as a Brown that have been, some better than others, but largely he's not been good. And his cap hit is $64 million next year. And
$64 million?
Anything to move off of that makes the future years up into the $70 million. There's no moving off of it.
And then if you're somebody who's saying, yeah, but they can work things around with the cap and everything, sure, if they want to extend him.
That's what I mean.
That's the problem. To do anything with that contract and to really make it any less painful, you've got to feel good about him enough that you want to extend him for a few years.
Wild.
Yeah.
Now, the Niners are number 5 on this list. Biggest windows for a Super Bowl, whereas I disagree with the Browns, the Packers, and the Jets having a bigger window to the Super Bowl. It's really hard for me to, at this point, argue against the 49ers, even though they're an older team with expensive guys, and eventually, they in at least a year or two, they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy if that's their guy, or they're going to have to find another quarterback that they either draft or they pay in free agency.
Yeah.
But this is one of those, this is probably more of a pedigree play than anything else. I have a problem putting the Texans ahead of the 49ers on any list like this right now, just based on the fact that the Texans are kind of trying to be the 49ers,
Yeah, they in the 49ers, like, for one, they've just been really good at creatively managing big-time acquisitions and contracts, but then with also, either trading guys away, like Buckner, or and figuring out a way to find quarterbacks. Like, ironically enough, they end up with Mr. Irrelevant after having spent big on a couple guys to try to bring them in as quarterbacks. I think that, as long as their defense is as solid as they have been, I mean, that's a big question mark. Is okay, they let go of Wilkes. They're going to have somebody else run it now. They'll be fine. It's just I guess when they have to pay Brock Purdy, that's going to be the decision whether or not to pay Brock Purdy is a big question mark.
Yep.
But
Cowboys are 4th on this list. The Dallas Cowboys, they're 4th. And I just have one general label I'm going to place on this. I can't feel good about any window that involves Mike McCarthy.
It's just too much of a track record now. He's ever since his Super Bowl victory, he's just had all of these just curious letdowns and losses. It's not just like they lose, they get blown out, or they make bad decisions, they blow leads, like all of these different ways that he loses in the playoff. It's, you know what it is, Sean? It's like the Chiefs game over and over and over again. Like, where after the Texans lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs, you're kind of left like, wow, all right, we're not where we thought we were. And I feel like that's every year with the Cowboys.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Boy, hell of a display. Oh, boy. Guess we're just not where we thought we were.
Yeah.
Like, okay, at what point do you get to be more than where you thought you were when you already have the quarterback that you seemingly want, when you have one of the best regular season defenses in the league? Like, how do you get that? Is Mike Zimmer the answer? I actually think he might be, but we'll see.
We'll see. All right, now you start to get near the top of the list, and the Baltimore Ravens, as big a disappointment as they've been in the postseason with Lamar Jackson at quarterback, they still just beat the Texans 34-10 in a playoff game. And they're still the team, Seth, that there will come a time in the draft this year where there's a player that's slipping and falling in the draft, and you and I are going to look at each other and go, that guy's, in 5 picks, that guy's going to be a Baltimore Raven, and he's going to be a first-team All-Pro for 5 years.
It's one of the biggest, it's one of the tweets I feel best about in my life, Sean. And if you're going to care about something in your life, why not just let it be your posts on X.com?
That's right.
But immediately after Kyle Hamilton ran his bad 40 at the Combine, I said, yep, he's going to the Ravens. And there we go. I watched my own team help him go to the Ravens.
Yeah, I know. The Texans could have C-blocked him right there at 13.
Because the Ravens are going to look at that and say, like, there are a bunch of teams out there that are going to be like, I don't know if he's all that athletic, but we know he can play football. So we're going to draft him based on his football playing ability.
The Ravens root for slow 40 times.
They do. Yeah, they had Terrell Suggs that worked for them, too.
Man.
Hey, Terrell Suggs. How could you possibly rush the passer if you can't run 40 yards straight ahead fast? How on earth are you ever going to make it on a curved 7-yard path if you can't run straight ahead for 40 yards fast?
Man. The last two on here, the team you just compared the Texans potentially to, if they have a good offseason this year, the Detroit Lions. I guess my big thing with the Detroit Lions and their window, look, they put together a phenomenal roster. They really have. They've done a really good job. Brad Holmes, their general manager, has done an awesome job in the draft. Can Jared Goff get you over the hump? Is he a quarterback that can get you to the promised line? I know he's been to a Super Bowl with the Rams. That's when he had a really good supporting cast, and they ended up scoring 3 points in that Super Bowl. And then And then just, the Lions, if you want to call it Dan Campbell's decision-making that did them in, the aggressive decision-making that did them in, whatever the case may be.
Well, yeah, when they went for it on fourth down, that throw that he made, I mean, it just wasn't – I know the receiver, it's tempting to say, well, he should have caught it. It hit his hands. It didn't have to be as inaccurate as it was.
Right.
It was the biggest mistake they made was not in going for it. It was that they passed the ball instead of ran the ball on that. So, I don't know. I think the fact that their overall team and that Ben Johnson has gotten as much out of Jared Goff as he has is probably the best indicator that they've got a long window. I don't know what's going to happen when Ben Johnson leaves.
That's a big thing.
Aaron Glenn will probably – Aaron Glenn feels like a slow build to him getting a coaching job somewhere, a head coaching job somewhere. Mm-hmm. So you might lose your offensive and defensive coordinator sometime in the next couple of years.
Chiefs are number one on this biggest Super Bowl windows list, and I have no argument there. As long as Patrick Mahomes is alive, walking, able to throw a football, they have a window to win a Super Bowl.
They have also one of those most coveted things, which is one of their coordinators is a guy that probably won't get another head coaching chance, but he's an awesome coordinator, in Steve Spagnuolo. It's the same thing that the Steelers had with Dick LeBeau forever, and then really now, the Cowboys probably have that with Mike Zimmer. I don't think Mike Zimmer will get another head coaching job. So as long as Mike Zimmer chooses to coach, I think that'll end up being really good for the Cowboys. But he is it's 72 or so he might not coach.
That's what you look for. You look for older guys who have no chance of getting a head coaching job. Did you see I don't know if you saw Florio's post this weekend, his new, I don't know if you call this an HOA Florio thing. Florio seems to be very concerned about age discrimination in the NFL with head coaches because Bill Belichick only got one interview and Pete Carroll didn't get any interviews.
Oh. Yeah. It's an age discrimination
Age discrimination
thing.
Potential, yeah. Yeah, the average.
That's funny. Is there a cutoff for age discrimination? I know
40.
There certainly
40. I learned this in the article. 40.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what
Florio
said.
I was about to say, there's certainly
in the article. Yeah,
I don't think we have to worry about it at president. Your main options for the last few years. And there's kids growing up. There are young children in America right now who assume that the U.S. president must have to be a super old
minimum
dude.
age 78. Yeah. Yeah.
My bipartisan take is, can we get somebody young in here at some point?
Funny. That is funny.
No, but as far as 40 is the cutoff, huh?
40, yeah.
So there's no age discrimination over 40?
Let me go find Florio's article before I start. Let me go find Florio's article during the break before I start dishing on age discrimination on the air.
That sounds like one of those antiquated laws from the 1600s or something.
Yeah.
Once a woman reaches the age of 40 and has not born a child, you can push her out on an iceberg and marry a new one.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. If your name was Jay Williams, short for Jason Williams, there's a few of you out there. Chances are you had a take or some audio that went viral this weekend. One of them probably for the wrong reasons. We will get to that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, spelled K-U-R-K.
Center for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
One of the bigger stories in sports this week, I would say, was Caitlin Clark from Iowa breaking the all-time women's scoring record for women's college basketball. She's drawn a lot of eyeballs to the game. Really good shooter, really good player. Here was Jay Williams on ESPN's college basketball studio show, their game day show on Saturday. They were talking about Caitlin Clark, and we got into a little debate on the semantics of the word great, I suppose. Here's Jay Williams. Is Caitlin Clark great?
I think she is the Stephen Curry of women's college basketball. I think she has changed the dynamics of the way the game is played. I think the way she plays, the pizzazz, is like she's probably the most prolific scorer the game of basketball has ever seen.
Unmatched.
I am unwilling, and maybe it's more the Kobe mentorship around me, to say that she is great yet. I think she is the most prolific scorer the game has ever seen. I hold great, or the levels of immortality, or the pantheon, to when you win championships. That's just me. So Diana Taurasi, when you win 3 consecutive championships, 2-time National Player of the Year, it has to culminate with the chip. It has to. I mean, Breonna Stewart, if we're talking about GOAT legends of the game, she's won 4 chips. 4 chips, multiple National Players of the Year. So I'm not saying that she's not at a high level, but for it to go to the states of immortality, in my opinion, it has to culminate with your team winning a championship.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, especially in college, that's where it seems especially unfair. Because in the NBA, you can have an argument about either Charles Barkley or Chris Paul or whomever else, I suppose, and they've got decades to win their championships. In college, you have 4 years at most to win a championship, and so much of it relies on things beyond your control.
Yeah.
I would think he's in the extreme minority, and including if you polled people before hearing him would you to be a great NCAA basketball player, do you have to win a championship? I don't get it. And I'm with you. I do not. It's one thing if you say 1 chip for a championship. You can't say it 7 times in 37 seconds.
No, I hate the word. Yeah, it's Seth's alluding to there. I hate the use of the word chip for championship. It's just a pet peeve of mine. He brings up those UConn players, Diana Taurasi and Breonna Stewart. And I know UConn's not at the level that they've been historically under Gino Auriemma, but there was a period of time there where basically UConn won the championship every year. Are you telling me there were no great women's basketball players during the time where UConn's winning the championship as many times as they are? Like, you're going to phase everybody out because Gino Auriemma's got like 8 of the 12 best players in college basketball? It means there can be no other great players? That's silly.
If you're not recruited at the age of 16 to go play for UConn in a 2-decade period, then you're not a great player.
Yeah, that part's silly to me. I mean, and as you pointed out before, Seth, these things often turn into a debate on the semantics of a word. Like, what does great truly mean? The other part, other than chip in there, I'm curious about the Kobe mentorship part that he alludes to. I need to know about this. Did Kobe actually provide some sort of mentorship for Jay Williams along the way? His NBA career was not very long because he had the motorcycle accident. And he was a Chicago Bull, not a Los Angeles Laker. So maybe he's just referring to the Mamba mentality, that he took from Kobe, like a lot of young guys did.
He did an interview with him once where he said Jay Williams asked Kobe Bryant about what motivated him to keep working hard. I wanted to know that it doesn't matter how hard you work, that I'm willing to work harder than you.
Okay.
So maybe that's what it is in whatever conversation he had with him as a broadcaster, just when he picked his brain in the offseason.
He may just be using mentorship to mean the example Kobe is setting for him, that kind of thing.
This was the mentorship. No, he did a good job. I think he had a couple rub-ups against Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
And he's turned it into this. Okay. So they were going to play each other. The Bulls were facing the Lakers. The game was set to start at 7 p.m. Knowing the challenge of facing Kobe Bryant and Shaq together, Williams decided to go to Staples Center 4 hours in advance. To his surprise, Kobe was already there and had worked up quite a sweat. Kobe continued to work out, much to the surprise of Williams, even after Williams went to go get ready for the game. Kobe played in the game. After the game, Williams felt as though he had to ask Kobe how he did it, and that's when Kobe told him
mentorship.
How he did it. Yeah,
mentorship. Yeah. Boy, I do think about that All-Star game last night and wonder if Kobe like Kobe wouldn't still be playing if he were with us, obviously, because he had retired before he passed away. But like, would an active Kobe Bryant plunk down in that All-Star game last night have let it become the debacle that it became, at least while he was on the floor, you know? I do wonder about that, like last night. Like, it was because that was horrible, the NBA All-Star game last night. All right, so that was one Jay Williams take. Jay Williams, whose full name is Jason Williams. The other Jason Williams, who had some fun audio from the weekend, was former NBA point guard, former Sacramento King, White Chocolate, Jason Williams. Teammate of Randy Moss in high school in both football and basketball, former lottery pick of the Sacramento Kings. White Chocolate was fun, and White Chocolate's retired now. He was on the OGs podcast. That's Mike Miller and Udonis Haslem, former Miami Heat, their podcast. And apparently Jason Williams was brought in as a guest coach for a high school all-star game a few years ago in Atlanta, in which Anthony Edwards, soon-to-be top draft pick in the NBA at the time, was playing in this game. He was on Jason Williams' team that he was coaching. Jason Williams had no clue who any of the guys were on his team, and he didn't start Anthony Edwards in the game. And here's a funny story about somebody getting in Jason Williams' ear, like, you might want to start this guy.
So tell us, you said you have a good Ant-Man story. Tell us it.
So I was coaching a high school all-star game in Atlanta when he was still in high school, his senior year. And I don't know none of these kids, man. These young kids, I don't know. I'm just coaching, like just to be there. But I know what time it is with me now. Just show up. That's all we want you to do. So I'm there coaching, and Ant's on my team, jump ball. Ant's on the bench. I don't know who Ant is, but jump ball. As soon as the other team get the possession, I swear, but it didn't take 2 dribbles. I get a tap on my shoulder. Oh yeah, it's the director of the whole tournament. Why ain't number 2 in the game? I'm like, I don't know. Is he supposed to be? Yeah. He's the number 1 player in the country. But time out. Time out. Hey, Ant, go in. Who you want me to get, coach? Whoever you want, bro. Go on in. He ain't come out the rest of the game.
You figured out how to coach, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I kind of like that Anthony Edwards wasn't agitating for
I
anything.
do too.
He was kind of like, all right, coach, whatever.
It says a lot about Edwards, and he's like, I guess I'm not starting. I'm the number 1 guy.
High school all-star game.
Yeah, man.
Probably, especially if it was a high school all-star game. That's I remember playing my high school all-star game in football. Ours was weird. It was in July. It's the Eddie Meath all-star game, and it was in like July after your senior season. But like I've got a bitter memory of that. I guess I stayed quiet like Anthony Edwards. But I came in and like I was from we were out in the country. We used to be a country school. Now it's all golf courses and everything. But there were a couple kids who were like all Greater Rochester, like all Greater City, who were this coach just decided to make the starters. And we had a week of practice leading up to the game. And we're doing like in one-on-one pass rush drills and on the scrimmage and everything. I'm just like destroying everybody. They're high school. These poor high school kids. I'm just beating the ever-living snot out of like all these kids. And like meanwhile, like and we get into the game and those guys start and I'm sitting there on the sideline till midway through the fourth quarter he sends me in. I still hate that coach.
Well, it's an all-star game and he sat
like during the week all these offensive linemen would be like, Seth, how come you're not starting? Like you just ripped my kidneys out of my throat. Yeah, you reached down into my throat and pulled my kidneys.
Okay, let me ask you this: was this the summer leading into your senior year or after?
No, summer leading into my freshman year in college. Yeah.
So you had already proven you're on your way to college. Yeah.
But it didn't matter. Like this guy, he had such a bias. He coached in a city school, and he had such a bias for the kids he already knew. That, like, as I was, like, picking up offensive linemen and throwing them aside and all that, like, he picked up on none of it and just refused to put me in. I was never like I was playing. I was kind of like, I came from out in the sticks. At the time, like I said, we used to be a smaller school. And I'm like, I don't know. I guess maybe these guys are just better than me. I don't know, whatever.
Were either of the guys ahead of you going to college to play football?
No.
Okay, now I'm retroactively mad for you.
They were really bad.
That guy can go die.
Yeah.
You may have.
I used to know his name. I had his name. He was a chip on my shoulder for a while. I can't remember who it is now.
Okay, so you turned it into some positive juice.
I used to wish bad things on him.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, chip on the shoulder. We had a couple people ask if you guys talked about C.J. Stroud and Amber Rose. We have a couple times on the show today. For those who missed it, they were spotted leaving the Travis Scott celebrity softball game in C.J.'s vehicle. And that led to a lot of speculation as to what might be going on between 22-year-old C.J. Stroud and 40-year-old Amber Rose, who has quite the resume of relationships she was in at one time. Some very famous people. It was confirmed by Amber Rose after all you pervs on the internet decided that they must be doing the nasty, that no, CJ just did her the service of giving her a ride back to the hotel. That's all.
That she didn't know who he was, and she had missed the bus that was supposed to take them back to the hotel.
Right.
So CJ just gave her a ride.
It was
home.
confirmed by CJ's mom, who I'm sure CJ told, no, Mom, I didn't do anything. I just gave her a ride back to the hotel. And she said, I believe you, son.
If there's one thing I've learned in life, it's that whenever two people get into a car together and go somewhere, you should always believe exactly whatever their version of the story is.
Yes, yes.
That's all there is to it. If people deny having done anything or being involved in a relationship, totally 100%, just by a plausible.
I'm proud of myself that I assumed that it was what it was, which was CJ kind enough to give a woman 18 years his senior a ride home.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I remember when my ex-girlfriend used to tell her current boyfriend gaslight him into feeling guilty about that she and I couldn't have a platonic relationship. She's like, I'm just going to study with Seth. That's all. And he'd be like, you guys don't even study the same thing. Right. Shut up. Why don't you trust me? That's what she would say. That's what I would instruct her to tell him. And it was all 100% completely innocent.
Of course it was.
As far as he knows.
You know exactly what CJ's going through right now.
Yeah.
False accusations. Guys, I think Kobe was a mentor to Caitlin Clark. She mentioned that in an interview. No, she didn't. Stop.
She might have. You know what? I wonder, though, because Kobe's daughter was... Would she have been? She would have been younger than Caitlin Clark. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The one that was in the plane with him.
But he was actually pretty. You'd see him at women's games and everything. He was very much into the women's game, so he might have known her at an AAU game or something.
Maybe, yeah, because she's because I mean it's been 4 years now.
Yeah. So on the AAU circuit, she may have. Maybe. He may have seen her at some stuff.
Maybe. I mean, I'm assuming the texter is sarcastic, but yeah, maybe. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. This is a big week.
You know what, though, Sean? Okay. All right. I'm glad. Sorry. I need to get outraged now on your behalf. The biggest thing about him, saying the Kobe mentorship, is that it's almost like him. It's like he's trying to insert it in that's Kobe's opinion, too. Almost like Kobe was saying that Caitlin Clark isn't great.
Oh, that's a good take there.
Maybe it's the Kobe mentorship. He's trying to get an endorsement on his argument post-mortem from Kobe Bryant. That's dirty pool right there.
That is, because Kobe's not here to tell him what a stupid take he had.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Where's Vanessa? Vanessa Bryant, right? That was Kobe's wife's name?
Yeah.
Yeah. By proxy, she can step in and say you can't speak on behalf of Kobe. That's a good point, Seth. Damn you, Jay Williams. All right. One big question for this week for each of our teams. Relevant questions for this week for each of our teams that I've got, and we will dig through those next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. There's 17 locations.
Brook, Illinois.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Our guy B. Scott's listening. He brought up a good point. He said the texter may have been confusing Caitlin Clark with Sabrina Ionescu. Kobe was a mentor to Sabrina Ionescu, who competed against Steph over the weekend in that three-point shooting contest. Okay, so maybe the texter wasn't being sarcastic. He just had his female sharpshooters conflated, mixed up. All right, one big question for each team this week in light of where we are on the calendar. And I'm going to start with the Texans. Seth, tomorrow is the date in which teams can start using the franchise tag.
Real quick, sorry.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark had trained with Kobe Bryant.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, awesome. So they both got mentored by Kobe. They were both more mentored by Kobe than Jay Williams probably was.
Except the one thing is that Kobe knew he was mentoring Caitlin Clark.
Yes. And he's here to vouch for the fact.
Yeah. He's here to actually vouch.
Yeah, he would have been, if he were here, he would vouch for that fact. Yeah, he was. So, all right. So, questions for each team this week. Do the Texans use the franchise tag on anybody? And that doesn't have to happen this week. It just starts this week. The potential to do so starts tomorrow. It continues through March 5th, so you got a 2-week window. As I'm mentally going through their free agents in my head, I know there's one that an article I saw said they may franchise tag. I'm a little dubious. The only one that I could think of over the weekend was they've got both their specialists, Kaimi Fairbairn and Cam Johnston, are both two of the best at what they do and are both free agents. Now, apparently, according to Texans Cap, Kaimi, when he redid his deal to restructure it, had a clause written into it where they can't franchise tag him. Good job by you, Kaimi.
Oh, good job, Kaimi.
Yeah.
That's crafty.
It is.
I would say Cam Johnston, still unfamiliar with American laws and rules, probably was duped into signing something like a special Australian exemption or something.
Right.
So I say franchise tag the hell out of him.
Yeah, it'd be about $5 million, $6 million to throw at him. The name that I saw in an article earlier was Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Which would be about a $12 million tag for Dalton Schultz.
I would say he's not franchise taggable.
Cowboys tagged him a couple of years ago. I know that.
Yeah. It's not that it's like a designation that means it's not like some special secret designation or something. I'm torn with Dalton Schultz because we saw very much like what his limitations are as a tight end this year, but you also saw the strengths that he has, like first and foremost, in forming a relationship with C.J. Stroud, where they seem to have that nonverbal thing going already. They know what the other guy is thinking. They can adjust on the fly. They can make adjustments on the sideline, and I don't want to get overly in love with that aspect of it, because the thing you got to remember is, okay, yes, they did develop and forge that bond, but CJ could forge that bond with somebody else too. It's not so simple. It's not so easy. But spending like $15 million in one season on Dalton Schultz is like that's not a good spend in my opinion. So if they feel like they're really close to getting a 3-year deal or something out of it, and it's just a placeholder, then by all means, yes. But I don't want to have that sitting there preventing them from doing other stuff, perhaps, if they can't come to a deal.
I think my biggest concern with Dalton Schultz is the exact reason he signed the deal that he did with the Texans, which is not a great market for tight ends in free agency this year. Like Hunter Henry is probably the biggest name. Certainly he was the guy making the most money last year of free agent tight ends. Gerald Everett, Mike Gesicki, Noah Fant, Austin Hooper. I mean, good players. Tanyan, who used to play with Aaron Rodgers there in Green Bay. It's not a great draft class for tight ends either, and I think that might be the biggest thing Dalton Schultz ran into last year, is that you had Musgrave and Kincaid and Michael Mayer, and I'm not saying all these guys turned out great.
But there were guys that teams were enticed by them more so. They thought, okay, yeah, I'd much rather pay one of these guys
$2 million to this guy than $10 million to Schultz.
Yeah.
And this is not considered. Brock Bowers is really good, but he's elite. He's like top 10 pick overall in the draft, and then after that, it's a big drop off. So, franchise tag for Dalton Schultz, that's $12 million. I guess as a placeholder, maybe.
The thing with the franchise, right? And I guess that's the danger, and it's one of those things where And like in the short term, it makes perfect sense. And I think, yeah, give him okay, what if it just ends up being a 1-year deal? Well, because if it just ends up being a 1-year deal, then you've overpaid Dalton Schultz. So, like, if you're trying to be a GM and, like, divorce your emotions from it and everything else, all right, like, if you franchise tag him and then work out a 3-year deal that's reasonable and makes sense, and so be it. But a reasonable deal for Dalton Schultz over 3 years might not be that much more than $15 million total. So I hesitate to put that much money on a guy that maybe should be Dalton Schultz should be thinking really hard about a 3-year offer the Texans might give him before free agency.
Yeah.
And I don't want to muddy the waters with that at all. I think they could lock him down for 3 years without spending a boatload of money. The franchise tag actually would make it tougher for the Texans in that regard, I think.
All right. So one big question for each team this week. The Texans, do they use the franchise tag on anybody? It's really a 2-week question because they've got 2 weeks to do it, but the window starts tomorrow. Big question for the Rockets.
Yeah.
Does Ime Udoka bench Jaylen Green this week? And I don't mean bench like staple him to the bench, but have him come off the bench. If we recall, the last game before the All-Star break for the Rockets, the against the Memphis Grizzlies, a loss, was Ime Udoka saying, you know what? Maybe I just need to put 5 guys who try hard. I'm paraphrasing, but maybe I need to put 5 competitors out there to start the game so we don't get off to these wretched starts that we've been getting off to. And a lot of people thought, Seth, that was a direct shot at Jaylen Green, who spent the last 18 minutes of that game on the bench prior to the All-Star break.
The thing about Jaylen Green is, I think right now you see a lot of people saying, well, boy, you're starting to find out how they should have handled this a few years ago when you had the chance was to, not make it seem so simple that it's going to be Jaylen Green's team. Like, Jaylen Green should have to earn, kind of earn his status and take his lumps and maybe form a bit of NBA character or something along the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if now's the time that message is going to be heard. With Jaylen Green, it might end up having to be like a Kyle Lowry type of situation where Kyle Lowry gets traded away and he realized at that moment, oh, wow, I'm really not the guy I thought I was. Kyle Lowry has openly cited that trade as the reason that he wouldn't have become the player he was if he had stayed in Houston. He needed to have that message sent to him. So I don't know. I think that's where Jaylen Green might be.
Yeah, Jaylen needed Ime Udoka 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't need him on the heels of 2 years of Steven Silas. Right. So Ime Udoka is going to do something. As far as I don't think he's trotting the same starting 5 out there that he normally does. I think he's going to do something with this starting lineup just to shake it up a little bit. It might involve Jaylen Green. We'll see.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it, by the way. I'm not a fan of Jaylen Green's game at all. I don't think he's a winning basketball player.
I think you're at the point, though, too, where, either it works or it doesn't. But, the Jaylen Green, I don't want to call it an experiment, but, the Jaylen Green tenure is probably winding down to its end. You might as well figure out what the hell might work for him.
Yep.
And also, if it's what's best for the team and the culture moving forward, then they make him sit on the bench a little bit and feel what it's like.
Very interested on Thursday night. They play the Pelicans, and then they've got 5 games all against the Thunder and the Phoenix Suns. So it is, it's nut cutting time for the Rockets. It is. We're going to know in 2 weeks if this season is going to have anything beyond an 82nd game or not. We will. Last one, question for the Astros. Any movement on the Bregman front this week? That, to me, is the front and center topic for the Astros, is Alex Bregman's contract extension. Before we dig into what we think may happen, here was Bregman on that very topic yesterday at spring training.
We're listening to everything that the team has to say, and just letting Scott and the Astros do that together and handle that for me, so that way I could be fully focused on baseball, my teammates, winning, and the things that I love to do, playing ball for this great city.
All right, so do you think we see any movement on the Bregman front? Do we get any wind of an offer from the Astros to Alex Bregman?
I don't think so. I almost don't want there to be an offer, because then it's going to be that, okay, there was an offer, Bregman turned it down, and then we got to argue about that, whether or not I can't remember, what was the first divulging of the Carlos Correa offer? by the
I don't
by the
remember.
Astros.
I don't remember when it was. I just remember their best and final offer was 5 years, 160.
Yeah.
I don't remember the timing of all of it.
And now, which by the way, I know Daniela has actually disputed some of that, right? Like some
His
of
wife?
the final. Yeah, there's been some just recently. It's not 100% written in stone exactly how the negotiations went.
I wonder if the years are like I wonder if they've got to negotiate that before they negotiate anything else. Like, look, Alex, are you looking for like what length deal are you looking for? And if he's going like 9 years, at least 9 years, they're like, all right, well, this is a non-starter. We don't like.
Yeah, we're just not going to do that.
Yeah, we're not philosophically. We're not going to pay you when you're 38 years old playing third base. So I wonder if that's a big deal. But
that's the one. And like as we were going over earlier, like Rendon signed a 9-year contract when he was 29 years old. Bregman's 30 years old. You know, Manny Machado's 30. He signed his big deal. When he was 29 or when he was 30?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, whatever it was. Like those are guys that have signed big contracts, and Bregman is right there in those categories. If you're looking at fantasy rankings, no, he's not. But when it comes to actual third baseman overall player rankings, he's a top 5 player. And I think I think there's going to be at least one team out there. As unreasonable as you might feel it is as an Astros fan, there's going to be at least one team out there that's willing to go 7, 8, 9 years on Bregman, and I don't think the Astros are going to match that.
Yeah, if it's a team that's a playoff team or feels like they're a playoff team, I think the things Alex Bregman does are resonate more in the postseason. You know,
like
his defense, the discipline.
His just being a pain in the ass to pitchers with his discipline in high leverage situations.
Yeah. He'd be a horrible splurge.
You a little nervous there, fella? How about 15 pitches in one at bat?
Yeah, he'd be a terrible splurge for a bad team. You know what I mean? Like he's But I think he would be just the right one for a really, really good team. John Lopez is here. How you doing, John?
I am here, and I am doing fantastic.
That's
How are
good.
you?
That's good. Doing great. Good. CJ had quite the weekend.
CJ had quite the weekend.
Did the Amber Rose stuff come down during your show?
Right after.
Right after?
Yeah,
okay.
right after.
How did that video stay
it was under wraps.
On the down low for so long. Yeah,
it was under wraps for a while. How does that make you feel?
I don't know. Do you believe that he just was basically a glorified Uber for her and gave her a ride back to the hotel?
Well, here's what I believe, and it's more of an Amber Rose thing. When was the last time she said, "Hey, can you give me a ride to my hotel?" And then they opened the door and said, "All right, see you later."
Early Friday morning with C.J. Stroud. That's what I choose to believe.
I wonder though if the answer to the question of like how did it take that long for the video to come out is okay. Where did it first appear? Did it first appear on TMZ? Because then the answer is like because that's how long it took it to sell it to TMZ.
Oh, to get somebody to buy it.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah,
good point.
Yeah.
Yep. Good point.
All right, Amber. I guess I'll see you later.
Yeah, man.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and have a dessert in my room by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you were there. Yeah. It's
no,
exactly how it went down, I think.
No.
Oh, come on.
When was the last time any of us were invited to a hotel room and it was just see you later?
Well, wait. Where's the hotel room come in?
No, because she said he gave her a ride to her
hotel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. I know, but you're like also, I mean, like you're asking, but you're adding the room in there. Like that's different. Like.
John's assuming he got invited back to the room.
No, I'm saying anytime you were invited back to a woman's hotel, there can be an underlying theme there, underlying, I guess.
We'll find out. I choose to believe if they did, they sat down and broke down film for the next 2 hours.
He had his iPad.
Yes. Amber, you might be able to help out with this Ravens game. Yeah,
exactly.
I think 97.9 was the first to actually.
That's the one one I used in my blog post about it. Okay.
So they didn't sell it. They were just there.
Yeah. Landry's here.
What's up?
How you doing, man?
What's up, man? I don't know. I'm lot to ungather this weekend.
Yeah.
A lot of emotions, man.
A lot of emotions, huh?
Processing. A lot of emotions, man. A lot of emotions.
Processing.
Are you guys going to try to fix the NBA All-Star game like all the national shows do?
No,
okay.
and don't do this. Don't do this. This is what's annoying me about this. Like the NBA All-Star game sucks, the league sucks. So now all of a sudden, like Adam Silver is sitting here and saying, we really got to fix the All-Star game. No, you got to fix your league, jackass. Don't let Adam Silver put the wool over the eyes of a league problem. They have a league problem.
Okay.
So now fixing the All-Star game doesn't change that. Don't let him act like this isn't a much bigger problem.
Gotcha. Okay, so for him, like the All-Star game is just something to distract from all the other issues.
Like even like in the back end of the Stern time, there were times where the All-Star game was rough. So don't let Adam Silver act with what he's let happen to this league on his watch. Don't let him sit here and act like, oh, well, we got to fix this All-Star game. That's going to be our goal. Dude, you have a play-in tournament where you give the highest-paid athletes in the world an extra $1 million just to participate. And, oh, by the way, it doesn't count in the regular season. You've expanded the playoffs. Nobody wants to play. It's not like – go to hell, Adam Silver.
A lot of emotions. There it is. A lot of emotions coming up on In the Loop. All right, we are done. We're out of time. This was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and now I feel so dumb about giving Adam Silver a ride back to his hotel. He fooled me. He said he missed the bus.
When was the last time anybody said no to a trip back to the hotel with Adam Silver?
Yeah.
All right, we are done. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start right now.
All right, so... Do we just want to go head on with what happened last week?
I think we should play.
Do we just need to go all in on this?
Lead with the
what
big
do we need
news.
to do?
We need to go with that. Yeah, we need to go with that. I was a little confused by Seth there. Like a woman asks you to go to a hotel room.
Yeah.
To drop her off at her hotel room.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you. I'm no C.J. Stroud, but even back in my younger days, that had a meaning, didn't it?
Yeah, I remember. I remember in my days. It's like, hey, I'm coming over here at like midnight. You know why I'm here.
Yeah, exactly.
And, that's pretty much the situation. My thing is this, like, and there sometimes these things, and if you're just tuning in, Amber Rose, she was in the Travis Scott celebrity game last week. She's a big sex symbol. Like, let's just be honest. Like, if there were like some OGs, like let's say Cameron and Mace, by the way, they're going to have some fun with this, I'm sure. But if they were advising you on 10 women to stay away from, like for a young man, and they've talked about this new era of like cougars preying on young guys.
Yeah.
I think we've seen it allegedly with Drea and Jaylen Green. She would be on the top 10 list.
She'd be in the top 3.
She would be on the top 10 list.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, she has a slut walk. Like it's
on video.
No, it's like an annual slut walk.
Yeah,
it's women empowerment. So like she would be on that list. So let's not just act like this is like some normal situation. Yeah. Also, I think we got to respect the fact that in this city, I think we need to respect all fields. In this city, there is QB horniness PTSD. Seriously, like regardless of what you thought he did at the extreme level or not, like the downfall of the once chosen quarterback was horniness. And if you're rolling with the sex symbol, it's horniness. What did or didn't happen doesn't matter. I just don't want him around her. I don't care if he did drop her off. I don't want C.J. Stroud around Amber Rose.
Let me give you the two big takeaways that hopefully will. Well, one, hopefully will calm people's imaginations. Number one, I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud. That said, what I hate the most is that he's lumped in with all these other guys all of a sudden. Now he's lumped in with them whether it's true or not. Kanye, Odell, Machine Gun Kelly, 21 Savage, Nick Cannon.
Dude, she had 21 Savage sounding like a giddy schoolgirl on some of his interviews.
Yeah. No. What I hate, I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud. I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that it's out there. Uncomfortable, but not worried. But what I hate the most is that he's lumped in now. Whether it's true or not, he's lumped in with all these guys that she's just...
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, we're just protective of our quarterback.
Exactly.
Man. We're just protective of our quarterback. I think we need to respect the horniness PTSD. We need to respect that they're both grown and can do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
And we also need to respect, because there's a certain jock sniff, like, demo where it's like, you're acting like we're like up in his business. No, he's with Amber Rose, dog.
Yeah,
Like it's not.
Why are y'all
not like-
talking about this?
Yeah.
Everyone is talking about this.
Yeah, it's not like he was walking with like some other like celebrity, and we're like it was the craziest thing about it is it was the most viral moment of a great Texans season in which they had many viral moments, right? I mean, the internet
right
broke.
now it is. Yeah,
The internet
right
broke.
now it is, and it's still up there. And then like worst case scenario,
Like she can't get an Uber Black or something like that. Like,
dude,
I need a ride.
Can you? I'll take you to your hotel.
Like you're telling me Travis Scott with all these celebrities, he didn't have
cars.
He didn't have cars. And
Yeah.
and what bothers me the most about it is you can tell she wanted to be seen, bro.
With him.
Oh yeah,
with him.
She wanted to be
Yeah.
seen. Hey Amber,
Yeah.
hey, how's
Yeah.
it going? I think maybe CJ was doing like Nick Cannon a favor because I think she's managed by Nick Cannon. Like this is the most attention that Amber Rose has gotten in a while, and CJ got attention too.
It might be.
A lot.
It might be more viral than anything except maybe Kanye, right? For
That
her?
she got
For her, yeah.
She got a lot. She got a lot of
moments, brother.
Yeah, she got a lot of moments,
No.
brother.
I understand. I just rattled through a few of her body count.
Yeah.
But in terms of like star power crossover, I'm telling you, outside of Kanye, CJ might be the most viral one for her.
Where her baby daddy is Wiz Khalifa.
Yeah.
Okay, he's up there.
Yeah.
He's up there.
They had a good relationship, actually. I thought they were good together.
Yeah.
But like some of these others, it's not as widespread, not as much crossover as CJ.
Here's the other thing. On top of them being grown, let's just be serious about this, okay? What he is about does not necessarily align with Amber Rose.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I hate the most.
That's what it is. Like he does not like what CJ like it just doesn't align. I don't care. Like if it was a smash and dash, if it was a door dash, I don't care. Whatever it was, but
yeah. Like if you were managing CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Again, this is the one thing that bothers me the most. It may not even be close to true. Who knows? It's that all of a sudden, when you start talking about Amber Rose, you're going to say Kanye, Wiz Khalifa, 21 Savage, CJ Stroud. Wait, what?
MGK.
Wait, CJ Stroud?
MGK.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's in that list. That's what I hate the most. Nothing against them. It's just not what he's all about.
Yeah, if he gave her a ride, he gave her a ride. But this is I do
all right,
think
thanks
this is,
for the ride.
I do
See you
think this
later.
is a good Hollywood lesson for CJ. Like no matter what.
It is. I think like his handlers would if he asked his handlers if they advised him on whether he should do this or not, the answer is absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't even take her to her hotel. Get her an Uber Black. Something like that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't advise him to do this.
But if he wanted to, just go see what Amber Rose was about, more power to him.
Well, you know what she's about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you wanted to go check it out, check it out. Figgy, what was your reaction? Shout out to 97.9 The Box, by the way, for the video. All these people on the scene, and 97.9 The Box just drops that on us.
Yeah,
shout out to my people over there.
Man, we seen a damn interview with CJ Stroud the night of the doggone game.
Yeah.
And we didn't see that video till Friday.
Shout out to the greatness that is 97.9 The Box. Your thoughts on this when you saw it?
I started thinking a lot because I do got a little PTSD, quarterback horny PTSD too.
Yeah, we gotta respect that.
I was kind of curious because I trust CJ no matter what, but I was thinking like, damn, is this his interest for real? Like I'm wondering, do we got that in him where he kind of want to date some of these quote unquote Instagram models?
See, that's what I mean. I just hate that he's all of a sudden lumped in.
He might like them.
Who knows? Maybe
that might be his thing.
I mean, you got to think about it. Like the first time Amber Rose came around was the "Put On for My City" video with Young Jeezy. What was that? 07, 08, something like that, right?
Yeah.
CJ was like 6. So like he's just kind of like I'm sure it's kind of like a fantasy type of thing. Almost.
Remember that video? I think it was 20.
He's got to live his fantasy out.
It was 2015, 2016, somewhere in there. The first I really kind of got a grasp of her, I got attention. I paid attention. Was when she had this video of like, as I said, her body count, the people that she slept with.
Yeah.
And she said she couldn't remember a number, probably in the thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands.
Maybe 1,000 or more.
Yeah, I remember her.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember I first seen her running around with Kanye when he was running around with the Henny bottle.
Yeah.
And I want to say that was around the same time he took the mic from Taylor Swift.
I can't wait to hear what Cameron and May say about this, because they're going to be in on it, and they do think there's a huge herd of cougars just preying on these young men.
Well, the other thing that you said that's interesting is the PTSD part. Like, remember when Deshaun was videotaped with
Mia Khalifa?
We were all like, well, whatever. He's a young man.
Yeah, we didn't give that its appropriate attention.
Maybe it's who cares? He was just sowing his whatever. We were apologetic and dismissive and forgiving of it.
Yeah.
Now we're like, oh my God, oh my God.
Not CJ.
Not CJ too. They got CJ. By the way, it's undefeated. I mean, if there's ever any more proof.
I mean, she broke 21 Savage.
Yep.
She broke him, man.
It's 11 billion and O. It's undefeated.
I mean, he's got to be like, but I mean, he was all over. Like, there's not a single aggregation that didn't pick up CJ Stroud hopping in that whip with Amber Rose.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I think he might be outside of, like I said, Kanye. And maybe one or two others. He's the biggest viral type of relationship she's had.
On the text line, it says maybe Amber didn't want to pay the Uber surging pricing upcharge.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. He would have paid it. Anybody would have paid it. You know?
I'm sure she got enough money to pay the upcharge.
Dude, I just think she saw a young man and said, hey. You think she asked for the ride, or you think he just offered?
Oh, she asked. Yeah. And he's like, sure. Hey, John, remember when you wanted him to get a girlfriend in the offseason? LOL. Yeah. I want him to get a nice girl. A nice girl.
She seems nice. She seems nice. She does. Like, she's all right.
Nice.
But she seems like a nice.
Yeah, she's got it going on.
Woman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, What if he starts dating her? What if they're like a couple?
Oh, Lord.
No, really. What if they
she and Harden were a thing, right?
I mean, I don't know. Probably. But what if he starts dating her? What if they're like just at the phase of their life where they just start dating?
If he starts dating her, this is going to spiral out of control. Absolutely. 100%.
Is it?
Yes. Yes and yes. Like this is going to be, and again, these are all, we're just talking here. It's gonna spiral out of control. They got CJ too. She got CJ too. And then heaven forbid he has a bad game, like to open the season or whatever next year.
CJ's been all over the place. So he had by the way, I got to apologize to Micah Parsons. I was not familiar with your game, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons, MVP, CJ Stroud throwing up brick after brick after brick.
Did he make a three-pointer?
No, he's 0-9. I kept his stats, actually.
Mm-hmm.
He was from 3. He was 0 for 9 from 3, 8 of 14 from 2.
Ouch.
2 of 4 from the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
He was cranking it up. So he went to the Travis Scott celebrity game, dropped Amber Rose off at her hotel, went to the NBA All-Star weekend, played basketball there, came back, and he was front row at the Cougs versus Texas game.
Yeah.
So Cougars in more ways than one. He
had the Cougar weekend.
He had a Cougar weekend.
Let's go Cougs. Maybe that's why he went to the Cougs game. He's like, hey, it's been good to me. That's a lot. But you know what? I don't care about any of that. He's got resources to get back and forth, go to places, etc. The other thing, I just saw the video and I went, oh, Lord.
Text line's asking about the Kardashian suite. That was actually Michael Rubin's suite. It wasn't Kim's suite.
Yeah, and that was a charity.
They're doing prison reform, and that's like the same as the black and white party. I think Kim's dating OBJ too. So, would you rather? Because we were having the conversation. Would you rather CJ date one of the Jenners or Amber Rose?
Boy, that's a great question. Is there a right answer?
I think that
I would say one of the Jenners.
I don't know. That's kind of like a lot of a commitment, though. Although both of them don't really like. They're famous, but I don't think they are as fake. Like I feel like
hold on,
Kendall's,
Kardashians aren't fake?
Jenners.
Oh, Jenners. Yeah, I'd go with the Jenners.
Jenners, yeah.
Yeah, they pretty.
Yeah.
They got the NDAs laying around and all that stuff, so you won't hear anything crazy coming from them.
Yeah, Kendall's kind of like got anxiety.
Amber Rose can be a firecracker.
Kendall's got anxiety, and Kylie's already so rich off of the makeup bag. But I don't think CJ, out of just respect for the city, I don't think he could date Kylie.
Yeah.
I don't think you can date Travis Scott's baby mama.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think you got to respect the city a little more than that.
I can see him with Kendall.
Yeah, Kendall, man, there's got to be. She likes basketball players, right? Like Devin Booker and Blake Griffin and
Ben Simmons.
Yeah, but she's the one that's like anxiety, like doesn't. Yeah. But she can't even like cut a piece of cake.
What? I didn't hear
really.
that.
Yeah, like there's like domestic. She's got real domestic issues.
OCD or
no? She's just not. She just.
Not a
about
people
that
person.
Life. Yeah. No. She doesn't. She just doesn't know how to do anything.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I thought like it had to be the perfect size, and she was
No.
Yeah. What about this? This is where we maybe can have some hope. What if she really was like trying to notch him up, to get him, and he was like such a nerd, like he really did think.
I could see CJ being a nerd.
Yeah, like saying,
no. I could see CJ like I could legit see CJ just dropping her off at the hotel.
Like what if he, she's like, oh, you want to come on up? We'll talk or whatever.
No, I got to go to the NBA All-Star weekend.
I got a flight in the morning early.
No, I got a hoop.
Yeah.
No, I could legit see CJ doing that.
Yeah,
but the internet's still going to go nuts.
Yeah, but he was so naive, that he just kind of like says, all right, well, if you need a ride, I'll give you a ride. Sure, I'm going that way. It's on my way. And then opens the door and says, all right, see you later.
I don't think that happened.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But
what do you mean?
Yeah, I think we sleeping on CJ, man. I think he low-key a sniper.
I think you could be right.
A sniper?
Yeah.
I think you could be right there, Figgy.
Nah, he a low-key sniper, man. He about to have a fun summer.
And he said so. He told us. First off season I've really had since I was like 9 years old or something. And so that, there is that. He could. I think you could be onto something there, Figgy.
The 281.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's just this particular one is a little unnerving.
281 on the text line would rather him get with her being an older chick than these young chicks. They're dumb. Amber could show him a few things. That's what he's saying.
And she might just move on too. Whereas the Kardashians might be in for a relationship. Like Amber Rose might just move on.
Nah, I think it's the opposite.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the opposite because the Kardashians, the Jenners, they're business people. They got the NDAs and all that stuff. You never hear anything leaking out from them.
Yeah.
But Amber Rose, she could be a firecracker. She'd jump on Instagram Live and expose some stuff.
A firecracker.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mess around with that.
Yeah, I mean, she went right to Instagram and said that he just gave her a ride.
Yeah.
Nah, but you gotta lay low with that Amber thing. If you got it out of your system, you got it out of your system.
Good for you. Let's go move on.
I think he the one that said, hey, you got to say something because I can't be attached to you like this.
Maybe.
Tell him I just gave you a ride home or something.
What if he actually just did?
That's what I'm saying. Like he's such a
What if he
nerd.
actually just gave her a ride home?
But I think Figgy's onto something. Just because he's like straight-laced, very religious and all that stuff, doesn't mean that he's not a man.
Did this get coverage this morning?
Like on local?
No,
it's on the Chronicle.
No, I'm talking about with Sean and Seth. Did they
I don't know.
touch it?
I think they did, yeah. I think they did.
Because I felt like you were getting kind of cross-examined at the end of the...
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Like,
what is going on here? I thought we were really attacking this.
I was no playa, as it was. And even I knew what that, hey, you want to go to my hotel room meant. Take me to my hotel.
Big day tomorrow in the NFL. We'll tell you what to look for. We'll also touch a little bit more on this CJ thing. We got OG passing thoughts, Amber Rose CJ style. Yes, we do. Next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud hops in a car with Amber Rose. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Maybe he was trying to save her. I'm looking at this TMZ article from 2022.
Save her?
Save her.
Like testify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at this right here. This is from a podcast that Amber Rose did with Raquel Harper. Amber Rose isn't buying the notion God created our universe, planet, or species, nor does she believe Jesus died for our sins.
Oh, wow.
But she can get behind Buddhism. So maybe CJ was actually trying to save Amber Rose when he gave her a ride to her hotel room. Maybe that's what CJ was trying to do. Maybe that's what he was trying to do.
He's trying to give her that cross.
He was trying to give her that cross.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I think you might be onto something. I mean, that's him. That's him. 100% that's him. I mean, he talks about it literally every interview.
So maybe that's what was going on. Maybe he was trying to save her.
Yeah.
But don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
Yeah, and maybe she's trying to...
and she's got other ideas.
Yeah, she's trying to take him to the dark side a little bit. Yeah, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think may have been happening there.
Could be.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I can't wait till the...
He's going to be asked about it.
I can't wait till the hip-hop blogs get... By who? You mean here?
Like a podcast or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he gets on a lot of podcasts. That's another thing he's been doing this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's about to tone down. He's just making the rounds.
I'm glad he's enjoying the offseason so far. Just don't enjoy it like that. Like the trips and all that, the celebrity game, the softball game, going to the UH. That's cool. Go for it.
Did you see what Sauce Gardner said about him?
I did. Wait a minute. What was it? It was
they put the picture of him up at the Texas versus Cougs game. By the way, shout out to the Cougs for that assing.
Man, that was a big time win.
Kelvin Sampson, you're a bad mofo. But Sauce was on Twitter and he saw CJ at the
that's right
at the game. He said, "How? I just seen him yesterday.
Yeah.
He got to be having the time of his life, and I don't blame him. LOL."
No, I'm good with that. I've got nothing but no criticism, no nothing when it comes to him getting around back and forth, enjoying life. I mean, he became a superstar. So enjoy it. You know, I'm not worried about him otherwise.
I also wonder, like, we talk about him giving her a ride.
Mm-hmm.
I do bet her hotel wasn't that far away because it was at Minute Maid. I'm assuming they just stayed somewhere downtown.
Could have been.
So she could have been at like the Hilton of America,
or maybe on the Westheimer area. You know, the Derrick is over there. Some of those others.
CJ giving her a ride.
Yeah.
Like if it were at NRG, then it'd be like, all right, well, where are you going?
The whole ride thing is weird though. Like
she missed the bus.
Travis Scott could have gotten her a car. Travis Scott could have gotten her a black Uber, a limo. She could have gotten
that it could have been the hotel. I bet the hotel was literally like 2 or 3 blocks.
Maybe, but it might have been in the Westheimer area.
I don't think I'm in denial.
I don't know if you're in denial or whatever it is.
I don't care either way. Like if she showed him the light, she showed him the light.
Well, the odds are pretty good. All I'm saying is it's like bizarre that it was give her a ride and she came out with CJ, went in the car with CJ and left. That's a little bizarre. That's not that could have been fixed in any number of ways. She could have gotten a ride.
Internet went nuts, man. I was listening to The Drive and they mentioned it, and I texted Tyler. I was like, "What video are you talking about?"
Mm-hmm.
He said it's on 97.9 The Box. I said, "What?"
Yeah.
So y'all aren't kidding?
No.
And then I went to HEB, and I just remember this is just me, and I think this speaks to what I mentioned earlier, and we'll get into this at 11.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to respect if you're someone who assumes like. It's not, they're grown, they can do whatever they want. But we've got to respect QB horny PTSD here. We've got to respect it.
Yeah.
It was the downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that organization, Deshaun wanted out, but there's QB horny PTSD here.
Yeah.
And that's how people feel. And you can't blame them for feeling that way. That's where we're at. But I just remember I went to HEB. I was like, I texted Tyler. I was like, hey, what's this video you're talking about?
Yeah.
And he says, hey, it's 97.9 The Box, blah, blah, blah. So I go on there and I'm looking, and I'm like, I'm watching the video, and it's almost like I'm like talking to myself, because first I see CJ walking out. I'm like, oh, they're just walking by each other. That's nothing big.
Yeah.
Then they're walking towards the car. I'm like, oh, they're just going to separate cars and stuff. And then I see CJ walk further. I'm like, oh, he's parked there. She's parked there. And then I see him walk back, and she's in the passenger seat. And I'm like, oh, my God. So as I'm like pushing my cart around HEB, I'm just like, man, how am I supposed to feel about this?
You know what, though?
How am I supposed to feel about this? And that, but you do this with balancing out. Like, I don't have like a hot take like this is awful or all this. I have an understanding of who Amber Rose is, an understanding of who CJ Stroud is, an understanding that they're both adults, and an understanding that we have QB horny PTSD here. So I'm not sitting here, like, I don't have like a firm stance on it, but it did have me in my feels, like in every direction watching the video and
stuff. It had me thinking more about like how it's going to affect how a big number of people view CJ Stroud. I mentioned earlier the whole lumping him in with these other people bothers me because that's not him. So let me ask the loopholes this. Let me ask you and Figgy this. It's a very simple test that kind of lets you know how the vast majority of Americans that just see this on video will respond. What would your mom say?
Oh, you think Miss Stroud was happy that he was in the car with Amber Rose?
Yeah, what would your mom?
I don't want to speak for CJ's mom.
Your specific mom, Figgy's specific mom, loopholes. And I'll talk about my wife.
My mom?
Yeah, what would your mom say?
Are you kidding me?
That's my point. That's my point. What would she say? What would she say? Think about it.
What were you doing with Amber Rose?
Figgy?
And then my mom would have already Googled her and had every damn video and everything on it.
Yes, Figgy?
Yeah, my mom is super religious already, so she would be like, no, you need to find somebody in church.
My wife, I won't say my mom, my wife, who's no prude, but she's just a regular mom, grandma, that watches football. She would say, why is he doing that? Why is he messing around with that woman? Like, immediately it goes there.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Immediately goes like it doesn't matter what's true and what's not anymore. I wish that was the case. But what's true and what's not doesn't matter in how CJ Stroud is viewed.
All right, this is what I want to ask the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one. And everyone's having fun with this on YouTube. Everyone's having fun with this on the text. And there's a few people who act like this is like not a big story. It's a big story. It's an off season. It's a big story.
Mm-hmm. What would your mom say?
Where were you? Where were you when you found out CJ Stroud got in a car with Amber Rose? Because I just told you where I was.
Yeah.
And you feel kind of silly for caring so much about it, but hey, man, I'm looking out for the young man. Hey, he's also 22. He's finding himself.
No, that's all fine, but
it's all good.
But like, I'm talking about
you're also,
how it affects his reputation, or at least
the
in
reputation
the short term.
gets affected by it.
Yes, like what would your mom say?
Yeah,
I think that is the litmus test right there.
Where were you when you found out about this?
I was actually at the fishing show. I went again Saturday morning. I'm an addict. I'm a sicko, and I didn't find out till Saturday. So I was at the fishing show talking to a buddy or whatever, and he go and I was kind of scrolling through Twitter, catching up, and I showed him. I said, "You see this? Is this real?" I actually said, "Is this real?" And then of course you could see that it was real because I saw just the headline. CJ or whatever it was, CJ Stroud gives Amber Rose a ride to her hotel. I was like, oh Lord.
Where were you, Fig?
I was actually on my way to work a wedding for the photo booth company in Spring.
Yeah, because I texted you.
Yeah, so I actually sat in the car listening to the drive the whole time. It's funny because this was the only show that was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on Twitter and listening to the drive, just listening to the reaction, looking
softball game. Put yourself in like 22-year-old CJ's shoes, and all of a sudden this sex symbol that you grew up watching, still kind of working it a little bit. She asked for a ride to the hotel. Like that's like most guys fantasize about this.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. And again, I wish this was not the case, but what really happened doesn't matter right now. I wish that wasn't the case, but it doesn't matter. What we saw on the video and what people think passing judgment, and everybody has an opinion on this, no matter what you may think, something's going to cross your mind. That's what matters, and that's what bothers me about it. Not that it's true, not that it didn't matter if it was true, not that it didn't matter if it wasn't true. the way that he is all of a sudden lumped in with her. You know?
Yep. That's where we're at. Coming up, all eyes on Tampa. The offseason intensifies tomorrow, and there's a lot of things that could impact the Houston Texans, including potential players that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans could be adding. Localizing it next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Why do people hate Joe Buck? Everybody in every city thinks Joe Buck hates their team.
I don't like the way that he looks on camera.
So it's just he's got a face that you want to punch.
That is Joe Buck. He has maybe the most punchable broadcasting face ever.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm Brad Heller with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. After the Cowboys' early exit from the playoffs this past season, owner Jerry Jones recently committed to being, quote, all in on the 2024 season. Linebacker Micah Parsons responded by saying he hopes Dallas acquires the players the team was missing, which includes getting nasty interior linemen and also giving running back Tony Pollard another shot. Despite eclipsing the 1,000-yard rushing mark for a second straight season, Pollard's yards per carry average dropped from 5.2 in 2022 to 4.0 in 2023. Meanwhile, veteran corner Patrick Peterson says he has no plans to retire heading into his 14th NFL season, but he's not sure if his career will continue with the Steelers. Peterson has 1 year left on a 2-year contract and is due to count $9.78 million against the salary cap in 2024. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it, between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Sponsored by
What's up, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for Louis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. If you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time, man. This Texas weather has been absolutely wild lately. Right now, we're dealing with the aftermath of the heat and drought that we just experienced. And Louis Flory, he's traveling all over the city of Houston, and he's seeing valuable trees all over the place that are dry, defoliating, scorched, distressed. The list goes on and on. You might ask, what does that mean? Well, if your trees are turning brown and losing leaves, right now you need to call Ability Tree Experts. Think about what your trees have been through over the past few years, man. I'm talking a couple of nasty freezes, record heat, and now a drought. Let's make it simple. Your big, valuable trees have been through hell. It's time to address any and all damage that may have occurred. It's time to take action to make sure your trees have the best chance to survive. Louis Flory, Ability Tree Experts. They have the best product on the market. They have 45 plus years in the tree care business right here in and around Houston. Give them a call today, 281-441-4179. That's 281-441-4179, or check them out online at abilitytrees.com. Louis Flory, Ability Tree Experts, Houston's leading tree care professional.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Uniquely different. Like our effortless buying process, you'll never feel uncomfortable during your purchase experience. Over 1,000 vehicles available, including certified pre-owned Lincolns. Find one that fits your budget today at West Point Lincoln on the Katy Freeway and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway.
At Air Specialist, we believe a good name is earned, not given. With every AC repair, we dedicate ourselves to the craftsmanship and precision that you would expect from a specialist. And now we're proud to offer the same attention to detail on plumbing, repipes, water heaters, drains, and more. Being a specialist is not just our name, it's our brand. Air Specialist Plumbing and AC. Excellent quality at a fair price.
Hey, any big plans for today? Yep, checking out Target's 4-day sale. Oh, for what? For scoring 20% off. For 20% off? For everything you need for spring. 20% off tees, jeans, and shoes. Even select bedding, bath, storage, and more.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, all eyes on Tampa Bay, according to the OG John Lopez. Franchise tag period begins tomorrow, which means some of the Texans' potential targets, if you're talking about big-name free agents, they could be off the market before you even get a shot, or you might have to trade for them on top of paying. Saquon Barkley, T. Higgins, Josh Jacobs, Antoine Winfield. These are a few guys to watch. Chris Jones, the reports are he's not going to get tagged in Kansas City. But tomorrow is a big day when it comes to free agency, and then there's the 2-week period, and then before we know it, we'll be looking at Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans signing guys. You say, though, all eyes are on Tampa Bay. Explain yourself as we localize it on the eve of franchise tag day.
Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed I didn't put this together earlier. But when I started looking at the lists yesterday and this morning of, like, likely tags, somewhat likely tags, there was some website I was looking at, like, all the players that are going to be tagged. When you look at Tampa Bay, man, like the Texans, they need to kind of keep an eye on Tampa. And let me explain it, because the Texans can benefit from pretty much any decision that Tampa Bay makes when it comes to their big-time players. Because now they're talking about maybe tagging Baker Mayfield, which I understand. I mean, he had a really good year, or extending him or something like that. But then you also have, obviously, you have Mike Evans, and you have Antoine Winfield Jr., which I'm really high on. I think that should be a target for this team. Just an absolute game changer, really huge, big year. His best year, looking for a contract, so maybe you kind of keep an eye on things. Let me give you some scenarios here, because the Texans benefit from all of them. If the Bucs extend Baker Mayfield, give him a contract that he's happy with, and then franchise tag Mike Evans, Antoine Winfield is out there.
Mm-hmm.
If they sign Mike Evans and tag Mayfield, Antoine Winfield is still available. If they tag Winfield, which has been mentioned, and it's much cheaper, so it might be where they go to tag somebody, and sign Mayfield, then Mike Evans is available. If they have, if on and on and on, if you tag one and sign another, there's still a player available for free agency. 100%. They've got 3 players, all deserving and wanting contracts. They can only take care of 2, maybe 1. Like if they just tag Mike Evans, then the other 2, we don't care about Baker Mayfield, but I'm saying that's the case. If they sign Baker Mayfield, they feel like that's the way to go. Then Evans and Winfield are available for free agency. And here's the thing. The Bucs have kind of a I want to say they're 13 or 14 in cap space. So they have middle of the pack cap space. They can't get all 3 of them done, Landry. They if they do, they're working magic. But I don't think they can get all 3 of these guys signed. So the Texans right now, keep an eye on Tampa. There's going to be a potential target there. Could be Mike Evans, could be Antoine Winfield, could be both. Like, that's where you got to look.
Do you think safety is something they're going to look at? I mean, they got Jimmy Ward, they got Jalen Petrie. Like, as far as like a prime asset, prime cap space, like, do you really think they'd be looking at safety? You think they're proactively going to try to demote Jalen Petrie?
I think they're trying to get to the next level on defense, and I don't know what their plans are. They say all the right things about Petrie, but I think, well, who would you rather have?
Well, come on.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, let's be serious.
Yeah, exactly. Who's proven better? I think he's only 26. Is that right?
He was drafted in 2000, or 2020.
Yeah, so he's somewhere in that area. This is more of a me personally, but I think he's going to be out there. I think it's something that the Texans can look at. Either way, Tampa, I mean, there's a real good chance they might tag Baker Mayfield because they're still not sure. They don't want to give him a contract. If they do that, then Evans and Winfield are available. Certainly Evans.
Those are 2 positions, though, where I don't know that they're going to aggressively go at them in free agency. Like, it's as far as that, because that's the creme de la creme of the wide receiver, and that's the creme de la creme of the safety. I think D'Amico's going to fall in love with a D lineman or linebacker. It might be someone that we're not even talking about. Brian Burns is another name that comes up. I don't know whether or not Carolina's going to franchise tag him or not. I could see them falling in love with him too. Like, they're going to fall in love with someone on defense, and the offense, the running back, they're obviously going to be in that market. I just don't know if Antoine Winfield is going to be something that they look to.
I think I must have looked at the same list that you did, because these top tag candidates that you mentioned are all the same ones that I saw. But Mike Evans isn't on that list, and so like we'll see if he's going to be available, if there's going to be hometown discount, no state income tax. I just feel like Tampa is a prime location right now for the Texans to keep an eye on if they want to go. And I know I'm somewhat on an island, not by myself, but somewhat on an island when it comes to Winfield. I think that dude could make this defense.
No, I do too. I don't know what they think.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they had hopes that Jaylen Petrie could be that Swiss Army knife. I don't like. How much different does having a elite safety make them look? How much? I mean, what do they think of Jaylen Petrie? Now, D'Amico had the balls to bench him last year.
Yeah,
he got benched.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you just wipe the slate clean, or do you get a little bit more proactive? I mean, that would be one of those moves where it's proactive.
Yes.
And I don't think that would mean the end of Jaylen Petrie. I think Jaylen Petrie could find a place on the squad and figure it out.
Sure.
And I don't know whether you could put him and Winfield out there at the same time. We don't know if Jimmy Ward's going to be able to be healthy. I think Jimmy Ward's a good guy. I just don't know. I don't know what their thought process is there. But if they're focusing on safety and they're focusing on receiver, which they very well could, I mean, I think that would tell you a lot, not just about what they think of the player that they're bringing in, but the players that are already in the position rooms that player would be added to.
Here's why I think it's on the table for Winfield. There are people who still, to this day, think the Texans are going to draft an offensive lineman in the first round. And we know how jam-packed and how expensive the offensive line is already. So if there are people, and who knows, what the Texans are really thinking, that's always the case. But if you're saying they have a $30 million right tackle, they have the highest paid left tackle, and they still could use an offensive lineman, well, why can't you do that at the safety position? Why can't you just get to a higher level and a higher level of play at the safety position? If you're talking about on the O-line, it's easier in the secondary.
We're at a spot right now where, like, if you look at how the draft kind of shapes up, like there could be a scenario where, like, let's say that Nick Caserio, Scout Goodhair, and D'Amico Ryans are crunching tape, and of course they are heading into the draft. Like, you're in a position right now where you're drafting, you could have the first crack at a safety.
Yeah.
Even if we're not talking about signing or in the second round, like there's gonna be safety value. So I could see them proactively trying to upgrade what they got at the position right now with Jaylen Petrie's poor play and Jimmy Ward, the inability to really stay on the field consistently.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think they're going to pay Antoine Winfield. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, because if they do it, that means they love him.
Yes.
I mean, that means they absolutely love him. But I want to give Jaylen Petrie another chance. Like the Kenyon Green situation, the Mechie situation. Like I want to. Like you've got to do better there. You've got to give them some competition. And if they find themselves in a position to where Tyler Newman out of Minnesota is there at 20 whatever, and they love him, or Bullard out of Georgia is there in the second round and they love him, it's there. But I don't think it's as important because I still do have a little bit of hope for Jaylen Petrie. A little bit.
I don't think it necessarily precludes that. But if you're upgrading, and they're talking about upgrading at places where you're already stacked and paying a lot of money, like offensive line, I don't see why that doesn't translate to the safety position. Like if you're going to upgrade and you feel like you can get to another level, that elite level at the safety position, what's Winfield's market value? It's
probably like 11,
something like that, right?
Yeah,
that's not going to break the bank for a team that has the fourth most cap space.
Yeah, and I also wonder, like the Brian Burns Carolina situation, I'm keeping an eye on that. I don't see how Matabuke gets on the market. Like that just seems like it's not even realistic.
Yeah.
And then the Chris Jones, they're going to fall in love with the D lineman. It's just going to be a matter of which D lineman they fall in love with. But the safety thing, the wide receiver thing is something to keep an eye on, and that is right there in Tampa Bay. Coming up, 5 immediate thoughts that crossed my mind when C.J. Stroud got in the whip with you-know-who. Next.
insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The offseason of C.J. Stroud, it's been active, man. So he won Travis Scott's MVP. He hopped into a car with Amber Rose. He went to the NBA All-Star celebrity game. Micah Parsons backed up his talk.
Mm-hmm.
Then he came back to Houston. He went to the Cougs beatdown of the Texas Longhorns at the Fertitta Center. And I think he's still got to go overseas and teach football camps.
Yeah, he's going with Morocco.
There's a lot going on with C.J. Stroud right now. He is definitely making the rounds. That's for sure. And if this is his way to relax, good. Just can't wait till get back in that groove with CJ.
Yeah, here we were talking about, enjoy the offseason. Yeah, go date a nice girl.
Said that.
I said that. Date a nice girl. Have some fun. And all of a sudden we're like, oh, God, can't wait for the season to start.
So I had 5 thoughts as soon as I saw THOUGHTS.
Okay.
As soon as I saw CJ Stroud and Amber Rose, I had 5 thoughts.
I can't wait for this. I got to hear this now.
Thought number 1.
Número uno.
I respect that they're both grown. I know you're grown-ups. Y'all can do whatever you want. If it's a smash and dash, if it's a DoorDash, if it's a, if no matter what it is, that they are adults. He's young. She's 40. I set it up to say they are grown. They can do whatever the hell they want. And I don't think there's like any scenario where it's like the end of the world at all.
I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I keep going back to how it looks. Like, yeah, you can do that. Just be a little more discreet, whatever,
Thought number 2.
Número dos.
Respect the horniness, PTSD around here. I think that's why there's so many emotions here. We've had a quarterback who we once revered. He was the chosen one. He was the savior. And regardless of what did or didn't happen, on top of a dysfunctional organization, the downfall of that quarterback, you can chalk down to horniness.
Yeah, and that's what I keep going back to on this as well. I don't think we reacted enough with Deshaun Watson. We kind of dispelled it. I mean, just kind of diffused it, whatever, no big deal. But we may be reacting too much with C.J. Stroud. Maybe, I don't know. But like when Deshaun was with Mia Khalifa, we were like, whatever, young man, having fun, et cetera. That was a sign. Maybe now that PTSD you're talking about is making us go too much the other direction,
Number 3.
Número tres.
Thought 3. This is, if you're one of the people who is, saying let the man live, all that, and I'm there for a second. Let's just be respectful to the fact that this is one of the last people you want one of your young men around. Like when we talk about the praying, all that, like if there were like OGs advising CJ Stroud before he got famous of who to stay away from, where's she at on the list, Figgy? Top 10?
Top 10 for sure.
Top 10 for sure. Maybe top 5.
Yes, she is definitely on there. And I'm looking at my phone, which I try not to do during the segment, but I'm looking at my phone because this has made the old Lopez family text thread.
Okay, let's hear it.
And and so that's why number 3 is so important. It's like horrible look for him. That's what I'm not going to say who said what. You have to be kidding me about this. That's another text I got. She's going to kill him is another one. And that's why I say, what would you put yourself? What would your mom say? And these aren't moms. Well, they're moms of young babies, but some of them.
Well, think about it. Like we were talking about at 120. Would you want CJ dating a Kardashian?
Yeah.
And then an hour later, he's getting in the car with Amber Rose. I'm like, well, maybe it wasn't so bad after all.
I go back to the Kardashians. It's just a bad look. It's the look, and sometimes that just becomes reality, whether it is real or not.
Número 4.
Stroud's getting his first taste of many things, man. He's getting his first taste of fame.
I gotta believe he's not the first.
He's getting his first taste.
Oh, okay.
He's getting his first taste of many things. Like you heard D'Amico Ryans talk about the rat poison. You talk about fame, the price of fame, all that. Even if it was harmless, like even if there was nothing much going on with it and there was nothing to do with it, it can at least be a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything you do is under a microscope when you're a quarterback, no matter what. This is not like magnified. This is hilarious. Like this would be hilarious for anyone. And it's funny because it's CJ.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because of all guys, the God-fearing young man gets in a car with the girl who has had a handful of literal slut walks. Like I'm not making this up. It's called the slut walk. Like you can look this up. Like it's about female empowerment and a lot of there's some good meanings behind it. But she literally has a slut walk.
Yes, she does.
That she hosts, and she doesn't believe in God. She's on the record of saying that. And CJ Stroud is getting in the whip with her.
What are we doing here, man?
What do you mean, what are we doing?
Not you.
It's what happened.
No, I'm saying CJ. It's. I think what he's doing right now today, like literally today, is realizing I only thought I was under a microscope at Ohio State. I think he's getting like, no matter what website, what page, what social media platform he opens, he is splashed all over it. And he is getting, his eyes are open now. So maybe this is a lesson learned. You know? Maybe it's like, okay, I'm not in Columbus, Ohio anymore. I thought it was a lot of attention there. It wasn't. This is attention. This is people talking, and this is people passing judgment, whether it's true or not. I think his eyes are, so maybe it's a lesson learned.
No, it's a lesson learned no matter what.
Yeah.
Like no matter what the scenario is, like he's still young. This is his first. This is the first time he's like an A-lister.
Yeah.
You know? Like even at Ohio, like you're the big man on campus, but this is the first time you're an A-lister.
Nothing.
He broke the internet.
Yeah, he did.
He literally broke the internet.
Yeah.
Our quarterback broke the internet.
He did.
Just by hopping in a whip.
Mm-hmm.
And the imagination goes all over the place.
Yeah. It's
with Amber Rose.
Yeah.
Thought 5.
Number 5.
And this is kind of restating what I just said. It just seems like a huge opposite of brand collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's funniest about it. Like it's just there's nothing similar about these brands.
What is this the most shocking video of CJ with a woman that there could have been? Probably. Maybe a Kardashian, but we already talked about it.
I mean, would that be shocking? Like if he was with Kendall Jenner,
that wouldn't be shocking at all to me.
Like Kendall Jenner, Kylie maybe.
So this.
Yeah, this would be weird.
Like we're creating the old power list or whatever of people you don't want to see videos of him with. She would be number 1. She'd be up there.
I mean, she's. Yeah, I would say like if I were advising CJ and I was like, all right, your brand, because obviously you got a good brand. It's a pure brand.
Yeah.
It's a brand of faith, which I support. Amber Rose probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't want to be linked to her, unless you really liked her.
Even then, like a lot of guys have really liked her. Who'd you say was Wiz Khalifa that she broke?
She broke 21 Savage.
Oh, 21 Savage.
No, Wiz Khalifa is her baby daddy. They got a kid together.
I actually think they were very much in love.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
Yeah, Wiz Khalifa. She has 2 kids with Wiz.
You want to get like way off the grid here?
She's got MGK. You know who she was linked to recently? Like this just shows she ain't got no type.
Yeah.
You know who was hanging out with like a few months ago?
Who's that?
Did you know this?
No.
Chris Rock.
Well,
I did remember that.
I didn't see that.
I did remember that.
I didn't see that one.
Where are you going now? How much more off the grid can we get in this?
We're like off the rails. I ain't gonna say it. I guess I have to. Baby daddy, huh?
Yeah.
What if?
Did she pull a Drea?
What if?
What if CJ had a baby with Amber Rose?
We are just totally.
Surely she can't have kids anymore. Huh? She's got to be past that.
No, she's like 38, right?
40.
40?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have a kid at 40.
Nah.
How old is Drea?
Drea's 39.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I thought Amber Rose would have gotten fixed by now.
I mean, I don't know.
Probably so.
Yeah.
She said her body count was in the thousands, dude.
In the thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thousands.
This was a long time ago, too.
It was 20. I looked it up in the break. 2016.
2016, she was in the thousands?
2016, she was in the thousands.
Okay.
According to her.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Good for her. That's a lot. Did you see that chick from like a different country? She just got in the Guinness Book of World Records for most sexual partners in a year.
Yeah, I saw it. It was trending too.
So she got with 300 guys, and I guess that's the record. I don't think
For
that's
the
the
year?
record. Yeah, I don't think that's the record. I think it might be the only official record, but I could see. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, somebody broke that record.
Somebody broke that record somewhere along the way.
Has to be, right?
But now she says she's committing herself to one a day, so she's trying to break her record by
good for her.
65.
Good for her. You just got to apply yourself. You just have to apply yourself to certain things.
Who
it can
would
be done?
What celebrity would you want CJ to date? Like if you were setting up CJ Stroud, who would you try to set him up with?
Selena Gomez.
She's psycho.
She's not psycho.
She's got too much going on, man.
How is she psycho?
Man, she's got like
she's a billionaire.
She's broken, bro.
She's broken?
Bieber broke her.
No.
She's like, dude, she's like therapy like 8 times a week.
Well, good for her.
No, that's too much, man. I don't want CJ.
Where'd you see
out.
that?
I watched her documentary, man.
She's okay.
She's got
well, then
problems.
maybe you know more than I do. But like, incredible business acumen, cute as a button. Seems to have all her stuff together. I didn't know about the therapy thing. Not that should matter. In fact, that could be a positive.
It's a lot, dude.
It could be a positive. Who's better than Selena Gomez? 713.
I just want him to get like a normal, like
a normal church girl.
Normal girl.
Mm-hmm.
For CJ, because you know what? Like Patrick Mahomes doesn't have to worry about it. It's not his ride or die since 9th grade. Just a normal church girl.
Selena Gomez popped right into my mind. I'm open for discussion for others, but like who? Give me names.
I'm going with. I don't know. Like
Figgy?
I can't even think of a celebrity.
Yeah, the one that popped in my mind, and this is probably not even his type, but Zendaya.
Who?
The actress Zendaya.
No, that is.
Yeah, you've
seen her before.
You've seen her. I had to look her up.
She played in the HBO Max show called Euphoria.
All right, here we go. Most beautiful actresses. This is just actresses.
Oh, we're going actresses, huh?
Under 30. Well, if he's going to go with that, Zendaya's on there. Figgy.
Okay.
Yeah. Ariana Grande.
No.
Haley Steinfeld.
No.
I don't even know some of these. Chloe Moretz. No idea.
No.
Yeah. I'm going to stick with Selena Gomez, man. Well, you're not offering any
no, I'm
any
not.
other options.
No, I'm not.
I'm trying to think of a celebrity that's from LA because that might be a plus for get somebody from LA.
Oh yeah, he needs someone.
He need a Cali girl.
He needs someone from LA.
Yeah.
That are actually like from LA. You have the Kardashians.
Yeah, well, no.
The Jenners.
Kardashians and Jenners. They're all from LA. Miley Cyrus is from LA.
No.
She's married, right?
No.
Isn't she married?
Is she married? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
She's married.
Or is she with somebody?
Her hit song was about her ex-boyfriend or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so Miley Cyrus is there. Like, do we want to stay in the MILF range, or are we trying to find him like a young girl?
I'm trying to find
somebody young and up and coming.
Yeah.
Young and up and coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about the chick who played Barbie?
Oh, she's in her 30s. That wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
She was the one from.
She seems cool.
Wasn't she the one from Wolf of Wall Street?
Also? Yeah, but I mean that's just a movie.
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, how about the chick who
Margot
played Barbie?
Robbie?
Yeah, how about her?
Margot Robbie.
She taken?
I'm looking.
What about Chloe Bailey?
Who's that?
She's a R&B singer.
Yeah, Margot Robbie's 33, man.
There you go.
Yeah,
it's 11-year difference.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got the accent and stuff. Barbie, she's successful. She's only going to be working like once every, like doing what movies? She's probably getting to the point where she can go once every 3 or something, right?
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay.
Margot Robbie. There you go. Here you go, CJ. CJ,
we're looking out for
Margot.
you, CJ.
Yeah.
We're looking out for you.
Stay away from the Instagram models.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
The YouTube and text board are weighing in.
Okay.
Ice Spice.
No,
Oh, man.
Hell no.
Oh, man.
Hell no.
You know who took her on the date?
Who?
Jordan Poole took her on the date.
No.
And spent like $75K on the date on her.
We're good on that.
And as the camera and actually clowned him for it.
No, we're good on that.
Olivia Rodrigo.
We're good on that.
Good on that too. Who's Becky G? I don't know.
A wrestler.
I don't know who Becky G is.
It's a wrestler named Becky
Is that
G, right?
Right? I don't know.
Someone asks, do you happen to have the contact info for the woman trying to break that sex record?
Oh, Haley Steinfeld is with Josh Allen.
Someone says Amber Heard.
Oh, God.
Zendaya was Spider-Man's girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently...
Someone says he needs like a Simone Biles type. He
Emma
needs to find like
Watson.
an athlete. Are there any like WNBA stars that he could like, or something like that?
Yeah.
Skylar Diggins.
Yeah, Skylar Diggins.
That would be good.
Yeah, how about... Damn, creep.
You said that would?
I said that would be good.
Yeah, get him like Skylar Diggins or something like that. Get him like a star. Mm-hmm. What about Angel Reese?
No, she's young. The one from LSU.
Yeah. Look, Caitlin Clark.
Mm-hmm.
CJ and Caitlin Clark.
That'd be good.
That chick who shot against Steph Curry. She's
Ionescu?
Yeah, she's engaged to like some Raiders guy I'd never heard of.
Oh, yeah. She had a ring on.
Yeah.
She was shooting with a ring.
Yeah, she's married to, I think he's like an O lineman or something like that.
Yeah, I did see that. Boy, you're going to hear about the NBA All-Star game during Confessions.
Oh, yeah? You enjoyed it, huh? Good for you.
God almighty.
Good for you. I'm glad you enjoyed that, man.
No, I didn't.
I'm very happy for you. I'm glad you love that.
Oh, Jenna Ortega. That would be a good one from Wednesday. Yeah, that would be a real good one for him.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. She's 21, too.
Yeah.
Do y'all feel like these are his types, though?
I have no idea.
How the hell am I supposed... She's from Cali. Jenna Ortega's from Cali. She's from Palm Desert, California.
Oh, that's money, too.
Yeah, let's go. And she was on Disney?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jenna Ortega.
Let's go. We're good with that. Fix your reputation, CJ. That's a good show, too, by the way. I got into that a little bit.
Wednesday?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're good. We got you set up, CJ.
Yeah, apparently she's pretty crazy on social media, though.
Oh, well. She's 21.
Yeah, okay. Jenna Ortega, we've got this.
Who cares?
Yeah,
She's
there
21.
you go. You don't need Amber Rose, CJ. We got you covered.
Yes.
We figured this out. There we go.
Anyone but Amber Rose. Anyone but Amber Rose.
All right, coming up next, free agency is about to intensify. What to watch for, and could D'Amico Ryans fall in love with this guy? The latest edition of Sign or Decline next.
Payne and Pendergast. Michoacana Meat Market.
All right, sign or decline Brian Burns. He's might be at franchise tag by the Carolina Panthers. The market value is high. Like, we're creeping up to the $20 million range. But when we talk about Brian Burns, there's a couple of things that come to mind. First of all, it's his best football ahead of him. He's been in Carolina, which has been the most tumultuous organization the last few years. D'Amico Ryans has said that they want more talent in the front seven. It would be expensive, perhaps one of the most expensive free agents out there. And again, might not even have the chance, as franchise tags can be handed out tomorrow, and maybe Carolina figures that out. But is Brian Burns too expensive? Sign or decline Brian Burns?
I'm going to have to decline Brian Burns. Hugely talented player, young guy. I just feel, and it's not even really the price. You know how I feel about the old smart big money thing and all that. He's only 25. I get it, but dude, 5 years, $108 million. 5 years, $108 million. Whew. Now we're getting into some very,
That's
very,
the spot rack projection.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing about it is, if you're talking about Jonathan Grenard, stay or go, I think there's a chance that the market speaks to Jonathan Grenard, and you perhaps get Jonathan Grenard at a bargain. Is keeping Jonathan Grenard around at a bargain worth the Brian Burns thing? Because the difference between like a Brian Burns or bringing back Jonathan Grenard is it's obvious. I think it's going to be damn near half the money once the market speaks, and we don't know these things, so it only takes one squad. But if you're going to get Brian Burns, it's going to be immediate. Like, it's not, it's going to, like, Brian Burns is a guy where it's not a, hey, let's sit and wait. Like, if my only reason that I would be open to Brian Burns is that if they even entertain it, that means they freaking love him.
Well, sure.
And I have a big trust of this organization and what they love and what they want to do. Because when the tampering period begins at the start of March, Brian Burns is going to be one of those guys where 10 minutes into the tampering, we see that Brian Burns is getting like a 5-year, $115, $20 million deal.
Yeah.
So if the Texans are that aggressive with someone, then that means that D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, they believe that this guy can put them over the top. Because if you're going to get Brian Burns, you think he's putting you over the top.
Now, while that's true and he's young, when we talk about, like, what's the difference between spending money, as I put it, willy-nilly versus smart big money, I feel like this is leaning toward willy-nilly. like this $110 million, $108 million is more what I don't want to spend, because he'll be 30 by the end of the contract. That takes a bite out of maybe signing 2 players versus signing 1 player when it comes to your cap. I get your point. If they sign him, it's like, okay, they're hitching their wagon to a guy that they really believe in. But this is not, to me, smart big money. Like that's there are more questions than answers. As good as he is, as overwhelming a player as he's been, $108 million. Give me a 2 or 3 year, with a smarter couple of players. A smart 2 or 3 year contract with a couple of other players at wide receiver and running back. I mean, I
still think you can get a wide receiver and running back if you do. You
could.
You can manipulate it that.
Yeah, you
as
could.
Such.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they love him.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard D'Amico talk about him. Talks pretty well.
Remember the week of the game?
About him, yeah. The week of the game, he was all about Brian Burns.
Mm-hmm. And no, he's awesome. He's great. But then back to your point, could we sign 2 big free agents and re-sign Jonathan Grenard for less than that? I think the answer is absolutely yes.
The Grenard thing. Yeah. I don't think Grenard's going to break bread like a lot of people anticipate.
Yeah,
I think that's going to come down to earth.
You could almost get a 3-for-1 or a 3-for-2 or something like that.
I think Jonathan Grenard. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised by what he can be had at, and I do think he's going to be a fallback plan too.
Yes,
I think he's a potential fallback plan. I don't think they're like desperate to whether or not to sign Grenard. I think they like him, but the Brian Burns, like who will they spend a lot of money on? That's going to be interesting, because I think it could be one of these. Like I don't think. Like, and let's focus on the defensive side of the rock. We've covered the offensive side of the rock. Like, Chris Jones isn't going to get franchise tagged by Kansas City. Do the Texans want to get in on that? It's going to be 3 years, like over 60.
That's
the market value.
That's better.
Yeah, that's 3 years over 60. You're putting him on the interior. Does Christian Wilkins hit the market from Miami? I think so. Eventually, their salary cap situation is going to figure out. Do they like that? I just don't see any way that Matabuke even hits the market. Like that's got to be a franchise tag type of decision for Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
If Matabuke hits the market, I could easily see them falling in love with him.
I think Matabuke is legit a game changer for his next team or his same team.
Yeah, I just don't see that happening. And then we have this. And these are the odds. This is the following the money portion. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The Texans on bookies.com, they are currently the favorite to land Mike Evans.
Mm-hmm.
They're plus 300. Tampa Bay's plus 325. Chiefs at plus 450. And then you have the Bears, Titans, Panthers, Ravens, long shot. So the Texans are favorites to land Mike Evans.
And I think that speaks to like what they're going to do in Tampa, as I was mentioning earlier. Like they've got 3 guys that they're going to try to either tag or sign or both, or have a mixture of the two things. Mike Evans, if they don't tag him, is going to go somewhere else,
and you'll get your wish too.
And that is
713, man. You'll get your 713 connection after all.
That's right. We would get the 713.
The 713 connection would be alive. Tank Dell gave up 13.
Yeah.
Mike Evans, we know what his jersey number is.
Yeah.
It's available. So you would get your 713 connect right there, and it would be a guy from Galveston.
Yeah, and he'd be from the area. Yeah, I forgot about that. That'd be sweet. Big mistake by Tank still, I say, to not get the 1-3. But that's all right. No, I think Evans is in play. I think Evans is absolutely in play.
Well, he's the betting favorite right now, so we'll see how that goes. People on the text line asking about Daniil Hunter. Would he fit into the scheme? I really don't. No, I'm not going to pretend to
It's
know.
not the screen fit.
Don't know.
It's not the screen fit.
Don't know. Ask D'Amico about the scheme fit. I don't know about scheme fit. Because scheme fit, like these people who pretend scheme fit, that you're just
Mike Evans ain't a screen fit.
You're usually just
He's a
talking.
scheme fit
You usually
anywhere.
just take they try to make it seem like they're sounding so smart. You just take the system he's in, and then you take this system, and you act like there's like no chance that he could. fit in the
Saquon ain't a
scheme.
screen fit.
I guess they're gonna franchise tag him too. He's one of the favorites that the Giants are gonna tag.
Saquon?
Yeah, saw that this morning.
Man, if they
That's
do that,
actually wild.
if they do that, that's gonna be a big. Well, because did you see their max offer for him?
What was it?
3 years, like 19 or something.
But remember, they bumped him up at the end of the preseason.
Yeah, but that was after all the drama.
And a lot of drama.
I thought he signed the deal agreeing that they wouldn't
That's what I
franchise
thought.
tag.
Like, you're not allowed to do that, but I kind of thought there would be like a week.
What the hell was he doing there?
Yeah. Well, I know because the Rays wasn't that much either.
He need to fire his management team or something, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was he doing?
Yeah, what was he doing? No doubt.
And Josh Jacobs, I don't know what's going to happen with him either in terms of.
Not a screen fit.
Josh Jacobs is apparently now. We'll see. It starts today. I mean, it starts after today, and then it goes March, first week of March, something like that. The franchise tag, March 5th. Yeah. So by March 5th, you're going to know. Who's you might know tomorrow, but by March 5th, you're going to know for sure.
On the text line, 713, man, Landry. Usually when that starts, I'm about to get jumped on like a trampoline. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Man, Landry, just heard you say that you completely trust this organization and how it's run. Have to agree, and I just wanted to point out how stark of a difference it is from 2 years ago. Really good feeling. Yeah, and that's the thing. I did the sign or decline Brian Burns convo over the weekend, and it is kind of hilarious how I'm sitting here saying, man, like this guy might have his best football ahead of him, and he's been in a tumultuous organization the last few years, and maybe he can come to Houston and find some stability in the organization, and they can maximize how he plays. That is a new thing. Like that's a new thing. We weren't saying this a year ago.
We're unfamiliar with that.
We weren't even saying this like when during like the O'Brien. Like we haven't been saying that for I don't know when we've ever said that.
Yeah.
And that is the thing is that there's a balance here of trust and desire.
Mm-hmm.
Because the most frustrating thing during BOB and the POS and Coley and Lovey is you actually kind of felt like you knew better than the organization when it came to not do that. And it was immediate.
We did know better.
Wait. you just locked up Whitney Merciless for what?
Yeah.
Wait, you just traded DeAndre Hopkins for what? Wait, Randall Cobb got what contract?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Lamar Miller? Really? Okay. Like it is nice to have like a healthy amount of trust.
And just, you believe in their decision making. And you also, we're in a spot now where we have these conversations. Like we would have laughed at ourselves if we're saying, that Mike Evans might be a good target. Saquon might want to come to Houston. What are we saying here? Of course not. Of course they would want to come here. Now, totally different story.
What was it like growing up in Galveston? You just hit the beach on the weekends,
that
or
would
what?
Be sweet.
What'd
right?
you do? I was in Galveston this weekend.
Oh yeah?
Yes, sir. What? So you just like the beach is like the playground?
Yeah, well, the beach, and then also that whole area down there. Did you go to all the shops and all that stuff? That's pretty.
No. I just went to my dad's.
Oh, okay, that's right. Your dad's down there
My
now.
dad's. He's been fishing a lot lately.
And?
He's just been fishing a lot lately. I don't know. Guess he's caught some stuff.
Good.
He's become quite good at shells and all this crap. Like he puts the net down. Like he had some like motor from a ship or something
that he picked up
somehow. I don't know how, but it was there.
The hurricanes move him around like crazy.
Yeah, so he had it. And then I guess he's in like some Facebook club where someone did like some art or something like with their shells. And it's like sick. And he's like, and then he's like, just wait.
Oh God! But he's going to get into it.
He's got a nice collection.
Yeah, he's going to get into it.
Yeah, if he can do it. But he's like, oh, just wait. You ain't seen nothing yet.
All right, let's go.
I'm glad you got a hobby, Dad.
Let me see. Yeah, you should.
No, it's good.
Yeah,
but I'm just like, all right, I got to see what you're working with here, sir.
Yeah,
but it's right on the. You got the. Like it's literally on the water. Like the water's right here.
That's badass.
That's cool, man.
It's right there, like right there when you go on.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I built a cabinet this weekend.
A cabinet?
A cabinet.
Why?
Because there's a little more storage.
Does this make you feel better about yourself?
No, we had some stuff that we needed to put in storage, and I didn't want to put it in the attic because that's always an ordeal.
Why don't you have someone do it?
I made an 8-foot by 3 feet cabinet. It's not done yet. I'll send you a picture.
I bet it's not very sturdy.
Oh, come on now. You could jump on it.
By the way, I was looking at you. I was looking at your social media this weekend. I got to tell you, man.
Yeah.
This was brought to my attention. Mm-hmm. I guess you were at the fishing boat show or whatever.
You're darn right. I went 3 days.
What kind of sign is that for selling your OG sauce?
That wasn't me.
Look. Did you see this sign, Figgy?
No, I don't think I saw it.
Look at this on the YouTube right there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that sign.
Well,
look how tacky that is.
No, I'll explain it.
He put that on the OG sauce. Look how tacky that is.
I'll explain it.
What is that?
So I was at the fishing show.
Stutz was talking about this. He's like, look
an idiot.
Look at Lopez. What colored chalk did you use there?
He's chasing, whatever, clout. So I was at the fishing show Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday because I'm sick. So Friday, I'm chatting with a bunch of buddies over there, and the guys from Anglers Anonymous and the guys from the Boatyard said, you should just bring some OG sauce so we can sell it. I said, sure, I'll bring you some tomorrow morning. So Saturday morning, I took 4 cases each to both places, and so they just did a little handwritten sign. So it wasn't like it was like planned, is what my point is. It was just like, okay, we'll sell it. And oh, by the way, sold out. Both places sold out of 4 cases. How about that? Yeah.
Okay, well, good for you.
It was just off the cuff.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Cody Stutz can kiss
So
my ass.
who needs a fancy sign then?
Exactly.
I mean,
sold out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
You did.
Coming up, Jose Altuve, same old. One of his running mates wants to make a significant change, plus the internet breaks for a number of reasons, and it surrounds your Houston Texans. The hits are lit next.
In the Loop.
I am.
Interactive, and Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Here's Amber Rose's response to the viral video of her and CJ Stroud getting in the car together. Quote, "We literally don't know each other and only met yesterday at a softball game. The sprinter left me and he was nice enough to give me a ride to my hotel. Thanks again, at CJ Stroud, pray emoji, H-Town emoji."
I don't believe it. Is that wrong? Like,
what do you mean?
I just can't. I like common sense, you know?
I mean, I could see CJ doing it. And
I could absolutely see him doing it.
I do think the location is significant. The fact that the juice box is around all the hotels. Like, if her hotel's
nice hotels.
Yeah, so if she was staying in a hotel and Travis Scott put her up in a hotel. Now, if she's staying at the Post Oak or something, then that's a different story.
That's different, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like she might have. A lot of people come in and stay near the Galleria.
That's what I was saying earlier.
That's a hike.
Yeah, like Post Oak.
A lot of celebrities come in and stay near the Galleria.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just It's not CJ I don't trust. It's her, and with good reason. Like someone texted, very bluntly, Amber Rose belongs to the streets. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of it. It's not CJ.
Kanye West, Machine Gun Kelly, 21 Savage, Odell Beckham Jr., Wiz Khalifa, linked to Chris Rock recently.
Mm-hmm.
I missed a few thousand there. I mean, she said her body count was at 1,000 in 2016, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
it's not.
That
her.
was her response.
It's not CJ. It's her that I don't, and it just doesn't make sense. Like the common sense part of like the Sprinter, which is those vans. They had one. I mean, and she couldn't get she couldn't get a limo. Travis Scott didn't have her all set up. Didn't have an Uber Black. It's just like I feel like you know what it is. Like when my kids were that age or younger, especially in high school, like you just don't want them to be vulnerable. You know?
Yeah, you feel like CJ's vulnerable? I feel like she could break him.
Yeah, I feel like CJ is vulnerable.
I feel like she could break that young man.
I trust you
in half.
It's not you, it's your friends. You know, I trust you, but I feel like you're vulnerable.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, impressionable.
Text line 713-572-4610. We'll open up the phone lines in the noon hour. What was your thought when you saw CJ Stroud get in the whip with Amber Rose? We'll take some calls in the noon hour. 713-572-4610. Let's line them up. Because it just felt weird to me.
Yeah.
It just felt weird to me. NFL, tomorrow is franchise tag day. Teams will have a 2-week period to franchise tag players, which means it's not impossible, but it would mean that the names that got tagged would be off the market for the Texans unless they wanted to pay a hefty price, which would be draft compensation as well as financial compensation. Saquon Barkley, among the guys to watch. Josh Jacobs. We've talked a lot about the running back. We'll get a clear view starting tomorrow and taking us into free agency as to what names will and won't be on the market. Right now, the Texans, the betting favorite to land Mike Evans. Do with that what you will. They're slightly ahead of Tampa Bay, plus 300 for the Texans, plus 350 for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that means something, and we'll get to more details on that because you're going to see some reports, and there have been some reports. Well, the Bucs have decided that they're not going to tag. They're not going to tag him, but you got until March 5th. So things can change. So Mike Evans might end up being like the early reports might be they're going to not tag Mike Evans, but that could change overnight.
Adam Schefter reports that Mike Evans and Chris Jones are not expected to be franchise tagged by their respective teams.
Could change. You got a couple of weeks to do
the Mike Evans thing, I just don't see it because they had all that drama in the offseason. I don't think they're going to tick him off like that. And you've mentioned if they tag Evans, Antoine Winfield's on the market.
Yeah.
The Baker Mayfield thing is interesting. So you're telling me that Mike Evans wants to finish his career with Baker Mayfield as his QB?
Yeah, he was saying he's waiting to see what they do with Baker Mayfield. Why?
Like, so is Baker Mayfield like going to make you want to just finish your career in Tampa?
Or
I know they had a good year this year.
Or if they sign him, is he going to say, I'm out? No, I don't think that's the case. I'm just kidding. But, he has better options than that out there.
Brevin Jordan tweeted this the other day, the Texans tight end heading into his 4th season. Quote, almost done with vacation and about to head back to Houston for off-season training. Excited to get back. This is the first time since my junior year of high school having the same QB and OC in back-to-back seasons. Hashtag We Are Texans.
Didn't that make you feel pretty good? When you realize that it is the first time that he's been able to have that consistency in his game. Of all the players that we're talking about in the offseason, I'm not worried about Brevin Jordan. He'll be here. He'll be impactful at some level, but I still want another tight end.
I didn't see any possibility that we were having this conversation, and he's told us himself.
Yeah.
He came into training camp. It was a make or break year. He gets hurt, and they end up keeping him around, and he made some big plays. He developed Brevin Jordan. When camp starts, it's how's he going to fit in. It's not is he going to be on the team. It's how's he going to fit in. Is a next step a possibility for him? That's the exciting thing about Brevin Jordan. But I did not anticipate on February 19th, 2024, having the discussion of what's next for Brevin Jordan, how much more can he add to.
We're not even really worrying about him.
No, he's there.
Yeah. There's no worry. There's no big questions. There's no will he or won't he. Yeah, I'm not worried about him.
Astros, they're getting some work in. Jeremy Peña, he's been working on hitting. Last year, not the best, especially when it came to the power. Here's Jeremy Peña talking about his feel this offseason.
Offseason was good. I split time between Houston and the Dominican Republic. I spent a lot of time out there with my family, keep working on some hidden things. That was the biggest focus. Simplifying things, being a little more quiet, and being a little more consistent with positions. There were some areas I definitely want to improve, and that's been the goal of this offseason. But there's definitely some good takeaways from last season.
All right, there you go. We'll see what happens.
Good.
Next step or not. You feel it?
Look, it's spring training. Bregman was talking about, I think this is going to be my best year ever. He's talking about the swing. That's what they do. I don't blame them. They got to have optimism. They have to have the confidence they're going to work on things. But for Jeremy Peña, he has to. He has to have a bounce-back year. It just wasn't that good. It wasn't good enough. As great as his defense was, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, especially for what we expected. We just saw him won the ALCS and World Series MVP. Sometimes sophomore slump happens. We'll see what happens with Jeremy Peña. Jose Altuve, he's locked up. Here's Jose Altuve talking about how it feels
What's wrong?
to be locked up.
Pretty much the same that every year. I come to spring training with the mentality of getting ready, of, prepare myself mentally and physically for the long season and, just have a good season and try to win again.
There you go.
All right.
Thanks, Jose.
Sounds like he's ready. He's in midseason form. Don't say anything bad about Jose Altuve.
What do you mean? You think he's a good interview?
No, but don't say anything bad about Jose Altuve.
You think Akeem Olajuwon's a good interview?
No, but don't say anything bad about Akeem Olajuwon.
Nolan Ryan? He actually is.
He was okay.
Yeah, he actually is.
He had his ups and downs.
Earl
was good.
Yeah, he's a good interview.
Yeah, Earl was good.
Altuve's just Altuve.
It's what he is.
He's just chilling, man.
Just a good teammate, low-key, stays out of the limelight.
Alex Bregman said he put on 20 pounds.
23 pounds,
yeah,
right?
20 pounds, yeah.
And he talked about, he thinks this is going to be the best year ever and all that.
He said it was the best offseason of his life.
Yeah. Look, Alex Bregman is actually one guy I'm not worried about because I think he's got a lot to play for. And he knows, if they offer him, let's say, 6 years at whatever the number is that he wants per year, I don't think that's going to be good enough to keep him. I think this is his last chance to cash that big check, so he's very motivated if they don't get it done before the season because he's looking for 8 or 9 years or more, right?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
So
I'm not worried about him.
Yeah,
he's going to come through. I do have one worry about Alex Bregman, just from an X's and O's standpoint.
X's and O's.
From a inside baseball standpoint.
X and O? Baseball?
Yeah. People have been challenging him a lot more, in the strike zone because he has such a good eye that that's one of his benefits. I'm wondering if they're not going to do that as much anymore. Because just because he wasn't, his offensive numbers when he was swinging the bat were not quite what they were before. So I'm wondering if that's the case. So I'm not worried about him. I think he's going to have a good year. But I think their approach.
What's a good year?
A regular or better than average Bregman year. That'll get him paid.
So last year, a good year.
All-Star caliber.
All-Star caliber. That'll get him paid. And I think he's going to look for 8 or 9 or more years. Astros probably won't offer more than 5 or 6.
I don't know that they're going to offer.
Oh, they're going to offer something.
I don't want to insult him.
I think they do that. They've done that already to other players. I mean, they did that with Correa, you know.
Now, that's someone who deserves a tribute video, Alex Bregman.
Absolutely. He is tribute video worthy.
You're probably ready for the Ryan Stanek tribute video when he comes back.
Well, no, but I liked Ryan
Got your
Stanek.
popcorn ready for that.
What about Maton?
He'll get a tribute video. They give tribute videos out like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Maton, Stanek.
Yeah.
Doesn't even get tribute.
I'm good with that.
I'm pumped with that.
Yeah.
Maldonado, he deserves it.
He does.
Like all joking aside, Martin Maldonado deserves a tribute video.
No, he does. He absolutely does. What's wrong?
It's not as big of a tribute.
Well, they are pretty free with the tribute video.
By the way, you know when the season starts?
April usually, right?
March 28th. Got a long time, man.
Yeah. Yeah, end of March, 1st of April is when it starts.
Yeah, March 28th against the Yankees.
Yeah. Here, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice little Yankee series. Because they got that taken away from them last year. Now Jim Crane, man.
Yeah.
You ever try to walk the concourse during a Yankees Astros series? Oof.
Oh.
It's tough.
It's fun.
Yeah. 40 minutes will get you a hot dog. 40 minutes will get you a hot dog when you're walking around at the Yankees Astros stuff. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Can't get anything going there. Coming up, why John Lopez is more excited for free agency than anything else. And a Texans killer could end up on a team that is the Texans' biggest threat. Next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Why do people hate
Dynasty. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Lopez is looking forward to free agency. He's kind of crapping on the draft along the way. I really don't. I'm excited for free agency, too. I just don't know why you have to crap on the draft.
Crapping on the draft or giving you facts?
CJ, I don't know. I mean, hashtag fact. Is that what you're going to do? Real talk? You're going to put real talk in front of it?
Yeah.
So John Lopez is more excited about free agency than the draft. We'll get into the CJ Stroud internet story coming up shortly. But, J-Lo, lay out your case for why free agency is so much more exciting than the draft for you.
This year, right? This year it's more exciting. And I think the biggest reason is let's look first at what the Texans have in the draft. The number 23 pick, the number 59 pick, and the number 86 pick.
Mm-hmm.
We're not playing on the same field that the Texans were playing on last year. Like that 23 is, you can get a really good player. You can also absolutely bust. And let me go year by year on this. I'm going to go back 5 years on those picks alone. Now, some of these names are going to sound pretty familiar. In fact, I'll start with 2019. But you might want to get a drop or two ready for this. 2019.
Oh, wow. You're just instructing him on the air like that.
I said might.
Lord, man.
I said might.
Jeez.
So,
hey, Ben, can you play this?
I think it's cut number.
All right, whatever.
Let's go to 2019.
Ben, get the sounder ready.
You're awful. You know who the number 23 overall pick? Now, keep in mind, this is the pick the Texans have this year. 23 overall.
Yeah, 23. So you're going to name the crappy number 23 overall picks?
No. I'm going to name all these picks, 23, 59, and 86 over the last 5 years.
Okay.
In the NFL.
Okay.
Just to give you a little template for what we're expecting here and why it's not as important as free agency.
All right.
Number 23 overall pick in 2019?
Yeah.
To the Houston Texans, coincidentally.
Oh, God.
Titus Howard.
Yeah. He's been all right. They could have had Josh Jacobs.
He's been all right?
They could have had Josh Jacobs.
He hasn't been all right.
You don't think so? You don't think he's been all right?
At best.
He's been all right enough to get paid.
Yeah.
That's the top 5 highest paid right tackle in the league you're talking about there, sir.
All right. Well, as I'm giving you these names, I want you to tell me if you think they were a hit, like they hit on that pick, or no.
Okay.
Did you hit on Titus Howard?
I guess.
That's not an answer.
Not really. Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay, not really. The number 59 overall pick was Paris Campbell.
Okay.
Meh. The number 86 overall pick in
2019?
In 2019, Kahale Waring went to the Houston Texans.
Oh, God. He sucked.
Have any of you actually ever seen a water polo game?
Yeah, that guy.
He was bad.
All right, let's go to 2020. Number 23 overall to the L.A. Chargers, then San Diego, I believe. Linebacker Kenneth Murray. He's been good.
Yeah, he's all right.
No, he's been
good. Solid.
I would say you hit on that one.
Solid.
Yeah. Number 59 overall, Denzel Mims, wide receiver.
Bust.
Number 86 overall, running back Zach Moss. Not good until this past year.
He's been all right.
Not good until this past year.
All right. It's been all right.
Okay.
This year kind of wiped the slate, didn't it?
Yeah, this year was his good year.
Yeah.
But I think he got like 259 yards or something.
Yeah, so the draft is a crapshoot, but you can also hit pretty big.
Well, let's count. I got more.
Yeah, but you're using the specifics. We could see the guys that went after him. But what about the guys that went after him? There's some guy. There was opportunity
but
there.
What I'm saying is, just as an example, they got 23, 59, and 86. These are the 23, 59, and 86 picks. My point is, if you think, oh, well, let's get the next Mike Evans at 23. Sure, cool, love to. Let's get the next whatever at 56. No, I'm giving you names here. It doesn't work that way. In fact, overall, they're hitting about 20% in my view. Now, maybe you'll disagree. Let me give you some more names here. In 2021, Number 23 overall, offensive tackle Christian Darrisaw, who I didn't really know, and that's all you need to say. And I looked up his numbers and starts and all that, and he's mid, as people like to say.
Why are you doing this?
Because I'm illustrating. You can't.
But there's picks after that were good.
But that's not.
There's opportunity.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying is. They have 23, 59, and 86. Let's look at 23, 59, and 86 the last 5 years. You can talk about what's before and what's after all you want. All I'm saying is, with those picks, these are the hits and misses there, and that's why free agency to me is more important.
But there's been free agency misses too.
Of course. But I think it's more of a sure thing when you're evaluating. And especially if you spend the money. 2021, number 86 overall, was guard Wyatt Davis. He's out of the league.
Okay.
He's out of the league. 59 was Terrace Marshall, 19 catches in his third year.
Yeah, disappointment.
2022, we're getting into more recent times. Khair Elam was number 23. He played in 3 games last year.
Okay.
Ed Ingram, good pick. I mean, decent. Went 59 to Minnesota. Number 86, Malik Willis was 86 overall in 2022.
Yeah, he's not good.
Yes. 2023, Jordan Addison, good pick.
You can meet Jordan Addison this year.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right.
All right. 59 was a guard, Osiris Torrance.
Okay. Not familiar with his work, but
doing
okay.
nothing. Linebacker last year, 86 overall, Trenton Simpson.
Okay.
Nothing. According to what I think are hits or misses, you're hitting at 20% of these players. 20% hit rate.
Yeah, it's a draft. It's a crapshoot.
It is a
So
crapshoot.
can free agency be.
So that's why free agency is more important.
But this is what I would present to you. Look what they did last year in the draft. Did a hell of a job.
They had 2 and 3.
Yeah, but they found Tank Dell.
They did.
They found Jordan Patterson.
Yeah.
They got Juice Scruggs.
Jarrett Patterson.
Jared Patterson.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Jordan.
Oh.
I was talking about Jordan.
Jared Patterson. Yeah, I mean, so they hit late in the draft. Like even when the odds were against the wall, they got perhaps 2 starting offensive linemen. They got a wide receiver who we were very excited about, who was producing a top 15 level before he got hurt. So I think Nick can make it work. You're reading Bill O'Brien draft picks.
No, it's across the NFL. It's teams from all over.
But I'm talking about like the Titus Howard and Collie wearing.
Well, sure.
Yeah, he was a moron.
Yeah, he was.
God.
But they're not morons in L.A. and some of these other places that we've talked about. All I'm saying is, if you're saying these exact picks the last 5 years, you have a 20% hit rate, give me free agency with this team. Give me free agency.
I'll take both.
Well, you're going to have both.
I'll take both.
But in terms of why it's more important to me, that's why the free agency is more important.
The other thing about the Titus Howard pick is you really had like a glaring need.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive line was like a glaring need.
It was.
I don't know that they have a glaring need right now.
No, they don't.
So they can be a little bit more flexible.
Yeah. But I think we're overvaluing like and the trade by default. Kind of everybody, no matter who the pick is, you get excited about it. I'm sure they were excited about, Oh,
you get excited about all your draft picks in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
or you get ticked.
You immediately, have visions of them, becoming a Pro Bowler, whether it's, Wyatt Davis or Jordan Addison, And my point is, let's take a step back and realize the hit rate on these picks, these particular picks that the Texans have is not that high. Like even Nick Caserio, with all his resources and his track record, could miss on these.
But building in the draft is more realistic than free agency, though.
Correct, and
right?
I think they've done that.
Yeah, so
yeah.
If we're looking at like the core of the squad, like look at the Chiefs, look at the 49ers, like they drafted the majority of their core. So that's like if you want to get to that level, the draft is the way in which to do it.
Yeah, and I think the Texans have done that. I mean, with CJ and Will and Tank Dell and all that. What I'm saying is, like, the Texans are no longer in the business of, well, if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, we'll get another guy to build on. No, they're in the business of last pieces. Like, if you're drafting 23 overall and you're looking for a final piece, you got to be really good and really lucky. A piece that's going to get you over the top. A wide receiver to complement these guys. A running back that's going to complement Devin Singletary if you re-sign him. That's hope. That's just mostly hope. that it works. Whereas in free agency, I think you have a better odds.
Man, I'm just excited about the possibilities here. I didn't think we'd be where we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think we'd be where we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Franchise tag day tomorrow. Jeremy Fowler is reporting that he never really has the exact report, but it seems like Baltimore's a heavy favorite to land Derrick Henry. From the Tennessee Titans to the Ravens, I think there was a near trade with Baltimore last year, is what Jeremy Fowler's saying. So you talk about Derrick Henry and how much success he's had against the Texans in recent years. You look at the Texans' last game against Baltimore. It looks like Derrick Henry could be heading towards Baltimore. How does that make you feel?
Amazingly not too bad, because I have other expectations for what this team can do at running back position. I would have taken, well, if this happens, obviously, I would have taken Derrick Henry in a heartbeat and been excited about it, but he was never my first choice. You know that. I think it's going to fall off. And I thought it was this past season. It maybe kind of, sort of, a little bit did, but not really. I think it's going to fall off. Give me Josh Jacobs. Give me Saquon Barkley. One of them.
Man, I'm going to be real disappointed if both those guys get tagged.
Yeah, Saquon is trending, it seems like.
I don't think they're going to tag him.
Yeah, that's what they're reporting.
That just seems a little crazy to me.
If they tag him, he ain't going to play for them unless they give him a big contract.
Yeah.
Well, they already supposedly have a line in the sand, 3 years, 19 or something like that.
Yeah, he ain't playing for them if he get tagged.
He's going to be like Luka in the All-Star game.
I didn't even watch. What does that mean?
Dude,
you're acting like everybody watched that. What does that mean?
Okay, that's going to be one of my confessions in a few minutes.
What is that?
Let's just say it was mailed in times 100. Like
him at the All-Star game, playing in the game?
Everything. I just mentioned his name, but they were all just like, we'll get to it. Because I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with the All-Star game. What have they done with
hot take?
What have they done with our NBA?
Hot take.
But it's not a hot take. In fact, that's part of my confession. I'll give it to you right now.
Just get it out of the way.
I got other confessions.
Get it out of the way, John.
These are my confessions.
We know the NBA is a horrible product. We know the All-Star game is a horrible product. Let me ask you both this question, because my answer is 0. I didn't have a single person text, have a conversation with me, or even mention the NBA All-Star game or the All-Star weekend all weekend long. Like 0.
Yeah.
No one mentioned it, talked about it, referenced it, nothing.
Yeah.
Dude, that is not a sign. That means you're not dying. That means
John,
you're dead.
But you're
dead.
Don't make it about the All-Star game, though. Like, I think the All-Star game can be a confirmation. The league as a whole sucks.
No, but what I'm
like,
saying,
that's the thing. Like,
yeah.
I feel like Adam Silver's almost getting like a break, because now it's like, what are we going to do about the All-Star game? Your league's awful.
No. There's no resuscitating it. That's my point. It's dead, guys. It's
the
dead.
NBA's dead. Like here,
Yes.
and it's sad because that's my favorite league as a kid. Like, I keep hearing, well, they're trying to get the young kids. Man, they've had young kids since I've been born. Like, every millennial in the world, the NBA had it. So acting like that's new, like, it's one thing for baseball to say we're going to get the young kids. The NBA had it. They ruined it with the player empowerment that is out of control. The Adam Silver just is a complete dope. But this was my most enlightening thing. This is where I saw the light. And I'm bringing this back to NFL free agency, C.J. Stroud and all that. There was buildup for Micah Parsons versus C.J. Stroud, not just here, but everywhere, to the point where in that celebrity game, they were interviewing both of them before, and they were talking their trash. The podcast went viral. I think it had 1 million hits. There were, like, talks about them back and forth, what they were going to do to each other. And I watched the whole game.
Oh, God, did you?
I watched the whole game. I watched Micah Parsons versus C.J. Stroud. I watched them hoop.
I checked in. That's about it.
You know what I did after that game?
What?
When the real hoopers came out there to play?
Change the channel.
I changed the channel.
Yeah.
The NBA is in such a place that I was excited to watch a basketball game. I was excited to watch Micah Parsons, Puka Nacua, and C.J. Stroud hoop. I was more excited about watching NFL players hoop than I was the Celebrity All-Star game. That is a bad sign, and I wasn't alone. Here's the other thing. This is where it gets real pathetic for that league. and why the NFL offseason is just running circles around it.
Yeah.
Dude, the NBA All-Star Saturday night used to be a pizza party event. Like that, like when you're a kid growing up, you're having a pizza party, you're watching NBA All-Star Weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Those idiots needed a WNBA player to shoot against your best player, as that was the main attraction.
Mm-hmm.
And then shortly after that, in the dunk contest, a G League guy won it for the second straight year.
Yeah.
And they wasn't the only G League guy in the contest.
Mm-hmm.
That's pathetic. That's absolutely, just think about that. A WNBA player and a G League guy were your main attractions. And oh, by the way, why are you having Steph Curry shoot against a WNBA girl? Like, she's great. I'm not taking anything away from her. She seems fantastic. She seems like a nice girl. She's obviously got a shot. If he loses to her, what is that doing for your league? Our best shooter lost to a WNBA player on the biggest spotlight. Like, what idiot thinks that that's even a good idea?
She outscored the guys in the regular NBA 3-point.
Yeah, but what are you accomplishing from that?
I think it was more of a novelty, get some eyes on the TV. Which, by the way, that'll be another confession. But let me just say this: if you don't think the NBA is dead, let me refer you to 12-year-old John P. Lopez growing up. My two favorite sports, and it was not close.
No, NBA was my favorite league by far growing up.
It was not close.
By far.
Was Muhammad Ali, so anything in heavyweight boxing, and the NBA/ABA. If you don't think the NBA is dead, let me reference you to boxing, because boxing's dead. If you don't think the NBA can die, let me reference you to my two favorite sports. They're both dead now. They're dead. It's gone. The NBA it's not going to come back,
and it's not as simple as the All-Star game. Like it's actually pretty sad.
Yes,
it's actually pretty sad.
Oh, it'll never happen. It happened.
Yeah,
to boxing. And it could happen to the NBA.
And like LeBron's been like an all-time great, but he's not good for this league. Like, you think about it. Like, name all the all-time greats. Like, just go through like the eras. Like, go through the eras of my lifetime. He's the only all-time great that didn't compete in the dunk contest.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Kobe win it. I remember where I was. I was at my friend Sean Burkew's house.
As far as you want.
MJ, Dominique. Like, he started this.
Yeah.
And I'm watching some honky G League guy win his second straight dunk contest. He's up there with, like, the Harold Miners, the MJs, the Dominiques. This weasel who looks like a poor man's version of the professor. I'm turning on NBA. I'm sitting at a bar watching NBA All-Star Weekend, and this guy's winning dunk contest. That's a disgrace.
Did anyone text you or have a conversation with you about the All-Star Weekend?
No.
Anyone? Figgy?
Nah.
Nobody.
And I watched no minute of it, man.
Nobody.
Look at you.
And usually when you on social media and you see people talking about it, you be like, oh, man, I'm missing something.
It really wasn't even on social media. I mean, there were some pockets.
The only thing I kept seeing on social media was how bad it was.
The best one was CJ and Micah Parsons. They were literally the main attraction.
Yeah.
And that's not even locally. Like, that's national. That's what happened. It's sad. It's absolutely
it's incredibly sad.
No, it's terrible.
But I would have been one of the people that said, the NBA is never going to die. It's always going to thrive. I thought the same thing about boxing. So that's why I made that reference to the young me, because it can happen. Not only can it happen, it's happened.
Yeah, it's done.
It's done.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah. I was really I'm partially sad, partially angry. Like what Adam Silver and others have done to this league. Like it's a beautiful, beautiful sport that I just grew up on.
A G League guy?
Yeah. It's
like what are we doing?
And then the contrived game.
Can he not make the team?
I don't know. I guess he's doing good in the G League. They said they put his stats up there. I guess he's trying to get a chip.
That's a rough look, man. Somebody that can't even make an NBA team.
Yeah.
Outshining the NBA.
And then everybody's making fun of Jaylen Brown for looking. At least his ass was out there.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Was out there.
Yes.
And see,
y'all are more worried about people talking about you on social media. I mean, it was goofy, but at least his ass was out there.
Yeah, and that's exactly why these superstars don't participate.
Yes, but that's dumb. That's part of the reason. That's part of the reason.
You think Jaylen Brown gonna go back out there now?
Hell no.
But good for him, though.
Light up court, he was out there.
Yeah.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Lease.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The only thing that was watchable NBA weekend, just to put another confession on top of the one we just discussed, was Steph Curry versus Sabrina Ionescu. That's the only thing that I thought was watchable, and then they ruined that.
Why?
Well, it wasn't them so much as Kenny Smith.
Why was he getting so much crap for what he said?
Like what he said.
What was wrong with that?
What I feel like it's not what he said so much as had they done what he said, she would have been dismissed even more. Because, like,
what
basically,
let's hear the Kenny Smith. Let's hear what he said, because I know a lot of you probably didn't watch it. But this was, I think there were a lot of people upset with what Kenny Smith said at the end of the contest. Steph Curry ended up winning. What's her name again?
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yeah, she can shoot. Here was Kenny Smith on TNT.
I think she should have shot from the. She should have shot from the women's line. That would have been a fair contest. I still root for Sabrina. I still root for Sabrina. We all are rooting for Sabrina. No, this is not. She should have shot from the three-point line that the women shoot from. Why are you putting those boundaries on her? That's not a boundary. That's what the game is. She wanted to shoot. They have a smaller ball, don't they? She shot a WNBA ball. WNBA ball is smaller. She shot with the WNBA ball. Yeah, but she should have shot from the line. There's a women's tee in golf and there's a men's tee for a reason. No. She a shooter shoot. Isn't that what you said? Yeah, but they shoot from where they shoot from. Thank you. No. Sabrina, good job, Sabrina. No, but don't let any man put boundaries on you like Kenny. Well, then give him a regular ball then. Don't let any man put boundaries on you. Give him a regular ball then.
All
right, so that was Reggie Miller weighing in. I really didn't, like, that was not the issue to me.
You mad at Kenny?
Some people are turning it into this gender war or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not. What I'm saying, though, is let's say they did what he said.
Yeah.
And she shot from...
She shouldn't have been shooting against their best player on their platform.
No,
like, that doesn't make
that's
sense.
part of the NBA problem that we discussed. That's what they're hanging their hat on.
If they wanted to do that and they want to hype up and gas up the WNBA, then have Steph Curry go to their thing.
Maybe.
Because if she beats him, it's a bad look.
No, but what I'm saying is had she shot...
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bad look. But had she shot from the WNBA line...
Yeah.
Well, then... like Kenny Smith wanted, well, then everyone would be saying, yeah, but I mean, you know, she's 2 feet closer.
How many different value balls do we need, by the way? What
was the color scheme?
Why do you get to pick your money ball? Yeah. Like, you get to line up a whole rack of money balls. Whatever happened to 4 balls and then red, white, and blue at the end, and that's the money ball? Why do we have to do this? Like, you get to set your money balls. Like, these NBA players are so coddled to. Now we're letting them pick where their money balls are.
Yeah, their spots.
What is going on?
Yeah, it's bad.
When did I know this isn't like that new, but like what is this? And then there's like there's like 4 balls now. I'm like, what is going on?
It was a rainbow of balls. What? It was.
Next, they're going to let them all shoot from the top of the key only.
Just let me get the red, white, and blue ball at the end. That's the money ball, and you have to have like the complete thing.
No, I know.
What was wrong with that?
Nothing was wrong with that. That's Larry Bird. He went off on
I'm not trying to sound like a boomer, and I had someone say on the Loopholes Facebook page, you know, you sound like Get Off My Lawn Guy. No, Get Off My Lawn Guy is normally on his own island. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, I sound like everybody else. Like, the numbers don't lie. Mm-hmm. Just give me the one money ball.
No,
we're good.
I know.
We're good.
But back to the point, I'm like, had she done that, again, I'm not worried about what he said, but had she done what he said, then everybody would be downplaying the significance of she was lighting it up, man. She was good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to apologize to Micah Parsons, man.
Yeah, that was good.
I got to apologize to him. Micah Parsons, he did his thing. Matter of fact, he got the best of C.J. Stroud. This is what it sounded like on ESPN.
Parsons is trying to close the deal here. Oh! Wow! Look at Parsons spinning around Stroud. Ooh! What a spin.
Micah Parsons, MVP of the game. C.J. Stroud, 28 points. The only reason he had 28
it's some funky scoring
was because he had 4 2-pointers that were worth double and a couple of free throws. He actually had, in a real game, it would have been 20 points on 21 shots. 0 of 9 from 3.
Yikes.
I said this, and then I got probably like 20 Jaylen Green gifts.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
One was by me. It looked like a Jaylen Green stat line.
Man, CJ, the thing about it is, like, I wanted to give Micah Parsons a hard time and say, man, this guy is...
No, he was legit.
But CJ was trying.
Yeah.
Like, like Micah was bulldozing folks, but CJ was trying too.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, who's this Sir guy that they had, number 37?
He's an R&B artist.
That moron almost hurt CJ. CJ had to say something to him.
Oh, man.
He tried to take a charge.
Oh, that's
He tried to
I missed it, but I saw your tweet.
He tried to take a charge on CJ, and CJ said, hey, brother, don't be taking charges in this. That's very dangerous.
I missed it, but I did see your tweet about that. I was like, uh-oh, Landry's getting exercised.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Get ready to play what you just played again, Figgy, because that was my next confession, and you just illustrated it there, Landry. You know what I feel the worst for when it comes to NBA All-Star Weekend, especially the game, is the announcers acting excited. Acting like it was, because I didn't watch it, but you were changing the channel, what's going on here, and then I just was completely out. But like, dude, they scored 211 points, the East, and it was to 186. And it was just it was a joke the whole time. But the announcers have to try to put some juice on it, you know?
Ruco.
I just feel bad for them.
They did their thing, man. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching CJ hoop.
No, I'm talking about the All-Star game. Like the announcers trying to make it sound exciting and real. That's what I feel bad for.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm really looking forward to what Cameron and May say about CJ Stroud and Amber Rose. It was the first thing I thought about.
They're on today, aren't they?
They're on most days, yes.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you this made the run sheet. They might do a whole show on it. They've been very, very, very disgusted with this latest fixation of Cougars preying on young men.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have an opinion on this.
Yeah, they are.
Are they going to call CJ a sucker? Lollipop season?
I don't know if they'll do that.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe so.
Maybe.
Don't be the next sucker. That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So about 3 months ago, a buddy of mine over with the Gridiron Legends at NRG gave me a really cool looking Gridiron Legends vest. And I haven't worn it because I'm not a vest guy. I just have, the only time I've ever worn vests is whenever I've had a tuxedo on. I wore that vest today. I'm wearing it right now.
Yeah, I see it.
I got to admit, I kind of like the feel. Like for days like this that start out cold and end up, I don't know if the look is good or not. I still to be determined on that. But
in general, right?
You know, Nick, I kind of see where you're coming from. I don't know if they're for me. I'm still trying to decide. Are they for me?
You're a fan of that?
I don't know. I like the way it feels. Okay. I don't know if it's a good look. Is it a good look? Should I go with it?
Sure, man.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think a little fine.
Yeah, it's cool.
Is it all right?
Yeah,
Never worn a vest in my life.
It's fine.
Other than with a tuxedo.
Yeah, looks good, man.
I'll have to see how
it's
it goes.
all right.
But it feels good. I like that little warm here. I get it, Nick. I'm here to say I get it. No, not in the summertime.
So you're on the vest now.
Not in the summertime, not in the spring. Only like days like this where I think it was like 48 this morning, something like that. And it's supposed to warm up. Perfect for vest. Perfect for a vest weather.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
I think Draymond Green in the middle of the inside the NBA crew would be a nice mix. He's kind of grown on me when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the middle of those guys. I actually think, much like it was when Shaq first came in, I actually think it would be a nice little fit, assuming that those guys are still going when Draymond retires.
Yeah.
Draymond, the inside the NBA guys, sign me up for it. I like it.
Did you hear Shaq start the Barkley sucks chant in the arena? That was pretty good. He started it, and then everybody weighed in.
Who pissed off people besides Kenny Smith? Someone else said something. I don't know. Something else went viral. I don't remember what it was.
I know Charles Barkley kind of pissed off.
Oh, he was gonna shoot homeless people.
What?
Charles Barkley said He wants to shoot homeless people.
He's pretty much talking about San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about San Francisco.
Yeah. Because I think Draymond actually, he took a cheap shot at Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much talking about.
Okay, so Barkley came back with San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's fair.
Shooting homeless people?
Did he say shoot homeless people?
He did.
He eventually did.
He was talking about criminals, right?
Yeah, like
he was calling them criminals.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. He's talking about criminals, right?
Yeah. Only Barkley can get away with stuff like that.
There was some video yesterday. Did you see the video that I retweeted of the cereal boxes?
Mm-mm.
Dude,
I usually see
if
all
you
your
want to
stuff.
enjoy this commercial break,
yeah,
you should check out this video. I put it out yesterday. It was called I said it was like the best video that I've ever seen. It's 3 minutes and it is insane. I just tagged you on it.
Well, you'll know what I'll do this break.
Oh yeah, you'll love it.
Yeah.
Coming up next, CJ Stroud breaks the internet and has nothing to do with football. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we get off the air and we're just enjoying our weekend. It's the first football-free weekend that we've had in a long, long time, months, damn near half year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm listening to the drive as I always do. I'm kind of in and out because I'm trying to set some stuff up around the house and whatnot. And I hear something like about a video. And I'm like, okay, what are they talking about? And they're talking about C.J. Stroud. And I'm like, oh, they must be talking about C.J. Stroud running into second base. Might have been running into home if So
a hit and run is what you're saying?
They were I hope so.
He is running through the stop sign.
So they're talking about the video, and I'm just like, oh, okay, these guys are talking about a video of him running to second base, and show starts saying, well, is this a big deal? You know, what do you think of this? What's up with this? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, is show really making a big deal about CJ trotting into second base?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we doing here? Then I hear the name Amber Rose come up, and I'm like, what? Like, what happened with Amber Rose?
She starts at second base.
And then I hear them talking about she starts at second base. How is that even possible? 713-572-4610. So then they start talking about Amber Rose, and I'm like, oh, okay, CJ was talking to Amber Rose during the game. Mm-hmm. Then they talk about CJ Stroud getting in a car with Amber Rose. And at this point, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I almost called the studio because I wanted to like get the
I need some
get the word of mouth from what Tyler was talking about. So I just texted Tyler. I said, hey, what video are we talking about? He's like, CJ Stroud with Amber Rose. 97.9 The Box. Shout out to the 97.9 The Box family. 97.9 The Box has the video. So I go on 97.9 The Box social media, and I'll be damned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting there watching this, and I am play-by-play panicking. It is about a 43-second video. First, I see CJ Stroud walking out with Amber Rose. They're kind of doing the walk in front of each other, but with each other type of thing.
Oh,
so
yeah.
CJ's very aware that I don't need to be arm in arm with Amber Rose.
Mm-hmm.
He's walking a little bit fast. He's on a little bit of a jump.
He kind of pointed out. He had a baseball bat in his hand.
Yeah.
Kind of pointed out where his car was.
Yeah. So it's clear that he is not expecting to be photographed. So I see him walking. I'm like, okay, he's in a different car than her.
Yeah.
Then I see him go to the back, and then I see her go to the driver's seat, and I'm immediately like, I'll be damned.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud and Amber Rose. How am I supposed to feel about this?
All right.
They're grown, but there is the horny QB PTSD. What were your thoughts when you saw this? Because I avoided talking to you about this.
Yeah, I saw that. And I'm glad you did, because we have some similarities, maybe a couple of different. So the first question is, could this be real? Could he really have, whatever, hooked up, done something, whatever you want to call it, with Amber Rose? The answer is yes. It could have happened, because we all know it's undefeated. It's 11 billion and 0. It is undefeated, no matter what kind of guy you are. Then there's my second thought was, okay, as I dig in, and then she responded with this. She's, it's discovered that she didn't have her ride on the Sprinter van or whatever to her hotel, which is a little bizarre because there's all kinds of limos and vehicles and other things going on, and that he took her to her hotel, gave her a ride to her hotel. And of course, I immediately go back to like any guy ever in the history of guys, when someone says, "Hey, can you take me to my hotel?" That's not even code, It could be innocent, could have been nothing. He could be just nerdy enough to say, "Yeah, I'll give you a ride." Open the door for her and says, "Okay, see you later." But we all know that it's not even that there is more than a
because she doesn't believe in God. Like, she's on record there.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe in God. I think she said in 2016 her body count was at 1,000. So there's also like kind of just a branding thing.
Yeah. And the only thing that I'm really like upset about, because I think this is real. We don't know what's real or not with that whole video and all that stuff. But what I know is real, even if it's not true, is he's lumped in with Kanye, James Harden, Chris Brown, I think MGK, Odell, Wiz Khalifa, 21 Savage,
Chris Rock,
Nick Cannon, Chris Rock. All of a sudden, whether it's real or not, he's lumped in with them, and that's what I don't like. Like, it's like, come on, man, you don't want to be in that.
She's on the list of women you want to keep away from your young, innocent quarterback.
Yes,
she's on the list. Like, she was on the list before. Like, let's not be disingenuous. I ride and die with C.J. Stroud, no matter what. Like, that's the quarterback. T.O. Tears, that's my quarterback.
Yeah,
but we got to be honest about this.
No,
we got to be honest about this. She is on that top 5, top 10 list.
Easily top 5, right? In today's world, easily top 5. So, as you're talking, I just did a little cursory, not of Amber Rose, just a little cursory search of C.J. Stroud. Amber Rose, ride to the hotel, Amber Rose.
These are the top things appearing?
Yeah, and there's some home run derby. There's some other things mixed in. But, like, that's what bothers me the most, that he's immediately lumped in as one of those, even if it's not true. So as far as, like, the video itself and kind of the aftermath, I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud. I'm still not worried about C.J. Stroud. So I am uncomfortable, though, with the fact that this even happened, that he was even lumped in.
This would be my thing, like, when I look at this. Because in the big scheme of things, it's not a big deal. If he smashed and dashed, if he just door dashed and gave her a ride, like, whatever. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just the PTSD of QB horniness, the protection of your quarterback, all that type of stuff, the price of fame and how much more difficult with fame it gets. Those are just kind of the thoughts that go into your head when you're talking about this.
Right.
Here's my thing. Like, if I'm asking this question, who benefits the least from this happening, and who benefits the most? She benefits the most.
That's easy, yeah.
Right?
That's
like
easy.
She's getting attention now with one of like the hottest guys going. So she benefits the most. He benefits the least.
They use that term Q rating and all that stuff on public relations on Madison Avenue. Like, in terms of Q rating for her, this is a top 3 hit, whether it's real or not. Kanye, whomever else you want to put in there, and C.J. Stroud, because he is a crossover personality. People that
crossover. Talking Eskimo Bros?
No, a crossover in different segments of culture. Like, Amber Rose has a specific kind of niche, a specific kind of person that knows about her. It just grew.
If he smashed it, though, you know how. If he nailed her, he nailed her. If he nailed her, he nailed her. Whatever.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, I'm sure he grew up fantasizing about that.
Yeah.
But if he did, you know how CJ's always like, oh, that's my brother, that's my brother, that's my brother.
Uh-huh.
He can now say, and he says it about everyone, he can now pretty much say that's my Eskimo brother, and it's probably true, too, with everybody, too.
Eskimo brother or brother? Can you be more specific?
That's my Eskimo brother.
Yes. And then there's you mentioned this, the Deshaun Watson factor. It's playing in with me.
Yeah, it's horniness. We're not saying what he did or didn't do. We're not saying he's doing anything illegal. We're not saying it's even the same thing. But regardless of how you feel, like, he wanted out, and then the downfall of Deshaun Watson, whether it's the minimal of what he was accused of or the max, horniness got in his way.
Yeah. And as far as Deshaun, I feel like we underreacted when he was with Mia Khalifa, and everybody was like, oh, this is interesting. We were like, whatever,
She put the video
He's
up.
a young man. She's in a little maid's outfit and all that stuff.
And he's dunking on her?
Yeah, Nerf basketball. So I feel like we kind of underreacted to that. We're probably overreacting to this, but it's because of that PTSD.
Well, because we should have given that a little bit more thought.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should have put it together.
We should have given that. This guy might be really horny.
Then there's the other factor of his eyes are getting open. Like, this is not...
No, and I think it's a good experience.
This is not Ohio State.
I think it getting blown up is a good thing for him.
In terms of opening
It's
his
a good
eyes,
experience.
Yeah. Like he thought he was a celebrity.
He's not even a man yet. He's a young man.
He's a young man. But he thought he was a celebrity. He thought he had a lot of eyes on him.
No, you're the man.
At Ohio
You
State.
broke the internet, brother.
That was nothing compared to what's going on now.
You broke the net, sir.
Nothing.
Broke the hell out of the internet, man.
On YouTube, CJ goes out of his way to highly stress his faith all the time. I'm not buying this.
Buying what?
Okay. Helpful hint.
He can still be a Christian and want to smash.
People with that kind of faith have sex. Sorry.
Oh, whoa.
Sorry.
Dump that.
So they do things.
Yeah.
Out of wedlock even. Sorry.
No, I think he's authentic.
Yeah.
I think he's the real deal.
Yeah.
I think he's the real deal. Look, man, he's 22.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. But I'm just imagining, someone's got to ask him about it.
Oh, I think it'll be a podcast.
But he'll just be like, oh, man, she needed a ride, and that was it. And then I saw. But the good thing about him, I don't think he's on social media all the time. I actually believe him on that.
I don't know. Maybe off-season more.
Maybe, but I probably should have taken off last Friday.
He probably and yesterday and
he was on a plane. He's been traveling.
Yeah,
he was at the Cougs game on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
About to go overseas.
Yeah. Get out of the country, man. For a
what
while.
if him and Amber become a couple?
Yeah.
Like, what if she's changed and what if CJ ends up dating her?
She's changed. Did you hear that, Figgy? Amber Rose.
What if
changed.
she revives herself? What if she's if that's his boo? Like, that's the power couple. That's the new, Kate Upton, Verlander. The power couple's Amber Rose and CJ.
Are you serious?
I'm just asking. What if? What if they're just a good mix? What if opposites attract? What if he shows her the lights?
Mm-hmm.
How does that make you feel? What if Amber Rose is rocking a CJ Stroud jersey?
Oh God!
In the suite next year.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Not good. Not good. No, not good at all.
How does that make you feel, Fig?
Honestly, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I wouldn't care. It'd be kind of cool seeing it'd be kind of cool seeing her walking around NRG.
Oh man, I can't get down with that. I think I trust
you. Don't want to see her walking around NRG at all?
I don't. I don't.
She should date Titus Howard or something.
Oh
yeah, he's married.
I think he's married.
Yeah. She should date Laramie Tunsil. Laramie,
that would be
Laramie
cool.
Tunsil and Amber Rose,
cool.
I would be like, okay, I like that. What if he said, I want to set you up with my boy Laramie? Laramie Tunsil and Amber Rose, I can get down with.
And no one would have a
Laramie's
problem.
Hollywood. Laramie's chill. He kind
So
of.
why wouldn't you have a problem with that?
Because it's your quarterback, man.
Okay.
And her track record.
And he's young, man.
Impressionable still.
Look at Biggie over there. Why would you have a problem with that?
No, I was just saying, if you don't want her dating him, why would you want her dating somebody else on the team?
Her and Laramie,
stay away from the team at that point.
have a little bit more
if
of a
she's
personality.
that bad, stay away from the whole damn team.
I mean, I'm fine with it.
Laramie
We
have
don't
a
need
little
that
bit of a
distraction.
personality.
I'm
Her
fine
and
with
Laramie
that.
have a little bit of a similar personality.
And I think
okay, we was talking about her like she awful, like she need to stay out of Houston or something.
Yeah, she does.
That's why I was wondering why she cool to date somebody else, but not CJ.
Don't mess with our quarterback like that.
I got you. I feel you.
Like I trust CJ Stroud. I think he's going to be whatever. No matter what happened, he's going to be just fine. I don't trust her. That's the problem. I don't trust her. Oh no, he had an actual bat in his hand. I'll tell you the text.
Oh, no.
Come on now.
Come on. You don't think that bat was from the
Texter.
game?
Come on, Texter.
Oh, no. So they're saying that baseball bat he was holding wasn't for baseball?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, man.
It was an actual bat.
Oh, no.
I think.
I just want CJ to be going, that's my Eskimo brother. That's my Eskimo brother. Kanye, that's my Eskimo brother. He did have the bat, didn't he?
He did have a bat in his hand.
I don't even want to tell you where my imagination is right now.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
These people.
I want to make some flyers right now. Lost bat. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Sauce Gardner weighs in on the weekend that was for C.J. Stroud and the top candidates to get tagged. And we're not talking about Amber Rose. Next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
This is from Crumpler of the Texans Wire, John Crumpler. I guess he noticed that Titus Howard has changed his Twitter profile to all caps right tackle only for the Houston Texans. So I guess Titus Howard is looking forward to playing some right tackle only for the Houston Texans.
That's like his opinion.
How does that
man.
make you feel?
Good if it's true, but like I said, that's his opinion, man. We'll see how the Texans feel about that. My only hope with Titus Howard is that hand injury that apparently could hurt him as an outside tackle was real and not talked about, and he actually will improve. But we'll see.
Yeah, that was something that Wade Smith was bringing up.
That's my hope, that he was right.
The hand injury was preventing him from...
Because, you're pushing outside, you're stepping outside. I get it. I don't know if that was it.
But even with that said, I never felt like the Texans had a top 5 right tackle when Titus Howard was in there.
Exactly.
Did you?
No.
Yeah.
Did not. I'm with you.
You're such a not Titus Howard fan, man.
No, there's better out there. It was a bad contract. It's until further notice. Maybe, that hand injury was worse, and he'll end up excelling.
The search in the name on Twitter bothers you. It bothers me, too.
That does, and the fact that he just couldn't play right tackle bothers me. You paid him to be a right tackle.
Yeah, to go play bad guard, yeah. I'll feel you on that. Sauce Gardner reacted to the weekend of CJ going around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This was Sauce when he saw that CJ Stroud and Tank Dell were at the Cougs game. Quote, "How? I just seen him yesterday. He got to be having the time of his life, and I don't blame him. LOL."
Yeah, I saw that, and none of that stuff bothers me. That's what he should be doing. He
should be living his best life,
yes.
dude. No matter what he did with Amber Rose, live his best life.
Even setting that aside, or even including it.
Give her a fake number, though.
Yeah, yeah. You got a softball game, then celebrity basketball, then Cougs with Tank Dell. Come on, let's go. Do it. You got the means to do it. Do it. None of that bothers me in the least bit.
Brevin Jordan had this to say yesterday. "Almost done with vacation, about to get back to Houston for offseason training. Excited to get back. This is the first time since my junior year of high school we have the same QB and OC in back-to-back seasons. #We are Texans."
And that's another one that of all the things in the offseason that we may be saying, what about this guy? What about that guy? If you want to talk, put names on it, like Damian Pierce or Devin Singletary or whomever. It might not be a frontline premier position, but Brevin Jordan has got a spot on this team. And I think Brevin Jordan, when he mentioned that he hasn't had back-to-back quarterbacks, that makes me feel better. Makes me feel better about where they are with him.
Tomorrow's the day for franchise tags. The top tag candidates per Schefter. Josh Allen with the Jags. Going to be interesting to see what they do. By the way, if Calvin Ridley re-signs with the Jags would owe their second-round pick to Atlanta, number 48 overall. So you got to think that's going to be a yes. Mm-hmm. So the trade kind of increased with that. Falcons currently have the third-round pick and number 79 overall via Jacksonville. So that trade's going to start to equal out, assuming that they bring back Calvin Ridley, and why the hell wouldn't they? Saquon Barkley, Brian Burns, two guys that could be potential Texans targets. T. Higgins, he's been linked to the Tennessee Titans. Keep an eye on him. Josh Jacobs in Las Vegas. And then Michael Pittman with the Colts, Christian Wilkins with the Dolphins, Antoine Winfield with Tampa Bay. It's been reported by beat writers out there in Tampa that Winfield, it looks like, is going to be their franchise tag guy.
Which means that they would either have to sign, doubtful, or let Mike Evans test free agency. Jacksonville is interesting as well. Everybody's assuming that they're going to sign Josh Allen, and they would be smart to sign Josh Allen. You still got that Trevor Lawrence thing sitting out there, so... who knows what their finances are, if they're even going to be playing in Jacksonville for very long.
What do you mean if they're going to be playing in Jacksonville? Where are they going? London?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, moved to London?
Yeah, it's been rumored forever.
Russell Wilson, his 20,000 square foot Denver mansion is for sale.
Okay.
How's that make you feel?
Indifferent. It's not in my league.
Where's he going to go? Like, who wants Russell Wilson at this point?
What has been talked about with him?
I mean, where would he go? Atlanta? I mean, something like that? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, where is there a home for Russell Wilson? Does anyone want Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback?
I think someone probably would, but I couldn't tell you where. I know that's my job to know that, but I think it's that vague in terms of, like, how popular he's going to end up being. All I know is that he's got his 20,000 square foot home for sale, or whatever it is.
20,000 square feet. How many restrooms is that? Probably like 15, 10?
Probably in that neighborhood.
10 to 15?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, good for him.
You know, on the off weekend, I watched a lot of the off the grids and the flipper flops and all those. We just had that on all weekend. This is the season now for all that stuff.
Did you watch Curb yesterday?
No, I recorded it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I recorded.
By the way, thanks for saying there were 2 episodes last week.
Oh, you know what?
There weren't, moron.
They recorded
Ruined
it twice.
my life.
It recorded it twice.
Yeah, Weasel.
Yeah, did yours do that too?
No, you told me that there was another one, so I was all excited. I go on there and there wasn't one.
I was too. I meant to tell you.
Weasel?
Because I saw 3 recordings and I knew I had watched 2. Well, it recorded the second episode twice. I was like, oh, man, I got to wait another week.
Yes, yesterday was pretty good.
Well, don't spoil it.
It's pretty good.
Don't spoil it.
I mean, there's no spoiling. You can't spoil Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yes, you can.
How?
By saying what happens.
Somebody die.
Don't do it.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, don't do it.
They talk about death a lot, though.
Thanks.
That's a spoiler?
A little bit.
That death is spoken of?
Yeah, now I know what it's going to be about. Now I actually know that what's his name is probably in this episode.
Yeah, he's in it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, you ruined it.
He's not dead, though.
No, but because he's always talking about death.
He's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's putting Larry in his will.
See?
Thanks a lot, Landry.
What are you doing?
That's not a spoiler.
You're ruining the
Shot
surprises.
Pendergast.
Figure he's ruining.
There's nothing ruined about
But you're
that.
ruining the surprises.
Okay, it's not even like a big plot line, John.
Yeah, well, not now.
Well, that's your slight payback for saying that I had another episode to watch when I didn't. Hit the race card real quick.
Race card!
Keyshawn Johnson apparently doesn't know the difference between Kirk Cousins and a local hero around here.
Mm-hmm.
This was Keyshawn Johnson talking about Kirk Cousins, and apparently he thinks that he, not Case Keenum, was the one who threw the ball in the Minneapolis Miracle.
He's 1 in 3 lifetime in the post, and the only win is the miracle. The eyes closed by the New Orleans Saints. And, that's the only one.
Yeah, it wasn't him. Don't take away Case Keenum's biggest moment ever.
So I decided to type in just like on the on YouTube. I just typed in CJ Stroud, Amber Rose just to see what comes up.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to read you what comes up?
Absolutely.
All right. First, we have, I guess, Sports Radio 610 put the video. Locker 5 thoughts after seeing CJ Stroud and Amber Rose.
Okay.
There's another. I did a video this weekend. There's that one. This is from Celebrity Junk. Poor CJ. It says 40-year-old Amber Rose accused of letting 22-year-old CJ Stroud clap her cheeks.
Oh, God. Told you, it's happening, man. It's all over, whether it's true or not.
This is from Pop Snippets. Amber Rose says she literally doesn't know CJ Stroud, denies dating rumor.
Well, she absolutely knows him. I mean, he gave her a ride home. To the hotel. I don't believe her, anything she says.
After departing a celebrity softball game together, Texans quarterback CJ Stroud, 22, and Amber Rose, 40, seen together.
Just gave her a ride home.
You don't believe that?
Common sense says no.
What do you mean? Like, it's CJ, though.
hey, would you mind giving me a ride to my hotel? If 23, 22-year-old Landry Locker heard that from a woman.
From Amber Rose?
What would he think? From Amber Rose, what would you be thinking?
I would think,
I'm in, baby.
what do you think? Would it make you feel better if you knew the hotel? Like, what if it was the Hilton of the Americas? And it was like
Not really.
right there by.
No. Because it could be like the Post Oak on Westheimer or the Hotel Derrick.
Oh, if it's the Post Oak, we're
or
screwed.
one of those. Yeah, you're messed up. Yeah, but I don't. It doesn't really matter whether it was nearby or not. I mean, nearby should be more reason to just get an Uber Black or something. Oh, don't go out of your way.
Did you see Stephen A. tell CJ stop shooting threes? In the celebrity game? By the way, Micah Parsons, man. CJ's never going to hear the end of that. It's over.
He's going to go back on there. He's got to, right?
I don't know. I don't know if he wants to. He kind of got a little bit annoyed by Micah.
To.
Micah's now going to be
really
I
think you have to go back on there. Take your medicine.
When do you think we hear CJ Stroud to talk about this stuff?
It's got to be one of those. I think it's going to be a podcast. It's not going to be like just, whatever. He's at some charity event and somebody asks him about it. No, I think it's going to have to be on a podcast, and they're going to dig deep on it. It's going to be the talk of the podcast this week, right? It's going to be all the talk of podcasts.
He's already done his podcast.
No, I'm saying just of podcasts in general. Big celebrity type podcasts. It's going to be the talk all week, I think, or at least early this week.
Y'all didn't hit Gems and Juice this week, did you?
Nah, we didn't.
Yeah.
How come, man?
I had to work.
Oh, okay, that's right. You did a wedding?
Yeah, it's a wedding out in spring.
Okay. All right.
So no Amber Rose.
Getting that hustle
Figgy
on.
takes. No Amber Rose figgy takes, huh?
Nah, we gonna wait.
Well, it's gonna be dead by then.
It's a Gems and Juice podcast. We talk about everything, man. We ain't sitting here going off of what's hot and what's not. We had conversations, man.
Well, you're gonna have to hit this too, man.
You're gonna have to hit this too.
He is.
I was thinking to say.
What do you say?
Well, not
what do you
that.
say?
Not that. The topic.
I'm sure CJ said that too.
What did Seth and Sean say about it?
Yeah, I hit that.
What was their biggest takeaway from it?
Seth confused me a little bit when
what was going on in Crosstalk?
Can
we pull up Crosstalk?
Yeah.
I want to figure out what was going on there.
Well, he asked me about it, and I said, just common sense. Tell what I just said. Like when a woman, especially a woman like Amber Rose,
what's going on with y'all?
Says, "Hey, can you give me a ride to my hotel?" There's an inference there, in most guys' minds. Now, it could be incorrect, and it could be very innocent. It could be C.J. Stroud just happened to take her to her hotel. He was a good
feel
Samaritan.
like he's that good of a guy.
Yeah, he's a good Samaritan. He just did that. But when you hear that as a guy, 9 times out of 10, you're like, hey, now, there could be something going on here. And Seth didn't get that.
So you got grilled.
I got grilled. Not grilled.
Like cheese?
He pushed back on that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear what happened between John Lopez and Seth Payne during Crosstalk talking about the Amber Rose thing. We'll get to that in a sec.
Yeah.
I thought you were almost getting like cross-examined.
A little bit. Well, it started out that way, but then he kind of took a step back when I explained it. But yeah, it did start out that way.
What do you think D'Amico thought when he saw this?
I don't think D'Amico knows him so well. I don't think he's going to think twice about it if he talks to CJ.
I mean, it's not like something that you have to have a talk with him. We've gotten on the text line. He's a grown-ass man.
Yeah, but on the surface, there's nothing wrong with what he did. It's with whom he did it and how he's being viewed. Like, just being lumped in with those guys, I'm like, don't put our quarterback.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, you have to weigh in the payoff and the cost versus effect.
Yes.
So, like, even if you're just giving her a ride, the cost of that from an image perspective with you
would not advise
good.
it. No one would advise him,
especially with the image you have. So it's really not necessarily like being a jerk or anything like that, but like I think it would make more sense if you did smash and dash. Like smashing and dashing, like that cost seems like a fair cost. If you're really just giving her a ride to her hotel, not saying it's right, but there's already assumptions and you're lumped in. That's not good cost effect.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. No one would advise him, even if they were somehow, some way in a relationship, actually.
But if you're mashing,
had
you're mashing.
feelings, whatever.
If you wanted to mash, you wanted to mash.
No, what I'm saying, even if they had like a relationship, he would be advised to kind of keep that on the down low until, whatever.
But if you're being seen and it's like, yeah, I knocked boots with Amber Rose, then okay. I mean, okay. But it makes a lot more. But it's better. I'm saying it's better. It's better than just giving her a ride.
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to get assumed no matter what when you're in that.
Yeah, you might as well get it.
Yeah.
Might as well cash the check.
Might as well get it in.
Get the cash the check.
Here's the cross-examination between the OG and Seth earlier today.
When was the last time any of us were invited to a hotel room and it was just see you later?
Well, wait, where's the hotel room come in?
No, because she said he gave her a ride to her
hotel. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. I know, but you're like also, yeah. I mean, like you're asking, but you're adding the room in there. Like that's different. Like
John's assuming he got invited back to the room.
No, I'm saying anytime you were invited back to a woman's hotel,
it's not complicated.
There can be an underlying theme there, underlying, I guess.
We'll find out. I choose to believe
inference.
If they did, they sat down and broke down film for the next 2 hours.
Okay? His iPad.
Yes. Amber, you might be able to help out with this Ravens game. Yeah,
exactly.
I think 97.9 was the first to actually.
That's the one I used in my blog post about it.
Okay. So they didn't sell it. They were just there.
So I guess because you said hotel room and not hotel.
Yeah, I said there's an inference, which there is.
Well, I guess they took it literal that you were saying that.
Did I say hotel room?
Yeah, you said room.
Oh, okay.
But then you corrected yourself. But I guess that was the
that
was the logistics of it.
I mean, I know what I would assume. I would.
Travis Scott, man, just getting CJ in trouble, man. I'm just glad he got to have his celeb game. Just glad he got to have his celeb game.
It wasn't his fault. I mean, Amber Rose was in the middle here. She could have gotten a ride anywhere. Hey, CJ, want to get me a ride?
Hey, this is the hottest thing going right now.
Exactly.
That's one of those.
And for her,
TVs.
it benefits her. It's nothing but a good thing for her.
Oh, she was loving being seen.
Yeah, nothing but good for her. Because he's as big a star or bigger than just about, than the majority of those that.
But I mean, what do you think the dialogue was like when they got in the car? Like let's just say the door shuts, boom. What do you think the dialogue was?
Boy, that's a great question. I'd like to thank for putting me here.
I'd like to thank my Lord Savior Jesus Christ
for putting me in this situation.
First and foremost.
Yeah, first and foremost.
No, but she had to have been like, man, they're going to think we're together because we got in this car together.
She knew. She didn't even say that.
But she said it to him.
She knew exactly what was going to
And he's like, where's your hotel at?
Yeah.
Probably like, how long you in Houston?
Yeah.
Well, he's leaving now.
Yeah, he just a regular comment.
How long?
When is he leaving?
Well, he went to Indianapolis like pretty soon after that.
He probably hopped on the private jet.
He might have hopped on the jet right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
he probably. I'm sure he probably asked how long you in Houston for, or are you going to All-Star Weekend? Because I'm about to go there now.
Yeah. Oh man.
Did she go to All-Star Weekend?
I don't know if she did or not.
Her plane got canceled. He just happened to.
Or did she get a ride to the All-Star Weekend?
Man.
Probably hopped on the PJ with him.
Man.
Yeah. Hopped on the what with him?
The PJ.
Oh, okay. Okay, P. Okay. I didn't know. Okay. The what?
The private jet.
Oh, okay. Just making
on his private jet.
You said she hopped on the PJ. I was like,
wait,
okay.
what?
Wait, what? Okay, P. Okay. All right. Now that we're clear, that's around the NFL, kinda. Here on In the Loop. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. This is going to be one of the craziest editions of the internet going nuts. We'll lay it out next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard. Orchard's not nuts.
nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. CJ Stroud, Amber Rose apparently didn't know each other. Mets, she asked she needed a ride because the Sprinter van left her, and CJ was nice enough to give her a ride to the hotel. Thanks again, at
What a
CJ
fella.
Stroud, she said.
What a great guy.
I could see him trying to spread the word of God. She openly doesn't believe in God, so maybe CJ's trying to do a good deed.
I also could see where he was really just trying to do a good deed, but that is Amber Rose over there, man. I mean, she's got powers. She has powers, temptation, all that stuff.
I got the internet going nuts.
I'm going to start with this one because I think I'm a little bit on the outside of what most people believe on there. You saw Rick Pitino this weekend, right?
He said he didn't recruit the right guys or something like that.
Let me go through some of these. He just torched his own team. To be honest with you, I'm just getting ready for Georgetown because Georgetown definitely can beat us. Do we have bleepy facilities? Yes, we do. It's not the job. You could be at Missouri, blah, blah, blah. After I spent the summer with this team, I knew it was going to be a difficult year and under 500. Joel is slow. I don't even know who some of these cats are. Joel is slow laterally. He's not laterally. He's not fast on the court. Chris Ledlam is slow laterally. Sean Conway is slow laterally. Brady's physically weak. Drissa is slow laterally. I mean, he was torching, like, naming names.
Damn, he's going through his roster like that?
Yeah, he was going through the roster.
I actually respect this.
I think we're on the same page. I'm like, it's not pretty, but people were saying, well, how is any recruit going to want to go there? I would. If I was a good big-time recruit, I'm like, man, I could play right away there, and I'm going to get it done. No, I was not really – I mean, it was ugly, but I wasn't really like, oh, Rick Pitino, how dare you throw these guys under the bus. Nah, man. I mean, is anything he's saying not true?
I got the internet going nuts.
This is hilarious. So Tyrese Halliburton was on the McAfee show.
Yeah.
The Indiana Pacers guard.
Mm-hmm.
He has two different voices.
I saw
and they
this.
noticed it, and I guess it's a common thing with him, but Tyrese Halliburton of the Pacers has two different voices.
After P and those guys left, and Sabonis is a great player, and they had other guys, but, like, I think for the more casual basketball fan, it wasn't necessarily appealing. Post-basketball is not appealing unless it's Jokic or Joel or Shaq. You know what I mean? Like,
you have two different voices.
I do. People say that all the time.
Did you hear? I didn't know if it was our microphone.
I never catch it. Like I watch podcasts after, and I'm like, dang, my voice changed. I don't
mid-sentence.
Yeah. Did you guys? I didn't do it on purpose.
I wrote it down. Two different voices.
Yeah.
Wrote it down.
It just happened. It just happens that way naturally sometimes.
You don't control it, though.
No, I don't control. I have no control over it. It just happens.
Dude, that's crazy.
That was like a different person. I've never heard of such a thing.
That's nuts.
That's why the internet was going nuts.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, we've been talking about Mike Evans, but what's going nuts right now is that there's this report out there. I think Schefter kind of played with it a little bit that the Bucks have made the decision, given them a soft deadline of today, and that they wouldn't try to sign him re-sign him if he doesn't accept the tag or the terms of the. This is not true. I mean, it might be true what they're saying, but what they're saying is going to change. So the whole thing about Mike Evans, like today is the deadline. I even wrote it down erroneously. I admit on my run sheet, I said it's Mike Evans Day. And then I started looking at it. I'm like, no, it's going to go all the way to March 5th. Like, unless they say we are not signing, like actually say that. Don't read too much into if he doesn't get tagged right away.
He's not going to get tagged. I think they're going to tag Winfield.
Or signed.
I think Winfield gets tagged
signed
right off the top.
Yes.
I think that's what happens.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So most Houston sports fans don't like Utah. They don't like Salt Lake City.
This is true.
The internet went nuts because The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, he's kind of been like a baby face. He's kind of been like a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He came back as a heel over the weekend, and it was in Salt Lake City, Utah. And just to give some background, I guess they brought The Rock back, they being WWE, and people were upset because there's a wrestler named Cody Rhodes that The Rock was basically stepping over and going to face.
Yeah.
So just sit back and relax and listen to The Rock roast Salt Lake City. A lot of Houston sports fans are going to love this. The Rock goes heel, and the victims are a much-hated area around here.
Tonight, it is official. You all, right now, live on Fox, have broken an all-time indoor attendance record. Not only for the city of Salt Lake, but for the entire state of Utah. Congratulations. You broke the all-time record for the largest gathering of trailer park trash The Rock has ever seen. Oh, you want to boo that, huh? Are you sure you want to boo The Rock? Finally, you and your 50 wives will have a story to tell. And you know what I'm talking about? You'll have a story to tell your 600 inbred grandchildren one day. And that is what it's like to look at greatness in the flesh, because finally, The Rock has come back to Salt Lake City. You shut your mouth, fatty. The Rock will come out there and slap the herpes off your lips. The biggest WrestleMania main event in the history of WrestleMania. You had it in your hands and you let it go. You flushed it down the toilet. The same toilet you sat your fat asses on, and you sat there and tweeted, "We want Cody, we want Cody. Cody's got to finish his story. He's got to finish his story." You're laughing now and you're booing because you know it's true. Apply that stupid logic to any sport. The 49ers just lost against the Kansas City Chiefs. What did they do? What did they do? Did the 49ers say, whoa, wait a minute. What about our story? We got to finish our story. No. They took their lunch like men. They stood up, they dusted themselves off, and they moved on like men. That's what they do. Michael Jordan came in here and he crushed the dreams of the Utah Jazz.
You knew that was coming.
He ended. You boo because it's the truth. He ended the Utah Dream story. What did the Utah Jazz do? They took the beating like men and they moved on. And they worked their asses off to get right back to the top. That's what they did. You don't understand that because you're spoiled, entitled, little crybaby bitches. If you're some man! No. Salt Lake City, sing along with The Rock is over. You lost that privilege. Sit there and shut your mouth and enjoy the ride that The Rock is taking you on. If you're some man! What the bloodline is cooking.
Damn, he knows how to roast.
I wanted to say it's not the best decision for him, but he can do it.
Nah, it's him.
He can do
People
anything.
like it. People miss it.
Yeah, he can do anything.
Roast in Salt Lake City.
Anything at all.
I got the internet going nuts.
It's kind of bad that we are even wasting time on this because it's got the internet going nuts in a very, very bad way. Everyone is roasting the NBA All-Star game and the NBA All-Star weekend. And I mentioned it to you earlier. I don't think it's more true. It's never been more true. Not only is the NBA dying, the NBA is dead. I don't think it could come back from what the silliness and the lack of people watching. I'm interested to see what the numbers are because they're not going to be good. Like the NBA All-Star weekend, no matter what Adam Silver tries, even when he's presenting the trophy, he's like, well, you set a record for, whatever you won. It's incredibly sad that the NBA is dead. It's dead on a national scale.
It's a damn shame.
It's a shame.
Damn shame what they did to that league.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of which, Kenny Smith under fire. There was a shootout between Steph Curry and what's her name again?
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yeah. No disrespect to her. She played at Oregon. I know that.
She can shoot, man.
Yeah, she can shoot. And she lost to Steph Curry, and this was Kenny Smith. He had a lot of people on the internet pretty upset.
I think she should have shot from her. She should have shot from the women's line. That would have been a fair contest. I still root for Sabrina. We all are rooting for Sabrina. No, this is not. She should have shot from the three-point line that the women shoot from. Why are you putting those boundaries on her? That's not a boundary. That's what the game is. She wanted to shoot. They have a smaller ball, don't they? She shot with WNBA ball. WNBA ball is smaller. She shot with the WNBA ball. She should have shot from the line. There's a women's tee in golf and there's a men's tee for a reason. No. She a shooter shoot. Isn't that what you said? Yeah, but they shoot from where they shoot from. No. Thank you. No. Sabrina, good job, Sabrina. No, but don't let any man put boundaries on you like him. Well, then give him a regular ball then. Don't let any man put boundaries on you. Give him a regular ball then.
I feel like people are kind of missing the mark here on Kenny Smith. Maybe, there's so many people are talking about like what he said, like it's diminishing what Ionescu did. I don't think it's that. I think where he missed the mark was not identifying and recognizing that had she shot from the WNBA line, people would be dismissing her performance. Now she shot from the regular line, the men's NBA line, and she made 26. That was more than the vast, I think all of the guys in the actual NBA three-point contest. Like she would have been diminished had she done the same thing from the women's line. That's what people. That's the problem and why she did it. Do
you want to even put it as a possibility that your best player, maybe best shooter, loses to a WNBA player?
I don't know if,
like on your platform, like does that seem logical?
I don't think it would hurt like the respect of Steph Curry or stuff like
it's
that.
not, but it's not. It doesn't help.
Yeah, but it's also it's all the NBA has. They got G League players in the dunk contest. They got this contrived Steph versus Ionescu thing. They've got the celebrity game and trying to get stuff. The game itself is a joke. It's dead. So, they have to try anything.
But why wouldn't they just have him do it like a WNBA thing? Like Steph Curry challenges them.
Maybe, but I don't think he has to worry about anything personally. You're talking about the league at large. Like, hey, your best player got beat by a girl.
Yeah, you don't want
Who
that
cares?
to happen.
Yeah, I don't care
Really?
about that. Yeah, I don't care about that. I think it'd be kind of cool because she's awesome. She can knock it down.
It'd be cool.
Yeah.
To have your best guy go down an All-Star weekend.
Yeah, I think more people would be talking about the NBA and Steph Curry. Yeah.
No, man.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know if that would be good or bad.
He missed the mark because he should have said she should have shot at the NBA line because that shows you how good she is. And it
She
wouldn't
did
have been.
shoot from the NBA
No, I'm
line.
saying he should have said yes, she did right because had she shot on the other line, people would be diminishing it.
It's Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the Texans are a favorite to land a big, big name. Step one of that process begins tomorrow. First, I want to tell you about Texans.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Mike Evans, right now the Texans are the betting favorite to land Mike Evans. It's a close one. Maybe they're trying to get some money, they being the Vegas odds makers. But right now, Texans are 3-1 to land Mike Evans. Tampa Bay 3.5 to 1. So the franchise tag period begins tomorrow. It's going to be 2 weeks. It's going to take us into actual free agency. Right now, the Texans are the favorite for Mike Evans.
I would hope so. I mean, like we talked earlier about, like some of the guys that are definitely going to be tagged and such. They're not going to tag him if they tag Baker Mayfield. That's the thing that Tampa is so interesting. Are they going to give Baker Mayfield a long-term contract? Do they feel strong enough about that? If not, are they going to tag him? Well, you can only tag one person. Oh, yeah. What about Antoine Winfield? He's earned a big-time contract, and maybe will get tagged as well. So it makes sense that the Texans are up there. I just don't, as I said in the last segment, I wouldn't put too much stock into whatever you're hearing today and tomorrow. They're going to keep trying to do whatever they can because Tampa has to have Mike Evans, and if they don't, then it's a complete reset. They have to have Mike Evans.
But does he have to have them?
Right. If it's up to him and he's a free agent, then all of a sudden that's why Houston is the odds-on favorite, is the betting favorite. Because if it is up to him, and I guess they're assuming that he's not going to be tagged, then yeah, he has those options.
Like if we're talking about spread money, like does the Mike Evans thing really like that? It doesn't have to be the only thing that you do, but does the Mike Evans, like, does that excite you?
Yeah, why would it not?
Like how much, like of all the potential impacts and all that, how important do you think it is to get a wide receiver?
Well, I just think like even Mike Evans' money is not as much as like someone like Madubuike or someone like Chris Jones. You would think it would be. You would think it'd be more. But I don't think the number of years involved are gonna be that many. You know, at his age, I think you can get him 3-4 years, whatever it may be, and that's going to be $80 million, or whatever it is. So
Madubuike is not going on the market, right?
Like he may not, probably won't. But what I'm saying is, like, his market value compared to Mike Evans is more than Mike Evans, which is bizarre, but that's where it is. And I guess Mike Evans' age is coming into play here. You can absolutely get Mike Evans and a running back. Absolutely. And I've never really advocated for Evans as much as I like him because I think you can spread the money around a little more even, with at wide receiver, running back, maybe along the defensive line or whatever.
I think it would be, like, of all the moves, though, this is probably one that would excite the fans the most, right?
Well, I think if they do sign Mike Evans, they have to realize this. They're not they can't sell it as anything but all in, for next season and the season after that. Like, you could sell some of these guys you're going to sign as, we're hoping to build something here, et cetera, et cetera. We all know the story. We've all heard it before. If you sign Mike Evans, you're in it for 2024. That's why it would be so impactful. Like, there's no denying you're not waiting 3 years by signing Mike Evans.
You're going all in.
It's immediate.
What does it tell you about Nico? Maybe you're just trying to put together an awesome receiving core.
Yes, exactly.
Brian Burns. What about Brian Burns?
He's expensive too. He would cost more at this point than Mike.
Would you rather have Mike Evans or Brian Burns?
Mike Evans. And I love Brian Burns, but he is expensive. He to me would fall into the category of kind of willy-nilly money. Not that he can't play, not that he's not young. He's 25, 26, whatever it is, and not that he wouldn't earn it. But, boy, that is a huge, huge hit for Brian Burns. That's a big financial commitment. And it would be more than 5 years. It would be 5 years or more.
If they make either one of these moves, though, it tells you that they have big goals, like
for this year.
Yeah, because these are like player away type of moves.
Yes,
like they could do the, like, if they duplicate the Danielle Manning and the Jonathan Joseph that we always talk about, that's great. But as far as like aggressive, we think the time is now. It would be those moves. That's not to say that they would work out, but it would be those moves.
Even if you signed, let's say, Josh Jacobs, big-time star, obviously production, big-time price. Even if you signed him, you could argue it's for 2-3 years. Brian Burns, no, you're not going to argue that. You know that you're all in this coming year, and Mike Evans definitely not, because it would be for a 2024 season. Like we're planning to win now. Some of those other receivers that I like Gabe Davis, that you can sell that. Other running backs, you could sell that. Defensive tackles, you could sell that as like, this is not just for 2024, it's for the next 2 or 3 years. Can't do that with Mike Evans. So that's why it would be like a significant kind of stake in the ground if they do sign him.
The running backs are where my eye's going to be, the Saquon Barkleys and the Josh Jacobs, because I think that's the biggest need. I fear that both of those guys get tagged. I hope that's not the case. I know it was a big problem when each of them did last year. So I don't know whether their teams made deals with them where we're not gonna do this to you again. I'm not sure, but that's the most impactful. And the beauty of where the Texans are right now, not just with their cap space right now, but with some of the players that they have on their rookie deals, is it's not really hey, you sign Mike Evans, Brian Burns, and then you're done. Like you could still do plenty of things. No, you got a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of moves that can be made.
Yeah, no,
you could fill the roster and make one of these splashes.
Yeah, you absolutely could. And I think it ties in with what I was talking about earlier with the draft. You almost have to do that if you're all in with Mike Evans. You almost have to spend that other money because you can't count on the draft. You can get lucky. You can be the Lions. But if you sign Mike Evans, expect other signings. I think you should expect other signings, at least one other big one, because you're pushing the chips in and you have the money to do it.
The Grenard thing, though, is kind of connected to the Brian Burns. I wonder what – I just don't anticipate anyone saying, we got to give Jonathan Grenard $15 a year or anything like that. I think if
only takes one, though, man. There's always one out there.
Is there with him? Like, I like him, but someone's going to pay Jonathan Grenard.
I mean, I hope
$15
I'm wrong.
I mean, I don't know whether I hope or not. If someone's going to pay 15, salute.
What's Grenard's contract going to look like?
I think it's going to be like 12,
right?
3-12.
That's what I was thinking.
Something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's
3 years, 36.
Yeah, that's a good
3 years,
bargain.
38. That's half of what you're going to get Brian. That's a third of what you're going to get Brian Burns for.
Yeah, I'm not in love with any of these guys. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm more excited by the possibility of churning than bringing guys back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a few guys I would like to bring back. I'd like to bring back Singletary as a backup. Cashman, I think, would be a good bring back type of guy. But as far as like falling in love with like the Rankins and I guess Schultz, sure.
Yeah,
Steven Nelson, I really hope they can find a veteran corner that they like Steven Nelson. I'm kind of that's kind of good job. Let's do the same type of thing.
Yeah, no, I kind of want
he
them
was
to.
Good last year.
He was good, but you can.
I mean, he probably thinks he's going to get like $20 million a year.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't count on that. All I'm saying is, like, if somehow, some way, you get news that Mike Evans is going to be signing with the Texans, you should not only be excited because he makes you a contender next year, but they're going to have to spend on other big pieces, like whether it's Derrick Henry or Saquon or whomever. That's almost guaranteed. So that's what's exciting. And then you can fill in with Dalton Schultz, and you can give Dalton Schultz another 1-year contract. I mean, he might be good with that,
Mike Evans, man.
Mm-hmm.
Betting favorite, 3-1 right now. If you think it's going to happen, go put you 50 on it. You'll win $150. Go put 100. Win 300.
There you go.
How about that? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Your thoughts when you saw C.J. Stroud and Amber Rose together?
I'll say this again, and I'm going to ask Show and Landry and Clint when they come in here. It's not a matter of like what happened. It's a matter of what people think. And I'll ask you and Figgy again, like just your mom. Like, what would your mom say? What would she say?
If what?
Whether it was innocent, whether it was whatever, two consenting adults doing whatever they want.
She would have Googled and she would know Amber Rose's whole history and she would say, "What's going on, son?
Yeah, what you doing with that girl?
What are you doing with that girl? What are you doing with that girl?"
What's Pop saying?
Pop might be saying, "All right,
My dad would probably be like,
smart, son.
Yeah.
He would be like, man, that's quite a roster.
You gotta go with the mom test though, man. Like if you know it, if you were curious or you wonder at all, think about what your mom would say. I know what I'll just say my wife. What my wife would say would be something along the same lines. If one of my sons did that.
Oh, if one of your sons did
like,
that.
What the heck are you thinking?
I thought you were getting real weird for a minute.
Yeah, well, not right now. I'm not in the mood. I'll let you know.
Where the hell that was going.
I'll let you know. Well, the mom test, man.
I was listening. I'm not going to lie. I was listening to The Drive last week. And
it took over my entire.
Yeah, I mean, it took.
Oh, I could see where you would be fascinated.
No, I heard you. Because I heard you fellas.
I tried to go to other things. My heart wasn't in it.
Y'all were talking about it, and I thought y'all were breaking down, like, C.J. Stroud's, like, swing. And I was like, what is going on?
Well, kind of.
And then, and then it went into Amber Rose, and I'm like, Amber Rose video. So I texted Tyler. I was like, hey, what's this video? He directed me to it, and I was just watching it. I don't know how you guys watched it, but I was watching like, okay. Oh, they're just walking out at the same time. Oh, he's going to a different car. Oh, man, he got in the car with her.
I'm going to tell you what. I watched that thing, and I watched it 19 times right there in the next
You're breaking it down.
5 minutes.
You're like Clint with film.
And I don't care. Oh, I was.
That wouldn't take too long.
Look at the angle she took here. Look at the angle she took here.
Coverage, and there was a hot route.
She's got good
talk for that.
She's got good hips.
There was a hot route to that passenger door right there.
I still, in my heart of hearts, believe this. I could be wrong, and I will go with the young man. That just did not appear the first time that they had made that walk to that vehicle. Just did not. It did not. She just seemed like she was
comfortable,
too comfortable.
Yep.
She knew where the car was.
She knew where the car was.
Well, no, but he pointed with the bat.
Opened up. Yeah,
the baseball bat.
I try to make myself do that too. Yeah,
I would too. That Lambo right there.
There it is, right there. Boy, I was thinking to myself, boy, could you imagine if he brought in this bad car? I don't know if he has a bad car.
Pointed at
that. Damn, I drove that Dodge Charger. but no, the way she got in, I'm telling you,
it was a little.
It just looked comfortable.
There was a little comfort.
It looked comfortable. She had the bags. He popped the trunk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, boys.
Yeah.
The best part of it to me is the reaction from fans.
That's the worst part.
You get the guys. You get the guys that are just the hardos that are like, if you talk about a guy's contract, you're getting in his pockets and all this kind of crap, and it's like, oh, leave that man alone, man. Get off that man. You know, let that man do what he wants to do. And I'm like, man, if that was your quarterback, if that was a guy from your team that was an important player, would that be ideal for you?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you get,
especially off the previous quarterback.
Right. Then
horny QB PTSD.
and then you get the people that are like, oh, well, they're dead serious. Oh, well, you know, maybe he's changing their life. Maybe he's
the amount of people who believed that he was going to win that bring him to Christ.
His hands on her.
Easy, guys. It's not no big. No, man. You ever been 23 and walked to a car with a girl that looked like that? He's just dropping her off the hotel, just being a nice guy. Yeah, that's exactly how it starts.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he hoped it would start.
Okay, this is your stop. See you later.
Threw the bag, waiting for the bell to get the bag.
That's it. I got the bags, baby. Let's act like we're come on, man.
The best part of the whole time, this fool said, "Yeah, if I was Tank Dell, I'd be in that back seat."
Oh, if I was Tank Dell, I'd have been in that back seat.
I'll tell you, I'd have followed him.
I'd have had my elbows on the console. Right in between them two.
I'd have followed him in that car, walked into that hotel room. As soon as that door was closed, I'd stick my foot right in that door. Hey, you got room for one more?
You got two queens or a king in there, Bob.
You got room.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Hey, Amber don't mind.
I don't think she do. All right, welcome in. The Drive is live.
God bless you, Amber Rose, for all this content.
Please, thank you.
God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
Bless you.
Yeah, you too, CJ. I appreciate it, bud.
Hope you had a blast. CJ Stroud in the building. We'll get to him. Tyler's in the building.
What the hell is J-Lo doing? Where you going, J-Lo?
It's a gift. Is it too much?
No, I like it.
I'm going to take the tag off.
Okay. Did you wear the?
No, it was here. It was a gift.
J-Lo, you got a yard man's hat on and
like one of them Nick Saban.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Like one of them Nick Saban hats when he coaches.
You're darn right. It's a gift, man.
Hey, it's nice.
Look good, man.
There you
Looks
go.
Good. I don't know about it in studio.
I hope you saw that on YouTube and Twitch right there. As OG has him a nice little lid there. Tyler's in the building, Clint's in the building as we roll through here, and I just want to get this off the top. Everybody can jump in as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you listening to us on YouTube and Twitch, hello, how are you? Listen, this became damn near wall-to-wall coverage for us on Friday. I know for me personally, I've had multiple conversations since Friday, since we broke this sucker. Well, we didn't break it, but we broke it on the show. The Amber Rose and the C.J. Stroud getting into the car together and going to the hotel. I just want to know where y'all are right now. How y'all feel? We've had a weekend to get through it. Now it's Monday, 2 o'clock Monday. We found out. We talked through this on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You got to see him a few times this weekend. You feeling any better about the situation? You feeling any different? If I remember, Clint, you were at like a 7 of concern. Tyler, you had too many numbers for me to remember.
7.54.
Okay, 7.54. I was at flashing lights, 9. Larry was having a conniption. Robert Flores was lying to himself on the air with us. How y'all feeling now about the C.J. Amber Rose thing now that you had a little bit of time to digest it?
The exact same. Nothing has changed.
I feel a little bit better.
I don't feel a bit better. What do you know something I don't know? Is there footage from whatever hotel she was staying at that had that Lambo pulling off and waving goodbye?
I just calmed myself down, fellas. It's like, all right, CJ's just a good decision maker, man. He went to Indy, got right back.
It's too late for all that.
I feel a little bit better. I've calmed down. Maybe I was in the moment.
It's too late for all that, Ron. It's too late for all that. I mean, the good decision maker thing, it's irrelevant. There's
a fairness to this.
I mean, people start throwing the religious aspect. It's all irrelevant at that point in time. I mean, it's just when you made the decision to get in the car with that young lady, there is a really, really good chance that things could go down, and there's a really good chance that if it were to go down, it probably was going to be good enough to not go down just once. And it was probably going to continue.
I'm believing it.
And there's a really good chance that while he's out here at NRG in this 100-plus weather in the offseason working out, that he's going to have his mind in L.A. or wherever the hell that gal he gave a ride to the hotel, wherever she's at. There's still a really good chance of that. I mean, he's still an adult. You're right, he's an adult, man. He's a very spiritual young man. That's great. It just, woo. All that aside, baby.
See, I feel a little bit better, Tyler. I got a little time to.
I do too.
To rest on it. I'm on it.
What y'all do? Y'all go home and y'all sleep on it or something?
I slept on it a few days.
Just trust the kid, you know?
We trust him.
Yeah.
That's good.
Now, I will say Clint is making some very compelling points about that trust thing when the right thing gets a hold of you.
I mean, I think he's a great guy. I'm not doubting him one bit. I think he is a great dude. Don't change anything about what I think.
I'm gonna wait, Tyler, and that walk was close. I'm gonna wait until it gives me reason to feel a little different about it.
That's well said.
Till it gives me reason. I'm gonna chill a little bit.
Well,
if I see them two anywhere close to each other again, well, then that's
right.
off.
Well, that's what my concern is for. Is not like I don't care what C.J. Stroud did Friday night or Thursday night, whatever the hell night that was. I could care less. Like my concern is that it turns into him needing a little more and a little more and a little more, and then now we've got a full blown relationship going with a gal that's got a ton of drama in her world, and I just don't need my quarterback to have that. So, my concern is not whether he got busy Thursday night here in Houston after the celebrity softball game. My concern is that they end up holding hands here in about a month somewhere publicly.
That's what I said. If I see her again. If I see her close again.
Oh, well, then you go. I skyrocket to a 10 at that point.
Now I got to step out.
Well,
right now, as I said, I'm gonna wait till I'm given reason.
Number 7.
I don't know what else you need.
Clint, which is worse, Amber Rose or Kardashian? From the text line, Amber Rose.
By a mile, Amber Rose.
I don't know. Could Kardashian pull off the bald head?
I mean, what are we talking about worse here? Listen, I think both of them could pull it off. I'll just be frank with you.
I don't know.
I'm talking about in who you'd want. You're not telling me to calm down. Why are you telling me I'm calm? I said I'm good.
I'm calm.
Why are you yelling at him?
So text like was the person, Ron, calm down. I'm calm.
Ben Stiller on him.
Said, I'm calm.
Was that Adam Sandler?
Because I was looking hard, fellas. I was waiting to see her in Indy. That's what I was waiting to see. I was trying hard to find. Then when he got on the plane and came right back to Houston from Indy, I felt a lot better about it. Now,
what if Stroud would have hit a 3 in that All-Star game, and then just ran down the court and courtside he found her, like dapped her up or something,
or did some sort of a rose symbol or something? Then I'd be scared to death. But that did not happen. That did not happen. I just wanted to do a check. Some people here texted in. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
What benefit of the doubt? What's the benefit of the doubt? That's what I don't understand. What's the benefit of the doubt? What is it?
He's a good kid.
That he hasn't done anything yet. That he hasn't done anything.
Who cares?
I mean, that he hasn't had a moment of slippage yet.
Slippage.
If it hasn't happened yet, it's February 19th. It's going to happen at some point.
His record's squeaky clean, man.
Benefit of the doubt. What are we doing?
Text line: CJ and Amber Rose is nothing but bad news. Nothing but bad news.
It's like you have a lineup of criminals.
CJ's a grown-ass man,
yes.
number one. And number two, I believe his mother has a big enough influence to guide him through the groupie. So you are concerned if you're bringing his mother in.
Let me tell you something. If his mother had that much of an impression on him or had that much of an impact on him, his ass wouldn't have walked out carrying Amber Rose's bag. He would have known better. And by the way, I'm not bagging on Mama. I'm cool with Mama.
At least there could have been another place that they could have met.
I'm not bagging on him, her, or Mama. It's cool. I'm good with whatever. But the whole his mama stuff. Well, I mean, if he was worried about what Mama thought, his ass wouldn't have carried them bags out of that place, them cameras everywhere.
Sure wasn't in that car on that way to the hotel.
She raised him to be a gentleman. You grab the lady's bag and you help her.
You can be a gentleman. You grab the bag, you put it in the car, you get her in the car on the way to the hotel. You say, hey, baby, before we go upstairs, do we need to stop and get you something to eat? You want to go grab a couple drinks somewhere? You want to grab a couple drinks somewhere? You want to get some grub? You want what else you need? You need some toiletries? We need to stop at Walgreens?
I texted in Brett Michaels had a song.
What was that?
Every rose has its thorn.
Yes, and that one's got several, but that's okay. You can be a gentleman. Amber probably done caught many a gentleman.
They turned him out.
Yeah, she probably caught many a gentleman.
I just want to do a check. On where people are. I'm glad me and Tyler, we feel better about Clint is in the same spot as he was when he walked out of this building on Friday.
Y'all just let the time pass and make you feel better about it. Ain't nothing changed, hell. I mean, unless you got proof.
If you found out something that I didn't know.
I mean, I guess you could feel better. Like I didn't watch the rookie game. Hell, it had already cranked up by the time I got home Friday. But
you just didn't get.
I mean, I guess the fact that she didn't show up on arm,
he
didn't show up arm in arm with her there. Okay, well,
that made me feel better.
Well, it's too late for that. Hell, you 8 minutes late on that. If you'd have told me that's what made you feel better 8 minutes ago, I'd buy it.
Yeah, the weekend made me feel all of it. It made me feel better. I felt better about it when I woke up Sunday.
You two must have looked at y'all both must have just went and looked at Amber Rose's Instagram or something. All of a sudden, y'all feel a little better about it. I heard old Figgy.
No, I didn't.
Hey,
that's what I didn't.
You hear old Figgy on In the Loop? Hey, old Figgy said that they were talking about, if they're together and she's over in NRG Stadium and I think Lopez. So I just don't want to see her at the games in NRG Stadium. Figgy said, you mean tell me you wouldn't like to see Amber Rose walking around NRG Stadium on game day?
She would bring it too, right?
Oh, ain't no doubt.
Turning heads all over the place.
Ain't no doubt.
She'll turn that 7 jersey out.
Hey,
no, it's not going to happen. I'm not thinking about it. No, it's not happening.
Figgy went straight to what are you talking about, Lopez? What do you mean? You wouldn't like to see her? Well, hell yeah, you'd like to see her walking around that thing.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
CJ's not going to be involved for the first 5 years of his career. He's just going to
stay focused, young blood.
Be single. We're just going to stay focused on
that. Would actually be our best bet. Just stay single. Keep giving them rides to the hotel. Just don't date them.
Yeah. Stay away from. Don't get out the car after you give him that ride. All right.
No, see, he can do that.
Yeah, I hope
it's a man's duty.
I hope he had a good time.
It's a man's duty.
I just hope he had a good time.
You get Amber Rose. You get Amber Rose in your car, and you
taking those bags
and
up.
You're taking her to the hotel. You got a man's duty.
I'm taking those bags.
It's a man's duty to carry them bags up to that room. Make sure that girl gets in there. All right. It's a man's duty, Ron.
From the text line, both of y'all would have clapped that if gotten the chance. Listen, none of us are denying that.
Guilty.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how much clapping I can do, but I mean, I'll just
at 22.
Well, no, I'm gonna be honest.
I would have given Amber everything.
I mean, I imagine
all of it, everything I had. Now, I know I'm coming in losing.
Hold on,
I know I'm coming in losing.
22 or 46. I ain't real sure how much literal clapping I'm doing, but I mean, the effort would be there.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you every effort I've got.
I wouldn't fail you from the lack of effort.
I know walking into this may this may be.
Oh, holy hell!
This may be Chiefs versus Titans, but I'm giving you every single bit of everything I have. I will pull a hamstring at 22. Terry, I will have surgery.
Oh, damn! So.
All right, sorry. You didn't have to bring that up.
Sure.
All right, now, listen. I want to push this to you guys because these are guys. Speaking of CJ, who you're hoping that he has more help in terms of skill guys around him next year. And have you heard this number? And these numbers, this is one I've heard higher than this. Now, both of you, and I see the shirts you have on right now, and the people on YouTube and Twitch have commented on it, Tyler, your Texas A&M shirt. Both of you, we've had this conversation about Mike Evans. And both of y'all have been like, go get him. I'm down. And I'm with you. If you go, if the Texans say, we're going to go in and we're going to go and get Mike Evans, I'm all right, I'm good. I'm with it. Y'all with it with that number being like 4 years, $80 million? Because that's some of the number I've heard in the 90s too, Clint. I'm not gonna lie to you. Before I've heard 3 years 80. I've heard 4 years 80. I've heard 4 years 92.
4 years 80. Sign me up right now.
You would bang that out. That's not too high.
20 million a year.
Your blood.
Hell no.
4 years 80. 4 years 80. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch want to get him some help. Look at Tyler. But 4 years 80. He's gonna be 30. 4 years, $80 million.
Absolutely. $20 million a year for Mike Evans? Hell yeah. Absolutely.
Makes me nervous.
What makes you nervous?
It's just that
once you eclipse that 3-year mark.
In the contract?
Yeah, so if it was 3 years at that same price, I'm game. Let's go. But you add
1 year does it for you.
You add that 4th year, and you start really looking at that big number, and I get a little nervous. And I'm trying to fight my fandom here.
Look here. If he wasn't 30,
31, 32.
If he wasn't 30, 31, 32, it would be 30, 31, 32 million per year.
No, I hear you. No, the age is playing a part.
But you know what
it is? It's just
it has been so long since there's been a true just stand out going into a season number 1 receiver on this squad. And that would feel nice.
If they did it, I'd be in here. Hell yeah, I'd give him. I'd be like, go get it. I love it. You to hell with it. You said to hell with it. We're gonna put that hog on the table, and we're going to go get a guy that we believe can be a difference maker, and we're gonna go get a great player that we know is a great player right now. If you're asking me if I would do it, I'm with Tyler, boy. That's hard. That's hard, man. It's really those last 2 years. For me, I feel really good that you will get the similar Mike Evans you got this year over the next 2. It's them final 2 years. Them final 2 years, I am concerned of what you'll get. And in them final 2 years, now you're running up against Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud's contracts. And now we got big numbers from probably those 3 guys, not to mention Stingley, who's probably going to come up and you'll probably have to pay. That's just my thing. The 2 years, I feel really good about what kind of Mike Evans you're going to get over the next 2 years. It's age 33 and 34 that I would love to have to pay that one. I wouldn't be mad. I would actually love that Nick and D'Amico went ahead and made this happen and the McNairs wrote it off. I don't know if I would be the one to love to do it. Yeah.
I'm all over, Ron. Hell, I'd view it as a bargain.
Really?
You tell me I get hell.
Brandon Scott, we can manipulate the cap later. T-Mail, stop being scared and let's go win a Super Bowl.
Come on, talk to him, B. Scott. Hey, look, you just give me two good years.
And you're good with it?
And you got Nico, Tank, and whatever young whatever veteran, third, fourth guy they want to bring in to kind of add to the mix, or hell, you can just keep with what you got. Hell yeah. And C.J. Stroud spinning that peel? Come on, man. Yeah, I'm in on
John
I'm
Phillips,
in on that deal.
4 years, 80. I'm doing it every day.
Twice on Sunday. Without a doubt. Look, the 1,000-yard seasons at some point are going to come to an end. I mean, but would you rather here's my deal. Would you rather gamble $20 million a year, gamble with a guy that brings what Mike Evans brings to the table? We all know what that is. Whether it's for 1 year or 4 years, just you know what he brings to the table. We can't all put our hands on the crystal ball and think he's going to give us 2, he's going to give us 3, he's going to give us 1. I don't know. I don't know when Father Time's going to call him up. Or would you rather the Texans pay $12, $15 million for a guy that ain't never gone over 1,000? A guy that gave you 1 year of 1,000 and you really don't want 4 years and you really don't know what he brings to the table. And I'm not talking about Nico, by the way. I'm just giving an example.
Example of what he just did. Yeah,
this Gabe Davis out of Buffalo, what do you think he's going to get? What do you think Gabe Davis is going to come in?
Probably between the 10 to 15 million range.
Would you rather take a gamble on a guy like Gabe Davis who played second fiddle to Diggs and was in an offense where they were just bombs away and the quarterback took too many risks and I don't know that Gabe Davis has gone over 1,000 yards yet.
I think he's 800.
Okay.
This is how and why I could go with that scenario. The Gabe Davises. Listen, I think they need to add an elite playmaker somewhere, an elite skilled position playmaker somewhere. And Mike could be the one, but like to me, if you were to say, all right, wait, man, 4 years, 80, that's a little rich, but I can go 2-3 years. 15 to 8 to 16 per for Saquon. And you're going to bring in Saquon, and then you add in maybe a Gabe Davis or somebody in the draft that is not as expensive and younger than a Mike Evans. I can see it going that way. I think they need to add an explosive, big-time offensive weapon. And to me, when you got to go 4 years, 80 with a guy who's 30, that would make me pause, and maybe I think, do I get it in another position and fill in other places at the receiver position with the draft being so receiver heavy? That's the other place. Like if you tell me I'm gonna go Saquon, they're gonna be the big offensive piece I add, and I don't have to have as great a number one receiver at that point. That is the only way. It's just them last 2 years, boy. That age 33 and 34 that concerns me a bit. All right, you can continue to chime in on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line. Coming up, we'll let you know. You better be listening in the 3 and 5 o'clock hour tomorrow because we got big time tickets you can win tomorrow. We'll let you know about that. And the thing that everybody's got an issue with from this weekend. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Y'all, February, March, April, lot of going on now.
help you find your groove.
Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness.
Get that big fitness energy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dang, boy, they're really coming at us. We said we scary about Mike Evans.
Scary ass hoes.
No, that was you. That was you saying that.
Just in the last couple of years, man.
I'm with you. I mean, I love Mike Evans more than I'm pretty sure anyone in this studio right now.
Yeah.
And it makes me hesitant, man.
Apparently not.
I feel a lot better, Tyler, about my feeling on it because I thought for sure you were. I don't care if he's 40. Sign his ass.
Get him here.
Get him
now.
Give him 4-year 80. Why not 100? Why stop at 80? Let's get him.
I do think that the people out there, and I've seen them a lot on Twitter, the people out there worried about his age just right now, if he were to come in and be a part of this Houston Texans team, I think that's silly. I mean, the dude's been a walking automatic 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, I don't worry about it right. That's what I said. I don't worry about it right now. And like I said, and I'm certain you're saying the same thing. If they made the move, like I'm into it.
Absolutely.
I'm into the move.
I will be very turned on.
4 years, 80, that's a real commitment. 30-year-old. I'm in it. I just don't think that there is – I think the Texans have options of what type of impact, big-time, proven skill position player that they can bring in.
Yeah.
And it does look like it's leaning towards what receiver and running back – because it doesn't seem like there's like realistic options of a big time tight end that comes to loose. Like, like there was some like Darren Waller was a free agent last year or something. I don't think that's out there. But that's just my thing. Is it doesn't necessarily have to, because if they said, all right, as I said, we're going Saquon, and then we're going to fill in with a vet in the draft with other receivers to kind of upgrade our receiving core from last year. Like I can ride with that too, and I would be amped and excited about that too.
Well, the Pendergast chimed in. He's listening out there. Appreciate you listening, brother. Always appreciate it. He
Not
chimed
good,
in
Sean.
about great, Sean. Actually, Mom, you stay out of this. The guaranteed the guaranteed money is really, don't worry, she's watching the kid. She ain't listening today. The guaranteed money is really, unless it was fully guaranteed, then the guaranteed money is all that would ultimately in this particular situation would matter. So
it wouldn't be 80; it'd be.
I don't know.
50, 60.
I mean, I don't know. I would imagine that's where you have to budge a little bit with the age thing, but I don't know how realistic 4 years, $80 million is before we ever get to the guarantee. That seems like too much of a bargain for.
Oh, you would think it'd be more.
Absolutely. I mean, I saw a deal where it's 3 years 80 and 4 years 95 or 93 or 92, something like that, low 90s. And I'm looking at the highest paid receivers in the league right now. I mean, Stephon Diggs is $24 million, DK Metcalf $24 million, Deebo Samuel $23.9, Terry McLaurin $23.2, DJ Moore $20.6, Keenan Allen just above $20 million. Like I don't know.
It's weird. I feel better about 3 years 80, just because of the years of commitment.
I'd feel better about 4 years 80 with a lower number guaranteed to where you're.
Yeah,
he'd probably want 3 guaranteed. You'd probably try to get to 2 guaranteed, and then.
Like I'll come clean, but for the most part, I'm not going to say 100. For the most part, the money I don't really give a damn about. I mean, it ain't mine. If y'all can make it work, I mean, y'all can make it work.
Right.
It is the years, right? Because you'll be expecting a certain level of player the entire time he's here. And, if you tell me 3 years, the first 2 years, and generally you can most people are able to get out of contracts with 1 year left on them. Like they're able to get out of it. But I don't know. We'll see. I look forward to them adding something that is a proven big-time piece.
That's my biggest concern about all of it, Ron, and we've talked multiple times about this. My biggest concern is these guys disappearing off the the chopping block, if you know what I mean. Like these guys, all of a sudden, Tampa puts him on the table, boom, he's gone. You know, all of a sudden, Kansas City puts him on the table for Chris Jones, gone. All of a sudden, somebody jumps on Saquon Barkley and he's gone. Like that. That's the biggest concern to me. Which I know Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, if they are interested in those level free agents and these guys in particular, they've already reached out. They're in the game. They're in the hunt. But as a fan, it's hard not knowing what the hell's going on when these guys disappear off the radar. So I just hope they're in on these guys and that the plan is moving forward with bringing in a few of these kind of guys to put you over the hump.
By the way, did you guys struggle yesterday? No football?
Not going to lie, I thought about it about halfway through the day.
First time it's no football.
I was like, man.
Not Saturday nor Sunday.
I didn't struggle one bit with it, boys.
You didn't?
No,
Just
man.
Kicked it with the family?
Yeah, man. I got me a little workout in yesterday. Enjoyed my sauna yesterday. And then we went over to the in-laws' house. Pawpaw Gus cooked some fajitas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was sitting there after I watched the third straight episode of House Hunters. I was like, yeah.
You didn't get a hobby, man.
I got one. I was watching House Hunters. I had a
that may be the worst HGTV show alive.
Stop.
They're
worse. They're not.
This one was kind of random, isn't it? It's kind of random.
Well, you got three. You got a couple or a person buying a house, and they 3 houses they got to look at, and they got to choose from one.
But it's just all over the country, right? Who's the host?
There's not really a host.
Right.
They've got a narrator.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So
House Hunters is like they're the longest running show, I would imagine.
Well, it's the one that HGTV. It's the one at this point that HGTV puts on, like when the shows that come on weekly when they go off at 8 o'clock.
Love it.
Or 9 o'clock. That's when House Hunters starts until about 4 the next morning.
They try to sleep. I don't like internationals much, but I like the regular one. Yeah, the regular House Hunters. They go from spot to spot. But after that, I was sitting there thinking, boy, I wish there was a football game to get to. But we did have the All-Star game last night. And, that done it for me enough. Enjoy the All-Star game, fellas? That is the number one getting crushed sports story.
Absolutely. I'll be honest with you. I did not watch it.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was at some live country music.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember you did text us. 211, 186. They broke the scoring record, almost 400 points. I woke
up this morning to, on every sports talk show, just absolute disgust.
Yeah, I can't get to disgust. Listen, I will acknowledge, it could have there could be more resistance, especially in the first 3 quarters into the lane. Now, usually that's how it is. In the fourth quarter, when the game is closer, it's more of a competitive game, more of they take defense a little bit more serious. Well, this was just not close throughout. So in the fourth quarter, they're just jacking up, shots and dunks or whatever. So I think there could have been more resistance. But for me, I watched the All-Star game it's fun. They got to go out there and we'll see dunks and threes and stuff like that. And Halliburton to start the game came out and hit 5 straight threes. That was fun to watch all over the place. So for me, I don't get all up in arms in it. It's just, to me, it's just, hey, let's get out.
What do you think it's going to survive?
The All-Star game? Yeah. I mean, I don't. It's a new time, and a lot of these guys that are losing it, I heard Stephen A. losing his mind, and other people, they're older. All of the All-Star games are different. The competitive football, they had to go to flag.
They nixed it, yeah.
they had to go to flag. Now this one was just really bad because it just wasn't close and competitive. But they haven't been the first 3 quarters for as long as I've watched. You can see a difference in how they go about it. Now you may have some psychopaths like Kobe out there who's going to go 100 miles an hour more than anybody else. But the fourth quarter is usually when it gets tight. I remember a couple of years ago we came in here where Harden stripped Giannis or something late in that game, and it was a tight game, and it was entertaining down the stretch. No, these guys, it's just a different thing. NFL, the All-Star, I'm not going to lie to you, I haven't watched the hockey All-Star game, so I don't know how.
I ain't seen that one either.
How that one is. I'm sure Austin Matthews is killing it over there. But yeah, even baseball. Like that time when I'll never forget when I was younger, Tony Gwynn rounding around third in 96 and how serious they were taking that All-Star game. I know, dude. Remember how mad people got when Bud said, you know what? We'll make this All-Star game feel real. We'll put home field advantage on this piece. And how quickly fans wanted that to stop. Oh, man, for me personally, I didn't feel it as much of a travesty as everybody else.
Yeah, I was shocked to see the outrage. And it seems to me like just the NBA in general, just staying focused on the NBA in general, it seems like this is almost a perfect storm. You got guys.
I think it adds to the perception of how.
Well, yeah. I mean, the reality is you got guys that don't want to play a full season, are very vocal about it. And now I can't remember who was it? Not Tatum, but who's the other guy? Brown comes out and says, I think the 55 games is a little bit much, and that minimum or whatever. I mean, it's
65,
just
before you can earn.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It just seems like it's a perfect storm for the NBA to get piled on.
No, yeah, and this is a game where nothing else is on, so a lot of people chime in and watch it. And this is a game that they don't really care about, right? And but I hate when it is thought of as this is how they play every game, because they don't play every game like this All-Star game. NBA has some issues. I don't think the All-Star game is that high on them. All right, we were talking about Mike Evans a bit. Then let's kind of put this to the test. Where are you with the Texans? Would you rather the Texans go really, really hard in free agency after guys like Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley and Justin Madubuike and Chris Jones and guys that we've talked about? Or do you want them to kind of stay the course how they've been building this thing now and hit big time like they just did in the draft? You want them to go more hard in the draft or more hard in free agency? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, you need to listen up. Do yourself a favor and listen up. The truth is that down here in Texas, man,
its favors. Use as directed. Vapo stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo shower use for adults only.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue to roll through here live on The Drive, and that's the thought right here. 713-572-4610. You can jump in as well. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, because man, like the Texans, they've got a lot of resources and avenues on how they can improve this team. They've got money to spend, third most out there. They've got draft capital, still the first round pick, still multiple picks there in those top 3 rounds that they can use to add. And oddly enough, like 2 main areas in the draft that seem to be by a lot of experts in the draft more rich in is defensive line and wide receiver. And those are 2 areas that the Texans are going to want to improve moving forward. But which way should they go? For you, if you're looking at it, how do you think they should handle this thing? Should they handle this thing by going all the way and focusing and have much more of a focus on their resources going through free agency to improve this team, or do what they did last year? Get your quarterback, get Will Anderson, find Tank Dell, and really hit Juice Scruggs, really hit on the draft. What and which spot would you hope that the Texans are more aggressive in?
Without a doubt, it's not even close to me, Ron. It's go big in free agency. If you told me we're gonna go big in free agency, we're gonna get some game changers, or we're gonna get real aggressive in the draft, and we're gonna draft really good, we're gonna move up and draft good. No, give me the big names in free agency. I don't want guys that you need to develop. I don't want guys that somebody else didn't want. Go big in free agency, bring proven players in here, and take the next step and be able to compete with the Baltimore Ravens, the Kansas City Chiefs, the 49ers, teams of that nature when it matters the most. Without a doubt. When it comes to draft versus free agency, as I said last week, those big shows we did where the draft was all we had to talk about, them days, for me, them days are behind us. Sure, we'll talk about it, and sure, we'll dig in, and I hope they do well in the draft. But it is free agency for me, without a doubt, man. It's time to bring game changers in here that you know are going to be game changers, not that you hope can play.
So almost go hard free agency, and then maybe then you can look at the draft and use it as, well, we're going to get the best player available and use it for depth. Like
Lopez says on that promo, man, the draft's a crapshoot, man. I hope they do well in it, and they need to do well in it. Nick needs to do well, but the free agency is where it's at for me. And by the way, like, they can miss me with all these great attitude, semi to decent production. Teams are willing to move on from guys. Like the guys that you got to sell to me how much of a leader they are, or how they know the system, or, boy, their better years are ahead of them, and all that kind of stuff. If they were that damn good, the team that just had them wouldn't let them go. If they were that damn good, the team that just had them would find a way to keep them in-house. And it got Brandon Cooks, right?
You're talking about above that level.
Yeah, I'm just talking about, like, there's guys that like Brandon Cooks, he came in with a resume of, man, this dude has been with some great organizations. This dude has been productive in all these. But the teams, like, either traded him or allowed him to leave multiple times, right? And watch the Cowboys do the same thing, right? Dalton Schultz, Cowboys just did it, and they didn't have, their plan was a Ferguson, a guy they had no idea who the hell he was. Now he ended up balling, but no idea. Robert Woods again, Devin Singletary, love Devin Singletary. Malik Collins is another. Love Malik Collins, great players. But this team is at a spot where it's game changers that you got to go out and pay up to get them to come. You got to go out and outbid somebody.
Because last year we're going to make splashes. Our splash is going to come out of the draft. We'll be aggressive and trade up to go get Will Anderson. We'll take our quarterback. And then outside, we'll fill it with the Sheldon Rankins. We'll fill it with the Robert Woods. You want that reversed.
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody under a text line texting in, as we talked about, your thoughts. Where are you? You want them to go hard and focus more in bringing in proven guys in free agency, or do you want the focus to stay on the draft? Someone texting, I have to disagree. It's all about the draft. Keep it young and cheap. Find 1 or 2 free agents under $10 million guaranteed each. From the text line.
Yeah. Yeah, and if they take 2 years to develop or they never develop, then we're sitting here with our zipper in our hand. I mean, look at the end of the day, at some point, man. I mean, when was the last time this team signed a big time free agent? Tyler, you got one? When was the last time this team
traded?
Either. Well, I guess Laramie Tunsil would be there.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it could happen that way too.
I hope it doesn't happen exactly that way because at that point,
the last time they've added a proven big time.
When was the last time in free agency? Not a knee jerk reaction. Like I agreed with the Laramie Tunsil move when it happened. I'm cool with it. I know a lot of people beat it up and all that kind of job. That they were in a desperate situation at the tackle position at that point in time. Now they put themselves there, so I mean I'm not bucking the blame at all. It was their fault, but that move I absolutely love for the situation that you were in that moment, right? But when was the last time we sat here in an offseason and they said, we're going to bring so and so in here to change this game?
Ed Reed.
How'd that work out?
Great. Amon Green.
There's a little pass.
Amon Green. I mean, but
what was it? Danielle Manning and
yeah, I mean,
they brought in 2 guys in the secondary to kind of help.
Well, that's my point. I mean, the point is that it's not.
Yeah, Jonathan Joseph and Danielle Manning. Yeah, when that happened.
When they brought
Those two.
And J. Joe worked out really, really well for you, right? But it's few and far between is my point of when the team has made those kind of moves. I just believe this team right now is at a spot to make that move, to make those moves, not that move, those moves.
So for me, man, I ask myself this question and I say to myself, all right, when you go and you're like, all right, we're going to go and add big pieces in free agency. Like if you're at this place and you're saying we're going to add big pieces in free agency and that's going to be the focus instead of as much on the draft. Like some of the draft we're going to fill in as maybe depth stuff. Like we're going to make moves where we're not going to say the guy in the draft is who we're counting on to really help us improve. And you're going to go and be aggressive with it. My thought is, all right, when I make these moves, where do I think my football team is? You know what I mean? Like, am I making these moves because I think my football team will be the clear favorite in the division? Am I making these moves because I think my football team can now go and compete with the Chiefs and the Ravens and the Bills up at the top? And I would say to myself, if I do I truly believe if I am the Texans and I make moves like you're talking and it puts me there, then I got to do it. If I don't believe it puts me there, like right now, I think the Colts can make some moves, and I don't think the Colts could make some moves that puts them with the Ravens and the Texans, or with the Ravens and the Chiefs. I don't think they can. I don't think there's enough moves out there to make. So for them, they may want to build another year in the draft and throw everything there, and then the next year. Do you think the Texans are at that spot to where there are realistic moves to be made, where you're saying they could actually compete with those two teams in the AFC Championship game? You think right now that the Texans are there? There are realistic moves that can be made where you're like, we can get to New Orleans.
Absolutely. And you're right. If they don't think so, you can't make the moves.
Right? Yeah.
Hell yeah, I don't know what you're waiting on. I mean, I don't know what you need to see.
You think you're there, Tyler? You think the Texans are there where there are realistic moves in free agency made that you could say they can get to New Orleans?
100%.
Well, then Well, then you got to make them.
I believe this. I believe
I'm still thinking on that.
Regardless of how you get there, If you give C.J. Stroud a number one wide receiver and you couple that guy with Tank and Nico and Dalton, you keep Dalton, that's fine, and Dalton, and you get a running back that can generate just a respectable running game, anytime they take the field, not randomly have 140-yard games, like consistently be a threat in the run game. I believe that C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick, and company can score with anybody in the league. I trust that.
Yeah. Someone texted in, when was the last Chiefs big free agent move? Well, they drafted. They had Travis Kelce and they had Tyreek Hill on their team.
I just won the Super Bowl.
I'm saying in that point, like at that point there was no, like you already have them. The Texans right now, like how many skilled position guys right now in the Texans do you feel like we got difference makers? Like maybe just Nico, maybe Tank. We'll see next year. I just think that's unfair. They drafted Chris Jones, and like when they became contenders, those guys were already established. Like how many? Like I don't know if the Texans are in that space where they already have that many guys established. Right now,
you've said it multiple times. When the Chiefs struggled protection-wise that offseason, they overreacted.
They traded for Orlando Brown to get a left tackle. They just it just happened. They spent $80 million on Jawan Taylor to be a right tackle.
That's because I'm talking about, right? That's ultimate. And what they do, they went out there and they ran the football. And
they have probably one of the highest paid guard that they got in free agency with.
There you go.
Yeah, so they have done it. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. They have done it. Sorry, Texter. I had to think that through a little bit. All right. Well, one of the guys that you hope has a bounce-back year to make this offense much better, he's come on out verbally on social media and really expressed his feelings. You do not want to miss what one of your cornerstone offensive players had to say. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Renner.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1 here as we rock and roll through here. Thank you, Vandy, for
rock and roll.
There it is. Thanks. You could just use the regular one and not have to the cap. But as we roll through here, hour 2 here, Big 3. This was interesting. Shout out to John Crumpler, who on Twitter, who puts out good content. He texts this one out or tweets this one out. Clint kind of brings it to my attention. It looks funny. Titus Howard has updated his bio to right tackle only after a year in which he was moved around and playing guard. And then you go to his profile page. It is in all caps, right tackle only for Houston Texans. Right tackle only. And I'm with him. Seriously, hopefully they've said that too. Hopefully they've made a decision there, but he sure as hell went in there and said it there. That experiment should be over. He needs to only be a right tackle. And the only other position that I would accept is left tackle if something happened to Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, look, I agree wholeheartedly, and it's not because I don't think the versatility with Titus Howard is important. It's because I've seen him at left guard. He's not a guard. He was a good fill-in guard for a couple of games. Had me snowed over a bit at the guard position, but he is a right tackle and a right tackle only. Now, I don't know why. From a Twitter perspective, like it's in all caps and it's right tackle only for the Houston
It made
Texans.
it seem like he's hey, I'm telling y'all this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
Don't try me.
Look, I don't think he just woke up one day and was like, "Man, let me mess with this. Let me mess with this Twitter handle a little bit, man. Let me let the world know I'm a right tackle." Like it's a weird random thought if that's where you at. But look, Titus has proven to be a guy that's active on social media. He's not afraid to push back a little bit on fans on social media. He's not afraid to throw something out there in defense of a teammate along the way. Now, sometimes it's a little reckless, and maybe
you don't make all the decisions are great.
Yeah,
Billy.
Yeah.
I feel. I will say this about Titus, and I think Titus has been not put in the best situations to succeed for, I think, the majority of the time that he has been here through multiple
I'll agree
regimes.
with that. He's been the good guy for a long time now.
And he got paid because he did play at a level 2 years ago at the right tackle position. And with all that being said, and I am a Titus Howard fan. I like Titus. His ass has to be really good this year.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of pressure on his play because he has to be one of the best right tackles in football. For what they're paying him and then what we all watched at guard, which I don't think is fair because I never thought he should have been playing guard, and I said it from the jump. But if he has moments where he's falling off, and I'll just say it like this, if he's not clearly really an upgrade over what George Fant was last year, then I think the noise will get even louder on did they make a mistake signing him with his contract, all this and that. So I think he hasn't completely been fairly used and treated, but this year, as you said, right tackle only, I take it as you're going to be playing right tackle. Well, you need to be playing at a big time level.
Well, we haven't talked a lot about this, at this point in time. We've got a lot of off season left, but I think Titus Howard. There's a chance Titus Howard could be the brightest light as in terms of a guy jumping on the scene this next year with this Texans offense. You said it. He's been moved around so much. I don't know that we've ever seen a full season of him at right tackle. Healthy, full season at right tackle.
He had to last year, before or 2 years ago. Yeah, he did have to sneak in and play some guard.
Because that's when the whole deal with Jeffrey Simmons,
Chris Jones.
Yeah. So I mean, we like this.
And then the year before it was just terrible.
Yeah, this is a guy that you play him at right tackle. His athletic ability is going to allow him to do right tackle things at an extremely high level. If for some reason he decides to be nasty, now look, I don't know if he got it in him or not. He is an old quarterback now. I mean, we ain't the most physical of football players now. If he gets a nasty streak, which it's in there, I questioned his physicality a couple of years back, and I had somebody send me an old O-line guru. I can't remember exactly who it was, but sent me some film of him getting just straight nasty and dumping folks on the sideline. I had missed it on the game film. So he's got it in him. But if he stays healthy, if he continues with the athletic ability and doing right tackle things, and he gets that little bit of a mean streak in him where he gets physical from time to time, particularly in the run game, I mean, this guy could be the guy that you're talking about being the best offensive lineman for the Houston Texans. Over Laramie Tunsil.
Really?
Look, Laramie Tunsil's the best pass-protecting left tackle in the game. I mean, I'm talking about stay healthy, one, and you get a little bit of that nasty in you, and you can play left tackle in a pinch. Yeah, that to me, that's he could just literally jump on the scene in 2024. Now, we've all talked about him at nauseum, I guess, to over the last handful of years. But if he legit goes over there and has a Pro Bowl year at the right tackle position, an All-Pro type year at the right tackle position, we could be talking about Titus Howard as the brightest light on that offense now.
Man, because you brought up something there in that, and I'm wondering overall, like we have harped, and not just harped, I mean, it was just out there for us to see the lack of physicality that this offensive line as a whole showed. But you said, like, the strong parts of this offense, you would think, is especially the big guys and their athletic ability to get out and move. And you think they exploited that a lot? You think they used that a lot?
If we remember it correctly, they tried it with him, and he was whiffing on defensive ends at the right in the face, like a point of attack.
Yeah, at the guard, he appeared like he didn't know the hell he was supposed to.
Which, by the way, because I feel like this is slightly less disrespectful than, because to me, if you're an offensive lineman, there's nothing worse than hearing somebody say you just lack physicality, right? To me, with the Texans, I'm not ready to say that they individually lack physicality, but it's more of a concern for me because they appear to just not give a rip, like about being physical, right? That's the scary part. The scary part is I don't know that you can fix that. The good thing is that if Titus Howard moves back out to the right tackle and he's got his own side of the offensive line and he decides he wants to be nasty, it's in there, and it could be a game changer.
We'll see. There's a part of me that wonders if you got to also exploit the best parts of what you have, and I don't know, maybe more runs where your tackles are getting out in space, and they're like, I wonder if we saw that enough than to just have them take on, because that's clearly not their strength.
But that's back to your original point, which I agree wholeheartedly with. I don't care what advanced stats say. I don't care that we got watched 17 games. I don't care that Devin Singletary ended up being the back and they didn't trust Dameon Pierce. I don't. This is a hill that I'm going to down. Your point originally was, damn, isn't it Bobby Slowick's job, if you got a better back or a back that can at least split time, that you find out what that guy does well and you call those damn plays?
You ever watch Bobby?
I don't believe Bobby Slowick was sitting back there going, man, we're just gonna run Devin Singletary's legs off, and because man, Dameon Pierce just doesn't like my system, right? I mean, I agree with you from a standpoint of finding out what these guys do best, whether it's the running backs or the tackles, find out what they do best and lean into it.
Yeah, we'll see. But it looks like
you get Saquon Barkley in here, it's not a concern.
Well, the holes don't have to be as large when they're created. All right, so hopefully we'll see that. But Titus Howard's letting you know I'm a right damn tackle. That's it. No more guard for me.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, CJ had quite the weekend starting Thursday. But he played in the All-Star game, Clint, that you had some concerns about. And I think your concerns were valid, especially when we hear the pregame between your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and the Dallas Cowboys linebacker, whatever he is. I think linebacker is what he is. he is called, although he plays all over the place, Micah Parsons.
Micah, we know you know elite defense. Okay, so what's more important to you today as you're going up against CJ? Locking him down or celebrity game MVP?
Locking him down. I want to make sure, and I'm going to set a statement from now until we see him this season.
Oh.
God bless, brother. Peace and positivity. And watch the foul, right? Okay. Right, we fouling. This is cold. I guarantee I'm going to have a fire light tonight.
You're hinting at something exciting. What do you think?
I'm ready to just have fun, man. It's all good. You know, I'm ready to compete, have some fun, try to win the game, make the right plays, play hard against Micah. It's going to be a good time.
Oh, we can't wait to see it. Thank you so much and good luck.
Yeah, those two people were in completely different mindsets.
Yes, my fear exactly.
Now, CJ did not get injured or really run up against him. He had 31, but Micah, who was hunting it all, was the Celebrity All-Star Game MVP. What did he have? 38, something like that. I think he had 38, and he was dead ass serious.
Peace and positivity
in that game. He's up for talking about peace. Nah, I'm gonna stop him. Just like, calm down, man.
Look here. There's no doubt about it. The entire NBA All-Star weekend, the entire weekend, nobody got close to giving the effort and energy that Micah Parsons brought.
That Micah Parsons. He was more into it than I thought he was going to be. Clint, we had talked about it like joking. Like he
ain't got no. I've told you, got a screw loose. He ain't got no sense. Like he doesn't have no sense. Like, man, has he gotten paid yet? By the way.
I don't think so.
I mean, he's got to be it's got to be coming up, right?
Yeah, him and CeeDee Lamb are coming up soon.
I mean, and he's out there like which play, do whatever you want, but he's out there like he is dead ass serious.
God bless, brother.
You know what people are saying?
God bless you too, CJ.
Is damn he would. I don't know if he took that Packer game as serious as he took that damn celebrity game.
There sure are some people in today's world throwing some hot takes around that he didn't.
I think I will say I think he carried almost the same level of intensity in that All-Star game as he did in that Packer game. I was like, oh, he's dead ass serious.
He was going hard the whole game. I didn't watch the whole game.
I
saw him back CJ down.
Yes, but he was looking, getting a body on people and boxing out. I said, oh man, guys, let him have it. Like let 1-1 have it. Yeah.
Peace of positivity.
But CJ got out of there unscathed. Played
It's
well.
all I searched for as soon as later that evening.
Yeah, he's unscathed. It's fine.
Said he scored 30. I said if him scoring 30 is the news and him getting injured isn't part of it, cool, let's ride.
You know what kind of sleep he got. He was able to get in and get out, and then he showed up at the U of H.
Amber probably kept him up.
Yep.
CJ Stroud.
Alleged. That's alleged, folks. There. He showed up at the UT U of H game.
It's a man's duty, y'all.
Again,
I mean, I'm borderline disappointed if he just dropped.
Again, alleged, folks. Alleged. At that point, is that we do not have it. Clint does not have any.
If CJ took that woman home and didn't at least offer to carry them bags up to that room, I'm disappointed.
Listen,
CJ.
we all know he carried those bags.
You got a man's duty.
The NFL Rookie of the Year.
He told that bellhop, no need.
No need. Here's 100. No need. I got these, boss.
I got it.
They ain't nothing but issued Nike bags.
Yeah, I got it. He got out there. He opened up his car door before she did to get to that trunk.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
See, don't do it, man. You get me started. I can stay on Amber Rose.
I'm telling you.
It's CJ for long stretches.
God bless, brother.
Give you one more reason to stalk her Instagram.
Not gonna do it.
See if there's a CJ Stroud picture on there.
It really started to go up. It really started to come up a lot. I really settled in. She had me settling in of her breakdown of In-N-Out burgers. I don't know. I got really honed in on.
I got to check out the college dropout or whatever.
It said booty juice was the first thing that she said. All right, I'm stopping. All right.
She was having that conversation with her kid, wasn't she?
Yes, she was. Sorry.
He said there was booty juice on his hamburger.
I took him out of it. Anyway, all right. Record point total in the NBA All-Star game is the East. They beat the West 211 to 186. Dame Lillard had 39. He was the All-Star game MVP. Karl Anthony Towns had 50 for the West. But this game is being talked about more about the way the game looked, competitiveness or lack thereof. I'll just say to you guys, and I'm curious, just because would it be fair to say that you guys are more casual NBA watchers?
Very.
Tyler, that be more casual NBA.
The last few years, for sure.
Yeah, last few years. Do you think the NBA has a problem with its All-Star game, or do you think this was just, a year where it struggled?
I think the NBA's got a problem overall.
Yeah, I do too.
Like I think it's a difficult watch for your casual fan, like throughout, and now it's a topic of conversation. And I'm not just talking about the All-Star game; I'm talking about the whole thing.
Like regular games for you are a difficult watch.
Yeah, 100%.
What's the issue with?
Well, I mean, it's an extremely tough watch in terms of not knowing who's going to play, the load management issue, guys not wanting to play more than X number of games, guys complaining about having to play. And then you go to the All-Star break, and there's almost 400 points scored in All-Star game. Almost 400 points scored. I think it's a tough watch.
Yeah, I think the NBA definitely has a perception problem that their players, and I don't think it's fair that their players don't care. And I think the All-Star game and how they played, if you watched it. Yeah, they were more in the fun than the competitiveness of the game.
Yeah.
Which that would add to it. When I watch it, and I watch the NBA nightly, when I watch it, I get the point of, all right, there are going to be some guys that aren't playing some games, but it does feel heightened in the NBA because I don't know how many series there will be this year that Altuve and Alvarez get days off in them. Like we'll see it happen in baseball as well, but I think that is an issue of these guys don't want to play, and I think the All-Star game, if you flip it on and you have that thought process, that did not help it. That did not help it.
The problem, Ron,
or
is
if you have the thought process coming in, they don't play defense, and if you flipped on the All-Star game, that did not help that either.
Fair or foul? I mean, the question is, do they have a problem? I think they do, because whether it's fair or foul, regular season basketball, there is, relatively speaking, very little defense played. You get in the playoff basketball, and it's ratcheted up tenfold. Not because the teams are better, but because it means more. So Cadillacing through the season, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But
I think the defensive intensity is higher in the playoffs. Yes,
extremely.
I think it's higher. I don't think it's fair to say that they don't play defense during the regular season.
Well, what is your?
I think they do play. We're also watching the most skilled set of players we've ever had playing all at once right now, and there are going to be people who are going to sound the alarm and go nuts. But I mean, you want to talk about the '90s? The New York Knicks had football players out there that
I'm not comparing it to the '90s.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'll be honest though with you. Like I mean, for players to not play and like be complaining because they've got to play. But it's all part of it though, right? I mean, like I don't think anybody would have a problem with regular season defense to the degree that they have right now if players weren't bitching and moaning about having to play and complaining about the number of games, and load management wasn't an issue. I don't think the All-Star game in itself in a vacuum would be such a big issue today on TV and here if it weren't for the load management and all the different things. It's the big picture as a whole that I think is just
I think the load management thing is an issue. I think overall regular season games not meaning as much is an overall issue. When you have games with when you have that many games in a league, it makes it hard.
Really, I mean, if LeBron would just quit flopping, I'd be able to watch a little bit more.
Well, he did, man. I'm glad he got rested up.
Amen.
We only needed him 13 minutes last night. Well, almost took a shot. I really did, but I had to game myself. All right, coming up, we know CJ is going to be the class of quarterbacks next year in that 2023 draft class. But who you think is going to be behind him? Who you think is going to step up next year and have a really good season at the quarterback position that was drafted in the class with CJ? We'll discuss that coming up.
The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As we are live here in the studio on The Drive, and I look up here and we've got NHL hockey on here, as they're having a President's Day Golapalooza. This is a sport I have never, ever played. Like in any manner.
And that shocks no one.
Like not even a pickup, like roller, none of it.
Have you ever been on ice skates ever?
Yes. Didn't go well. But I mean, I'm talking rollerblades. I mean, the closest I've played hockey was air hockey over the top. I have never, ever. Like, I look at that, and I'm like, I don't know how to hold the stick. I don't know. I mean, I don't think. I just watched the guy here just completely whiff on the puck, and I'm thinking, I would do that all the time.
I would do it all the time.
Listen, I'm not going to say I don't know anything about hockey. There was a point there where I was a really big Colorado Avalanche fan, and I used to really watch hockey.
You pulled some name last week. You pulled some name that was some old NHL player, and I was like,
I can't give you like late 90s, mid to late 90s. I hated the Detroit Red Wings. Hated them. Absolutely hated them. And I enjoy it live. I've never seriously held a hockey stick. I don't think I've ever had one in my hand.
I don't believe I have either.
I was going to say, you've never played? Have you ever?
I've only had ice skates on my feet twice, and that was over here at the Galleria, the Houston Galleria, around the Christmas tree. We went on a field trip one time, and then me and my girlfriend went over there one time.
Oh, so you have never played the game of hockey either?
Never even thought about it.
Tyler, have you? Are we 0 for 3?
No, I actually did play with the rollerblades back in the day. I played in Old Baytown with my cousins a lot.
So you did. I've never even.
Well, you weren't. Wait a minute. You weren't playing ice hockey.
No.
In Old Baytown.
No. It was rollerblades, street hockey type stuff.
Gotcha.
It was like an orange ball. We all had sticks and our rollerblades.
That's closer than us too.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, OBT does not have an ice rink.
No.
I'm trying. Seriously, I think I've done. I have done a little bit of everything. I have even driven around a racetrack.
Not done that either.
Done that? Yeah. They came to Kansas Speedway one time and let us drive around there. I was like, damn, y'all hitting these turns like this? Good on that.
You just rode with the guy?
I rode with the guy, then I drove, and mine was a lot different.
How'd your driving go?
All right.
Were you nervous?
Safety. Yeah, safety.
You didn't just all gas, no brake?
I did on the straightaways. And them turns came, then I two-handed got on the steering wheel like I was 86. I'd never done it. Someone texted, Ron, were you even an athlete? Yeah, I am an athlete still.
State champion, baby.
Yeah, so kiss my ass all day long. All right.
Ron's got sweet feet, y'all.
I've done a little soccer.
That does not surprise me at all.
I've done a little soccer. I have
little
hockey.
Operative word.
Hockey is little, very little. Hockey is the only thing I have. Well, I mean, obviously, I've never done any like figure skating or anything like that.
What about those uneven bars? What about some gymnastics?
Done some gymnastic stuff. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Not real successful in it. I've at least literally been on an uneven bar. I have never touched.
I'd kill to see your floor routine.
Touch anything.
That would be awesome.
Really? Like you laughing a little too hard. Like you.
No, I just know you'd give it your all. It'd be like an interpretive dance.
I think you would be. It would be the balance beam, right? Not the uneven bar. Nothing hanging. That's not your your deal.
No.
The horse where you run and bound.
The run and the Carrie Strug. Where
that's not it.
Came down.
It would have to be the balance beam or the floor routine. I would go balance. I bet you could kill that balance beam.
What about the rings?
I ain't strong enough to do that,
man. Those
are hang ones. Those are tough.
That is freakish.
What is the best? What is the best gymnastic?
I think you could do one of those cartwheels where you straddle the balance beam and somehow pop right back up.
No, I don't. I can
you have to tape it to your leg or something. But I think you just roll right on that.
I think you're right. Tyler, I think it'd have to be the floor exercise because I would just have to use my showmanship.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, this dude would nail a floor routine.
Why am I thinking Ron in a leotard out there really smiling?
Could you imagine, like, well, the guys do they wear they have shorts on with them. Anyway, like at some point you got to start at the corner.
Oh, you got to back up. Absolutely.
And run, see me hopping and hitting that dead sprint. But mine would be like an attempt at a flip and just a roll tumble. But I would have just a roll all the way and keep myself in bounds.
The showman.
And hit him with it.
Keep myself in bounds.
Not sure they call it out of bounds.
Showman, yeah, it is.
You would have to focus. You would have to focus.
Out of bounds, you get penalized.
Ron, no deductions, man. No deductions. Whatever happens.
I watched the hell. I have been intense watching it. That's about it. You had floor machine. I could do some.
What would be your song?
Could so see you doing
probably Kanye, Drive Slow, Homie. Paul Wall. really good.
The showman.
Now, what's the one where you leaned up against the wall? Or was that just your move?
Oh no, that was a song. That was a move, and that was UGK. Let me see it.
Yeah, that's how you'd have to end it.
Hold on, so
yeah, I had to get in there and give me one of them ribbons.
Hey, you start your walk across the floor before you jump and before you do your hops and run.
I could do like some of the split kicks and things like that. Yeah. Now the tumbling, I don't have for you. I'm just gonna get lower.
Turn them into rolls, man. What the hell?
Yeah, it'd be rolls. I'll be rolling down on the ground, just throw up at the end for them, and just throw them hands up at the end. Yeah.
No, just end it with let me see it.
I just look at this. I got
no. Let me see it.
I don't have any. I don't even know how to hold the damn thing. Frankly, I don't want to.
All I know about hockey is back in the day when I was in Dallas, them damn stars were hotter than a firecracker.
You must be talking
about I'm talking about it, man. The finest women in Dallas, Chief, would flock to them games.
Bet you they would.
That is where it was at now.
Bet you they would during that time.
You want to see
Madonna time?
Madonna, yeah. You want to see what the best that Dallas has to offer? You go to a Stars game, boys.
At least one part of Dallas.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true.
There it was.
Very true. Very true.
One, some of your other teammates were hunting. We're not at the Dallas Stars game. All right, coming up.
Yeah, if you want to see the best white girls that Dallas has to offer, go to a Mavs game.
Some of the ones Clint was hunting too. Coming up, we're not at that Stars game. Coming up. Alex Bregman.
Oh, hell.
Alex Bregman says he's in the best shape of his life. And we're hearing contracts talks being thrown around with him, including Altuve chiming in on it. You think Alex Bregman is playing past this year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Homes, it's Houston's premier
Here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, make sure you're listening up. I think this is a big one, man. I am really intrigued by this cat's story. I can't wait for the first documentary to come out about him. But intrigued by his story and listen to him a little bit. Jelly Roll. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll tomorrow in the 3 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening as every Tuesday, every Thursday, right here during the during the rodeo time. It is rodeo time, and every Tuesday and Thursday you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets. And tomorrow will be Jelly Roll. He is one that I was thinking about potentially going out and seeing. Heard him a little bit All-Star weekend in Indy this weekend. He did a couple of performances out there, which he's pretty. And that's a big fella.
Yeah. Yeah, supposedly, I don't know.
That jacket on.
You saw him this week. He was still pretty good size. He's supposedly trying to lose a little bit of weight and get in shape to do this some kind of 5K or something that's coming up. I don't think he's running the whole thing. I think he's just trying to get in a good enough shape to finish it.
Oh, good, man. I hope he does it, man. Now, he did not look and I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell a major difference in his size from previous times I've seen him. He had a
with a name like Jelly Roll, you can't go losing too much now.
Yeah,
I feel like you got to be a big
Jelly Roll. I want to see a skinny.
There'll come a day. I just don't know if it's this month or next month. There'll come a day when we look up like Jelly Roll. Where the hell?
Honest guy, how much do you think he weighs?
How tall is Jelly Roll? I don't know. I've never seen him in person.
I mean, he's 4 spins easily, right?
Every bit of it. I mean, that's
maybe closer to.
He's 6 foot. Is he 6 foot?
6'1".
Do we have a size on him?
He's every bit of 400.
Oh, yeah, he's
every bit of 4 bit.
We got a size? You got it? Give it to us.
478 pounds.
So 478. Oh. After this weekend 5. He was in Indy. Come on. All-Star weekend.
He probably had him a good time
now. He's got to get close to 5. You think we ever see a Jelly Roll under 300 pounds?
No. I mean, that's he didn't lose 200 pounds to get there.
I know.
I mean, let's
122
let him start with losing 122 like my boy Ron.
I know, but then you get there. I mean, it's coming. Like, will we ever have a moment which was one of the most legendary moments in the history of this show, as we sat here and Kelly Clarkson appeared on the screen,
Holy
and it
cow.
just threw Clint into an absolute tailspin for 15 minutes.
I mean, well, Kelly was always that gal. I mean, my age group, you saw her. What was it? Was it American Idol?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you saw her when she won it, and like when she first got started, she had a chance to be a little thick in all the right spots. You know what I mean? Like, she be all right. And then, boy, she started doing that talk show, and it's just like, man, she just let it go and let it go, and every time. So for me, every time I saw her, I was like, man, I cannot believe that Kelly let herself go and got that big, and. Then I looked up there, and I'll be damned if she didn't pull a Ron on us.
I think Jelly Roll's going to get under 300.
You think he'll get under 3?
At some point.
Well, I hope he does.
Yeah, that first 100 will be pretty easy. He dedicates it to it. Someone said, and his wife is tiny.
Have you seen his old lady?
No. She tiny?
I wouldn't call it tiny in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. She may be short. Look up Jelly Roll's old lady. It's going to blow your mind, bro. You're not going to believe it. There ain't nothing tiny about it. I'm gonna take a look at it. But while we're doing it, once again, make sure you remember. Listen tomorrow during the 3 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jelly Roll at the Houston Rodeo coming up. Another one. Oh, I'm sorry. Coming up. When's the date? I'm sorry.
I don't have the date, but go ahead.
Well, that's. I mean, just another guy that I think alone. While I think he's a little more well accomplished than Lock Dog will give him credit for. He's got a good number of songs that can carry it. I expect him to have some of his people there to bring him on stage with him.
There is nothing tiny about this lady.
Bingo.
I mean, she's got to be 5'11", upwards of that, and I would not say tiny.
But last time the picture I saw, she was pretty shapely, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would have used the term thick.
Yeah, that's what I thought. She looks. I mean, she looks maybe small standing next to 475, but I mean, 478. Yeah, but yeah, Jelly's one that I'm not going to make this year only because I didn't want to overdo it with the wife and the kid and the 2-month-old at the house. But he is on my list of. I've never seen him live. I got to see him live.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I really am with that one.
Be a good one, man.
Yeah, I like his story, man. I mean, and his performance. I saw him. He had that huge Memphis Grizzly jacket on, but I was impressed by it.
Another one, Ron, that's got a big time hit with Lainey Wilson.
Oh, he does. Jelly Roll.
Yep.
He got hot.
Yep. I mean, so another one that you may see Lainey show up. I don't know if their appearances, their performances are
She's
closer.
The ninth. We'll have to see when he is, but yeah, should be a fun one. So I think he's one of the hottest guys I would imagine in country music right now. So at least new artists in country music right now. So you have a chance to win those tickets in the 3:00 hour tomorrow. All right, Alex Bregman. We know that Altuve got signed and got a 5-year extension. By the way, Altuve is hoping Alex Bregman does the same as he and finishes. But this was Bregman today as he's in camp, speaking about where they are right now in terms of a contract offer, because this is a guy who will be a free agent after this season.
We're listening to everything that the team has to say, and yeah, just letting Scott and the Astros do that together and handle that for me, so that way I could be fully focused on baseball, my teammates, winning, and the things that I love to do, playing ball for this great city.
And when he says Scott, you know what he's talking about. He's talking about Scotty Boras. That's his agent. Scott Boras wanted to make it very clear as soon as the Altuve deal was done that him and Altuve are in different camps. Bregman and Altuve are in different camps, and we have been hearing big years thrown around for Alex Bregman. And I'm looking at Scott Boras, who's this guy I've seen from CBS, 8 years, $30 million for Alex Bregman is what could be thought out for him. I've seen 6 years. I've seen high years between 6 and 9. Talking about potential contracts for a guy like Alex Bregman, especially if he has a big year. This is the last year Alex Bregman with the Astros, ain't it?
Feels like it.
Do you feel that?
Yep.
It feels like, because he can't be the first one they're going to go 6 to 8 years with. Now with all these guys that they have decided not to do long-term stuff with, especially with that joker sitting over there in right field and Kyle Tucker, I can't believe that if Alex Bregman stays here, like, to me it feels like 5 max would be the years they would do, because that's what they did with Altuve. I can't believe they would do it more for him. He'd have to have a big year, and if he has a big year, he may price himself out. I am really wondering if this is Bregman's last year with the Astros.
I think the numbers that you're hearing, I think it will be absolutely. I mean, if he thinks he's going to go out there and get an 8-year deal at $30 million per,
in his heart, I'm sure
then
he can.
I'm with you. I don't think – I'm not going to say Crane's never going to do it, but if Crane can go up there and re-up with dudes like Yordan Alvarez, the way – and Jose Altuve, if you're looking for an older player that is on the backside of it and you know, it has the deep connection with Astros and the city of Houston, then let's talk about Altuve. I don't see how Bregman's a guy that goes and gets 8 at 30
anywhere like that. Yeah,
not in Houston. He may get it somewhere else, but I mean, not in Houston.
Yeah, and then like
where do you think that contract? 5 years? You think it's,
I think they would. Right, I think 5 years is where is the max that they would entertain.
Yeah.
And it would have to be Alex Bregman also having a more of a bounce back year
this year.
Right? Last year, I mean, Alex wasn't bad or anything last year, but I mean, it was 22 homers, and there were points where he struggled a bit. at times. He's always going to give you a great at bat and have a high on base percentage because he walks and there may not be anybody in the game that knows the strike zone as well as he does. But man, Alex, to me, I think for them to entertain a 5-year extension, like Alex he's got to get closer to that 30 home run mark, or at least closer to the 2019 season. I mean, you've watched this, you two have. Alex has not looked like that MVP guy.
Well, look, you can argue. I've been here. You can argue that, and look, I don't know when the sign stealing scandal stopped. I don't know when they quit stealing signs. But you can argue his best ball was played dead in the middle of that.
His defense hasn't dropped off much.
Well, but not at all. He's one of the better defensive players.
You know where that $5 million is going to come.
Absolutely. But I do think when you're talking about Bregman, like there's a lot of value in Tyler being one of the best defensive third basemen in the league, as well as, to your point, Ron, always getting quality at bats. The on-base percentage is always going to be higher than you think if you just watch the Astros because of how often he walks and the eye at the plate. That's a big part of the value for Alex Bregman. Like I think the floor with Alex Bregman is more of what you're paying for than necessarily the ceiling. I mean, there's something there to be, like you said, last year wasn't a great year, but he still was the choice.
It's good.
He was the choice for Dusty in the 2-hole. You know what I mean?
Two or three spot.
Yeah, I mean it was it's still pretty damn good. So,
but yeah, for him, like he's 25 home runs last year, and 87. Or I'm sorry, 98 batted in, and it's just 262. Like I said, not bad, but like to me, if you're like, all right, man, we're going to give him extended years, we're going to extend him, we're going to commit to him, and pay him whatever that is over the next 5 years to give him big money, 30 or whatever it is. They've got to feel like, because I think it's just kind of different from Jose Altuve. I think they don't mind. One, I think they still think Jose Altuve has elite level play in him. Second, I don't think they mind paying Altuve a little bit for what he's done. I don't know if they're going to do that for Alex too. I think they also want Altuve to finish his career there as the best player that they've had, and he's got milestones that he could hit that you want to see in an Astros
uni, right?
Yeah, and I don't know that they feel that way. Because we've seen it. They have let Alex Bregman level players walk, like the Springers, the Correas, the Coles. Like they're not even batted an eye and thought about it.
Heard some audio this morning about Springer and talking about how they're going to have to load manage a little bit.
Load manage him a little bit. He's not playing center anymore.
Yeah, man. That was obviously a smart move, I suppose.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm not saying I hope he's going. Another Alex Bregman. I like him, and I think he means more to the Astros than I think he means to other teams right now with him in the clubhouse and all of that. But we're talking 6 years. He can't be the first one that's going to garner that 6-year contract. All right, what you got coming up here in the 4?
All right, in the spirit of Amber Rose conveniently ending up in the NFL Rookie of the Year's Lamborghini this weekend, or late last week, I can't think of anybody better than Ron Hughley. I mean, Show may have been better, but Ron Hughley to talk about who are the top 5. Keep them away from my QB, ladies, running these streets. Who are the top 5? And I got a Netflix must see, and anybody out there can relate and will appreciate. We'll do all that right here on Sports Radio 610 next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Ron, Tyler, T, I need a little participation back there behind the glass from you, bub. You back there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I saluted you. Sorry.
Just checking. In the spirit of Amber Rose getting in C.J. Stroud's Lambeau last weekend or late last week, I thought it'd be a perfect time to discuss the ladies around the world or globe. I guess world and globe, same thing. And you get the point.
World, globe, planet, Earth,
all the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Synonyms.
I was going to go country world instead and went globe world. But anyway, I got it. You get the point. I don't care where she's from.
I'm with it.
Who are the top 5? Keep them away from your quarterback, ladies, that are walking around today. I mean,
like the ones where you're like, boy, if you're a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud popped up, and you're like, yeah, these two are spotted together.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can
know
say,
they're kicking it.
Right, people can say what they want about us like seeing the video and going nuts. There's a reason why this thing went viral. There's a reason why you look up and TMZ and hell, every publication that covers the NFL is talking about it, and at the very least headline porning the hell out of it. I mean, put yourself out there. What female is your quarterback going to be spotted with in the offseason that's going to make you think? It's going to make you think twice. Maybe not to the impact of Amber Rose, because now
Amber's pretty high up there.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only one that CJ, when you and I had the conversation the other day, when he was in the Kardashians box, which obviously Kim Kardashian is on my list, and she's pretty high on my list. Ron, the only one that could top Kim Kardashian on that list is Amber Rose.
Maybe Amber.
That I can think of. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I would still put Kim K ahead of CJ, because there's NFL careers that I believe she has derailed.
And the Kanye effect. Cannot underestimate.
Well, you get the Kanye effect with Amber as well.
But no, it's bigger with Kim, because I mean you got 4 of his children.
Yeah.
She's got 4 kids with Kanye?
I believe so. North?
I wasn't sure if that was a number. I know it's more than one.
Northwest.
Such a stupid name.
The names are.
Well, don't take it on the kid.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad kid, but the kid has a stupid name.
A lot of them are like that. It's at least 3.
Well, here's the other thing. Why Kim is number 1 on my list is when you deal with Kim.
Yeah, North, Saint, Chicago, and Psalms.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
Good Lord, that is a nightmare group of names.
Chicago West.
I like that one.
I didn't know Kim was pregnant 4 times. I mean, obviously she was. Yeah. She's got 4 kids.
I don't think she had a litter.
None of them are twins. I guess that oldest
10, 8, 5, and 4.
I was thinking, say that older one's got to be getting up there.
Yeah, same age as mine.
Yeah. See if Trey can't get you in that family, then you got to deal with Kanye.
All mine are older than that.
Hey, you love who you love, son.
That's right.
If Northwest is who you want,
if it so happens to be one that you don't have to worry about if the bills are going to be paid for the rest of your life, so be it.
I'll deal.
I do not co-sign you love who you love.
I'll deal with Chris and.
Well, what do you
Bruce
co-sign, Tyler?
Caitlin.
I co-sign you love who you love, as long as they're not Amber Rose or somebody completely out of their mind.
Well, you may not have a choice if you tip your toe in Amber Rose. I'm telling you.
Northwest may be a fine young.
More than a toe.
Yeah, the kids may be fine. The other one, they didn't choose them. Yeah, he dipped more than a toe, didn't he?
Hey, dog, man, if we saw CJ get in a car and they're throwing their sunglasses on and it's Lindsay Lohan getting in the other side, I'm gonna be a bit concerned.
I'm gonna freak out.
So Lindsay's on the list.
Oh,
I got
Lindsay.
Ron, let's look. Is Kim K the number 1? I mean, Kim K, you got to deal with Mama, you got to deal with the sisters, you got to deal with Kanye, you got to deal with all the athletic careers that she's derailed.
I don't think Kim K's even above Amber for me.
No, I don't think so. No,
really?
Man. Yeah.
There's way too much baggage and bad things that can come with Amber.
Kanye is the worst part of Kim, and that's a very big part. But some of these young ladies,
I think that video's clouding your judgment.
It's
I mean,
not.
she took arguing with the best college athlete I ever saw play the
Reggie's
game.
Reggie's got to have some. Reggie's got to have a little piece of that. Okay, Reggie, stop.
Part of that's got to be on Reg.
Reggie's got to stop.
All right, so we can say Kim K and Amber Rose are top 2, right?
Because see, I don't think Kim is just as like one-on-one. I hate to use this like crazy.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
She seems a little bit more well put together, business savvy wise. I don't think you
got to pick Lindsay or Kim up and take her to the room or drag her to places. I think Lindsay, you met though.
You're even putting Lindsay above Kim.
Oh,
you might have to check Lindsay into rehab.
Yes.
So we got Amber Rose, Kim K in no particular order, and Lindsay Lohan is next. Is Lindsay Lohan on your list too? Is that fair?
Yeah. She makes the list.
Amber. The thing with Amber to me, Amber has, how do I say this? She knows how to not just get to the Super Bowl. She knows how to win the championships. She's won 2 championships. One with Wiz Khalifa and one with that fella who was
Def Jam's executive.
I think Kim really she's only had the 4 children with the one nut.
Yeah, I don't, the Lindsay thing has got to be in your top 3 to 5 because Lindsay strikes me as somebody that we may see breaking news and has taken somebody's life.
You got to worry about. There's real legit worry about her.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
I think Megan Fox is in there for me. It is.
What did Megan do before Machine Gun? She's clearly gone off the deep end, right?
That's she was a model. Amber dug in on Machine Gun Kelly as well.
Machine Gun, he's done well for himself.
Good for him.
He's done well for himself. There's one out there right now that's got to be, maybe not on the top of the list, but it's got to be in the conversation. Britney Spears. What happened to Britney Spears?
Timberlake.
Did he do it when he
the Britney with the knives? That's concerning.
That was the first name that I came up with when we first talked about this.
You know what? I'm gonna hop up and shave my head today.
The whole thought of like her what was it? Her dad.
Well, I mean, her parents are it was her dad.
It was her dad that was handling all of her affairs and essentially sheltering the hell out of her supposedly. And I mean, she's turned into an absolute mess. Britney for me is right behind Lindsay. I'd go Kim K, Amber Rose, Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears. What about the old gal that Jaylen Green?
Jaylen Green. People are rolling through. What? How would you feel if he?
Jaylen Green let it marinate too long.
Obviously, another one who can not just get to the Super Bowl but win a championship. Orlando Scandrick got her a title. Now Jaylen Green has allegedly got her a title. How would you feel if he pulled up there and Miley Cyrus? Feel about that one?
Similar to Kim K for me.
Really?
Seems like she has certain things figured out.
She ain't derailed any careers. And she's
a very good business.
She comes off a little crazy.
She's doing her thing.
That's closer to Taylor, like Taylor and Travis. She's a little different. She's just a little spicy.
Mm-hmm.
She's a little, but that's closer to that.
I think Miley would be actually probably be you can argue would be as positive as a catch for somebody that she would bring back.
Yeah, I think so. Someone had texted in Amber Heard right off the bat.
Who is Amber Heard?
I think that's a given.
Who's Amber Heard?
She's the one who took a dump in Johnny Depp's bed.
That Johnny, you didn't watch that one?
Yeah, that's that trial, right?
Yeah,
dude, if you haven't seen that on Netflix, that is worth watching.
That is good. No, I've not seen that.
It's worth watching. Nuts.
Yeah. Courtney was completely invested in it.
Oh,
the fact that if we'd have made this list, if we'd have sat down and made this list before the Super Bowl,
Scottie Pippen's ex-wife.
Yes, Lars. Isn't that how you say it?
See, those are the ones, man. The ones with the little experience.
Little experience.
Age,
what do you mean?
I'm just a little age
older,
to them, little experience. Those are the ones, man.
Yeah. I mean, there's people out there that are really up in arms about these older chicks that are trapping these young athletes.
And I don't get that. The age thing doesn't.
You didn't do that.
Who?
You didn't trap anybody. And maybe they're just in love.
Yeah, I didn't trap Lauren.
Lauren just loves you.
Absolutely.
Somebody said Halle Berry.
Oh, there's something wrong with Halle Berry's.
I would applaud the hell out of C.J. Stroud if we're talking Halle Berry. I have no issue with that.
That would be absolutely beautiful.
There's not one problem, a single iota with that.
All right, Tyler.
God bless you if you do that, CJ. Don't you freaking take Halle Berry's name in vain like that.
Someone said Joy Taylor because Tyler would be done with CJ.
No, I'd be here.
Would you be proud if Tyler pulled that? If he pulled that off?
Because that means Joy Taylor's in NRG Stadium probably a lot during the season where I am, and I'm all about it.
Yeah, Lori Harvey, another good one. Steve's daughter, she's had a few.
Golly, Ron, Brittany's got to be in the top 3. You don't put Lindsay up. Lindsay clouded the water for me, man. Amber Rose, Kim K, Brittany Spears, and Lindsay Lohan. Those are the 4.
And I would say, I would think most of these, I don't know that he would go for, but I'm gonna tell you, never. I don't care
what Travis Kelce went after. I mean, they'll go. We can no longer.
I would have said, judging by, I wouldn't have thought Amber Rose would have been. He would have been dropping off at hotels late at night.
Fair.
I would not have guessed that one.
Fair.
He sure did.
As long as it's not Winona Ryder.
I understand it. Yeah.
I got to see CJ's face when he's first asked about this. It's a man's duty.
This is good. Hold on. Put your hand
down. Oh, my bad.
This is good. All right. What's the giveaway? What's the tell? If CJ,
an immediate smile.
An immediate smile and laugh. So if they say, CJ, you were kind of in the news over the summer there with giving it with Amber Rose there. What was your thoughts of that situation? And if he comes out,
he ain't laying down for nobody.
Well, I was just giving her a ride. If them cheekbones go up,
you know he hit.
Stroud House.
There ain't no doubt.
Got to watch the eyebrows.
Because look, if CJ literally after this whole thing went viral, if he got home and if he just dropped her off and he went home and he went, damn man, that was rough. Like what the hell's going on? Why is this going on? And looked into, what she's done and what her resume looks like. I think if he deep down inside and felt like it was a mistake or he was above that, I believe he would make an effort, like a straight-faced effort, to say, "Hey, man, I didn't. She just needed a ride, bro. It was it."
Piece of positivity.
But if he smirks the minute he's thinking exactly.
He's
what
thinking
we're
about
thinking.
What happened. He's going. Oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't flash back to what happened.
There ain't no question.
Let's get it on, baby.
Let's just real quick. I'm sorry, real quick. Let's just say that it was a ride. What's the conversation? What's the conversation one-on-one in that car? And let's just say it is. All right, man. Legit what they say it is. These are the things that I have done in my head multiple times over the weekend. Like, if it's a legit ride, I'm just giving her a ride, man.
I don't think there is.
What's the conversation?
So how's Wiz doing?
No.
Man, what'd you think happened in the second inning there? You think we could have made some hay there? Well, I didn't know you could hit the ball that far, CJ.
You have any slut walks coming up, Amber?
I don't think that the legit conversation is a real thing. I think she gets in and she probably says something along the lines of, "Hey, that's the first time I ever put on a baseball uniform. How do you think I looked in it?"
So, Amber, did you ever jump up on the stage at Onyx?
Wow, that's an open.
No, I think CJ's above that.
He's clearly.
I think he's above asking a chick out of the from the rip. You ever been on the stage at Onyx?
She very openly talks about her past as a stripper.
I mean, you think it was just a silent drive?
No. I think.
I think the first thing he says, "What do you want to listen to? I've got some Kurt Franklin. Got some."
Well, y'all are really. I mean, surely CJ's got better game than that.
I'm just saying,
whether he was trying to smash or not, surely he's got better game than that. So, what do you want to listen to? No.
So, is this your first time in a Lambo?
Here, let's.
Well, we know the answer to that.
Here's hour 2 of the drive. Here, get it on your Odyssey app. Listen right here.
Yeah, listen to these two jacklegs talk.
She says, that first one sounds fat.
That first one sounds
and
fat
then it goes
white.
back in, and the first one sounds fat and white.
Amber, check this out. Let me get my Odyssey app open real quick.
What's the thought? And he said, "What is the thought you think of that first guy?" I think of the guy who was accused of the bombing in Atlanta. That's the person that the visual that comes up in my head.
Oh, now you got to ignore the producer here. He's horny as hell.
And then he goes, "Here, watch. Here, let me pull up a picture of him." This is him.
Yeah, no, I think it was. I think it was. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would be disappointed in Amber if it wasn't pretty straightforward. If CJ did all this for nothing,
guys, stop texting in this nasty stuff I cannot read.
If he didn't at least get a perverted conversation on the way to the hotel, then he really failed miserably.
Siege.
It's what?
That's not siege.
He's a man, bro. There's no way he watched her the whole game in that uniform. And then walked out in that attire that she had, carried her bag, and never like. Well, no, I don't think he initiated. I think her 40-year-old ass has been there many a time.
She had to have done it. She had to have initiated.
I mean, that's the appeal of a cougar.
But
they initiate things.
But real talk from the
they
CJ,
initiate things.
The CJ,
they don't expect anything.
From the CJ we've seen, you believe he's locked and loaded and ready for the right response to keep this going after she said so.
I believe if with that,
I feel like it's hard for him to pull the trigger. I'm not. You're right.
Look, I believe that she had her hands on the rein, and he was walking, Chief. That's what I believe. And I believe that I believe she sits in that passenger seat and she asks some kind of question, knowing she looked damn good in that damn softball uniform, knowing that CJ was going to have to say, "Now you look pretty good," which means to her that you was looking and that you like me, and now it's on. Straight cougar move. And
what part of LA are you from? That's where it starts.
What part of LA?
Yeah, what part of LA are you from?
Very possible. He's an LA kid.
Both there.
You guys keep trying to go back to like normal conversation.
You think it got there pretty quickly.
So what's your favorite position?
I don't think it was that aggressive.
I saw you playing short tonight.
Hey, I played shortstop. What's your favorite position? Now that'd be a cougar move.
That's a good move.
That would be a cougar move right there.
I was so self-conscious in this softball get-up. Do you think I looked okay?
I know she said something that made him smile.
They had you batting first in the lineup. How you feel about batting ninth?
Ooh, come on. Can you get behind me?
Yeah, when we get back, I can show you some things to help your swing.
Yeah. I believe.
Now it is all.
I believe.
All bull jive aside, he did carry a bat out, right?
And
there is a very good chance that she said, "Hey, whenever we stop to get a drink or whatever or eat or whatever, can you my batting stance?"
I'm telling you, she said something to make him smile and blush. Oh, you're really cute.
No question.
Right off the jump.
I cannot believe how young you are.
I'm gonna tell you, if I were C.J. Stroud, and I got in the car with Amber Rose and made it all the way and dropped her off at a hotel, and there was never some level of turn me on a bit conversation at the very least, I would be highly disappointed. I would probably call TMZ right then. I'd be like, "Y'all ain't gonna believe this."
I wonder how quick Tank Dale called him to get the play-by-play on what color were the panties.
Could you exactly? If she had them on, they were black.
If I were Tank, I wouldn't be able to sleep until I found out what the hell.
Could you imagine if you're CJ the next day with Tank and the fellas and having to be like, "Oh no, bro, I just dropped her off at the hotel." No way.
No, come on, man.
No way.
All right, we got. By the way, I held this myself. I went hunting. Reggie Jackson, the Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
he took a photo with her. Reggie had a notion. Reggie had ideas. I don't know if Reggie executed, but I saw the smile and the look in Reggie's eyes when he took that photo with her. Reggie had ideas.
Well, no question.
Now, he couldn't execute them, but he had ideas. Check that, Reggie. I want to put you down. Maybe you can execute.
Blue Chew.
We got a happy birthday to shout out to one of your Houston Texans. We will do that. And are people overreacting about this, or is it legit? We'll discuss that next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Why do people hate Joe Buck? Everybody in every.
Of options to help you find your groove.
Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness.
Get that big fitness energy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As someone texted in, shout out to whatever barbershop that is listening to The Drive. They said, nobody, you've got us, we've lost our mind in this barbershop. We can't stop cracking up. Damn, Ron, Kirk Franklin, we're dying in the shop over here. Also, the work in the shop has completely come to a stop. You guys got to stop this.
Hey, I bet the R-rated version of what the first comment was, either by CJ or Amber Rose in that barbershop.
I'm telling you, man. I don't like to do this, but I'm in that situation. If I was Tank Dell, I'd give them an hour and 15, maybe an hour 17. But I'm finding out what's happening. Hey, dog, what's good? You good? What happened?
Hey, and that's one of the situations too.
I can't because
I'm not accepting a one-word answer.
No, Judge.
I mean, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm not accepting. I need details.
We're in together.
You didn't? What do you mean you didn't? How the hell did that happen?
It tastes like what?
It tastes like what? Tell me exactly what position.
The strawberries that they heading into it.
God bless, brother.
Tell me exactly how you got that. Yeah, there ain't no doubt.
Shout out to another one of his teammates that I also think would have dove into the backseat of the vehicle. Dameon Pierce. Happy birthday to Dameon Pierce.
DP.
It's his birthday, baby.
DP.
Happy birthday to you.
Shout out to Dameon Pierce.
Happy birthday.
There you go, Tony.
To you.
I feel this in my soul.
You're going to hit this next one, ain't you?
Happy birthday, dear.
Dameon. Happy birthday to you, DP. How about that?
I'll be damned. What is DP, 24?
I don't know what he is, but I hope this year's better for him than last year was.
Over under. Go find how many yards he had last year. I don't think he had what he had. He's under 400, right? Got to be. Got to be under 400 yards last year, I would imagine. With
not counting return yards.
Not counting return yards. I do distinctly remember he had a big one against the Steelers where he had like 88 yards. Where's he at?
416.
Dang, he got 416 yards? All right. Over under next year. 450.
Under.
Dang, man, you do.
I mean, look, the Texans are signing Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
It's gonna be he's gonna have a hard time getting above 450 for if Saquon's out there getting the bulk of the carries.
So with that point, you think he's going to be moved out or do you think he'll be a change of pace back?
If he stays healthy for 17 weeks, I could see him maybe getting to 4 something, maybe behind somebody. Yeah. No, look, I think Dameon Pierce. To me, Dameon Pierce is a guy that needs more touches. Like I just
to get going.
And look, I know that's not real popular around these parts. I get it. I just don't subscribe to it was the scheme. In fact, he came on a post game show with us and said he said as much. It's not the scheme. It's now he then rattled and said about how it's him. He's got to develop his game. He's got to do this. He's got to do that. Okay, whatever. I mean, when it's all said and done, if you can get after folks up front and you can throw the football. The way that C.J. Stroud can, you can create conducive fronts to run the football against. I mean, that's and Dameon Pierce can get it done. Now, he's not the guy to me right now, he's not the guy that I want you going into the season with. I want Saquon Barkley, and then you just leave Dameon Pierce in a backup role. Special teams, he can return, he can do those kind of things.
It will be interesting.
And if he gets better, he gets better.
It will be interesting because if they decide to go after a Mike Evans or a T. Higgins, then I don't think they're going to get a Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
You're right. Like, I don't think they're going to do that. And then it would be, I wonder who would be the other back with him. Would it be Singletary? Would they bring him? I wonder who would be the other back with him. I'm with you. I don't think Dameon Pierce will get the opportunity to be able to rush for 400 yards. Whether Saquon is here or not. I think what we saw towards the end of the year, I could be wrong because Lord knows you talked to him in the post game, and I've heard him. I don't think it'll be any effort for him breaking his neck to try to get better in the scheme or improve whatever he needs to improve because Dameon Pierce works really hard. But, I mean, we got to a playoff game last year where it was clear the physicality was an issue from not just Damian Singletary, but up front or anything. You would think, well, hell, let's get this joker the ball 5 times to just go run over folks. And I think he got 1 touch in the game. Yeah, I don't think that he will get the opportunity to be able to even get to 400 yards.
Biggest shock of the 2023 season.
Is that?
Absolutely. We can have a conversation tomorrow about that because there's a couple of them, but I think Dameon Pierce headlines that. I mean, that is.
Is Dameon more of a shock to you than like the performance of Nico Collins, the lack of performance from?
Yes. Yeah. You mean the drop off?
The drop off compared to
the
whose performance are you more shocked by? Nico's and how well he played to where
Dameon, how little he played. Dameon Pierce, without a doubt. We'll build something. That'll be a good conversation for tomorrow. We'll put something together.
There's some others. There's some others.
Yeah.
There's some others there. So, that is happy birthday to Dameon Pierce, which I would bet he is somewhere breaking his neck to work. I would imagine that from Dameon Pierce.
Have you a day, Pierce. Have you a day, DP.
Have you one. You think the NBA needs to do something with their All-Star game? You think they need to change something with their All-Star game? You think it is as bad? Because you wake up today and it feels like, I guess, whenever it was that Sunday where the NFL was like, we're gonna move this thing to flag. How bad it was where they were just up there just having stalemates and not moving, and then they're in pads but not really doing nothing. Do you think that there should be big change? Because they've tried it. The target score thing was something that they were doing before. They did the team captains picking the teams between LeBron and Giannis and whoever did it. I think Durant did it once. Do you think there needs to be major changes? Because I think for most of the majority of people look at it, that 211-186 game where they scored nearly 400 points. The East, they shot 97 threes in the game and made 47 of them. Like, do you think there needs to be real changes to the whole?
Well, look, I'm not a historian on the NBA in any sense of the phrase, right? All I can gauge it off of is the guys that do and have gotten paid to cover the NBA closely over the last several years are up in arms about it. Now, how much of that is made for TV and how much of it is real? I don't know, Ron. I think I prefer something at least that's steady and not. I think the biggest problem with the NBA All-Star game is it's trending in the wrong direction. At some point, it's just going to be how many points can you score in a game, and nobody playing defense at all whatsoever. I don't. Based on what I've heard, I don't know that it can get any worse than what it was this weekend, but. The NBA is a game that's if just take the physicality out of it and play something that resembles some kind of defense, and I think you've got a great product. No doubt it's different than back in the day when you weren't as familiar with all the players in the league and all the superstars in the league. At least you didn't get to see them play as often as you do these guys. But I mean, it's I don't know, man. Yeah, I just think at some point it has to stop trending in the opposite direction, in the negative direction.
I think two things. One, I think across sports we should probably change, and I think I have a bit change the way we view All-Star games. I think All-Star games 20 years, 30 years ago were much more competitive. Across the board in all sports, we're much more competitive. And then, so I think these guys are less the competitive into the, hey, let's have a good time, fun thing, exhibition to try to make some sort of a, entertainment. But I do think it needs to be, it they've got to give some resistance, some more resistance than they did in the game. What it's usually been is the first 3 quarters, hey, everybody BS, and then in the fourth quarter, we're going hard.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think Rasheed Wallace should make Kobe's nose bleed in an All-Star game on a block like I believe happened before. But like someone texted in, and I can get that point, the celebrity game felt more competitive than the actual All-Star game. I think we need to change and understand, like, that this ain't going to be the All-Star game where these guys, like, the money that the All-Stars get if you win or lose matters to them. They don't, but they got to give some level of resistance.
Yeah, I mean,
you just can't can't let 5 people just waltz to the paint in a row.
Yeah, and I think that this is a part of a bigger issue, not just the All-Star game with the NBA. And when it comes to All-Star games, it's like you can't. I mean, we've all got to realize, like, these sports are dangerous. People randomly get hurt, right? I mean, you're not going to be, if the goal is to minimize risk or take all the risk out of the game, then don't play it.
No, yeah, like football. We'll do this coming up. Tyler will get to the All-Star game. Will not want Framber to pitch in the All-Star game. We'll get to a point where these guys are. You'd rather
they'll be pitching machines.
You'd rather them not pitch. Just get out of there unscathed or something like that. So we'll see. I think
Major League Baseball should just bring youngsters in there and let the MLB All-Stars just shell them youngsters, see what that does for their confidence.
Yeah, if it's anything like that home run derby last year, that kid just didn't see that line drive coming to him. My goodness.
And all right, and y'all think it's okay.
I do. All right, that's on him. All right, we've talked about Mike Evans a lot. There are started to be projected numbers on what a long-term contract would look like, and some sites have the Texans as the favorites to land him. I want to see if these numbers work for you. We'll discuss that coming.
supposed to be resting. Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The Kids Berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We should bring that to the air, should we? Should we bring that conversation to the air?
I'm good with bringing anything to the air. I just have to clean it up a little bit. Which one part?
Can we bring it? You want me to bring it, Tyler? I'm wondering. I'm wondering your thoughts too.
Well, I do not know.
How would you how'd you grade the Beyoncé single, the country single, for it being country the single? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
Texas Hold'em. How you feel about it?
Scale of 1 to 10 or what?
Scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, go ahead. How you feel about it? Be honest.
7.82.
Better than when you heard that she was doing the country album. Like, I'm serious. We may have to get Nick Russo, yourself, maybe do something on the side, and maybe have a little digital platform for that to get a breakdown of that from the country sound to it. First off, when I was listening, I was like, this could have been played out here at this damn
the line dancing bar we're at.
Bar you struggle
Absolutely.
And I know you, and I know that Tyler's a country music person as we're talking about the rodeo, and I know you really hold it sacred. Were you surprised? Were you pleasantly surprised by the song? Or did you think, when you heard Beyonce was going to do country?
It piqued my interest. It piqued my interest.
My first thing was why? Why do you need to do that? But okay.
Well, the thought is she's going to go into several genres before she's done.
But I don't want to put a box on her, and I appreciate that part. But
look, I'll be honest with you. I listened to the song because what Beyonce. You look at Beyonce, and my first thought was Beyonce can do anything she wants to. She can sing. She can sing the phone book, whatever, right? But then I heard Ron 4 or 5 different people talking about it, right? And everybody prefaced it with black women in country music, black individuals singing in country music, like the genre having more black, which may be fine. That's fine. But to me, prefacing it with that is almost like, well, damn, like you just like I'm supposed to just look at it like it's like I'm supposed to look at it different. And I'm gonna tell you, I listen to it and say what you want. Black female, Beyonce, first time in the genre. That's a good ass song. And I'm not a huge fan
and
of
if it wasn't
female
Beyonce,
country.
you were here and say, oh.
Absolutely. If I didn't know that was Beyonce, I would believe that is a good country. Listen to the lyrics of the song, and it's unbelievably relatable to everybody. Again, I don't care if you're black, white, Hispanic. It's relatable. It's got a catchy country melody to it, if you will, and today's country is more not because Beyonce's doing it. It's because it's just the genre itself has gone a little bit more pop and a little bit more hip hop-ish in it. The way they deliver it.
That's what I was going to say. It is still, and I've listened to it several times. It is still hard for me not to hear. Like Beyonce.
Oh, well, yeah,
you know what I mean? That's why I want to hear the whole album because it is still. I still hear it. It almost sounds like this is Beyonce singing, and we're putting her in that. Like
I'm gonna tell you,
I want to hear the whole album.
Today's country music, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of.
Someone texted him. Beyonce is just a really good singer. She can make anything sound good.
And she can almost make country music too sophisticated and sound too good. Was like, how's she going? Like, she's too damn good, that's right? Fair. Sophisticated, is that the right word? I don't know if that's the right word.
I get where you're coming from.
But no, when I listened to this morning, I thought, let me see what these people keep talking about, and I think it's tremendous.
Someone said that one is good, but 16 carriages isn't good.
I've not heard 16 carriages. The Texas Hold'em is the only one that I've heard right now.
Did y'all hear the latest artist who said he's going to be making a country album?
Rick? Ross?
No.
Oh,
I said no.
Oh, okay.
It's Post Malone. Post Malone has said he is going to do a country album.
Posty, hey, I'm gonna tell you, I've heard him cover.
I was gonna say it looked like he was doing country almost at the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, yeah. I've heard him cover country songs, just sitting around, kind of in like documentary style bull jive, and he's good, man.
Yep.
You're talking about an unbelievably talented dude.
Text line roll through. I'm sorry, it's just not a country song.
I disagree.
You're wrong.
It may not be a '90s country song or an early 2000s country song, but in today's country, what's coming out now, it is very in line with it. I disagree wholeheartedly.
The song's like about her leaving Houston, Texas, and like what went into that, and being in this different world that wasn't as country as where she was from. It's a country song, friend.
What I would want to know, I didn't mean to stay on this to this long, but I would want to know it because I'm serious. This is someone coming from pure ignorance. What makes a country song? Like you say, like when they say
put a year on
it's not a country song. What? So you would put there's a year, there's a time frame where it's moved. Where
there's a lot of traditional country music fans that are disgusted with country music right now because of the way in which artists have paid their way into country music. And it's not country music.
Yeah, because Jelly Roll sounds different than George Strait.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. 100%.
But are they both considered country? Someone said the reason why it's too polished.
Well, I mean, look. If we want to analyze Beyonce's country song to that degree, I mean, I can see that she's an unbelievable singer. She would have to. She probably. Just to live in the country genre and to lean more traditional country, she would need to like make it a little bit more raw instead of, I mean, so polished. She is. But I mean, there are some really, really, really polished.
We got some people here. I can see the anger that you're talking about.
But you go look at, like,
someone said, thanks to Florida Georgia line. We got this pop country.
But yeah, that's right,
Tyler.
No. What Beyonce, what we just heard from her is light years better than any crap we've heard from Florida Georgia line, in my opinion.
I really like how they opened up college football.
I don't think Florida Georgia. I think Beyonce is already light years more country than Florida Georgia line.
Oh my!
Look, I mean, Florida Georgia line is the tip of the pop country sphere, if you will. To me, that's kind of when they started making it popular. All of a sudden, and I don't know if they're the absolutely the artist or the group that moved the needle, but at some point, Nashville and country music realized that they could make a lot of money with these. It started out with the guys that were wearing the flat bills and the girl, the kid that was Sam Hunt. Sam Hunt, he was a quarterback at Southern Miss. Like that wave started where it was younger, flat bill wearing. Nobody was wearing cowboy hat. They weren't wearing cowboy hats and cowboy boots and singing your traditional country. And then it just keeps leaning towards pop, and it's pissed a lot of folks off. But that's a different conversation to me. Country music is what it is today. And, I mean, Beyonce wasn't going to walk out there in cowboy boots and a cowboy hat and stand there and sing a Reba McEntire song.
Is it lyrics driven, or is it sound, or is it like what? Like
me personally, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's melody. I think it is the story that's being told. And
because hip hop don't always have to be about no story being told.
Well, not
you know what I mean. Hip hop can just be about a beat.
Bro, you can argue that hip hop's done the same thing now. I mean, when I was coming up, whatever these kids are listening to nowadays was not going to fly in whether it's hip hop or gangster rap. Either way it goes, like that genre has changed drastically as well, and. It sounds totally different right now.
Yeah, I miss the country and western. Can't stand the new style. Need them outlaws.
Look, I'm more of an outlaw or traditional. I'm really more of a traditional, not necessarily outlaw. I'm not like Brantley Gilbert and those guys are outlaw. But I mean, and some of the older outlaws, I guess they consider Willie and Waylon and Merle Haggard and some of those guys I guess outlaw, but I'm a little bit more of a traditional, the 90s country. I'm a little more that personally, but the reality, the conversation is more about that is today's country.
That falls in the line. That is not.
That is
like what other artists that's a similar sound in today's country?
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the
I don't
spot
mean. I'm
now.
just saying, like where you say that is today's country. That is not far from. Which artist? Like,
I'd have to look that up and give you some of them. But because it's not necessarily the sound as much as it is like Florida Georgia line.
Like who's the one that you said the number one person you want to see?
Lainey Wilson.
Lainey Wilson.
Lainey would be considered very traditional.
Yeah.
I mean, I would consider Lainey traditional country music, like as close as you're gonna get in today's game. She's a little more outlaw, a little more southern rock, a little more traditional country. Where I think Beyonce toes the line of country pop is where she falls.
Yeah, I can see that.
For me, the only reason like I can't because I'm not a big.
But you don't listen to that and say that wouldn't be on stations. Like you don't listen to Beyonce.
No. I think
even if
that
wasn't Beyonce,
that is very in line with female country in 2024. Yes. I believe that. I'm not a huge fan of the female artist in general. I don't have a ton of in any genre artists in my phone. It just doesn't move my needle, right? And someone
texting in traditional country is about storytelling. Most of today's songs are made to just be catchy. Jelly Roll is more in line with storytelling.
I agree. So is Lainey Wilson. And there's a lot of like when you talk about like Florida Georgia line, like a lot of that is party music. It's about partying. It's about having a good time. It's I don't know. It's different. I'm cool. I like it. I prefer the traditional stuff.
All right. Titus Howard. He got a little. I really appreciate the education. I need to learn. I like learning. I like learning. I'm wondering if my ears and how I hear it, how that compares to others. I want to hear the whole album. Like I said, it's hard for me not to get the Beyonce that I know and Destiny's Child or something like that I know to hear and just hear, oh, that's just a different kind of beat with it. That's
all I can speak about is that one song right there. Yeah. And to me,
that's the only one I've heard.
I ain't got no problem playing that right there on the country music stations in 2024. I ain't got no problem with it.
Titus Howard, you don't want to miss what he said. He is speaking out through social media on something that he feels, and I'll be honest with you, I completely agree with him. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is a problem. Are there
3333. 800-462-3333. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T have the latest. The latest is, hey, happy President's Day. I know some of you are off, but we appreciate you all for hanging out with us on this Monday as we try to give you that entertainment that you're looking for, however you're listening to us. We appreciate you for listening to us on Sports Radio 610. We appreciate that. On the Odyssey app, we appreciate that. And those of you who are watching us and taking us in via YouTube and Twitch, we also appreciate you daily. Please subscribe. Let others know to subscribe. Don't let Tyler make you change your mind because he's winking and sticking his tongue out at you.
That's weird.
Just stop, man. Keep your tongue in your mouth.
That's what he was doing right before he was trying to order some more shots the other night at Kirby Ice House.
I bet it was.
Sounds like that
he would turn from doing that to us, asking us for shots, and then like looking at a tattoo on his arm.
Yeah, I bet it was. All right.
Wow. Y'all know this guy?
I just want him to stop. All right. So we appreciate that, and we apologize as well. Titus Howard. I first saw this from our guy, John Crumpler, laid this out. Titus Howard, it looks like he made an addition to his profile page on Twitter. It says, in all caps, fellas, right tackle only for the Houston Texans. That's what it says. He plays right tackle in all caps, right tackle only. Then he went back to the lowers on Houston for the Houston Texans.
Wow, dude.
So Titus Howard clearly wants to let it be known that he is a right tackle and a right tackle only. Do you get the sense that they have, when I say they, the Houston Texans, the coaching staff, Bobby Slowick, everybody, D'Amico, have come to the point where they will if they need assistance at the guard spot, that Titus Howard is not the name they will call them.
Yes, yeah. Look, I think it's priority right now for the Houston Texans. I think it's priority. Along with adding the talent and the pieces that you need to take the team to the next level, it's priority that you find an answer at the left guard position not named Titus Howard. He's got to play right tackle. You paid him as such. Let him play right tackle, and then your left guard has to be answered. Now, that's where I'm at with Titus Howard. There was a time when I said, look, the one reason to pay him as much as you paid him is because he's the best right tackle you got, one of the best in the game, and he can flex down to guard if and when you need him. In fact, he can play 4 of the 5 positions on the offensive line. He did not play well at left guard. In fact, I'd argue he played bad at left guard. And so now that's off the table. You paid him the money, play him at right tackle, and fill the void at left guard, whether that's with somebody that's in-house and they're ready to rock and roll, or you got to go out and find somebody. Ron, I think I agree wholeheartedly with Titus Howard, right tackle only, and there are no other options. If he swings, he plays left tackle. If indeed Laramie Tunsil goes down, knock on wood, hope it never happens. But that's the rest of Titus Howard's NFL career needs to be on the edge one way or another. Now, Ron, I don't know how an NFL player that just signed an extension, that's got that bread, wakes up on a Monday morning and says, man, let me go on and make this statement in my bio on my Twitter page. Let me go on and let everybody know I don't play no damn interior offensive line. I am a right tackle only. I don't know where that thought process comes from, but I damn sure agree with him. He does have a little fun on social media. To each their own. I agree wholeheartedly with him, and I hope he's sharing that message personally, verbally, with D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio as well.
See, I would wonder from you all, and the Drive family can jump in on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line as well. But you fellas, how would you say the Q rating is for Titus Howard right now? How people feel here within the fan base about Titus Howard? You think it's a positive thing, or it's meh.
I think it's meh.
Yeah, I feel like it's just either meh or disappointed.
I agree. I think it's probably more towards disappointed
because of the money now.
The first round draft pick, and now one of the highest paid offensive linemen in the game. Yeah, I mean I think they and now a lot of that is because of Bill O'Brien. And then because of obviously the mess of David Culley and Lovie Smith before getting to this point, and it hadn't all been on him, but
no, it hasn't.
At the end of the day, I mean, it's not fair or unfair. I mean, it is what has happened, and Titus Howard's got to get back to right tackle.
But with that point that you guys have made, either meh or maybe slightly disappointed, and now I think that meh turns into disappointment because of the contract, a top 5 right tackle in the game. Even though it's not all been his fault, I don't think he has been put in the exact best situation to be as successful as he could. But he's going to have to be really good this year.
Absolutely.
If you think about some of the people who have pressure to perform well, I mean, you don't normally think about the offensive line. You come out of the Ravens game in some of the games where they struggled. It was the lack of ability to be able to run the football. Sometimes pressure got away. And then with what we saw of him, he was poor even outside of the position. I think there are a lot of people think, I know he was playing left guard and he's a right tackle, but damn, he shouldn't have looked that bad. I think there's a lot of pressure and a lot of pressure for him to play well this year. So despite I think being in a position where he wasn't put, every day since he's been here in the best possible position to succeed, I think this year is a huge deal, year 2 in that contract, that he has a major bounce-back season.
Well, yeah, agree wholeheartedly, Ron. I think Titus Howard's got a real chance to be the guy that jumps on the scene this year for the Texans, if I'm being honest. You got the contract now earn it, and quite frankly, there's been a low bar set, again, for many reasons, but by Titus Howard at this point. If he stays healthy and plays an entire season at right guard, decides to flip that switch and be play a more physical brand of offensive line. Athletically, he's going to be fine. He can hold up against the best pass rushers in the game. If he plays the game at a more physical level, I think he could be a guy we could be talking about this time next year about how he jumped on the scene and nobody, like Nico Collins this year is that guy of like, wow, holy cow, nobody saw that coming. Like, I think Titus Howard could be that dude next year. Now, when you look at how he played guard, you're right. I mean, not all of it was because he's playing out of position. There was a severe lack of physicality there with everybody, not just him. And I don't know if that was the decision that he made, how he wants to play the game, or if that was a communication issue and he just wasn't real sure of what his responsibilities were. But either way it goes, the communication's got to get better. The willingness to be more physical has got to pick up. And if so, I think Titus Howard could surprise a lot.
We can't be doing segments next year of, and George Fent played as well as him or better.
Agreed.
Not for the amount of money he's making.
Agreed.
He has got to be a real force. The strength of this team has to be the tackles for this team, and that starts with him. So he is a right tackle. He's letting everybody know this is a big year for him at right tackle.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, as pitchers and catchers reported last week, we're starting to see players fall in and get to Florida and get to camp as well, including Alex Bregman, and he's going to be one to really watch. This is a big season. This is a contract year for him. This was Alex Bregman talking about where he is right now coming off the offseason.
Best off seasons I've ever had. I feel incredible getting here. Was able to spend a ton of time with my wife and son, and we trained at XO, so it's great. My body feels in incredible shape. Swing feels better than ever, and looking forward to a great, healthy season.
There it is. Best shape of his life, baby. Good, healthy season. I like to hear that. This one, though, this cut here, Clint, really interests me because I just didn't see that this was needed, but this was him talking about what he has done with his body from last year and to going into the start of this season.
some years I'll put on maybe 15 or 10, but our job now is I'm right around like 204, 207, fluctuates, but I'm trying to keep it as close to that for the full season as possible. And last year I maintained really well. I ended the year at like 196 or 7, and then the 2 weeks you take off during the offseason, you lose a little bit of weight just because you're just not in it, and you're kind of relaxing a little bit. But as soon as we started training, boom, it got back on, and I feel faster, stronger, and obviously gained weight with that. You don't want to gain weight and be slower and kind of stuck in the mud. You want to be ready to roll.
Clint, he's gained 23 pounds since the offseason. Is that correct, Tyler? 23 pounds?
Yes, 23 lbs.
I never looked at Alex Bregman and thought, boy, that guy needs 25 pounds. I never. That is interesting to me. Now, I guess maybe the way he's talked about it now, he didn't put on 25 the way that I believe that we could put on 25. Look like he put on 25 more.
Yeah, I mean,
muscularly, whatever the hell I'm trying to say. But I mean, I guess the power would increase, but. Damn, I never looked at him and thought, boy, he's got to put on some weight.
The only reason that this worries me about Bregman, and I don't remember all the details, but I do remember a couple of years ago he came in having
all the leg injuries and stuff.
Yeah, and he came in talking about how he had done this and done that, and it was just he even, I believe, I'm speculating, I know he didn't use the words, but I even think he even by mid-year realized it was all a mistake. However, he had worked out in the offseason was not the best thing for him. So that's the thing that worries me about Bregman. I don't understand. Like, that is a huge weight. Like, that's a lot. That's
25 pounds.
Did he say that in that audio? Or
23.
Did he say it?
He didn't say it in that audio, but it's been reported.
I mean, that is a ton of weight for any athlete to swing in one off season. I mean, it's hard to put on. Like, you can't put on 23 pounds of muscle in an off season. Not in a baseball off season. Hell, they just got done in October.
Yeah. I
mean, you can't put on 23 pounds of muscle in 3 months. Yeah. I mean, I've been out of the game a minute. I mean, you can't do that naturally. I mean, hell, that'd be hard to do. So, I mean, that's the only reason. Bregman just seemed – and we've said this, it seems like year in, year out. Like, Bregman's always – I don't know if he's just being more transparent than other players, but it always seems like he's up to something in the offseason with his body. Trying to fix something, gaining weight, losing weight, doing this, doing that, lower body, upper body. It just, like, you would think by this time, what is he, 29 years old?
29, yep.
You would think that Bregman would find a kind of a sweet spot of, hey, man, I need to be 215. Or, well, I guess it ain't 215 because then he'd be a lot heavier. You know, it's 198 or 205, whatever. That's my sweet spot's where I need to be. You would think by now he'd have that figured out.
Yeah. They said he had to put on some weight, I guess. That is an interesting watch. It does sound like I'm going to get these power numbers up, Jack.
Well,
going into this,
if it results in more power, I'm here for it.
Going into this offseason,
you know, one of the things talking about just not necessarily power. I don't know exactly what he's trying to get accomplished, but I did notice, and fans will notice, assuming it holds up, is it appears that Peña has changed his at bats, his swing. There's no more. Everybody knows how he used to drop the barrel of the bat down by his right bicep, real far back behind him, kind of in a weird manner. Now he's bouncing it on his shoulder, kind of like Michael Brantley did.
Yeah, I'm watching him right now. It got him going going against Josh Hader right now.
Good luck,
you can
Peña.
see it.
Good luck, Peña. But it's definitely a different look, right? It's that Brantley bounce on the shoulder instead of dropping it behind your right bicep kind of deal. So, which I never have liked those real unorthodox swings. Yeah. I mean, if somebody just does it and that's how they got there, then there ain't no sense in changing it.
Remember Mickey Tettleton?
I remember the name, but I don't remember the
Tigers.
swing.
He used to hold it out just straight like this,
real low.
Just hold it out like that.
If that's how somebody gets there, cool. I mean, there ain't no sense in changing how somebody gets there. But when they get there and they start tweaking their swing, and it's like crazy changes to unorthodox changes, I never have like that.
Yeah, interesting to see. He said it, boy. He said this. He expects this to be the best season he's ever had.
It'd be nice
if he does that. Then the contract talks will really move up for him, and he'll get what it is that he hopes he can get.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, big game tonight, big Monday, as U of H, they move up to number 2 in the polls that came out today. They face which essentially will be for the lead in the Big 12 regular season crown right now. They are tied up top with Iowa State. Both teams in the top 6. Iowa State moves up to the number 6 ranking right now. Both 8-3 in the Big 12. This will be a big game, a hot ticket tonight at the Fertitta Center, as one of the toughest teams in college basketball. U of H, they'll face Iowa State. Iowa State has been on a roll right now. They got a couple of guys that just seem to find their way to shoot. Iowa State, they get on my damn nerves. They do this to my team all the time. They got about 2 guys that don't read the scouting report. 2 guys that just sometimes like to show up and just say, you know what, tonight I'm shooting threes and I'm making them. I know I shoot 29% for the season. They had a guy that played Kansas a couple weeks back. He made 4 on the season. Got him with 3 for 5 from 3.
Saved his best for the biggest game, baby. When are you going? When's the Kansas game?
March 9th. Final game of the season against Houston at the Fertitta Center. We'll see what happens in that game, if that game will mean anything, as my team has dropped a couple on the road. But they can't lose any more to try to stay pace with these 2 teams. But this will be a good college basketball game tonight. I mean, I'm
probably going to bet on U of H in that game.
Oh, I wonder, what's the over-under in that game? Because these
on March 9th?
The over-under, I'm talking about in points. I wonder what the over-under
in tonight's game or that game?
I mean, the
March
total
9th?
Points. I'm sorry. The over-under in total points in tonight's game?
Tonight's game.
Yeah, tonight's game.
131.5.
131 points?
Mm-hmm. I'm on the under.
Oh, you should be. I'm thinking to myself that these are 2 of the best defensive teams in the country. I mean, if I didn't have a lot of things going on like kids and a dog, I would put money on. I feel very confident. 131
and the hook, the half, but yeah.
So you need 132. You need the over?
Oh, I'm taking the under.
Under.
These two teams play lacrosse.
Come with me.
Playing basketball.
Are you already betting it, T?
Yeah, I already have action on it.
This feels like
on the under?
This feels like a 61-58 ball game. Maybe 59-53. U of H. That's what this feels like tonight.
Put a stack on it.
I mean, they can. See, this is why I can't.
You want me to lock in for a Benji?
This is why I can't gamble. Because
all right, I got you.
I like.
He's going to lock you in on 100.
Like, I've watched these 2 teams too much, and I feel very confident. And then just like the boys tried to do with me when we were in Vegas, and I told them, I was like, oh, bet the under on Kansas State.
Well,
and then that sucker went to overtime.
Oh, if that hits, you're off the hook, man. That was an under all day.
It stayed under, too. It stayed.
Yeah, it still hit, didn't it?
It still hit, yeah. I can't do it, though. I can't miss it. Man, but you'll win this.
Scary ass.
I am, man. God, I am really thinking about it. 131.5?
Yeah, man.
No chance. No chance. All right, coming up. What do you think the Texans need to do? What would you feel if it was your vote? If you could push the button, would you push the button that they got? All right, we put our focus and puts our chips to the table.
Amber Rose.
Yeah, Amber's on my mind. We push our chips to the table for the Texans to be really aggressive in free agency or to continue to be aggressive and build through the draft like they did before. You want them to go heavy on draft or heavy with resources in free agency? We'll discuss that next.
All right, I don't know about all that, but I need you to go heavy in cold Coors Light. Look, I got to take a minute. I want to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers.
get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep you rolling here on this this beautiful Monday. And I want to go here, and I want your participation. Text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you know we like to communicate with you. You can go ahead and give your thoughts there as well. And hell, if you're in your car, you can just sit there and just say them out loud or at your desk so anybody can hear you. Where are you at right now with your Texans in this offseason? All right, because they got a whole lot, fellas. They got a whole lot that they can do. They got money, third in the league in terms of cap space available to use. They've got picks. They still have picks from the Browns. They have their own. They've got picks where they can improve this team big time. But where do you think they should go? Because they have got this team to this point by building through the draft. Right, Derek Stingley is a guy 2 years ago that really came on late. Has been a big piece for them. He's been their best corner and was the AFC Defensive Player of the Month late in the season. Will Anderson, who they moved up to go get, they got aggressive to get him at 3 last year, was the Rookie of the Year defensively. Obviously, C.J. Stroud and what he did and how he changed things. Tank Dell as well in the draft the last couple of years. They've been able to build this up through the draft. Jaylen Petrie, however you feel about him, he has still been a guy that has been a starter and above that, or at least an average player in his time here. Or do you think it's time to really use that money that they have available, not just to go and be aggressive and signing their own dudes they got, but they should be aggressive in trying to swing for the fences when it comes to free agency? You think the focus should be more on improving this team through free agency or through the draft? Where do you stand when it comes to the Texans this offseason?
I think it's without a doubt free agency. I agree wholeheartedly with the promo that is playing of John Lopez saying talking about how big free agency is. Look, this team is at a point where you're wasting a year if you draft guys this year and hope that they develop in an offseason and half a season and hope they're playing like Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud.
Hope you hit those and get that again.
Hope you hit those. Or if you sit around and you hope the Kenyon Greens, Juice Scruggs, those types of guys. I'll even say some of the ones that are developing, right? The Christian Harrises, the Jaylen Petries. Like if you just sit around and they will draft guys, and it'll be okay if it takes them a year or two to develop, and we'll be patient with them, and when they get there, they'll end up being good.
You're right. How long did it take for you to start to really feel good about Christian Harris?
2 years.
About a year and a half. I was going to say year and a half.
Yeah. Second year. Year 2 is when it happened.
Year 2 in the second half of the season.
Right. Nico Collins, year 3. Right. I mean, it's nice that C.J. Will and Tank and those guys hit, but I mean, we're talking about going from the second round of the playoffs to an AFC championship and potentially a Super Bowl. How are you going to get there? It's not through the draft, man. It is 10 out of 10, Ron. The answer to your question is free agency in a huge, huge way. This team is primed and ready. In fact, I'll say they're good enough. This team is good enough right now where I don't believe that a 2024 draft pick, any of them, your premium picks or anybody, any diamond they find in the rough, none of those guys are going to impact this football team in a way that it's going to be like, that guy helped me beat Baltimore. That guy helped me beat Kansas City. That guy right there allowed me and gave us a better chance to make a run to an AFC championship and hopefully a Super Bowl in the next 2 years. Absolutely, this is for the Houston Texans, this is a veteran free agent year to get better and establish yourself as a mainstay in the playoffs and a serious threat to the best teams in the AFC.
Yeah, someone texting, give me a top free agent on offense and one on defense and fill the needs in the draft is where this person wants to go. Swing for a player on offense and defense, and then fill the holes in the draft. I think the question off of that to really, pose to yourself is, if you're a Texans fan, do you believe they're realistic moves? Right? Like, yeah, hell yeah. If you were to say, yeah, the Texans, they're gonna add Justin Madubuike. They're gonna add Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley. Like, yeah, well, hell, if they add all three of them, yeah, I'm with you. I don't know that is realistic, that they're going to be able to do all of that. But do you think there are realistic moves in your mind that are absolutely doable where the Texans, you say, all right, they add that piece or that piece and this piece that's realistic that they can do, and you say to yourself, all right, I'm ready to say they can compete to get to New Orleans. And to get to New Orleans, and that is going through the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs, who I think are three teams that are at least right now definitively ahead of them. Do you feel like there are realistic moves that can be made in which they can be on that level? Because if you do, then I think yes. Because there are some teams that can make moves, but that doesn't mean that they're ready to, like, multiple moves that kind of put them in a situation where, boy, if this doesn't work out, this is going to maybe take us steps back. You think they're there? If there are the realistic moves out there that they can make?
Yes, absolutely. I believe they're there. And the question, my only question is, Nick and D'Amico, are they feeling that way? Are they feeling froggy? Are they ready to jump in this free agent pool and give themselves a chance to win a Super Bowl? I believe if they're aggressive. Look, they are a team that players around the league would love to play for. And I say that both because the city of Houston and D'Amico Ryans and the staff that they've put together. Right now, I believe it's – and C.J. Stroud being there, by the way. I believe this is a destination place for guys. Like, I think Mike Evans. I think Mike Evans being a Galveston guy, I think you got an upper hand on Mike Evans. The fact that you've got – so I mean, the destination, I believe, for multiple reasons now, not just because of the damn city – I believe is a place that guys are going to want to play in. Number two, you got the cap space. You're one of a handful of teams that's got the kind of cap space that you have right now. You can, and look, I don't want you to get reckless with it, but you can ultimately outbid for guys that you know that you want and you got to have to go win a Super Bowl. You've got the money, you got the means, you got the location, you got the desire to be here. You got C.J. Stroud, you got the draw. Absolutely, I believe that they're there, Ron. No question about it. It's how aggressive do these guys want to be?
Yeah. I think you give me impact players on both sides of the ball. I'm wondering, do I say, all right, they can play on the field with the Ravens and the Chiefs. Well, I got to see what those players would look like and what those impact players would look like. Because I guess with the free agency thing, it doesn't mean that you can't still build to the draft.
Yeah.
But if they do it the way they have done it, the impact was going to have to be from the draft because you weren't bringing in free agents that stacked up to be better than those guys, right? You didn't bring in big-time free agents. Right. Like last year, it's Blake Cashman or maybe Dalton Schultz kind of was close and Jimmy Ward were close. Those are
both one-year guys. Well, Jimmy wasn't, but Jimmy's not a one-year guy, was he?
No, I don't think so.
Dalton was. But I mean, so those are guys that obviously were down to, hey, we're getting a one-year deal. Like, I'm talking about guys that aren't accepting one-year deals.
But still, like, if this team was going to have a special season like they had, it was going to be Will and CJ making the major impact. This year, I think where you're saying they're drafted in the 20s, 23.
Yeah.
Like, you want a big-time free agent to where they're going to be the big impact and not just from the draft. Because if you got to depend on pick 23 in the second round or whatever, I don't know if that's going to get it done.
Yeah,
to get you up to that.
I mean, look at it, Ron. I mean, here's the deal. I believe this with what's in place right now in Houston. You give me Saquon Barkley, DeAndre Swift, or Josh Jacobs, one of the three at the running back position. And then you look outside, anything from, and I know T. Higgins may get franchised, but anything from T. Higgins to Mike Evans to add to this receiving core. And I believe that C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans offense, with Bobby Slowick pulling the trigger and C.J. Stroud at quarterback,
puts them on the same.
I believe they can go into a ball game and they can score with anybody in the league. They can score with anybody in the league. Now, if you bump up against Kansas City's defense or San Francisco's defense or Baltimore's defense, then obviously you're going to get some help from your own defense. But when you put that guy, you put T. Higgins or Mike Evans, and then you put any one of those three running backs in the backfield, I believe you've got an offense that can keep up with anybody out there, and so you play the offensive game, right? If you don't have the opportunity, or if D'Amico doesn't see it that way, which he probably doesn't, because he's mentioned he wants to add to the defensive front. Okay, add to the defensive front, and now you're a more balanced attack. You play better defense. You don't have to be as explosive on the offensive side of the football. I'm fine with that, but my point is you've gotten all the juice you're gonna get out of this damn mid-range free agent, good culture, good soldiers, everybody doing the right thing, do your damn job. You've got all the juice out of that squeeze you're gonna get.
Now it's time to go big.
Now it's time to go big and see if you can't win this thing. To your point, you got 4 years on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. You got 4 years on those guys' rookie deal, man. You got to make the most of it. Don't wait 2 more years to go, man, damn, we sure need a top-tier running back. Yeah. I mean,
it's time to go forward for a minute. All right, coming up, speaking of one of those guys you talked about, there's numbers out on Mike Evans, and I wonder if this would slow you down on maybe bringing in a Mike Evans. We'll discuss that coming up.
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Remember, tomorrow in this hour, don't forget your chance to win a pair of tickets, and you'll see Luke Bryant. We got Jelly Roll in the 3 o'clock hour, Luke Bryant in the 5 o'clock hour tomorrow. So make sure you listen and listen for that right here on Sports Radio 610 on The Drive. You'll be able to win a pair of tickets here on Tuesday during this period of the rodeo. Every Tuesday and Thursday, you'll have a chance to.
Just one correction on that, though. Tomorrow, both of our giveaways are Jelly Roll.
Oh, they both Jelly Roll?
Yeah, and then we'll do Luke Bryant on Thursday.
Luke Bryant on Thursday. Okay, both tomorrow, Jelly Roll, and then Luke Bryant on Thursday. Well, I knew Luke was this week.
Luke's one of those back in his early days, man. He was voice that could sing with the best of them. Traditionally, could sing with the best of them, and then because of the pop movement, boy, he really has he's
got a different sound now.
He's got a real teeny bopper following, if you will, because he got real big into some of the different, like, basically.
Well, I watch him on American Idol. He's one of the judges on American Idol.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, look, he's big. He's big time. But in my opinion, like, it's hard for me. Like, you could go phenomenal voice. I mean, people like I'll argue that his voice is one of the best in country music when he first came in, and it was more of a traditional vibe. And now you go to his show, you're fighting the teeny bopper squeals, man. I mean, they're screaming at the stage, and I mean, it is yes, the whole it's
really for Lucas.
It's a different deal now. Clearly, clearly he's following the paper now. I mean, it's
cash, huh? Why not?
But yeah, man, yeah. I mean, but
I'm sure he'll play the old hits too.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, you talk about it. He'll have a hard time at the rodeo. I bet at the rodeo he plays more of his stand and George Strait type. I don't know. I don't know what Luke will do.
He's probably have a mixed crowd of.
Yeah, but you're so far away from the crowd that it's hard to really. Like, he's one of them big, tall, good-looking dudes who wants to run out there in some tight britches and shake his butt kind of deal.
I was gonna say the ladies love that man's ass.
Yeah, he's one of those. He's one of those.
Really? He's a
butt
shake
shakers.
his butt. He's a butt shaker.
He wears skin-tight denim jeans.
What's his song? Shake it for me.
Shake it for me, girl.
Yeah, I think isn't that him? Is that him or no? But anyway, yeah,
sounds like
he's really plays.
He's an ass shaker.
Oh, he really plays towards the old tight jeans and
his jeans are tighter than Dwight Yoakam's.
Yeah. Hey, look, I mean, big, tall, good looking son, buck. Do what you want to do. What you got to do, son. I'm whatever. But the point is it's really. I think it's probably a little more difficult to pull that off at the rodeo when you're that far away from everybody.
Wow.
So we'll see.
Yeah, he does. He shakes his ass. Seeing it right there.
What'd you Google? What'd you Google to find it?
Luke Bryant shaking that ass.
Hey, leave that computer laying around here somewhere. They're gonna look at
shaking that ass
at Ron's search history. Luke Bryant shaking that ass. We'll have a good rumor started tomorrow, boy.
I see the guy on American Idol. I didn't know he was Let me get out here. Yeah, I see him. There he is. Look at Luke bringing it.
Give me some of that ass, Luke.
Look at that, Luke.
Man. Oh yeah, Luke.
Yeah, man. Luke bringing that ass to shake. Oh,
yeah,
Luke, he's got enough to spare.
That ain't doing it.
Luke spends a lot of time doing that kind of thing. He spends a lot of time on that. Where it used to, and he can still sing that. Don't get me wrong, but some of his before he got real.
Maybe he just came out of shell.
Before he loosened them hips up. Yeah, I mean some of that old stuff is really, really good. But Jelly Roll, back to our conversation earlier in the show about country music. Like Jelly Roll is a newer age country artist where it's a little bit more outlaw, a little bit more southern rock, and kind of off the beaten path for your traditional country. Yeah.
Oh boy, somebody strong about Luke Bryant here.
What happened?
Sucks. He's a big sellout.
Yeah.
Like you said, amazing voice, but very little substance. in his recent songs.
Well, I mean, look, I just.
Somebody said last time he was at the rodeo, he played all the oldies.
I would imagine, I mean, it would make more sense for him to play his older stuff than it would some of the.
Especially late.
I don't know though. Some of them, Ron, are so they're huge hits.
He's got to play them.
I mean, huge
like that one.
hits.
Shake it. I mean, I know that. I've heard that one.
Yeah, I mean so he's going to make them squeal in there now. They're going to be top of their lungs yelling. There ain't no doubt about it.
Good for them.
Mine better stay in her seat.
Yeah, calm down now, champ. All right, all right. We're starting to see some numbers come in, and I've seen anywhere from 80 to 90. I know you've seen 90+ million on Mike Evans, the receiver with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That actually there have been some sites. I know I heard In the Loop talking about it that the Texans are slightly the betting favorite to bring him in, and 4 years 80 is what I've seen. I've seen 3 years 80. You said you've seen 3 years 90-something million. Are those all doable for you?
80 damn sure is.
Will those all be doable for you?
4 year 80, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you betcha. I look at that as a bargain. I mean, you bring that guy in here right now, and if Nico Collins is anywhere near what he showed us this year, and if Tank Dell is anywhere near what he showed us this year, you've potentially got one of the better receiving corps in the NFL at that point in time. If Nico Collins is really a guy that can, and now with Mike Evans, he may not get the volume, but if he is literally a guy that has great hands, can run through tackles, is a great route runner, the run after catch is ridiculous. If he is really that guy, and Tank Dell is as freaky as we think he is, and he showed this year, you add Mike Evans to that, you've got one of the better receiving corps in the league 1 through 3. So yeah, I mean that to me, 20 a year. Now, depending on what's guaranteed, I mean obviously you don't fully guarantee that thing. I would, whether you go 2 or 3 years fully guaranteed is a big part of him wherever he signs, I would imagine. But hell yeah, man, Mike Evans, you kidding me?
How many, Tyler? You're a Mike Evans fan, big time. How many good years? How many real good years do you think Mike Evans has? Because if you bring in Mike Evans, you want him to be a straight-up one receiver like he has been his entire life. Yeah. How many good years at that do you think he has?
You see, and I've asked myself that, but I struggle with it because the dude has shown no signs to this point of dropping off. Now, we know it's cliche, Father Time's undefeated. We know he's getting older. We know he's in his 30s, but he hadn't shown any signs of drop-off. I'm going to say 2, maybe 3 years.
I like it.
See, yeah, the 2 years. I feel really good about the next 2 years that Mike Evans will still resemble the Mike Evans we at least saw this year. I think there's a little bit of a drop from when he was in his complete year 8 to now, which will be year 12 in the league for him. But I think for the next 2 years. So if it's something where it's like I feel a lot more comfortable. Like for me, I don't even care about the money. If they see the money and they can make the money work, I'm fine with it. It's the years in which you're like, all right, we're gonna have him. We're going to depend on him being and pay him at a high level. Feeling like we're going to depend on him for the next 3 years. Yeah. That one, I wonder if he can be that in year 14.
Well, yeah. I mean, look. The question is because the skill set, the skill that Mike has that you worry about falling off is just the sheer speed. Right now, he has the ability to run by damn near anybody in the league, right, at any point in time. The good thing about Mike Evans is because my concern would be more about Father Time and an injury. It wouldn't be Father Time and a decline. Because I believe you look at Mike Evans, and in the red zone, he's a straight up problem. He is a quarterback, catch it, how quickly can you throw the alley-oop problem. Right, and you don't have that right now, and he is an elite tracker of the football. Now, some of that has to do with his speed, obviously, but a lot of that has to do with hand-eye coordination, ball hand-eye coordination. I don't think he loses that. The thing that Mike Evans, for me, big, the big scare is late in career, a lot of mileage, blows a knee up, boom, done. Right, that's more of the worry for me than
boy, from year 2, I like him through 2 years, but that third one really scares me. And because even if he declines at that point in time, I still think he's going to be a problem in the red zone.
If they go out and make a move like this, right? We've heard about Mike Evans. We've heard about. I'm looking at guys coming up behind us. Texans All Access, John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. I just saw John Harris retweet this. Like I said, they're coming up right behind us. He said they'll be talking about going after signing a Mike Evans or trading or signing a Brandon Ayuk. Like they're going to be talking about the receiver market and free agency or potential trades coming up. Does this mean that if they make this move, you're like, all right, I understand maybe Nico's not going to be long term. Like, or in your mind, you're thinking Mike Evans and Nico, because they could play one more year with Nico, but then after that, they're going to have to make a move and sign Nico. Like, that's the other part of this is you're going to pay Mike Evans or one of these guys.
Yeah.
Does that mean you're also going to pay Nico?
It's a problem that I would welcome. I'm going to tell you, right?
You're not completely.
I don't like the pay Nico stuff right now. It was a hell of a season. Don't get me wrong. If he follows that up, and I don't even care if he follows that up with another 12, 13, 1,400-yard season. I don't need that. I think it's unfair to expect from the kid, for being honest. But if he follows it up with the ability to stay healthy and the ability to change the game the way he did this year, I don't care if he has 900 yards. If he does it the same way but just doesn't see the volume, then we got to talk about paying the guy, right? But right now, you got to see more. I mean, you can't, because the type of money he's going to command at 6'4", 215 after a 1,300-yard season, if he follows that up with a monster season.
If he gets over 1,000 yards again next year.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'll tell you this.
You'd be in a situation where we've paid big money to Mike Evans, and now is Nico really the best guy moving forward?
No, look, I tell you, I need one more year. It would be a hell of a problem to have. And, look, it would be very, very doable still with those guys if obviously your interior offensive line pans out. Right now, if you got to go out there and pay another guard, how long is Shaq Mason's deal? 3 or 4 years? If you got to go out there and pay another guard, like another veteran guard, a good chunk of money, and now you got 4 of your 5 offensive linemen that you're paying a good chunk of money to, and 2 of your receivers, and you're going to have to pay Dalton Schultz if you're going to keep him around to some degree. Like, you got to draw the line. Baller. You got to draw the line somewhere. But right now, I'm not passing up. This is a great conversation because it's exactly what I'm afraid of. I'm not passing up Mike Evans. I'm not passing up.
So Nico wouldn't even enter the equation in your thoughts.
Not right now. And I would hope like hell in a year from now we're going, boys, what do we do?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hell of a problem to have. It's a hell of a problem to have Mike Evans on your roster, still playing at a 1,000+ yard level and a man beating monster.
Coming on.
And Nico going, hey, guys, y'all got to pay my ass too. That's a great problem to have.
Yeah. Texans All Access coming up behind us as they'll be talking about this. They said they brought Brandon Ayuk into the picture as well. And what you're talking about is what the Niners are dealing with. They just paid Debo, and now they got to figure out what they want to do with a guy who actually had more yards at receiving than Debo did. And coming up behind them, Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton. Stay tuned for that as they will have XFL Roughnecks head coach C.J. Johnson. He will join the show tonight, 7:25. So stay tuned for that. Area 5, Bajani and Creighton following 7 to 10 following Texans All Access.
I'm glad you messed up. I'm not even going to correct you.
What'd I say?
Area 5.
Area 5.